This is a world of supernatural powers, where strength is determined by rings, and every child must undergo an aptitude test when they turn 8. After the test, they receive a special ring that records their personal information and power level. The rings categorize people into 5 tiers based on color. They are in descending order: special tier yellow, high tier silver, common tier bronze, sub-tier gray, and the lowest of the low, evil tier black. Our protagonist is Sam Yue, an unlucky young man at the bottom of the social ladder, all because of the black ring that marks him as evil tier. Because he wears it around his neck, he's constantly bullied by those from the upper classes. Forget about finding a decent job. Even getting into areas with better living conditions to collect subsidies is a massive struggle for him. And to make matters worse, today, the scanner glitched and reported an error, so the guards blocked Sam Yue and wouldn't let him into the controlled zone. He hurriedly explained himself and begged to try again, but it was no use. Just then, while Sam Yue was wondering what to do, a thug in line lost his patience, shouted at him, and laid hands on his head trying to force him to move along. However, since Sam Yue has dealt with this crap his whole life, he didn't give a damn about that loser behind him and kept demanding the 2 guards check his ID again. Seeing an evil tier trash act so cocky like a stray dog, the guy couldn't take it anymore and raised his foot to stomp on Sam Yue. But miraculously, Sam Yue sidestepped and dodged it easily. That made the guy look like a total clown in front of everyone. How embarrassing. Humiliated, the guy immediately pulled out a weapon to finish him, but Sam Yue had already successfully bypassed the checkpoint and hopped on the bus. The guard stopped the thug, telling him if he had a score to settle, he should wait until the arena. That's the only reason the guy decided to spare Sam Yue for now. At the same time, some unsavory characters from the slums were watching the scuffle from afar, and among them were some jealous losers, salty that Sam Yue was even selected. They really have no eyes, skipping over me but choosing a skinny, wet-behind-the-ears monkey like that? I'm clearly better. But hey, a competition is only fun if there are both strong and weak players. If a weakling gets crushed in the arena, the ratings will definitely go up. While the others were mocking Sam Yue, someone suddenly spoke up in his defense. It's because there are too many idiots like you that talented people without powers are labeled evil tier and toyed with by you gifted folks. You should be glad you weren't chosen, so you can breathe a little longer, you morons. The thugs were furious after being insulted and snapped back. What the hell are you saying? Aren't you just another discarded loser too? Don't think you can just. One guy started to step up, but another held him back, because he recognized the man in front of them looked familiar. It wasn't until the man brushed his hair back, revealing his full face, that both of them were stunned. He was none other than the arena champion, Qin Tian, the man who held 8 consecutive wins. Qin Tian then walked onto the bus, leaving those 2 low-lives absolutely shocked. On the other side, Sam Yue was already seated on the bus, but instead of worrying about his own life or death fate, he was just worried about his friend back home, finding out he'd run off to the arena. Just then, Sam Yue accidentally noticed the jerk was trying to stab him in the back, so he reacted quickly and blocked it. The commotion was so loud that everyone on the bus turned their attention towards Sam Yue. But that crazy guy didn't intend to stop. Instead, he kept pushing harder, forcing Sam Yue to defend himself. The situation was disadvantageous for Sam Yue because he couldn't afford to waste too much energy here. He needed a quick win. If he fought now, it was highly likely others would see his true strength, and he'd become a target. As he was hesitating on how to handle it, Qin Tian rushed over and landed a clean hit on the guy's face, shocking Sam Yue. Then he turned to the driver. "Mr. Driver, until we reach the destination, please leave this guy to me. He definitely won't be waking up anytime soon." It took Sam Yue a few seconds to process what just happened. With just one simple punch, Qin Tian had taken out that hulking guy completely. So, if he ran into him in the arena, he knew he was basically done for. Even though Sam Yue was nervous, he thanked him for the help. However, upon hearing that, Qin Tian just smirked and reminded him not to thank his opponents. It was just that, for now, they hadn't faced each other in the ring yet, so he decided to deal with the troublemaker. Very quickly, the bus carrying people like Sam Yue entered the controlled zone. The moment he saw the dazzling, luxurious cityscape before his eyes, a country boy like Sam Yue was completely overwhelmed. This was truly where the elite lived, a stark contrast to the evil tier slums he lived in. After that, Sam Yue followed the others to a bustling arena to prepare for the matches. Since it was his first time in a place like this, he kept looking around the waiting area. Amidst the crowd frantically preparing for the arena, Sam Yue noticed the defeated contestants being loaded onto trucks and pushed into a crusher by staff without mercy. Watching the brutal and bloody scene before him, Sam Yue couldn't help but lament that the losers were treated like garbage. Shortly after, Sam Yue was guided to wait in the prep room. Here, not only did he run into the jerk from before, but also some familiar faces from the bus. He noticed that everyone in the room was using some kind of weapon. Some carried knives, some used brass knuckles, while others carried clubs or batons. In short, everyone here had their own weapon of choice, and Sam Yue was the only one left with absolutely nothing in his hands. In reality, the elimination rule meant there were 7 contestants, but only 6 weapons. The weapon selection was determined by the win probability predicted by the audience. Those with higher selection rates got priority. The contestant with the lowest win probability had to enter the arena empty-handed. Talk about bad luck. How the hell did Sam Yue end up being the unluckiest guy with the lowest rate? Even though the situation was dire as hell, he still tried to reassure himself that this was actually a good thing. Because no AI would waste their time guarding against an opponent with a rock-bottom win rate who was empty-handed. Most people only focus on the ones with the highest chances. In particular, Sam Yue was very concerned about Qin Tian, who could be considered the top contender in today's battle. While he was busy observing, a guy with tattoos and a win rate of 30.5% suddenly approached and started a conversation. Even though Sam tried to ignore him, the guy was incredibly persistent and kept asking about the relationship between him and Qin Tian. Besides that, he even guessed that Sam Yue was the type to hide his true skills, because according to his observations, Qin Tian only took interest in people with real talent. He even threatened Sam Yue with a weapon to force him to confess, but Sam Yue was one tough guy. So, in the end, he didn't manage to get any information out of him. Very soon after, the match officially began, and before entering the arena, all contestants were required to wear equipment provided by the organizers to ensure the entertainment value of the competition. However, they didn't expect that the special equipment would be microbombs. Even though most were very dissatisfied because they hadn't been informed of this beforehand, at the end of the day, they were just nobodies, so they didn't dare to refuse outright. On the other hand, this was a survival game. One wrong move, and you're toast. So many people hesitated, wondering if they should continue. Only a few guys with more guts than brains, like Sam Yue, didn't hesitate to take the microbomb and head straight into the arena. The rules here were also very simple. 7 people would combat each other for 15 short minutes. Anyone still breathing by the final minute would become the winner and receive the prize. Notably, the rules also stipulated that anyone who showed mercy would be blown to pieces. At the same time, in a preparation room reserved for the champion-level matches, many people were eagerly watching the battle and betting on who would be the final winner of this round. Initially, the vast majority thought Sam Yue would be the first one to go because he looked small and didn't have a weapon in his hand. But very quickly, all of them were slapped in the face and realized something unusual. Sam Yue hadn't made a single offensive move from the very beginning, but through some miracle, he was still able to easily dodge the opponent's attacks, even though his opponent was constantly using a weapon to attack. Chaotically, he remained unruffled and only became more fluid in his movements. Finally, after playing a game of cat and mouse for a while, Sam Yue finally found an opening in his opponent's defense and decisively threw a punch at his face. However, his arm strength was too weak, so even though he landed the hit, his opponent only suffered a few scratches and wasn't completely defeated. Not only that, because Sam Yue swung too hard, his hands started hurting, and his opponent mocked him. "You're the weakest piece of trash." "What the hell? Not hurting at all? Haha." Sam's sharp tongue wasn't bad either, and he snapped back. "It's just because your skin is too thick." However, just as the two were about to rush at each other, the jerk who had caused trouble earlier suddenly blindsided Sam Yue's opponent and declared that Sam was his prey. It seemed he had completely held a grudge against him because of the embarrassment on the bus, and now he wanted to settle the score. At this point, there were only 10 minutes left. In the arena, one guy started to piss his pants and begged to be let out, not knowing the consequences of this action. According to the rules, any contestant who dared to quit the match midway would have the microbomb on their neck triggered by the staff in the stands and be blown to pieces. Watching the scene before them, many people felt panicked, while others, like the tattooed guy, seemed calmer, as if they were too used to this scene. At the same time, Sam Yue and that jerk were still busy playing cat and mouse. However, the situation was extremely unfavorable for Sam Yue, because his opponent was much stronger than him, and if he kept dodging like this, his stamina would soon be depleted. At the same time, he couldn't drag out the time until the match ended. During such dangerous moments, Sam Yue tried to remember the training sessions with his brother, Thuan. In the past, In order to survive in the exile zone, he and Ah Thuan had never dared to be lazy when it came to training their combat abilities. At first, Sam Yue's strength and skills were very weak, but gradually he improved and could dodge all of Ah Thuan's attacks gracefully. Before, Ah Thuan could land a few punches, but now he could barely even touch him. Although Ah Thuan had to admit that Sam Yue's reaction speed was very strong, continuing like this wasn't a good strategy, because if he encountered real danger, dodging alone wouldn't win the fight. So, Ah Thuan decided to teach his little brother how to attack and vigorously train his physical fitness. However, during the training, Sam Yue always felt very unsettled, because, despite consistent physical training, his body was always in a very weak state, as if it were cursed. Because of this, after a long period of training, Sam Yue hadn't improved even a little bit. Even Ah Thuan himself found it very strange that while his brother's reaction and dodging abilities were getting better, his strength never increased. Many times, he thought this had to do with the mysterious woman wearing the god-level ring who often appeared in Sam Yue's dreams, but every time he brought it up, Sam Yue brushed it off. Seeing that his brother was working hard but not leveling up, Ah Thuan could only comfort Sam Yue. Don't be sad, because at least your enemy won't be able to hit you. Later on, if you meet danger, you just need to run a little faster. Just like that, Sam Yue grew up safely under the care and protection of Sam Yue has been hiding under the protection of his senior, the one-armed Ah Thuan, but constantly cowering behind him has made him despise his own weakness and incompetence. That is exactly why he craves strength all the more. He refuses to bow to fate, even if it means risking his own life. Under the leadership of this absolute loser, Sam Yue has no intention of running away. It's go big or go home, fortune favors the bold. Sam Yue seized the moment when his opponent let his guard down and lunged at him, but the man easily parried his punch. He tossed Sam Yue aside like a piece of garbage. Even the spectators in the stands were baffled, as Sam Yue's fighting style kept shifting from powerful to pathetic, making everyone question what on earth was going on. Was he holding back his true skills for a one-hit kill? Meanwhile, a high-level silver ring carrier unexpectedly tracked down the slum area where Sam Yue and Ah Thuan lived. Back at the arena, just as the guy in the yellow shirt was about to finish Sam Yue off, the tattooed guy suddenly threw a strange object at them. Luckily, Sam Yue quickly realized it was a bomb, a microbomb, and managed to dodge it just before the guy triggered the blast. By now, everyone had finally realized his sinister plot, using microbombs to wipe out both remaining opponents while they weren't paying attention. He's not the contestant with the highest win rate for nothing. His strategy was so ruthless that no one could react in time. The guy in the yellow shirt, caught off guard, was now severely injured, and his combat power had dropped significantly. Meanwhile, Sam Yue, despite sensing the danger early, still took some damage to his head from the shockwave. Fortunately, those two crazy dogs were too busy clawing at each other to notice him. However, what Sam Yue didn't expect was that during their scuffle, the tattooed guy accidentally dropped his weapon right in front of him. The guy in the yellow shirt immediately demanded that Sam Yue grab the gun and give the tattooed guy a lead pill to save his life. But when he saw Sam Yue's unimpressed expression, he realized he wasn't going to get any help. He panicked, begging and promising to leave all the prize money to him. Even until the very last second, Sam Yue had no intention of cooperating with him. In the end, the guy in the yellow shirt was logged out of the server by the tattooed guy. He was officially out of the game. Everyone expected the tattooed guy to have an epic showdown with Sam Yue next. But who could have guessed that another guy, who had been lurking in the shadows the whole time, would suddenly snatch the firearm? He quickly put a few slugs into the tattooed guy, sending him straight to the afterlife along with the guy in the yellow shirt. At the same time, outside the arena, a mysterious guy was secretly observing Sam Yue's match, then used his supernatural ability to cut the power to the entire city, throwing the residents into a state of panic. Over at the arena, it didn't seem to be affected, so everyone remained completely unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Furthermore, the death match between the two remaining contestants was reaching a fever pitch, so no one had the mood to care about the situation outside. Now, Sam Yue's opponent, after dealing with the tattooed guy, immediately turned his sights on him, ready to tear him apart. Looking at the situation, Sam Yue felt like he had almost zero chance of winning. Still, he wanted to risk it one last time. If he died, he died. The moment the guy pulled the trigger, Sam Yue reacted just in time and dodged the bullet. Witnessing this insane, god-tier move from Sam Yue, the entire gallery was absolutely stunned, because they never expected that he could dodge a bullet at such close range. The opponent was so terrified he even dropped his gun. and started suspecting that Sam Yue was hiding his powers as a supernatural user. There's no way any black ring user in this world has such insane abilities. However, Sam Yue was already showing signs of exhaustion, so the guy quickly seized the opportunity and charged forward. Luckily, Sam Yue could still fight back. After all, as long as he was fast enough, he could rely on momentum to win. But, just as he was about to slit his opponent's throat, Sam Yue suddenly stopped because he felt a terrifying surge of power heading toward him. There were only a few seconds left in the match, so everyone in the stands was completely confused by Sam Yue's sudden pause. Right after that, the arena's power grid was completely cut. While everyone was panicking, wondering what the hell was happening, Qin Tian immediately sensed that this wasn't a normal power outage, but one caused by a supernatural user. At the same time, on the arena floor, the microbomb on Sam Yue's neck fell off due to the electrical interference. The death match between the two was forced to a halt. However, this wasn't the time to let his guard down, as Sam Yue could clearly feel that someone was heading his way. Very soon, the staff ordered both contestants to pause the match and return to the prep room to wait for further announcements. But before Sam Yue could even take a few steps, the source of that mysterious power appeared right in front of him. "Aren't you going to thank your savior, Sam Yue?" Sam Yue was like, "What the hell is this guy talking about? I don't even know him. Why is he acting so familiar?" Then, before he could ask who he was, he just completely blacked out. Seeing the weak kid like that, the guy was speechless. With no other choice, he ended up carrying Sam Yue out of there, ignoring the staff's attempts to stop him. Elsewhere, Qin Tian seemed to have sensed the presence of that mysterious guy, and vaguely guessed that Sam Yue might be the key to changing the world, although it wasn't convenient for him to show himself or get involved in the complicated affairs surrounding Sam Yue. He truly hoped to see him again one day in the not-so-distant future. At the same time, outside the arena, that guy's flashy luxury car accidentally attracted the attention of some thugs. But before they could even get close, they were struck by his electrical discharge. He scared them so badly they wet themselves and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, Sam Yue finally woke up. After being hit by the electrical pulse, the moment he opened his eyes and saw the guy who kidnapped him, he immediately realized he was an awakened. The pressure radiating from his body at such close range made it impossible for him to move a muscle. He figured this guy had to be an awakened, of high rank or even higher. That's exactly why Sam Yue couldn't understand why he would bother saving him. He had seen with his own eyes how the superior ones trampled on and toyed with the lives of the lower-class people. Plus, he didn't even know this guy. Although Sam Yue wanted to ask him many things, his desire to stay alive was much stronger than his curiosity. It was best not to get tangled up with an awakened for safety's sake. However, just as Sam Yue was about to open the car door and leave, the guy suddenly spoke up and introduced himself as Liu Qixuan. The moment he heard that name, Sam Yue's brain went into overdrive. He immediately associated it with the Liu family, the third-ranked clan among the 8 great families. This meant this guy was no small fry. He was at least a high rank, or higher. At this point, Liu Qixuan laid his cards on the table, pulling back his shirt to show Sam Yue his bright golden necklace. He warned him not to think about running away, because from now on, his life would be under his care. Liu Qixuan even called Sam Yue the child of God. Seeing Sam Yue's blank expression, he slowly told him a legend about a rank higher than the golden special rank, called the God rank. A single God rank individual could take on over 100 golden special rankers. That is why the God rank is considered a true existence bordering on the infinite. Just then, Sam Yue remembered he had heard this legend before, and it seemed that the God ranker was named Liu Din. Hearing that, Liu Qixuan revealed that Liu Din was actually his great-grandfather, which left him completely shocked. Then, with his infinite IQ, the kid even had a ridiculous thought. "I'm the child of God. The child of God is the child of Liu Din, and Liu Din is the grandfather of Liu Qixuan. Therefore, I am the grandfather of Liu Qixuan." Not wanting this guy to distort his family tree any further, Liu Qixuan immediately explained that the legend he heard was just a distorted version and didn't count. In reality, there had been a total of 3 God rankers since the first awakened appeared, including his great-grandfather, Liu Din, WU YUE, who possessed the powers of prophecy and immortality, and a man who vanished shortly after being identified as a God ranker. And Sam Yue himself was the biological child of WU YUE, the awakened of prophecy and immortality. As soon as he heard Liu Qixuan say that, Sam Yue didn't believe it at all at first, because he knew very well that he was clearly just a F ranker at the bottom of society. So how could he be the descendant of a God ranker? Even if he were hallucinating, he would never reach such a delusional level. But very quickly after that, he suddenly remembered the mysterious woman who frequently appeared in his dreams. And if everything was, as Liu Qixuan said, then she could very well be Wu Yue and his biological mother. Looking at Sam Yue's bewildered face, Liu Qixuan knew that the young man had many questions. But time was limited, so he promised him that he would explain everything slowly later. In any case, the most important thing right now was ensuring Sam Yue's safety because his face had been broadcasted throughout the entire jurisdiction via the area's livestream. Soon, it would reach the heavenly human city, and assassins would constantly appear to hunt him down. Even Liu Qixuan believed that a new battle was about to erupt in the underworld, dragging many underground factions into it. Very quickly after that, both of them left the jurisdiction and entered the slum where Sam Yue was living with his brother. However, on the way back, Liu Qixuan noticed Sam Yue was quite silent, so he struck up a conversation, asking why he had to risk it all to join the elimination round, because his strength was clearly garbage, and if he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. Hearing that, Sam Yue didn't hide anything, and straight up answered that he was poor and needed money, which was why he had to gamble with his life. Suddenly, Sam Yue asked him to stop at a mechanical shop to buy some stuff, but when the shopkeeper asked if he had brought money this time, our young man immediately turned to look at the person beside him. Liu Qixuan was stunned for a second but was immediately hit with moral coercion by Sam Yue. "Why are you looking at me? Am I the money? Didn't you say you would take responsibility for me?" Since that was the case, he had no choice but to accept being the ATM for Sam Yue. After the shopkeeper brought the items out, Sam Yue explained that he bought these for a friend named Thuan. He is a low ranker, who originally didn't need to be in this exile zone, but because I am here, he used the excuse of his arm being injured to not leave. I want to win the tournament because I want to buy this prosthetic arm for him. That way, Thuan can function normally and go to the jurisdiction to apply for a legal job. However, contrary to Sam Yue's innocence, Liu Qixuan was quite somber, because he knew clearly that the tournament he had just participated in would change the destiny of many people. Before leaving the shop, Liu Qixuan did not forget to remind Sam Yue that anyone who came into contact with him would become their target. If he wanted the best for his brother, he should stay away from him. After hearing this from Liu Qixuan, Sam Yue didn't seem too happy, so he intentionally dodged it. "Let me go back and explain the situation to Thuan before we plan for the long term, okay? Plus, I still have many questions for you." Not long after, both of them finally arrived at Sam Yue's house. As soon as he got out of the car, Sam Yue couldn't wait any longer and immediately grabbed the new prosthetic arm to take it inside and give it to Thuan. He even planned to tell Thuan about his special status, and couldn't wait to see his reaction. Because he was in such a rush, the moment Sam Yue stepped into the house, he accidentally tripped over something. Only when he looked back did he realize it was Thuan's prosthetic arm. But before he could even react, a voice suddenly echoed, leaving him absolutely terrified. "You finally came home. I've been waiting for you for a long time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed you were hiding in this filthy place. A place where ability users don't want to come? What a brilliant idea. It's truly an honor to meet the child of God." The moment he finished speaking, the lights in the house clicked on, forcing Sam Yue to see the horrific scene before him. Thuan, covered in blood, lying motionless on the floor. In that exact moment, Sam Yue completely lost his mind, unable to process anything else. Meanwhile, that killer piece of trash kept rambling on, claiming he was the first one to discover the child of God, the person closest to God. The more he spoke, the more he stomped his dirty foot onto Thuan's body, which was more than Sam Yue could bear. He immediately rushed to Thuan's side. This jerk was even low enough to insult Sam Yue, calling him worthless and unworthy of being the successor to God just because he was crying for his brother. With that, he attacked Sam Yue, torturing him without a shred of mercy. Afterward, once he confirmed that Sam Yue had no ability to fight back and was as weak as a normal person, the scumbag started to have doubts. Did I find the wrong person? The real child of God surely couldn't be this pathetic. However, despite all his insults, Sam Yue was now unresponsive. In other words, he had been completely paralyzed by Thuan's passing. Seeing that Sam Yue was useless, he tried to tighten his grip even harder to finish him off. You'd think it would end there, but how could the main character just kick the bucket like that? At the very moment he was about to suffocate, Sam Yue's soul accidentally fell into a mysterious dimension and was pushed into a black hole by a soul that looked exactly like him. The very next second, that other soul successfully took control of the body and quickly started dishing out a beating to the scumbag. It caught him off guard, leaving him severely wounded. Only then did he start to sense something was wrong. It was as if Sam Yue had transformed into a completely different person, from his aura to his strength. Nothing like the Sam Yue from just a moment ago. So, he became terrified and started begging for his life. Now, the scumbag was in for it. The tide had turned against him. Even though he was begging and saying he was wrong in reality, he was just trying to buy time to find a chance to counterattack. However, Sam Yue was on a completely different level. He was outclassed. The guy couldn't even touch a single strand of his hair, let alone launch an attack. Just when he thought he was about to capture the child of God, he realized with a start that he couldn't control his own body. He had been manipulated and controlled by Sam Yue's psychic ability. Very quickly after that, Sam Yue, or rather, the dark ego within his body, proceeded to handle him brutally. First, he threw him far away, slamming him into the wall. Then, he used telekinesis to control surrounding objects to hunt him down. Even though he was being relentlessly bombarded by Sam Yue's attacks somehow, the guy still had enough strength to dodge and flee, until he was struggling like a mangy dog. He started regretting why he had wasted so much time running his mouth, instead of just taking out the target from the beginning. Furthermore, he had made a huge mistake in underestimating Sam Yue, just because he saw him wearing a black ring. While running away, he quickly remembered that the control ability had a range limit, so he naively thought that as long as he could keep his distance and make it outside, he would escape. But reality rarely works out like a dream. Just as he was about to step his dirty foot outside, Liu Qixuan suddenly appeared and blocked all his escape routes. The guy's brain hadn't even processed why Liu Qixuan was there when Sam Yue closed in from behind and grabbed him by the neck like a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. At this point, even heaven couldn't save him. No matter how violently he struggled, Sam Yue didn't budge. In fact, he tightened his grip to the point of snapping his neck. Finally, the guy was out of the game, officially closing his pathetic life. As for Sam Yue, after finishing off his enemy, he just coldly kicked him aside and quickly turned to look at Liu Qixuan with a defensive gaze. Seeing that, Liu Qixuan thought Sam Yue had snapped and was about to take him down too, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly pass out cold. He was left completely bewildered, because no matter how he looked at it, Sam Yue seemed a bit different from the prophecies about the child of the Savior. Not long after, Sam Yue finally regained consciousness, and the moment he woke up, he immediately called out Ah Thuan's name, hoping that everything that had happened was just a nightmare. Unfortunately, what awaited him was the cold corpse of his late brother. Liu Qixuan, standing outside the door, heard the commotion and knew he had woken up, but perhaps due to the overwhelming pain of loss, Sam Yue just silently approached Ah Thuan to look at his face and hold him one last time before personally seeing him off on his final journey. Seeing Sam Yue so quiet, Liu Qixuan didn't stop him or say anything. He just stood there and let him handle it. Afterward, Sam Yue dug a hole under a tree to bury Ah Thuan and sat there for a long time, from when the sun was still high until dusk fell. Perhaps in a brief moment, Sam Yue, who had been falling apart, saw Ah Thuan's silhouette appear and encourage him to quickly pull himself together. Every gesture and action looked exactly like when Ah Thuan was still alive, making Sam Yue feel even more heartbroken. But in the end, Sam Yue still had to keep living. So, as soon as he pulled himself together, he sought out Liu Qixuan, his eyes bloodshot, and asked him directly. He asked if Ah Thuan's accident was his own fault. Hearing this, Liu Qixuan frankly admitted it to Sam Yue. After all, he had no intention of hiding the truth or offering empty comfort, even though this fate wasn't something Sam Yue had chosen. But as far as he was concerned, the most important thing for Sam Yue to do wasn't to blame himself, but to strive to become stronger, so that things like this wouldn't happen again. In other words, Sam Yue had to grow stronger to change his own destiny and the fate of others. Finally, Sam Yue decided to look at the familiar scenery where he used to live, continued with Ah Thuan one last time before getting into the car to leave with Liu Qixuan, officially beginning his journey. As a child of the gods, in Liu Qixuan's car, Sam Yue suddenly remembered the strange incident just before his soul was about to leave his body. Clearly, at that moment, he felt his body being taken over by someone else, but he couldn't do anything. He could only quietly watch that person act. The remarkable thing was that this person had the exact same face as Sam Yue, but possessed an ability many times more terrifying than other superpowers. In a few brief moments, Sam Yue even thought that if he had been that person from the beginning, maybe Ah Thuan would still be alive. Although this thought only flashed through Sam Yue's mind, it made him feel extremely uneasy, because even he himself right now couldn't understand why he would have such a thought. Following that, Liu Qixuan drove around the exiled slum instead of going to a fixed location. Sam Yue found this quite strange and asked him what on earth he was trying to do. Only then did Liu Qixuan reveal his purpose to him. Their goal was to choose a building with a good vantage point to serve as their final base. After circling around for a long time, Liu Qixuan finally set his sights on a high-rise building in this exiled slum. However, this was the base of the Black Bear Gang, a notorious gang in the region that often made a living by selling supplies and illegal prosthetic limbs. Seeing two thugs guarding the door with hot weapons, Sam Yue started to get nervous and advised Liu Qixuan to leave to avoid trouble. But a special-grade esper like Liu Qixuan wasn't afraid of any of these small-time losers. His job was to stand aside and let him handle it. "With me here, you don't have to be afraid of a damn thing." Saying that, he immediately used his lightning power to beat the hell out of the two thugs guarding the door. He didn't stop there. The guy charged directly inside the building, single-handedly taking on the entire Black Bear Gang and frying them all to a crisp. They had to leave their belongings behind to save their lives. But this seemingly wild, surreal situation only took a few short minutes. Sam Yue was so dazed, not understanding what the hell was happening, that Liu Qixuan had already cleaned out the entire Black Bear Gang. And now, he just had to move in. Elsewhere, the remnants of the Black Bear Gang, after being scared off by Liu Qixuan, gathered in a dark corner of the exiled slum. They were extremely confused, not understanding why a guy with such high-level power would come to a tiny, insignificant gang like theirs to cause such a mess, especially since both sides were complete strangers. That guy was special grade, right? A special grade appearing here means something huge is about to happen. Yeah, no kidding. Didn't you see how he attacked? That was lightning, you dog. This must be the person mentioned in the management zone's report. But what about the person following him? That has to be someone wearing a black ring. I can't be wrong about that. Honestly, I've never seen an esper hanging out with a special grade like that. After talking nonsense for a while without solving a single thing, they finally decided to go to their boss, to report the situation and find a way to solve the problem. Meanwhile, inside the management zone, in the arena of the Death Dealer Club, a group of mysterious people in black brought in a girl with mind-reading powers to search the memories of the staff member who had been physically disciplined by Liu Qixuan earlier, to see who the perpetrator was that caused the chaos in the city. A moment later, after using her ability, the girl finally reached a conclusion. It was a gold-ringed lightning esper who brought a black-ringed teenager with him. As soon as they heard this, the people in black immediately guessed that the perpetrator was the young master of the Liu family, Liu Qixuan. It seemed they didn't expect him to dare to openly confront the 8 great families like that. So, they quickly sent someone to report the situation to headquarters and temporarily set aside investigating the identity of the person with the black ring. Back with Sam Yue, he seemed to have returned to the terrifying scene of the day. A Thuan met his end, and he faced that animal. But luckily, everything just now was only a nightmare he had while sleeping. At this time, Liu Qixuan was sitting to one side, watching the news about the power outage he himself had caused. Afterward, Sam Yue looked out the window and realized it was already dark. Because he rarely got a long sleep like that, he felt a bit nostalgic. "It's dark already? How long did I actually sleep?" "It's fine. You can sleep a bit more because, after all, there won't be much time to sleep from now on." Sam Yue heard this, and his mood plummeted. He couldn't even bother to respond. But sooner or later, the assassins would find this place to kill Sam Yue, so he had to strive to become as strong as possible to protect himself, especially since he would never know the exact moment the assassins would arrive. The fastest would be in 1 second, the slowest in 1 or 2 days. Then, Liu Qixuan asked Sam Yue, "Are you afraid, knowing that you could face death at any moment?" However, for a teenager like Sam Yue, who has spent over a decade scraping by at the very bottom of society, life and death aren't such a big deal. Honestly, there's absolutely nothing left to be afraid of. After all, life in exile offers no hope for a long future. You only struggle to survive for tomorrow, with no expectation of seeing the next day. One careless mistake, and you'll end up as a punching bag for some thugs to practice on, or get your organs harvested before you even know it. You might step out your door and some punk could just stab you out of nowhere. Still, amidst all this misery, a few good things exist in this place, things that make you want to keep living. Seeing the kid lost in thought, Liu Qixuan couldn't help but grab the remote and toss it at him to snap him out of it. "What are you spacing out for?" At this, Sam Yue finally gathered the courage to ask, "Liu Qixuan, I know you're strong, but what should we do if we're swarmed by enemies? I don't want to be a burden to you." Seeing the kid worrying so far ahead, Liu Qixuan just smirked and revealed that he wasn't the only one. There were others. In fact, besides Liu Qixuan, there are 4 more people. However, protecting Sam Yue isn't a mandatory duty. so he has no idea how those four will choose to act. They might protect you as promised 18 years ago, or they might not give a damn. In the worst-case scenario, some of them might have already sided with the Lam family. Hearing this, Sam Yue felt a pit in his stomach and asked if they weren't supposed to be allies. That was when Liu Qixuan finally told him the whole story. Back in the day, WU YUE had 6 loyal clans serving him. Aside from his own Liu clan, there were the Han, Chu, Tu, Bui, and Ha clans. WU YUE believed that greed turned people evil, and he wanted to create a society where those with abilities and those without could live together in peace, so he proposed breaking down the walls. Naturally, this met with fierce opposition from the great clans, who believed that those lowly people weren't on their level and didn't deserve to share the same land. They thought WU YUE's idea was completely insane. The Lam family, who opposed it the most, colluded with other clans to spark a war. But even before that, WU YUE had sensed it coming and gathered the elders of Liu Qixuan's family to announce an important decision. I know this request is incredibly selfish and dangerous, but I beg you, do not forget our mission. Once we compromise, those with abilities will become the destroyers of this world. 18 years later, oppression and exploitation will rise. Those with powers will treat human lives as worthless, becoming even more ruthless and indifferent than our era is now. 2 completely different worlds exist inside and outside those walls. This is the result of granting those with powers more authority. Today, I leave this choice in your hands. I only ask that your descendants come forward to save this child when the war breaks out. He is about to fall into a deep sleep, but I promise you, when he awakens, he will be the one to restore order to this society. After the first defeat, the management of the ring tightened, and WU YUE was captured by the Lam family. Anything related to him was burned to ashes. Following that, the ranking of the great clans in Heaven City changed completely. Meanwhile, the Lam family splintered the clans loyal to WU YUE and monitored every move they made. Because of this, for the last 18 years, descendants carrying this heavy burden, like Liu Qixuan, had to pretend to be strangers, even if they met in public. They couldn't even contact each other to avoid drawing the Lam family's attention. That is why Liu Qixuan isn't even sure how many people still stand with WU YUE. After all, 18 years have passed, and those who still remember this protection plan are likely few and far between. After listening to Liu Qixuan's story, Sam Yue finally understood, but he didn't feel honored by the label Child of the God at all. On the contrary, he felt immense pressure from the mission on his shoulders. Furthermore, Sam Yue knew he had disappointed Liu Qixuan. Liu Qixuan didn't hesitate to voice his letdown. I really wanted to see what the child who could change the world, as described by the god, would actually look like. The result is so ordinary that I'm a bit disappointed. Even though Liu Qixuan later said he didn't regret coming here, Sam Yue was painfully aware of his own incompetence and made an excuse to leave. Only when he reached another room could he finally relax, instead of trying to put on a brave face in front of Liu Qixuan. Especially when recalling the words of WU YUE along with the dark memories of the past, Sam Yue felt even more desperate. He even doubted the prophecy, because in reality, he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone save the world. Still, he refused to give up. On the other hand, there were countless people with abilities hunting for him out there, so he didn't have time to be a coward. He had to pull himself together. Speak of the devil. The very next second, a fire user tracked him down to finish off Sam Yue. Luckily, his sensory perception was sharp, so he barely dodged the enemy's attack, or he would have been done for. Just then, Liu Qixuan appeared and revealed that the attacker was Bu Xinghua, a descendant of one of WU YUE's loyal clans, just like him. Judging by the hostile attitude and the immediate attempt to kill him, Sam Yue immediately guessed that this person had turned traitor and sided with the Lam family. Not stopping there, Bu Xinghua continued his relentless assault, trying to corner Sam Yue to his death. Even though Sam Yue could easily dodge every attack as smooth as butter, if this standoff continues, he'll be exhausted and defeated in no time. Furthermore, Bu Xinghua could pinpoint his location instantly, even when he couldn't see her shadow. Out of options while being hunted by the flames, Sam Yue had to run. But he never expected that Bu Xinghua could split her fire to ambush him from all sides. In the moment he was about to be burned alive, Sam Yue at first thought about holding out until Liu Qixuan arrived to save him, but he quickly dismissed that thought and looked for a way to escape. However, no matter how he tried to run, he just couldn't shake off Bu Xinghuo's persistent flames. It was then that Sam Yue realized these flames were actually tracking his movement. So, the only way was to make himself undetectable to the flames. He just needed to hold his breath and seize the right moment to find the source. That way, he could catch the one controlling the fire. The young man finally decided to go big. Instead of running away like before, he chose to stand his ground and face the incoming flames head-on. At the moment, Sam Yue's body collided with the fire. A massive explosion occurred, causing Bu Xinghua to lose track of his presence temporarily. By the time she realized where he was, it was too late. Sam Yue had succeeded in finding her position. However, when facing Bu Xinghua, he froze, having absolutely no clue what the hell to do next. After all, he's just a black ring without any special abilities now, so Bu Xinghua could just snap her fingers, and Sam Yue would be meeting his ancestors. But how could the protagonist just kick the bucket like that? Just as Sam Yue thought he was done for, Bu Xinghua made a shocking U-turn. Not only did she reveal her true face, a stunning, total bombshell of a woman, but she also spared Sam Yue's life, leaving him completely bewildered. It turned out this was just a small test Bu Xinghua had set up to check if he was worth her protection. Luckily, with the author on his side, Sam Yue passed the test. Even though he was currently exhausted, panting like a dog, the young man was determined to hold on and not collapse in front of the beautiful lady. Just as Sam Yue was about to fall, Liu Qixuan himself caught him. But before he could say thank you, he got a whack to the head and was knocked out cold. Leave adult matters to the adults, kid. Afterward, both Liu Qixuan and Bu Xinghua sat down to talk. Based on what Bu Xinghua observed during their little skirmish, she noticed Sam Yue had sharp instincts, but to put it bluntly, he just reacted faster than an average person. Being the son of WU YUE, yet inheriting such trashy abilities? Our future really is full of hope, isn't it? Clearly, Sam Yue's performance earlier was barely considered passable in Bu Xinghua's eyes. His skill level was actually too weak to stand against powerful enemies. However, Liu Qixuan didn't entirely agree with her perspective, even though he had to admit Sam Yue is still green. Because, just moments ago, Sam Yue didn't just face her attack, but he also managed to hide his presence right as the flames were about to swallow him, then keenly pinpointed her location. You could say that kind of judgment is something nobody else could pull off. So, Liu Qixuan still rated Sam Yue quite highly in terms of strategy, even if his physical strength is as weak as a chicken. On the other hand, before Bu Xinghua arrived, he had witnessed something very interesting when Sam Yue confronted the assassin who had harmed Ah Thuan. So his view of him was a bit different from Bu Xinghua's. After all, the two of them hadn't met in 16 years, but looking at the scars on each other's bodies, they knew the harsh training they had both endured. Now, the two of them just had to wait for their ally to arrive tomorrow morning. Elsewhere, at Tianyan City, in the meeting hall of the 8 great families, everyone had gathered early to prepare for the upcoming meeting. Since this place hadn't been visited by anyone for years, its opening today led many to guess that something major had happened. Since WU YUE passed away, the hall had lost its former glory, and now it was just filled with demons acting as minions for the 8 great families. In reality, the demons were a force cultivated by the 8 great families, tasked with investigating the whereabouts of WU YUE's descendants, and they were also responsible for cleaning up the mess caused by those with special abilities. Looking at their shocking appearances, it's clear the members of this demon faction weren't exactly good or honorable people. Very quickly, they were all gathered to discuss the recent incident caused by Liu Qixuan. Because Sam Yue was with him, they started paying attention to him too. This is Liu Qixuan. Everyone sitting here knows him, right? He is the one who stirred up the testing zone years ago. In terms of strength alone, Liu Qixuan is the only one with powers nearing the god level. Personally, I'd be reluctant to clash with him. So they decided to send a group of hybrids to deal with Liu Qixuan, but then they unexpectedly received other news. Bu Xinghua had, this time, sided with the god's son. Immediately, they had to change plans and quickly sent another team to capture Sam Yue alive and dispose of Bu Xinghua. Furthermore, from this information, they deduced that there are currently 3 families under WU YUE's command, but for now, they haven't made any moves. The master weaponsmith, Su Ye, went missing 15 years ago, and there are no known descendants, so they don't need to fear the Tu family. Among the descendants of the Han family, there is a genius named Han Ye, but he spends his whole year lying in a hospital bed, and with no combat capabilities. There's another guy, named Chu Shi, who was sent by the Chu family to a temple to train, and he's the one they feel is the most dangerous and needs to be guarded against. To be sure, they even sent someone to the Chu family to pressure them into staying quiet and playing it safe, warning them not to go help Liu Qixuan. But not long after, in a remote mountain area, Chu Shi finally found out about Liu Qixuan's situation and the appearance of the child of God. Even though he's all alone and abandoned by his family in this godforsaken place, he didn't hesitate at all. He made a firm decision to join forces with Liu Qixuan's group and is ready to take on the entire Lam family along with those 8 other big clans. However, the young man had no idea that his every move was being watched by a member of the Ghost faction. Meanwhile, at the Han family's private hospital, that same person appeared in Han Ye's room with ill intent. At the same time, at the building where Sam Yue and the others are staying, a group of thugs, remnants of the Black Bear gang, showed up to cause trouble. At first, when Sam Yue heard the noise downstairs, he thought it was their enemies coming to take them out, but it turned out not to be the case. As for Liu Qixuan, looking at those nobodies, he was just fed up and didn't even want to talk. It was barely morning, and they already had to deal with these losers coming to collect a debt, demanding they come down to talk. While eavesdropping on the drama downstairs, Sam Yue accidentally spotted Qin Tian among the crowd. He was about to call out to him, but Liu Qixuan quickly shut him up and stepped forward to reject them himself. "I have nothing to say to you guys. Don't you? I want to talk to the kid with the pink hair you brought along. A conversation between those who wear black rings. You understand?" Being singled out like that, Sam Yue was a bit surprised, but he eventually agreed to talk to Qin Tian in private, leaving Liu Qixuan and Bu Xinghuo outside to keep watch. Right after a simple greeting, Qin Tian directly asked Sam Yue why the special grade came looking for him. Sam Yue had assumed he came to reclaim the building, so when he heard this question, he was a bit surprised. But perhaps sensing that Qin Tian wasn't a bad guy, he finally told him about his background, that he is the descendant of WU YUE, and is in the process of climbing the ranks to take on everyone, the ability users of Tianhan City and the Alliance. There were only 2 people standing outside the door. If it were a normal person hearing such a wild story from Sam Yue, they would think he was hallucinating, but Qin Tian immediately believed him. Furthermore, he even knew who WU YUE was, even though Sam Yue had only just learned his own mother's name. All of this left him incredibly surprised. Seeing the bewildered expression on the newbie, Qin Tian slowly explained. "Joining the tournament was the first day you left the land of exile, right? It's just that your mother's name has been banned from being mentioned in the last few years. I'm surprised by your honesty, even though we've only met once. I could walk out that door and immediately reveal your location to the people who want to capture you. Aren't you afraid?" However, relying on his intuition, Sam Yue felt that Qin Tian was trustworthy, which is why he opened up to him. At this moment, Qin Tian could clearly feel the change in him through his eyes. Although he still looked inexperienced, compared to 2 days ago, he had clearly matured a lot. And in return for Sam Yue's frankness, Qin Tian decided to reveal a clue about his mother. About 25 years ago, he had gone to a job interview at the management zone, tasked with building a facility. At the time, the location and purpose of the construction were kept strictly secret. The workers were even blindfolded until they arrived at the construction site. As time passed, he gradually sensed that what they were building might be a prison. The peculiar thing was that the prison only held one single person. Moreover, during his work, Qin Tian had vaguely heard the people there call it the prison of God. Because of that, he guessed it was highly likely that WU YUE was being held in that prison. He added that this was just his personal speculation, but if it were true, perhaps his mother was still alive. Elsewhere, an agent from the Ghost Squad arrived at Su Ye's villa to look for signs of survivors and accidentally discovered a small energy source coming from a secret room. He was shocked. It turned out that all this time, Su Ye had been hiding a white-haired teenager in the two-family base. He immediately demanded to know who the teenager was, why he wasn't wearing a ring, and what his relationship with Su Ye was. Faced with the attacker's barrage of threatening questions, the teenager remained silent, quietly collecting the intruder's data. Suddenly, he called the intruder by his real name, leaving him utterly stunned. Finding the situation beyond bizarre, the agent decided to lunge at the opponent. But before he could even touch a hair on the teenager, he was blasted through a wall by him. Only then did the attacker realize, in horror, that the move was a shockwave released from the palm, which was also the special ability of the late master Latan Kuang. But if this teenager was a descendant of the Tu family, how could he possibly possess Latan Kuang's ability? The more he thought, the more absurd it seemed. This didn't match the intelligence reports at all. He had to report the situation to the others and warn them that the WU YUE remnants were not simple. However, before he could act, he was surrounded by fog and taken out by the teenager in a heartbeat. At the same time, Chu Shi was also running into a minor issue when someone from the Ghost Squad tracked him down to settle scores. Initially, the guy thought he would easily handle Chu Shi, but to his surprise, Chu Shi effortlessly neutralized his attack. Not only that, Chu Shi launched a surprise counterattack, catching the assassin off guard. After beating him up until his hands were tired, he finally decided to end him. Meanwhile, another member of the Ghost Squad had found the descendant of the Han family, and, after confirming Han, once Han Jie had truly become a vegetable, completely paralyzed and unable to move, that scumbag finally felt at ease and began to gloat over his victory. As expected of someone with S-rank abilities. What a rush. However, while he was lost in his high, Han Jie's little sister suddenly burst through the door. She caught the shocking sight right before her eyes. "You bastard! Let my brother go right now, you piece of trash." She didn't hesitate, diving straight into combat. But that slippery scum was one step ahead. Not only did he counterattack and injure her, he also grabbed Han Ji and started to make his escape. Seeing this, she ignored her own wounds and gave chase, desperate to get her brother back. Fortunately, the head of the Han family, their mother, happened to be on the scene. She caught him right as he was trying to flee. She blocked his path, her voice cold as she warned him. "If a ghost comes to visit, why didn't you announce yourself? We would have rolled out the red carpet for you. Why all this chaos?" But the guy wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He even had the nerve to bark in her face. "You're just a lapdog for WU YUE. You definitely know what the Liu family is up to now. I'm here on orders to deliver a warning. If you want to keep living, you'd better stay out of our business. We're taking WU YUE's descendant, no matter what." Although she couldn't stand the guy's arrogant attitude, her son's life was on the line, so she was forced to swallow her pride. She declared that the Han family had no interest in any other descendants. Satisfied with her answer, he agreed to release Han Jie, but no one expected this lowlife to play such a dirty trick, tossing Han Jie high into the air and letting him free fall toward the ground. Luckily, Han Dong reacted instantly and signaled her daughter, Han Yue, to rush in and catch her brother. Seeing that the show was over, the guy finally took off. Han Dong, having no energy left to deal with him, ordered her men to take her son to the infirmary. But Han Yue was furious that her mother had let that monster off so easily. She confronted her. "Mom, was that really true? You don't care about the other descendants? Are we, the Han family, just supposed to stand by and watch? You once said the emergence of superpowers would make this world a better place. I didn't get it back then, but I know one thing, it's not better at all. That ugly creep hurt my brother, so why did you have to be so polite to him?" Facing her daughter's outburst, Han Dong stayed silent, knowing it wasn't the right time for this conversation. It wasn't until her assistant reminded Han Yue to watch her words for fear of eavesdroppers that she finally calmed down. The two didn't leave immediately. They stayed behind for a bit, as Han Dong pointed out the basic mistakes Han Yue had made during the fight. First, Han Yue shifted her focus, without confirming if the enemy was actually dead, which accidentally gave him the opening to injure her. Second, when she needed to save someone, she didn't make the right call immediately, allowing the enemy to keep using her brother as a hostage. Elsewhere, Sam Yue was asking Qin Tian to describe the prison of gods in detail. According to his memories, that place looked like nothing more than a cage, surrounded by pillars around a sleeping chamber, with a lake right beneath it. The liquid in the lake seemed to be magma. He was especially haunted by the nauseating smell that scorched his brain. As Qin Tian described the prison, Sam Yue tried to visualize the gloomy, magma-encircled landscape. He even hallucinated to the point where he saw his own mother in the vision, but he quickly realized that the person in front of him wasn't his mother, but his own dark ego. Sam Yue instantly took a shot at his own dark self. As a result, in the real world, Sam Yue fell unconscious, while inside his own consciousness, he was trapped with his dark ego. At that moment, Qin Tian, seeing Sam Yue suddenly drop, panicked and called Liu Qixuan and Bu Xinghua inside to check on him. But no matter how much they called his name or shook him, he didn't show a single reaction. His eyes were rolled back, his face blank and expressionless. He looked just like a drug addict. Meanwhile, deep in his subconscious, the dark ego was closing in, threatening Sam Yue, demanding he hand over control of his body. The pressure from the dark ego's power was so strong that Sam Yue couldn't even move. The ego even tried to use psychological manipulation, while Sam Yue was at his weakest. "Don't you remember? You're the one who summoned me before your friend was tragically harmed. When you faced your enemies but couldn't do a damn thing, it was me who took over for a weakling like you. Only I can win. In the coming battles, hand your body over to me. I won't let them down. Hand over my ass, you piece of." Even though he wanted to get up and slap that guy, standing before his power, Sam Yue couldn't even make a sound. Luckily, just as he was about to be successfully manipulated, Liu Qixuan and Bu Xinghua outside, used their own powers just in time to break the influence and pull him back to reality. However, the moment he regained consciousness, Sam Yue suddenly grabbed Liu Qixuan and demanded a spar, leaving everyone completely confused and wondering what the hell was going on with him. Liu Qixuan wondered if he'd accidentally used too much electricity, frying Sam Yue's brain and making him talk nonsense. Meanwhile, Bu Xinghuo checked his temperature to see if he was delirious. It was normal, maybe just a little cool. Seeing everyone misunderstood him, Sam Yue rushed to explain, "I'm perfectly normal. I need to use my power. Only by fighting can I trigger my ability. Please, fight me." Bu Xinghuo and Liu Qixuan stared in shock after hearing his declaration. Seeing his cocky attitude, I could only chuckle. What a total joke. He has no idea what he's getting into, and frankly, it's insulting to me. But you helping him train isn't a bad thing. At the very least, it'll show him how brutal reality really is. It's just that the enemy is coming, so we need to be careful not to burn through our energy. Energy? I'll burn through all the energy he needs. Besides, he's so weak that the fight would be over before I even warmed up. Just then, Qin Tian suggested a spot suitable for their spar. Very quickly, the four of them arrived at an abandoned lot, and before the fight officially began, Bu Xinghuo warned Sam Yue to be careful not to get sent to his grave too early by Liu Qixuan's piercing arrows, though that's exactly what he wanted. Because only by standing on the edge of life and death could he achieve his goal. Seeing the determination and grit in the young man's eyes, Bu Xinghuo knew she had picked the right person to protect. As soon as the match started, Sam Yue immediately took a defensive stance, focusing as hard as he could to track his opponent's movements. However, while he was busy trying to analyze the tactics, that guy Liu Qixuan activated his lightning ability, creating a solid barrier that enclosed the two of them. Just like that, both he and Liu Qixuan were cut off from the outside world. Even Bu Xinghuo didn't expect this move, so by the time she reacted, it was already too late. Sam Yue was now completely at the mercy of Liu Qixuan. Even if he wanted to finish him off right then and there, she wouldn't be able to rush in to save him. Open your eyes and see what a real ability user looks like. I am top tier. While Sam Yue was still bewildered and had no clue what the hell was happening, Liu Qixuan quickly closed the distance and blindsided him before he could react. As a result, the kid was sent flying 10 meters away and collapsed. Sam Yue immediately realized that with his amateur skills, he would never be able to see through Liu Qixuan's moves. He didn't even need more than one finger to force him to. Game over. This was just like a new player running into the final boss. On the other hand, Liu Qixuan had no intention of stopping, even though Sam Yue was seriously injured. Get up, I haven't even started warming up yet. Outside the barrier, Bu Xinghuo was desperately attacking the barrier to save Sam Yue's neck, but unfortunately, it didn't even leave a scratch or budge an inch. Looking at the jaw-dropping scene before them, even a veteran like Qin Tian had to admit that Liu Qixuan was the strongest ability user he had ever seen. He truly lives up to the title of being the person closest to a god. Bu Xinghuo still remembered the test 18 years ago quite clearly, when the entire arena was shaken by Liu Qixuan's power, to the point that everyone there thought a new god-tier being had appeared. Even though the system displayed a gold rank ring at the last minute, everyone was still deeply impressed by his raw power. Back then, Bu Xinghuo also felt that Liu Qixuan was incredibly formidable. She was even determined not to lose to him during the trials. But life isn't a fairy tale. Bu Xinghuo only received a silver ring, one rank below his gold one, and as she said, if he really has that level of power, Sam Yue definitely wouldn't last a single second in there, let alone actually fight. You could say that letting Sam Yue fight Liu Qixuan inside that barrier was essentially sending him to his own funeral. Besides that, Bu Xinghuo had other concerns. The enemy could arrive at any moment, and she needed to protect this place. If the enemy arrived before they finished, the consequences would be unimaginable. Immediately, Qin Tian volunteered to stand guard if any ability users showed up. He would contact her quickly. Seeing this, Bu Xinghuo was surprised, not understanding why he was proactively helping them. Qin Tian didn't hide anything, but frankly expressed his point of view. Many ability users were on their way to this exile land to find Sam Yue. Whether they were friends or foes, it was enough to prove that he had an impact on the trajectory of the world. Moreover, Qin Tian himself, along with countless black ring holders out there, all wanted to see a different face of this world. So, he was willing to bet his hand on Sam Yue, even though the kid was still quite incompetent. Meanwhile, after taking a hit from Liu Qixuan, Sam Yue was lying flat on the ground, on the verge of death. In return, he successfully entered a semi-conscious state and sensed the emergence of his dark ego. As soon as they faced each other, he started spouting nonsense, using honeyed words to get him to hand over control of his body. Then, seeing that his seduction didn't work, he painted countless terrifying images to threaten Sam. Sam Yue, beg me, because you're just someone who doesn't dare to face reality. What's the point of you fighting me? Think about what those ability users will do to you. You'll be living a life worse than death. They'll treat you like a pet, imprison you, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. So, just give everything to me. I will destroy everything for you and wipe out all those ability users. Although the words of fake Sam Yue were convincing and tempting, Sam Yue never fell for the trap from start to finish. More importantly, he knew clearly that the punk in front of him wasn't himself at all otherwise. It wouldn't have forgotten what Ah Thuan said earlier. Even if this world had no ability users, and everyone was normal, human malice, oppression, and exploitation would never disappear, because that is the very nature of humanity, and powers are only a small part that contribute to it. In the end, Sam Yue was not psychologically manipulated by the BS from his dark ego and successfully returned to the real world. Just like that. After a trip through his own head, our guy was finally able to stand up and challenge Liu Qixuan, which made him feel incredibly excited. Now that's what I call interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, the villains have already started unleashing their own hunting dogs. The child of God took one look and knew these guys were no joke. A guard had barely glanced at that girl for a second before she held a blade to his throat, threatening him. What are you staring at? You think I don't know? Not only that, she used her supernatural ability to attack and assault him in broad daylight, despite him wearing a black collar. She didn't give a damn about anyone. Even when someone pointed a gun at her, she didn't show a hint of fear, continuing to beat the hell out of that unfortunate guard. Only when her teammates spoke up did she finally stop. After assigning duties and missions, they quickly split up to get moving. Soon after, one of them arrived at the management zone where Chu Shi was passing through, planning to ambush him. At first, Chu Shi sensed someone tailing him, but he never expected the guy to go this far. Not only did he brazenly attack from below, but he kept manipulating the buildings and infrastructure around them, dragging innocent bystanders into the fray and catching Chu Shi off guard. It took a moment for Chu Shi to realize the guy wasn't just attacking, he was intentionally shifting the buildings, as if he were trying to distract him and trap him in a labyrinth. Once he grasped the situation, Chu Shi decisively parkoured over the buildings to find an escape route. After all, he didn't have the spare time to play games with the enemy. However, this guy was no pushover. He could easily track Chu Shi's position and kept blocking his path by manipulating the structures to grab him. Damn, these two really are a match for each other. Instead of just fighting it out, they spent so long in a tug-of-war that Chu Shi began to find this whole game incredibly boring. How on earth did he end up right back where he started? Meanwhile, on the side of Su Ye's descendant, that white-haired youth finally encountered the person blocking his way, the pigtail girl on the bridge. Just then, the system suddenly issued a warning that the vacuum energy core couldn't function normally, forcing him to land early. On the other side, Bu Xinghuo quickly updated herself on the situation from Qin Tian and learned that this time, she had to face 4 mad dogs instead of just one, unlike Chu Shi and Su Ye's descendant. Even so, Bu Xinghua still looked ready to rumble, absolutely fearless, bring it on. She didn't care who they were. On the other hand, she understood that she had to buy time for Sam Yue's ability to awaken. If it was successful, she suspected Sam Yue might have long-range control powers just like his mother. The key issue is that the weakness of such ability users is quite obvious. At long distances, he can't seem to attack the enemy. So, the only ones capable of fighting these 4 mad dogs are her and Liu Qixuan. They were both wearing black collars, which reminded Bu Xinghua of the words her father had told her. 14 years ago, her father told her about how the 8 great clans were constantly active, rounding up people with black collars in the land of exile. In just 2 short weeks, they abducted over 1,000 people, mostly children. He had considered many possibilities, and they all pointed to one conclusion. Those abducted black-collared children were actually being used to deal with Bu Xinghua's generation. Back to the present, among the 4 of them, the first one to step up and challenge Bu Xinghua was the purple-haired girl. Xia Mei looked at the massive barrier in front of them and easily guessed that Liu Qixuan and Sam Yue were inside. Our target is in there. Wait for Xia Mei to finish off Bu Xinghua, and they'll come out on their own. No need to waste energy on her. Then you handle Sam Yue, and I'll just Liu Qixuan. I want to see just how strong the one rumored to be closest to God really is, or if those God-level professors like us are stronger. At the same time, inside the barrier, both Liu Qixuan and Sam Yue were unaware of the situation outside. Instead, they were trying their best to focus on their own personal struggle. Sam Yue had just been through a terrifying situation because he was almost possessed by the waste, but thanks to him, he had now awakened the ability to see through all things. Because he didn't know what the hell to call the guy who looked like him, he decided to call him Little Black. However, it seemed he didn't like that name very much. So he started acting out by trying to control Sam Yue's hand to force him to slap himself. Liu Qixuan, watching from the side, saw Sam Yue acting like a total moron and was speechless, not knowing what to say. Not only that, Sam Yue then pulled a real bonehead move, loudly declaring a challenge to him. "Bring it on, Liu Qixuan. I will definitely block your next attacks." Immediately, a series of electric arcs shot at Sam Yue. But unlike the first time, he was now able to dodge as smooth as silk, thanks to knowing the trajectory of Liu Qixuan's attacks. Now, Sam Yue couldn't help but agree with Little Black. He truly was a person who existed like an ant at the bottom of society, but without his desperate struggle to survive for the past 18 years, Little Black definitely wouldn't be here today. So, if we're talking about who is better at surviving, Little Black might not necessarily be better than Sam Yue. Moreover, this was the first time someone other than Athwan had been by his side. Although Sam Yue had improved a lot compared to earlier, being able to move flexibly and dodge all the attacks. In the end, his skills were still too green to take down Liu Qixuan. So, after a long struggle, Sam Yue was eventually caught and subdued by Liu Qixuan. Furthermore, based on the way Sam Yue dodged earlier, he easily guessed that Sam Yue had awakened his ability and could see the future. While those two were fighting intensely inside the barrier, the situation outside wasn't looking much better either. When Xiamei started fishing for information about Bu Xinghuo, we were given two missions. First, to capture the descendant of the god tier, Sam Yue, alive. Second, to take Bu Xinghuo's life. Satisfy my curiosity for a second, won't you? Tell me, why do those 8 great clans not want a high tier's life, but instead want the life of someone like you, a mid-tier? You're just a silver ring, after all. As soon as she touched on her trigger, the silver ring Bu Xinghuo couldn't hold back any longer and completely blew her top. What the hell are you babbling about? What's this just a silver ring crap supposed to mean? Seeing that her opponent was completely enraged, Xiamei even intentionally poured oil on the fire with a sickeningly fake, sugary tone, making Bu Xinghuo even more furious. She immediately unleashed a path of fire to shave off some of Xiamei's hair. Very quickly, both lionesses lunged at each other, clashing intensely. Although Bu Xinghuo launched vicious, direct attacks aimed straight at Xiamei, but she wasn't someone to be trifled with, constantly moving dexterously and easily dodging every move with great skill. Before long, she managed to get within close range of Bu Xinghuo. This forced Bu Xinghuo into close quarters combat. Not only that, but as the two were busy trading blows, Xiamei's foul mouth kept provoking and mocking Bu Xinghuo for being a pathetic silver ring. However, Bu Xinghuo didn't let her trash talk make her lower her guard. She remained alert enough to judge the situation and detected the dirty tricks of those 3 mad dogs up there. Not stopping there, Xiamei continued to play mind games, constantly provoking Bu Xinghuo to drive her insane. But this wasn't fun anymore. The beauty was pissed. Instead of continuing this cat-and-mouse game, the beauty decided to obliterate her with a single direct strike. You'd think Xiamei would be scared after getting served a beating, but no, she was still stubborn and begging for it. Ha ha ha. It's been so long since I've had this much fun. Bu Xinghuo, I have to admit, you are one of the most talented abilities among the silver rings. I think I'm starting to like you even more. Looking at how insane she was acting, Bu Xinghuo knew this fight wasn't ending yet. Furthermore, her cohorts watching from above were still very calm, without a hint of worry, as if they had predicted everything she was about to do next. In a different development, at a secret research base, the supervisors monitoring the cameras discovered another child with a black ring. Mutation successful. Very quickly, they headed to that child's cell to inspect. But before they could do anything, one of them was tackled and mauled by the child. Another guard immediately arrived and dealt with the child, pitifully. You could say this base was nothing short of a living hell for the black ring children brought inside. They were not only treated like lab rats, but were also physically abused every time they tried to escape. They were treated so poorly that no one cared. If they lost their lives, and after disposal, the children's bodies were treated like trash, handled carelessly to be incinerated. In the inhumane experiments conducted by these people, it took hundreds of children before one might successfully mutate. But this didn't mean that the successfully mutated child could safely live on, because the people here never valued the lives of those with black rings. If the children showed even the slightest sign of resistance, they wouldn't hesitate to kill them. And according to the old man working there, ever since this building was constructed, the incinerators here had been burning day and night for over 15 years without rest, and everyone in here had long since gone insane. After all, those with black rings were too naive, thinking that having powers could change their destiny, help them escape, and win freedom. But a black ring is always just a black ring. Back to Bu Xinghua's fight. Despite being severely injured and surrounded by walls of fire, Xia Mei was still stubborn and refused to submit. Seeing this, Bu Xinghua also lost her patience and immediately demanded that she hurry up and use her powers to fight. Only then did Xia Mei reply, "Who said I wasn't using my powers? No wonder I felt a foul stench in the air. Is this your power?" If I hadn't mentioned it, everyone would have forgotten that Bu Xinghua's foul mouth isn't to be underestimated either. Once she starts a war of words, no one can beat her. But unfortunately, in a moment of carelessness, she was unlucky enough to be hit by Xia Mei's attack, and was poisoned. Seeing that her opponent had walked into the trap, Xia Mei finally showed her hand. "Making me kneel for so long, it's finally your turn." It turns out that from the start of the fight, Xia Mei had intentionally gotten close to strike, so Bu Xinghua guessed her power was paralyzing the limbs through physical contact with the opponent. However, contrary to Bu Xinghua's guess, her true power was actually aging, a special ability that could destroy other powers. At this moment, one of her cohorts, Jiao Guang, suddenly remembered the time they met at the research base 18 years ago. Back then, both were just kids, aged 8 to 10, captured and taken to the compound. There, all the boys and girls had their hair cut short and were crammed into a cramped, miserable bathroom. Among the captured children, Xia Mei was the one who drew the most attention because of the mottled scars on her body. "That thing on your body, is it an infectious disease? How disgusting." Hearing that, Jiao Quang also looked over out of curiosity and caught the hateful gaze of the young girl. After that, they and the other Black Ring children moved to a large auditorium to be briefed on a project called the New High-Tier Creation Plan. And according to the adults, this would be the place to change the fate of those with black rings. The mutation experiment would stimulate the true potential of the children, thereby helping them escape their lowly status. They even promised that those who excelled and successfully mutated would be qualified to go to the heavenly human city. Faced with the delicious bait dangled in front of them, most of the children there were deceived and believed those sweet lies of the people here. And only a few smart ones like Jiao Guang and Xia Mei realized their brainwashing scam. Following that, they were all led to the dining hall to fill their stomachs before officially entering the mutation experiment process here. Jiao Guang was suddenly ambushed by little Xia Mei, who almost took out one of his eyes. "You think I'm a monster, don't you? If you look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Turns out Xia Mei was still holding a grudge about him staring in the bathroom, so she came back to settle the score. Luckily, security arrived just in time to taser her. Otherwise, Jiao Guang would have been blinded. Before leaving, the guard didn't forget to warn them that the experiment was scheduled for 1 hour later. "Don't waste your energy right now, just eat up. And if you have any thoughts of fighting, you know what to expect." Even though he felt the girl was incredibly reckless and aggressive, leaving her lying there like that didn't feel right, so Jiao Guang asked if she could stand up. As it turned out, the moment he touched Xia Mei, she immediately shoved him away and ran off, leaving him completely speechless. Seeing this, his friend Tian Lang nearby revealed that Xia Mei might have belonged to the Silver Fox gang before being captured here. Very shortly after, all the children were moved to a special area for duty procedures. Before officially entering the mutation process, perhaps their fates weren't finished yet, as the two quickly met again. At this moment, Jiao Guang explained that he stared at her because he thought she was incredibly strong, and that he didn't mean anything else by it. At the same time, he apologized to Xia Mei for touching her without permission at the dining hall. Hearing this, Xia Mei didn't show any particular emotion, and only reminded him to stay alive, then quickly stepped into the containment pod. Not long after everyone was settled, the mutation experiment began immediately, and of course, the process was not comfortable at all. It could even be described as excruciatingly painful. Although many children successfully mutated and awakened their abilities, in the end, only a few like Jiao Guang and Tian Lang made it through, the rest all perished. Luckily, Xia Mei also survived the trial and successfully mutated. Only after the process was completely finished did the staff dare to go in and check the results. According to them, this area had the best results, with 3 children surviving, while the 2 neighboring areas were total failures. However, this nightmare was far from over, because very soon after, all 3 children, Jiao Guang, Tian Lang, and Xia Mei, realized that even though they survived the mutation, they couldn't change their own destiny. They were simply being moved from one hell to another. Back to the present. The battle between Bu Xinghuo and Xia Mei seemed to be nearing its end, as Xia Mei was about to strike a lethal blow against Bu Xinghuo. If she were to bring her hand down, Bu Xinghuo would be meeting his ancestors immediately. In another development at the Han family, the little sister Han Yue didn't seem to stay put as her mother instructed, so she started causing trouble. The kid threw rocks at the security camera and somehow managed to knock down a whole house pillar. Not stopping there, this little terror also took the liberty of tearing off a steel door because she couldn't figure out the password, then proceeded to swipe her mom's supercar. Yue thought everything she did was a complete secret, but in reality, her mother had known everything all along via the security cameras. She even knew this little terror planned to steal the car to go to the exile lands to join the child of God. The assistant saw the situation and became extremely anxious, about to run to the garage to stop her mistress, but remembered that the family's cars were equipped with smart recognition systems, designed by Su Ya, so only the lady and the young master could start them. However, she never expected the lady to actually assist the young lady by opening all the recognition systems on the cars. Just as Yue was struggling with how to start the car, a mechanical sound from the car next to her suddenly rang out. Wilderness system activated. User changed from Han Ye to Han Yue. Not only that, as soon as the little one sat down in the seat, the system announced, automatically turning off wilderness mode, switching user from Han Ye to Han Yue, and switching to autopilot mode. Upon discovering the little one was under 18, after a series of mechanical system operations, Yue also discovered that the location of the exile lands had been preset on the dashboard. Immediately, the little terror resolutely decided to drive straight to that location without an ounce of fear. Meanwhile, Han Dong watched her daughter take the car but didn't stop her. She even indirectly helped her daughter leave the Han household. The assistant beside her saw the lady so indifferent and was extremely worried, repeatedly advising her to reconsider and stop the young mistress. Even though she knew her daughter would face danger, remembering her old friend WU YUE, Han Dong seemed determined to let Yue go, trusting that she would definitely help the child of God change the future. Very soon after, the little terror Yue successfully left the family's territory and officially entered the bustling city area. Although the lively scene outside was very tempting, she still realized that her responsibility in coming out wasn't to play around. Furthermore, the smart Yue also realized that this was no longer the controlled area as it used to be, because now this place belonged to the bad guys. Therefore, she was very cautious and chose to send messages to the group, including Liu Qixuan, to get support. However, she waited and waited, but no one responded. She started to get anxious. Just at that moment, the system in the car suddenly suggested a chat group that was set by default to share user locations. Wilderness mode suggests you directly check the location of your brothers and sisters. Only a moment later, the positioning system detected two familiar people, Liu Qixuan and Bu Xinghuo, nearby. So it immediately turned the car and took Yue to them, without explaining a word, leaving the girl confused. What the hell? Where are you taking me? In another development, the person sent to deal with Chu Si was also not receiving any responses from his accomplices, even though he had been messaging them frantically for his life. Quang, the mission you assigned me is complete. That guy was easier to deal with than I thought. Hey everyone, is there any AI here that can talk to me? Looking at the current situation, the young man started sensing something was wrong, but he tried to calm himself down, telling himself that Chu Shi couldn't possibly have escaped the maze and that he was safe here. However, life doesn't always go as planned. The very thing he feared happened immediately. Right after he finished his prayers, Chu Shi suddenly smashed through the window. Looking as cool and sharp as a god, he left the guy feeling terrified and questioning reality. How the hell did you even escape my maze? At this point, Chu Shi didn't waste any time and laid it all out. You chose to intercept me at the factory, where all the non-powered people are gathered. So I figured the object you're controlling can only sense the movement of superpowers, which is why I ran a little experiment. And the truth proved me right. The person you were tracking was actually just my clone. Looking at the blade pressed against his throat, along with Chu Shi's affectionate gaze, the guy realized his luck had completely run out. He was done for, and there was no way out of this one. There was no point in crying over spilled milk anymore. After that, Chu Shi forced him to spill some information, like how many accomplices they had in total. Why were you here alone? Where are the others? And most importantly, why do the black-collared people have superpowers? However, because Chu Shi didn't choose to finish him off right away, this slippery guy saw a chance to pull a stunt, using his powers to destroy a nearby workers' building. He forced Chu Shi to choose between continuing to hunt him down or letting it go to save the workers wearing black collars. Out of options, Chu Shi had to choose the latter. After all, many lives were more important. As soon as he confirmed Chuxi wasn't chasing him anymore, he dared to call his accomplice, Ta Ya, who was in a fierce fight with the robot boy. Liu Qixuan, what is it? I'm busy. Ta Ya, the situation has changed. I'm coming to find you now. Just don't interfere with my game. Looking at the situation, it seemed like the robot boy was being cornered by this woman, as his systems continuously issued a series of warnings. Energy core activation failed. Signal error. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving Liu Qixuan, Chu Shi quickly commanded his mechanical beauties to guide the black-collared people to safety. He himself charged straight into the crumbling building to rescue them. Since the structure could collapse at any moment, he had to use 100% of his internal energy and his powers to get everyone out as fast as possible. Even if it meant running until he was completely exhausted, there was still a large group trapped. Luckily, the robotic birds arrived just in time to assist. Just like that, in no time, Chu Shi and his robotic birds managed to get all the workers out before the building collapsed. Unfortunately, a little girl was still trapped inside due to a mistake by her mother. Seeing this, Chu Shi immediately ran over to the woman to ask for the exact location, and then quickly charged back into the ruins, hoping to rescue the child before it was too late. Meanwhile, inside the collapsed building, the child was fortunately still alive, having hidden in a sturdy storage room. But with the leaking water rising rapidly, the child would soon drown before Chu Shi could save her. Furthermore, the only exit was blocked, so it was impossible for the child to escape on her own. She tried her best to reach up and grab a hole in the ceiling, but unfortunately failed. Instead, she fell straight into the water. Perhaps due to extreme panic, she kept struggling, accidentally making herself sink deeper. Just when it seemed like she was about to pass out, Chu Shi arrived just in time and saved her from the jaws of death, then successfully carried her out of the ruins. Talk about having the ancestors watching over you. After comforting the child and telling her to find her mother, Chu Shi felt relieved to leave and deal with the next targets. In another scene, the robot boy was being relentlessly cornered by the woman named Ta Ya. Even so, he didn't waver and was determined to fight this woman to the bitter end because his core mission was set in his system. Suzhan. Warning. Blocker detected. Stop attacking and leave. Warning. Failure. Do not repeat. All powered individuals aside from Sam Yue and WU YUE can be handled. However, just at the crucial moment when he was about to deliver a finishing blow to end the opponent, the energy core in his hand malfunctioned. One after another, the other energy cores were disabled, making him unable to continue attacking Ta Ya. Looking at his struggling state, with absolutely no threat left, Ta Ya became even more smug and arrogant. The reason she was this confident in her victory was her power to neutralize machinery. She then decisively launched a fatal blow to finish off Suzhan, but luckily, he reacted in time and forced a system shutdown before she could use her powers to destroy his hardware. Seeing this, Ta Ya was incredibly shocked because she didn't expect a machine like him to be able to resist her powers. She even wanted to dismantle him to study what was inside the son of the master weaponsmith, Su Ye. However, before she could make a move, the supercar carrying the tech genius Han Aolei suddenly pulled up. Elsewhere, Liu Qixuan had now guessed the power that had just awakened in Sam Yue, which was seeing the future. That was why he could avoid his attacks so easily. But right at this moment, Sam Yue unconsciously saw the future of Liu Qixuan, where he was stabbed by an enemy and blown to pieces. He immediately lost control and demanded that he absolutely must not go outside, or he would lose his life. However, faced with Sam Yue's strange behavior and the prophecy about his fate, Liu Qixuan didn't seem to care much. Instead, he began to doubt whether his powers had truly awakened. Even so, Sam Yue insisted that he hadn't seen it wrong. Although it was only for a split second, he was truly about to be stabbed by the enemy. That is why she begged him not to go out right now. Seeing this, Liu Qixuan fell silent, as if he half believed in Sam Yue's prophecy, but as a favored son of the heavens, and a man hailed as the closest being to a god. How could Liu Qixuan possibly shrink back just because of some small fry outside? You could say that in his more than 20 years of life, this guy has never been afraid of anyone. He's the type to welcome a challenge and fight head-on. The more Sam Yue tried to stop and warn him, the more excited he became, dying to head outside and see who on earth had the guts to try and finish him off. Meanwhile, outside, in a small corner where no one was paying attention, a subordinate of Qin Tian was secretly observing the fight and reporting back to him via radio. Qin Tian, the tide of the battle has turned. The silver ring is being beaten by the black ring and has no strength left to resist. Hurry, if you don't get here, things are going to get out of hand. As soon as he received the intel, Qin Tian wasted no time and immediately set his plan in motion. He started by using the Black Bear Gang's name to distribute supplies to the residents of the exile land, luring them toward the battlefield. Sure enough, this trick of his worked perfectly. In just a short amount of time, he had gathered a huge crowd. He must have known exactly how desperate and starving the people of the Black Ring district were. That's why he risked using the gang's supplies as bait. The people, seeing such a massive windfall, lost their minds. They didn't care about anything else and frantically chased after Qin Tian's supply truck. The crowd just kept growing bigger and bigger, seeing the massive swarm, chasing right behind the truck like a relentless army. A subordinate riding with Qin Tian nervously asked him if it was really a good idea to reveal the location of the supplies to that mob. He was terrified that if the big sister of the Black Bear Gang found out, they'd all be on their way to meet the King of Hell together. Qin Tian, if the big sister finds out, she'll chop our heads off and put them on a shelf. She'll chop your head off, not mine. Seeing this slippery guy, trying to distance himself from the blame so quickly, the poor guy had no choice but to sit in a corner and pray for himself. Thinking back to the intel from his subordinate just now, Qin Tian felt even more uneasy, because in his entire life, he had never seen or heard of something so ridiculous. Bu Xinghuo actually couldn't beat the Black Ring? This was just too bizarre. Could the Black Ring be cheating? But if even a high-level fighter lost, then if we go there, our only outcome is to meet our maker. Even though his mind was still filled with worries about the life-and-death battle ahead, Qin Tian finally decided to take a gamble. He decisively ordered his subordinate to go full speed ahead with a to-hell-with-it attitude. Life and death are fated. What is there to be afraid of? At the same time, the battle between Bu Xinghuo and Xia Mei was drawing to a close. Xia Mei only needed to strike one more time, and Bu Xinghuo would be gone instantly. But before doing that, she wanted to preach to Bu Xinghuo. I always feel that the moment before passing away is the most beautiful moment for any human being, because only then are we all truly equal. After all, no matter how powerful your ability is, you can't change your own death. Don't you agree? Oh, sorry. I forgot you don't even have the strength to speak anymore. Hearing this woman's endless nonsense made Bu Xinghuo sick to her stomach. On the other hand, even though she was exhausted beyond belief, she still tried her best to ask for her name so that, at the very least, she could pass on with some peace. However, Bu Xinghuo hadn't even learned her name before drifting into unconsciousness. She even started hearing her father's voice calling her name. And just seconds later, Bu Xinghuo suddenly found herself back on the very first day she met her father when she was a little girl. That was also the first time in her life that she saw a golden ring being bullied and having his ear pinched by a silver ring. At that moment, the golden ring, the head of the Bui family, noticed her peeking from behind the door. So he took the initiative to greet her in an incredibly friendly and affectionate way, completely different from any other golden ring she had ever met. She was quite shy and hesitant. Perhaps Mr. Bui sensed Bu Xinghuo's caution, so he took the lead in showing her around, and kept making conversation to ease the tension. I'm not bragging, but I actually have quite a talent for growing things. All the vegetables used in this house are grown by my own hands. I'll let you have a taste at dinner tonight. However, Mr. Bui's endless chatter didn't really register with Bu Xinghuo. It was a long while before she gathered the courage to voice her inner turmoil. Why did you save me? It's a shame to leave such an interesting world at such a young age, isn't it? But I have no reason to live. At the very moment Bu Xinghuo felt most hopeless and desperate, Mr. Bui was the one who gave her the motivation to live, while also giving the girl a new identity, a new life. I don't have any children, so if you don't mind, after today, will you be the daughter of Bui Fai? Nguyen? Forget your past and become one of the Bui family. You don't need to be afraid anymore. No one will know you are still in Tianren City. I promise you that. Hearing this offer from Mr. Bui, Bu Xinghuo was deeply shocked, because she knew very well that Mr. Bui was taking a huge risk to protect her. Even the entire Bui family could be implicated if she stayed. However, Mr. Bui reassured her that it wouldn't happen, and if he had cared about the risk, he wouldn't have brought her home in the first place. Do you want me to do something for you in return? You must have an ulterior motive for agreeing to stay, right? Well then, in the future, please help me protect a child with infinite potential, just like you. Afterward, to help their bond grow, Mr. Bui happily led Bu Xinghuo to his vegetable garden and taught her how to harvest crops for dinner. During that time, she accidentally spotted a small, wounded bird in the grass. Realizing it had no chance of survival, she intended to let it pass quickly to save it from suffering any more pain. Seeing that, Mr. Bui quickly stopped the little leopard from harming the poor bird intending to use his ability to heal it. But in Bu Xinghuo's eyes, this action looked, "Are you kidding? You're basically roasting it. You're trying to turn it into charcoal, aren't you?" Mr. Bui, hearing his daughter say that, felt helpless and had to explain to her. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, yang, and sound. Anyone with advanced abilities can control certain elements to varying degrees, and in Heavenly City, those with advanced abilities are countless. But do you know why only a few ability users can become Grandmaster class? I believe there are two keys to mastering one's ability. Saying that, he used his fire ability to heal the bird, not only closing its wounds but allowing it to fly freely just as before. Watching the scene before her, Bu Xinghuo couldn't help but be amazed, for she had never seen anyone use their fire ability like Mr. Bui. She guessed this must be the legendary Resurrection Flame. It didn't harm living things, but instead healed all external injuries. Seeing Bu Xinghuo looked intrigued by this skill, Mr. Bui continued to lecture and share his experience. If you view fire as a destructive attribute, it will be a weapon to take your opponent's life. But where there is life, there must be death. Conversely, if you see it as a symbol of life, it can also save you from danger. In other words, how the ability works depends entirely on the user's heart. You can call it heart-ignited fire if you like. From that very moment, as the light of truth shone into her heart, Bu Xinghuo decided to inherit and pursue Mr. Bui's art of fire dancing. Afterward, Mr. Bui happily took her on a tour of the villa rooms and introduced her to Qi. At first, everything was truly difficult for Bu Xinghuo. She could only create a tiny flicker, while Mr. Bui often overdid it with his fire, nearly roasting her alive. However, Bu Xinghuo did not give up or lose heart. On the contrary, it made her even more enthusiastic during training, and to encourage his daughter, Mr. Bui clearly emphasized that fire is not your innate ability, so if you want to catch up to others, you must practice extremely hard. That was why, in the days that followed, Bu Xinghuo tried to pour all her effort into training her ability, crazily and incessantly. From morning till night, day after day, she worked relentlessly like a tireless machine. She did it just so her body could get used to the pain of being burned. She wouldn't even let Mr. Bui rest, insisting on dragging him along to train with her. Eventually, she mastered the heart-ignited fire. She no longer felt the pain or burning sensation from fire, but even with this small achievement, she wasn't satisfied, even though Mr. Bui advised her not to push herself too hard, because even if she couldn't master the heart-ignited fire, he still believed she would become an outstanding ability user in the future. However, in Bu Xinghuo's own mind, she had long felt that she was not talented enough to grasp the wonders within, but it was too early to give up. So, she asked her father to continue teaching her, and naturally, Mr. Bui was very pleased with her eagerness to learn, so he readily agreed. In the days that followed, Bu Xinghuo dived back into training like crazy. Regardless of day or night, even while eating, bathing, or sleeping, she didn't dare to neglect a single second. Because Bu Xinghuo's fire ability training became increasingly dangerous and prone to losing control, potentially causing fires, so Qi heavily invested in buying dozens of fire extinguishers just in case. Otherwise, one day this huge villa would be burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. After that, even though she continuously failed to develop her fire ability skills, Bu Xinghuo never seemed to intend to give up or feel discouraged. Instead, she became even more tenacious. If the first time didn't work, try a second time. If the second didn't work, try a third. And if that failed, try a fourth. Just like that, Bu Xinghuo experienced countless failures to achieve one satisfactory result. Time flies like a wild dog running across a field. In the blink of an eye, it was Bu Xinghuo's 10th birthday. So her father, along with Qi, organized a small party to celebrate. Mr. Bui also took this opportunity to give her a pair of new hairpins to replace the one that had broken earlier. "My daughter, since the one you usually wore is broken, I asked a friend to make an identical one. He is the greatest weapon master in the city. I had to beg him for a long time. Do you like them?" Faced with such care and concern from her father, Bu Xinghuo became even more determined, promising not to let him down and definitely to protect that child for him. But Mr. Bui advised and explained that this was a gift for her to protect herself, not for the sake of others, that he was giving it to her. However, the beautiful dream didn't last long. In the blink of an eye, the entire illusion of her father and Qi, before Bu Xinghuo's eyes, began to vanish into the darkness. She was terrified and panicked, chasing after them despite the tangled vines around trying to hold her back. Finally, after much struggling, Bu Xinghua finally caught hold of them, but immediately after, they dissolved into nothingness once again, plunging her into despair. But a miracle happened at that very moment. Bu Xinghua actually managed to erupt with intense fire ability in the pitch-black night. She even began to hear her father's words of encouragement from long ago. Like an untamable flame burning bright, your destiny is now in your own hands. Although she is not the protagonist, the beautiful Bu Xinghua is still favored by the author, who granted her a flashback heal power. This time, Xia Mei is in big trouble. Meanwhile, Xia Mei was still innocent, thinking that Bu Xinghua had been taken out. So she carelessly turned her back and walked away. It wasn't until her accomplice, Zhao Guang, warned her from behind that she realized something was wrong, but it was too late, because Bu Xinghua had grabbed her leg in time and unleashed a blast that shook in all directions, to the point where even Liu Qixuan and Sam Yue, inside the barrier, could feel the intense shockwaves. They guessed that, in all likelihood, Bu Xinghua had started fighting seriously. More importantly, Sam Yue was now absolutely determined not to let Liu Qixuan die. Because I wanted to hold him back, I purposely tried to stall him. But Liu Qixuan seemed to have figured out my intentions and warned me. Don't use that brainless head of yours to imagine my end. I, Liu Qixuan, have never been afraid of any bastard out there, because everyone who wanted my life has already been reincarnated. Meanwhile, over here, after being blasted away by the explosion, Xia Mei hadn't even gathered her senses before the beautiful Bu Xinghua stepped out, making a comeback as fiery as free fire. The queen has returned to the court. Clear the way for her, you guys. Only then did Zhao Guang realize the severity of the problem. They had truly underestimated and looked down on Xinghuo's abilities, which is why they ended up in this state. Furthermore, Xia Mei's greatest weakness regarding her ability is a lack of information. Once an opponent becomes wary of her touch, the opportunity is lost and she loses her advantage. On the other hand, Bu Xinghuo's ability to break through a desperate situation is truly astonishing. So much so that he had to suspect that this kind of monstrous strength couldn't possibly be just silver rank. And perhaps this is related to her becoming a target for the 8 great families. It didn't stop there. Although Xia Mei was seriously injured, she was still stubborn and wanted to continue the battle with Xinghuo. Zhao Guang knew clearly that in her current state, she was guaranteed to lose, so he advised Xia Mei to reconsider. But seeing the determination in his teammates' eyes, he was helpless and had to let her have her way. Afterward, she answered Bu Xinghuo's earlier question. Listen carefully this time. My name is Xia Mei. It's too ordinary and doesn't suit me at all. Despite chatting happily with her opponent like this, Xia Mei knew that her current physical condition was absolutely not okay, because she could clearly feel the pain of every part of her body crumbling. However, by some miracle, she felt happy about this, instead of feeling desperate when facing death. Very quickly, Xinghuo took the initiative to challenge Xia Mei once more to decide the winner. After all, she was still feeling a dull ache in her chest from Xia Mei's earlier attack. If it dragged on, she wasn't sure she could hold out. Moreover, she didn't want others to see her in such a pathetic state, especially Liu Qixuan. Back to 18 years ago, a shocking event that shook the heavens and the earth took place at a location called Liu Yue Manor, attracting countless attention from the public and the press. At that time, the reason was that Liu Qixuan's ability had created an incredibly powerful storm, affecting the weather of an entire large region. You have to understand that those who awaken abilities that cause such extreme weather phenomena are extremely rare and unique. Only a few god-level individuals recorded in history had the ability to turn the tide like that. Because of this, many people at the time were certain that Liu Qixuan would be the 4th god-level recorded. Even WU YUE, who was present at the scene, implicitly confirmed this, even though she always despised the existence of things called loops. For those of us inside the walls, thanks to the loops, we can openly exploit and suppress others, as well as occupy the majority of this society's resources. As long as the loops exist, twisted desires and meaningless slaughter will never end. The loops are a lie told by a select few. Unfortunately, I am one of them. So, WU YUE looked forward even more to Liu Qixuan breaking out of here, instead of becoming another person just like her. Of course, in a dog-eat-dog society, placing one's hope in breaking the rules on those who benefit from them is considered quite naive. Not to mention that directly threatened the interests of other high-ranking families. Therefore, not everyone agreed with WU YUE's perspective and demands for reform. To this very day, there are still some typical people, like that woman with short hair named Shi Cheng Dai, who still looked down on her and showed utter contempt whenever mentioning the things WU YUE tried to do before she was ousted. Even that ghost member was the same. After all, they were both loyal hunting dogs for the Lin family, not the Wu family. This time, the guy called Ghost came back here just to remind Shi Chengdai to remember one thing. No monster is willing to return to its cage after experiencing the freedom of flying outside. If she continued to bet everything on the black loop test subjects, she might lose both her mind and her life. Seeing she didn't say anything, he continued to lecture her and try to talk sense into her. In reality, no matter how many you build, you cannot fight against those with abilities. Monsters and humans are fundamentally different. A genius with an ability like Liu Qixuan will only use her superpowers while using her abilities, then gradually develop to the maximum. But there is only one outcome for her monsters when using power indiscriminately: death. Do you understand what I mean, Shi Chengdai? She wasn't stupid. She clearly understood his words. This was a direct slap to her face, so she was extremely angry and immediately questioned him. I told you to give me more time. You can't even do anything useful to stall those idiots in the council room, and all you know is how to stand here and mock me? It took a moment for her to realize she had been a bit clumsy and lost her composure. But because of this strange behavior, the guy called Ghost noticed something unusual about her. Could it be that she had found a special body? Returning to the battle between Bu Xingguo and Xiamei, both seemed to be nearing the end, as Xiamei was determined to give her all to fight to the death with Xingguo. Even her teammates could see her point of no return intention. The kid holding the teddy bear next to them saw this scene and felt extremely anxious, begging the senior next to him to stop Xiamei. However, the one called Tianlong was incredibly impatient, immediately shouting and threatening him to stay quiet. You fool! How many times can you save her? She won't be grateful to you. Even Zhao Guang, standing there, didn't reach out to help, instead silently accepting this fated outcome for Xiamei. What else could the rest of the team do but wait and see? Furthermore, Xiamei had now unleashed all of her energy, covering an entire area with her ability. If anyone jumped in to interfere now, there would be nothing left of them. As for Bu, seeing the brilliant purple display before her, Bu Xingguo felt no fear at all. On the contrary, she remarked how beautiful Xiamei's ability looked. With that, she immediately used her own fire ability to incinerate everything around her, intending to send Xiamei off to the afterlife just in time for her rebirth. However, at that critical moment, Bu Xinghua was sneak attacked by the brat holding the bear, while Zhao Guang took the chance to rescue Xiamei and quickly turned to flee. Zhao Guang, how is Xiamei? Is she still alive? She's still alive. Sorry, Dodo. You've been through a lot. Following that, Zhao Guang immediately contacted another partner of his, Liu Qixuan, and ordered him to get to the exile lands as fast as he could to treat Xiamei's wounds. After all, they still had to finish their primary mission as soon as possible and get back to the lab. But before Zhao Guang could even figure out his next move, a swarm of Black Ring refugees suddenly rushed toward the containers behind him, leaving him completely baffled. He had no clue what the hell was going on. Amidst the chaos, a young subordinate of Qin Tian managed to sneak through and successfully open the material storage, achieving the goal of their plan. As soon as they saw the pile of supplies before them, the crowd seemed to lose their minds, throwing themselves in like moths to a flame to fight over the goods. Screw you, this is mine, that's mine too, everything is mine. However, in the midst of that chaotic scene, a kind-hearted little girl accidentally noticed Xiamei's injuries and approached her. Seeing this, Zhao Guang immediately went on guard and asked what the girl was planning to do. Only then did the girl honestly reply that she wanted to share some candy, because if you have a sweet candy in your mouth, the wound wouldn't hurt as much. The innocent reply stunned Zhao Guang. But before he could even react, the girl was physically struck on the head by some guy. Not only that, he fired warning shots into the air and loudly threatened everyone around him. Drop all the food in your hands immediately. You aren't allowed to take so much as a single grain of rice. They then declared that from now on, all of these supplies would be taken over by the cannibal gang. Actually, Zhao Guang didn't want to get tangled up with these guys and cause trouble for himself, but one guy just loved to court death. He insisted on showing off and pointed his gun at Zhao Guang's head, threatening to give him a taste of lead if he resisted. Zhao Guang just thought, "Oh, I'm so scared of you. If you're so tough, go ahead and try." Seeing that unbothered look, the bald guy was even more furious. But before he could pull the trigger, Tian Lang, from above, used his ability to skewer him, sending him straight to his grave. At that moment, the chaotic looting and fighting temporarily stopped. Everyone there looked as if they had just found a new horizon, not only staring at Tian Lang in unison, but also hailing him as their savior, coming here to save us people in the exile lands. It left both of them, Jiao and Quang, feeling completely confused, having absolutely no clue what the hell was happening. Furthermore, the brat dodo reported that their target, Bu Xinghuo, had disappeared. It turned out that Qin Tian had taken advantage of the chaos to bring the injured Bu Xinghuo and flee the scene. Running to a secluded corner, Bu Xinghuo asked Qin Tian to put her down and leave before the enemy discovered them, but he refused to abandon her, because at that moment, he heard the sound of the barrier opening. This meant that Liu Qixuan and Sam Yue had officially entered the game. Oh my, is it this lively here? As soon as he appeared, Sam Yue frantically looked around, but since he couldn't see Bu Xinghuo anywhere, he was deeply worried, fearing that something bad had happened to her. Unlike Sam Yue, Liu Qixuan remained incredibly calm, because he knew for a fact that she definitely had a way to escape danger beforehand. Instead of worrying, he was more concerned with his opponent. No sooner had they faced each other than the foul-mouthed duo, Liu Qixuan and Tian Lang, immediately started bickering. Especially that guy Tian Lang, who was extremely volatile. No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed his ability to attack Liu Qixuan and Sam Yue. He didn't give a damn about the innocent Black Ring people caught in the crossfire. In fact, this sick freak was actually enjoying himself, watching people trample each other to escape his attacks. After playing around to his heart's content, he finally turned to challenge Liu Qixuan. "We've finally met. I've been waiting a long time for you." Seeing Tian Lang act like that, Zhao Guang immediately gave him a warning, because if he fought Liu Qixuan now, he wouldn't be able to guarantee Xiamei's safety. Regardless, you guys should be a little grateful. You know best whose child she is. Since Liu Qixuan suddenly mentioned something so cryptic, Sam Yue couldn't help but ask what the hell he meant. Why on earth would they need to be grateful to that girl? By this point, Liu Qixuan didn't bother hiding it anymore and directly revealed a shocking secret to him. Sam Yue, listen closely. Every single person wearing a black ring who can use an ability, they are all fed by the blood of WU YUE, which is why they exist today. Because this was beyond anything Sam Yue could have imagined, he was temporarily unable to accept the reality before him. To make matters worse, that freak Tian Lang intentionally goaded them to trigger the mad dog temper in Sam Yue and Liu Qixuan. Oh, it seems the Son of God doesn't know yet, huh? Do you need me to explain it to him personally? Shut your dog mouth. After that, Sam Yue turned to ask Liu Qixuan's Huyen once more, as if to confirm. So, you mean the source of our abilities comes from my mother? Then, what else is there that I don't know? Since Sam Yue would have to face these things sooner or later, Liu Qixuan decided to tell him everything he knew. Actually, back then, when WU YUE was imprisoned, the Lam family proposed, researching WU YUE's immortal ability so that many people could extend their lifespans. Except for the Liu family, which refused to participate. Every family sent a special class ability user, but unfortunately, the experiment was a failure. The 7 test subjects who received WU YUE's blood not only failed to achieve immortality, but they turned into something neither human nor ghost, basically walking corpses. Afterward, the lab shifted its focus to the people of the Black Circle, a place with a denser population and easier control. Even Liu Qixuan couldn't have imagined that those scumbags would actually pull it off. On another note, Liu had investigated the lab's location many times, but unfortunately, up until now, they haven't been able to find a single lead. Upon hearing this, Sam Yue was completely traumatized. You have to understand, in the ranking of the 8 great clans, the Liu family's total strength stands at 3rd place and has never fallen, even though the rankings have shifted twice. Clearly, the status and power of the Liu family is nothing to scoff at. If even they can't do anything but watch, then Sam Yue definitely can't do a damn thing right now. The more he thinks about it, the more helpless he feels, wondering just how terrifying the heavenly human city is and how exactly they rule over everything. Furthermore, he realizes the truth. Liu Qixuan, Bu Xinghuo, and the others are protecting him, which obviously makes them enemies of the heavenly human city. But how on earth can their meager strength stand against such immense power? Sam Yue can't even handle his own situation right now, let alone protect everyone and liberate humanity. Seeing him starting to waver, Liu Qixuan immediately warned him not to believe their bullcrap. The only reason the enemy sent these people here was to break his mental defenses. He also reminded Sam Yue of their mission, to break the unjust rules that control this world. However, Sam Yue doesn't give a damn about those rules. He only cares about one thing, his mother. Throughout all these years, he has always dreamed of her and knows she is waiting for him. That's why he must save her at all costs. Seeing the determination in Sam Yue's eyes, Liu Qixuan finally felt somewhat relieved, even though he knew that relying on him at this moment is a long shot. But at least with this guarantee, everyone will surely try their best to make it a reality. For now, their job is to take down these black circle guys to extract information about the lab's location. They must know where the lab is, right? So we'd better catch them and interrogate them. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Let's get to it. The guy, Tian Lang, standing nearby heard this and thought, "Oh, I'm so scared." Just as both were getting fired up, a bird cursed by the heavens popped out of nowhere and took a big dump right where Liu Qixuan was standing. Even though Sam Yue quickly realized it and pushed him away, it was too late. Liu Qixuan still got bird poop on him. The guy immediately froze, thinking, "What the hell is this? Damn it." And just like that, the trio Su Zhan, Chu Si, and Han Ule arrived to complete the 5 Supermen squad. "We're here." Back to when Bu Xinghua was fighting, Chu Shi, after saving the Black Circle victims, finally got a message from Han Ule. And upon learning that this 4-year-old girl had taken her brother's place to help protect the child of God, he couldn't stay calm, immediately asking for her location to go provide backup. At the same time, the little rascal Han Ule had reached the bridge where Su Zhan and Ta Ya were fighting. Luckily, thanks to the high-tech gear of her vehicle, she landed safely before getting yeeted into the sea. Meanwhile, Ta Ya was still processing what the hell was going on when Han Ule immediately jumped in to attack, leaving her no time to react. Luckily for her, her accomplice, Liu Qixuan, arrived just in time and dragged her away, successfully dodging Han Ule's strike. However, looking at the destruction caused by the girl's terrifying power, both of them knew this wasn't going to be easy. Han Ule, on the other hand, looked very annoyed because she missed her target, but luckily, Su Zhan reacted quickly and realized she was an ally. Immediately, he used his telepathic positioning ability to scout the surroundings and quickly discovered the enemy's presence as well as Liu Qixuan's ability, so he warned Han Ule to watch her footing. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Liu Qixuan used his ability to destroy the bridge's structure, aiming to sink them into the sea. But since Su Zhan had already predicted this, he reacted in time and pulled Han Ule to safety before that section of the bridge completely collapsed. Even so, they were still in a tough spot, stuck in the middle, unable to go forward or retreat. To make matters worse, the bridge was heavily damaged and would collapse in about a minute. According to Su Zhan's observation, the estimated distance from their current spot to the safe area above was quite far. Furthermore, if he fell into Ta Ya's control, he would be forced to power down, but her abilities didn't pose any threat to Han Ule, so he planned to throw her over first to ensure her safety, on the condition that she found a landing spot herself. There was only one chance for this. As soon as Han Ule understood and agreed, Su Zhan tied a rope to her, ready to launch. But who would have thought? He hadn't even taken off yet when he was pulled back due to an unforeseen reason. The weight limit was exceeded. The guy looked at the little rascal Han Ule like, "What the? Seriously? What the hell, kid?" Just then, another part of the bridge collapsed, making the situation even more difficult. Out of options, both had to go with a last resort plan. Meanwhile, Ta Ya and her accomplice Liu Qixuan took advantage of the chaos to slip away. But before they could leave, those two, Han Ule and Su Zhan, used their cool ride to jump across the bridge. However, Ta Ya wasn't about to let them get away that easily, so she used her ability to mess with Su Zhan's machinery, and even the vehicle didn't escape her grasp, falling straight into the sea. However, before Ta Ya could even celebrate, Chu Si arrived, not only saving the little troublemaker Han Ule and Su Zhan in time, but also taking those guys down in a flash. To stop them from escaping, Han Ule quickly used a rope to tie them up like 2 sausages. She didn't forget to warn them, "You'd better stay put and don't try any funny business. If you dare use your powers, I'll beat you until your heads look like pigs' faces." However, right after that, Chu Shi suddenly pulled Han Ule aside and demanded she go home immediately. "You did a great job today, but this is enough. You should head back now." The little girl was stunned, completely bewildered. She was like, "What the hell? This old guy praises me and then kicks me out just like that?" The truth was, many years ago, before anything happened to Han Ule's brother, Han Ye, the 2 siblings visited a mountain temple to see Chu Shi while he was training. "Why are you still standing there? Go say hello to Chu Shi." "What's wrong? You don't want to call him uncle? Fine, call him sir then." After teasing his little sister, Han Ye sat down to chat with Chu Si, bringing him some vegetarian snacks from home. Initially, Chu Shi didn't want to accept them, but under the pressure of Han Ye's constant yapping, he had to take them, or he'd be stuck listening to his friend nag until tomorrow morning. Of course, the reason Han Ye traveled such a long distance wasn't just to drop off snacks. He actually wanted to tell Chu Si something important about Han Ule's powers. They might disappear in the future because, as Han Ye observed, Every night after darkness falls, she becomes just like an ordinary person, with no powers at all. Deep down, they both knew that Wu Yue was being targeted because of her immortality. Beyond that immortality, power, territory, and every conflict until now had stemmed from human greed, and Han Ulei's powers, now about to disappear for no apparent reason, was a critically rare case of power loss. That's why he was worried that once this truth was discovered and exploited, the consequences would be unimaginable. She might even become the second Wu Yue or a victim of this power struggle. Therefore, after finishing everything necessary, Han Ye decided to find Chu Shi, because after all, they had to wait 2 more years for the day of the prophecy. Before that, he would try to investigate the cause of the power loss, and Chu Shi had to help him keep this a secret. As soon as he heard that, Chu Shi immediately understood the importance and the danger of the situation. So, before sending the 2 siblings off, he didn't forget to tell Han Ye to stay safe, not knowing that this would be the last time he saw his brother healthy and whole. It wasn't until he received Han Ye's final letter, asking him to look after Han Olei, that Chu Shi knew something terrible had happened to him. Back to the present, Chu Shi was still trying to convince the girl to go back to the Han estate for her own safety. But the situation didn't look too good because it was clear this little troublemaker had no intention of listening. On the other hand, He realized there was no way to go back the way they came, so he decided to temporarily let Han Ule join them, and later, he would have the car's system take her out through another exit. And on the way back, Chu Shi would keep updating the situation and calling until she reached home safely. However, Han Ule immediately rejected his request to get into the car and countered, "Chu Shi, can you see me as an independent person? I know what it means to fight, and I understand the consequences of losing. Above all, I decided to come here after careful consideration, so please don't treat me like a friend's little sister who needs to be coddled. I am a high-level esper, Han Ule, and I volunteer to be the guardian of the child of God in my brother's place." In that brief moment, Chu Shi seemed to see his own shadow from the past, flickering through Han Ule. Seeing that he was still hesitating, the little girl immediately used her most powerful weapon to attack his final line of defense, tears. She started crying. Game over. With no other choice, Chu Shi finally had to give in to her. But in his heart, he silently apologized to Han Ye. "Well, keeping her by my side counts as looking after her, right?" Very quickly, the three of them, Chu Shi, Han Ule, and Su Zhan, hopped into the car, getting ready to head to Sam Yue's location. But before they could even get comfortable, the smart car suddenly started acting up. It didn't just turn off the autopilot. It also started throwing a tantrum because they hadn't paid any attention to it, almost letting it drown. First time in my life, seeing such a snobby car. Everyone was speechless. Even so, little Han Ule was still very optimistic. "It's okay, it's just the autopilot. Besides, we have brother Chu Shi here now." She innocently turned to ask Chu Shi to drive, but what no one expected was that Chu Shi didn't know how to drive at all. Finally, they had to let Su Zhan drive while he sat in the back chanting prayers. Driving mode 2.0 loaded successfully. Driver Su Zhan started the countdown to start the car. Seeing a robot drive like this for the first time, little Han Ule felt incredibly excited and couldn't help but ask, "Do you have an internet connection in your head? Can you look up knowledge you want to learn right away?" "Yes, that's correct. That's awesome. Su Zhan, you're like a high-end computer that can move." Hearing that Su Zhan was so versatile, Chu Shi immediately took the chance to ask him to unlock Liu Qixuan's phone to dig for more information. Elsewhere, every move of the Jiao Guang group, Liu Qixuan, Ta Ya, Xia Mei, and Tian Lang, had been monitored from the start by someone with the clairvoyance ability from the 8 great families, without them even knowing. The hybrids are too weak. I don't get what Shi Chengdai is thinking, spending so much money to raise such pathetic losers. So useless. Seeing the clairvoyant lose patience like that, the demon beside him reminding him to keep observing and wait, since the show their master was waiting for hadn't even begun yet. Hearing that, the guy with the clairvoyant ability smelled some drama and started pushing him for more info. At this point, the demon guy stopped holding back, revealing that the master had handpicked the 6 of them personally. However, the specifics were still kept under wraps, and even trusted insiders like him didn't know much more. Though he didn't say it out loud, deep down, the demon guy was actually incredibly frustrated. There must be some skills and special connections between these 6 that I'm not aware of. Every time we talk, they never give me a straight answer. They just tell me to keep guessing. Even the management of the lab was handed over to an outsider. Seeing this maniac about to lose his cool, the guy with the clairvoyant ability had to make up an excuse to keep monitoring them so he could leave and avoid being a punching bag. Back to Sam Yue's side, the trio of Chu, he, Han Ule, and Su Zhan finally arrived. bringing along Liu Qixuan and Ta Ya, who were tied up like a bundle of snacks. Even though they were only just reuniting after a long time of being out of contact, given the immediate situation, Chu Shi and the others silently understood that now wasn't the time to catch up on the past. Aside from the guy Liu Qixuan, who had just had a bird poop on him, almost everyone had no complaints. At this moment, Zhao Guang realized his two partners had been captured, but he didn't rush to deal with it immediately. Instead, he silently signaled the kid Dodo to go find Bu Xinghua, then secretly signaled Tianlang. Instantly, all three, Sam Yue, Liu Qixuan, and Chu Shi, felt the murderous intent from those two, so they quickly warned Han Yulei and Su Zhan to be careful and keep a close watch on the hostages. They were not to let go of the ropes under any circumstances. Meanwhile, just before Sam Yue could guess Liu Qixuan's next move, he was already one step ahead of the kid, setting up another lightning barrier for protection, while he himself charged forward to combat the next enemy. After that, Tianlang used his ability to attack them while trying to create a distraction to save his two partners, but Han Yulei noticed in time and blocked his scheme. Still, he didn't care much and just focused on attacking Liu Qixuan. Unfortunately for him, Liu Qixuan was no pushover, so almost all of his attacks couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. After trading blows from a distance, the two guys immediately switched to close-quarters combat. Like real men, they had to settle things with their fists. If you punch me once, I'm definitely punching you back. In short, neither of these two would admit defeat. Hand-to-hand combat was one thing, but their trash-talking game was just as vicious. They kept bickering, neck and neck. Whatever trash you've got, just bring it all out. Don't waste my precious time. What are you acting so arrogant for? You think I'm scared of you? And just like that, the two kept fighting harder and trash-talking louder. Initially, Tianlang planned to use his black dust ability to ambush Liu Qixuan, but it was his bad luck that Liu Qixuan was sharp enough to notice and counterattack immediately. Don't think that turning into a dust demon means you can fool me. You're still way too green to take me down, kid. After that, Liu Qixuan didn't hesitate to rush forward and deliver a massive punch. This hit was so powerful that the building behind him seemed to have been destroyed. Naturally, Tianlang was also seriously injured after taking the hit and looked quite salty about being outmatched. If I hadn't been distracted, trying to control the dust and deal with the other three, there's no way you could have hurt me, you son of a bee. Right after that, Tianlang pulled the iron rod out of his body and immediately stood up to keep fighting Liu Qixuan. But this time, he was a little smarter. Instead of locking onto one person, he aimed for his two partners and dragged them away while Han Yulei wasn't looking. On the other hand, because Han Yulei was holding the rope tightly, when he dragged the other two away, the girl was also dragged along. Luckily, our little troublemaker was fine and quickly reacted to the situation by using her strength to pull the hostages back. There was no way she was letting that guy Tianlang get his way. Furthermore, Su Zhan, who was by her side, immediately ran over to help, so things were temporarily under control. However, in the heat of this intense struggle, the old wound on Han Yulei's shoulder suddenly tore open and started bleeding. Su Zhan, standing right next to her, could see that the wound was becoming serious, so he suggested she unbutton her shirt so he could perform emergency first aid using his healing mode. However, Han Yulei immediately refused and demanded he keep it a secret until she defeated the enemy. Seeing how stubborn this kid was, Su Zhan reluctantly agreed, deciding to respect her position. With that, both of them had to fight fast and hard to end the battle. At the same time, Chu Shi wasn't having an easy time either, as he had to fight the enemy while keeping an eye on Sam Yue and Han Yulei, to make sure they weren't in danger. Meanwhile, Sam Yue, protected by Liu Qixuan's barrier, wasn't feeling comfortable at all, because his dark inner self had appeared and started using manipulative, vile words to mess with his head. How annoying, Liu Qixuan. This arrogant guy completely looks down on you. He traps you in this 1 square meter cage, labeling you as someone weak. Who just knows how to stand by and watch? What are you waiting for? Don't you want to prove it to them? You see that what I'm saying makes perfect sense, right? As long as I appear, this whole act will end right here, right now. Seeing Sam Yue silent for a long while, his dark inner self thought he had been persuaded. But who would have thought this kid Hang Dio wouldn't buy into any of his bullshit at all? Despite that, he still had a clear head, enough to distinguish right from wrong and argue against his point, insisting that it wasn't just in his head, it was the truth. I'm the weakest one here. That's undeniable. Their target should have been me from the start. In reality, they They clearly knew he was the weak link in this battle. Yet when they didn't have the numerical advantage, they still stubbornly chose to face the strong ones head-on, leaving him standing on the sidelines. Logically speaking, that was truly idiotic. Furthermore, since the battle began, Sam Yue had felt a strange, uneasy sensation. Every time he looked into Zhao Guang's eyes, he suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Liu Qixuan while they were both still inside the barrier. At that time, he had vehemently tried to stop Qixuan from going out because he had foreseen his end, but Qixuan just calmly replied, "I'm willing to trust what your eyes see, but open your eyes wider and look closer." Keeping words like that on your lips all the time is just bad luck. Roughly speaking, Qixuan meant, "Yeah, it's scary, I guess, but I've never been afraid of any bastard, so I'm not scared at all." Just then, that dark ego saw Sam Yue muttering to himself like a total loner. So, impatient, he stepped forward and asked, "What the hell are you talking about? Explain it clearly to me right now. You're too noisy. Get the hell away from me." Seeing Sam Yue act so tough all of a sudden, the dark ego had to back off. At this moment, with that psychological ghost gone, Sam Yue seemed to see into his own heart and realized his own worth. He wasn't actually the useless person he claimed to be. However, just as he had realized this new truth, Sam Yue was suddenly pulled into an illusion, separated from reality. Looking at the eerie, ruined landscape before him, he felt incredibly tense and fearful. But more importantly, Sam Yue couldn't figure out why on earth he had suddenly ended up in this god-forsaken place. While he was confused and didn't know what to do, he accidentally touched a substance that looked like black dust. Sam Yue immediately guessed that it was highly likely that because he hadn't mastered his powers yet, he had slipped into this bizarre dimension. Not wanting to just sit there and take it, he decided to take a gamble and explore the surroundings to find a way out, and that's when he came across a child. Although Sam Yue felt the child's presence was quite strange, he couldn't help his curiosity and approached him, speaking up to warn him, "Kid, this is a place for ability users. So, there's danger here. You need to follow me and get out of here right now. Can you stand up?" The moment he finished speaking, a warning alarm blared loudly. What's more, no matter how many times he asked, the kid didn't react at all, making him feel even more anxious. "Hey little brother, you have to leave here with me. Hurry." However, the very next second, the alarm suddenly stopped. Not only that, but the child, who had been silent and motionless, suddenly spoke, leaving Sam Yue completely stunned. "To be able to enter the fifth layer of my consciousness, you don't seem as weak as you look." As soon as he heard the kid say that, Sam Yue immediately let go of his hand and asked vigilantly, "Who are you exactly?" The kid didn't seem to have any intention of hiding it, so he told him directly that his name was Zhao Guang. Saying that, he raised his face and looked straight at him, intentionally revealing his dual-colored eyes, and at the same time, he revealed a shocking truth. He was actually a child of the gods, just like him. While Sam Yue was still overwhelmed, unable to process all this information, the kid suddenly life dragged him into another dimension, claiming this place wasn't suitable for talking. Just a few seconds later, the two of them suddenly appeared in an old warehouse. It was the place where Sam Yue used to live with his brother, Thuan. Looking back at the warm, familiar scene, he couldn't feel happy at all, because of that kid's attitude. "Oh, I see. So this warehouse is the safe place in your consciousness. Honestly, this place isn't much different from my room. It's just as cramped as a box to keep toys in." Finally, Sam Yue couldn't take it anymore, and demanded that he stand up and not touch Thuan's memento, which was this sofa. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of gunfire. Even though it was only for a fleeting moment, it clearly stirred up the painful memories he had buried for so long. "Sorry about that. I made you remember unhappy memories. Let's continue our chat, shall we?" "Chat with your head. What the hell are you playing at with your eyes, huh?" Suddenly, Sam Yue got aggressive. The kid was a bit startled, but he still denied it vehemently, claiming he didn't understand. However, Sam Yue directly exposed his scheme. "You're lying. You're clearly just stalling to keep me here, right? This place isn't your consciousness, and it isn't mine either." Even now, the slippery little kid was still acting innocent, and innocently asked Sam Yue back, "Why would I need to keep you here? Because you know that only I can see through your tricks." Immediately after hearing Sam Yue say this, the kid finally couldn't argue back anymore, which proved he had hit the nail on the head. Although he still didn't know exactly what the kid's ability was, if what his eyes saw wasn't the truth, he would choose to trust his other senses, such as his hearing to pick up the sound of gunfire, and his sense of smell to pick up the metallic scent of blood and the acrid smell of gunpowder. With that, he could easily determine that the kid in front of him was an enemy. who not only wanted to understand his environment but also intended to use his past to recreate a place just like his memories. Truly a dirty, underhanded tactic. At this point, the kid had no way to deny it anymore, but he was only curious about one thing. How was he able to figure it out so quickly? Hadn't he made it perfect enough? But the reason Sam Yue didn't fall for his trap was simply because, deep down, he hadn't had a safe place of his own for a long time. The phantom image of that kid finally vanished, which meant Sam Yue had successfully returned to reality to warn everyone that everything they were seeing right before their eyes wasn't real at all. Meanwhile, Bu Xingguo was gradually recovering her strength thanks to her rebirth flames. Qin Tian sat right beside her, keeping watch to prevent enemies from ambushing them. It was probably the first time in his life he'd seen such bizarre, magical fire. He couldn't help but be curious and kept sneaking peeks. Eventually, he somehow caught the affectionate gaze of Bu Xingguo. The poor guy instantly froze up, forced to feign concern. "How much longer are you going to need to heal?" "Of course it takes time," she snapped. "Do you think I'm made of steel or something?" Shortly after, Qin Tian calculated that from their current distance there was a high chance the enemy would find their position very soon. Luckily, his subordinate's car was waiting outside, so he suggested taking her away from the battlefield, to a safe place to finish healing. However, Bu Xinghuo immediately refused, because she guessed that guy Zhao Guang would definitely send someone to confirm if she was still alive, so she had to stay here to distract the enemy. Furthermore, Bu Xinghuo pointedly emphasized that it would be best for Qin Tian to leave as soon as possible, because if he stayed, he'd just be a burden and get in her way. Even though Bu Xinghuo had a sharp tongue, Qin Tian knew deep down she was only saying that to push him away, to protect him from getting involved, not out of any real malice. But right then, they both suddenly sensed an abnormal aura and immediately went on high alert. They readied themselves for battle. But when they saw it was just a tiny little kid, they were stunned into silence. What the hell? Was there some mistake? Back to Sam Yue. He finally realized the chaotic space around him, and everyone's images were just a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare caused by Zhao Guang's ability. Since his scheme was exposed, he didn't bother hiding anymore and stepped out to confront him directly. "You were able to figure out this is a dream? How clever. But the world before you is crumbling to pieces. Aren't you afraid? If it's just a dream, why should I be afraid? It seems your power is creating nightmares for others, isn't it? As long as the victim doesn't realize it, they'll be stuck inside and can't escape, right? But once the target realizes it's an illusion, they can break free from your control. Creating a dream for so many people must have its limits. That's why you created a dream within a dream, just to trap me, using so-called consciousness space to muddle my perception and buy yourself time. Am I right? In reality, according to Zhao Guang, his guess wasn't entirely accurate because he hadn't intended to use this shallow dream layer to hold them for too long. He just wanted to buy a little time to rescue his teammates from their hands. However, the one thing he didn't expect was Sam Yue's powerful awakening, because just 2 days ago, he was still a mere mortal. Yet today, he already possessed such incredible observational skills. Hearing that, Sam Yue retorted that this really had nothing to do with any special ability. Even if he wasn't an awakened, he still would have seen through the dream, simply because he didn't want to drag those around him into trouble. Arrogant brat. Either way, the dream space is ending soon. Sam Yue, it's a pity that our conversation so far has only happened in a dream. I hope to have the chance to speak with you in reality. And now, it's time to return to our reality. Sam Yue was thoroughly annoyed by his nonsense, but luckily, he didn't have to listen anymore. He returned to reality to wake his friends up. Immediately after, everyone finally snapped out of it. Even Tianlang recovered from the dream and wasn't actually seriously injured from fighting Liu Qixuan. However, what Sam Yue's group didn't expect was, these scumbags had used the dream to wound Han Ule and rescue their comrades. Perhaps due to the dream's effects, no one had noticed. Even Han Aole, when she was injured, didn't feel any pain at all. And it wasn't until they returned to reality that everyone finally realized. Seeing the youngest member of their group like that, both Liu Qixuan and Chu Si lost their cool and composure, dying to rush over and take revenge on those bastards. Meanwhile, Su Zhan quickly moved to support Han Ole, activated his healing, stopped her bleeding, and comforted her so she could calm down. While Sam Yue's group was in total chaos, the culprit was gloating over Han Aole's pain. It turns out, right from the start of the battle, everyone had unknowingly fallen into Zhao Guang's dream trap. By using a secret signal, he silently signaled that the fight was going poorly and they needed to enter a collective dream to stall them, allowing Tianlang to deal with the four of them. Liu Qixuan, Chu Shi, Su Zhan, and Han Ule while he handled Sam Yue himself. At first, when approaching Sam Yue at close range, Jiao Guang was quite complacent and dismissive because he didn't look like anything special. But when he was about to harm him, he was suddenly wounded by Liu Qixuan's barrier. This was something he truly hadn't foreseen, because in reality, very few people could use their abilities while in a dreamlike state like Liu Qixuan. Not only that, Sam Yue also started to react, making him even more shocked and forcing him to reconsider them both. Seeing that he couldn't handle Sam Yue and Liu Qixuan, Jiao Guang quickly moved to save his two teammates and ordered them to get up and leave immediately, because this collective dream had developed some issues and couldn't be sustained any longer. In fact, Jiao Guang intended to slip away quietly, but that bitch Ta Ya wouldn't just let it be. Perhaps out of pure spite for getting nabbed earlier, she deliberately fired her gun at Han Olay in retaliation. That was the exact moment Sam Yue, while in the dreamscape, suddenly heard the gunshot. Even though inside the dream, everyone, including Sam Yue, felt quite a bit of time had passed. But in reality, the entire event had only unfolded over a few short minutes. Back to the present. After preparing, that bastard Liu Qixuan announced to Jiao Guang that they could continue now. This meant the fair fight was finally about to officially begin. However, the situation now seemed to be at a disadvantage for Sam Yue's side because Han Ule was severely injured and had to be treated by Su Jian. Fortunately, he managed to provide emergency hemostasis for the abdominal wound, so it wasn't immediately life-threatening to the little girl. The more worrying issue was the shoulder wound. As soon as she realized how serious Han Ule's injuries were, Chu Shi felt incredibly self-reproachful, because he hadn't protected her as thoroughly as he'd promised Han Ye. Being a big brother but failing to watch over her, letting his younger sister get hurt, seeing her in pain, he felt helpless, unable to do anything but offer gentle comfort. Just then, Sam Yue quickly ran toward them to check on Han Ule, but before she could take a few steps, she was intercepted by the black dust from Tian Long, making the situation increasingly dire. Elsewhere, Qin Tian was also struggling with the stuffed toy, belonging to that brat Dodo to protect Bu Xinghuo. Even though it was just a toy, this thing had been buffed with an ability, so the force it dealt was actually quite impressive. In no time, it made physical contact with Qin Tian's face and knocked out one of his teeth. Nevertheless, he didn't back down. He actually got even more fired up to strike back. Damn it, you dare knock out my tooth? Today I'm going to show you what the true power of an 8-time consecutive champion looks like. I'll open your eyes. But just when Tian was about to throw hands with the stuffed toy, Bu Xinghuo suddenly blocked him and told him to look over to the side. Then he realized the kid's ability was empathy transfer, an ability with the property of shared damage. This meant the kid would also suffer the same damage as the stuffed toy. Although he wasn't the one directly taking the hits, Qin Tian finally understood why the kid's face looked like that just now. Bu Xinghuo also vaguely realized why that Jiao Guang sent this kid alone. It turned out he had calculated that they wouldn't have the heart to lay a hand on a child. On the other hand, she noticed that the kid didn't seem to feel the pain from that previous punch. To clarify her suspicion, Bu Xinghuo decided to probe, "Hey kid, what's your name?" However, the boy was likely still haunted by her insane demeanor from before, so he was too terrified to answer. Only when Bu Xinghuo promised she wouldn't use force did he finally open his mouth. "My name is Dodo." "Dodo, what's your last name?" "I don't have a last name." "Dodo, you saw how I handled your teammate Xiamei just now, right? If you don't want to end up like that, then leave here quickly." Due to moral boundaries, both Bu Xinghuo and Qin Tian didn't want to strike a child, so the two of them tried using gentle words to persuade him to leave. However, the brat was extremely stubborn. Not only did he refuse to leave, but he also said he had to deal with them to complete his mission. Qin Tian and Bu Xinghuo were left speechless because, obviously, with his meager strength, defeating two adults was harder than reaching the heavens. Qin Tian even put on a cold face, threatening to beat him, but he remained stubborn, declaring flatly that he wouldn't go anywhere until he defeated them. After that, Bu Xinghuo continued to persuade him. "If I'm not mistaken, using your ability too much will cause your body to suffer a violent rejection reaction, just like trying to use a plastic cup once to hold boiling water. Do you really understand what you're doing? Are you planning to throw your life away to deal with me?" Even after saying all that, the kid still didn't get it, and remained convinced that as long as they took down Bu Xinghuo, Sam Yue, Liu Qixuan, Xu Yan, and Su Jian, then Thien Nanthan would acknowledge their high-ranking status, and they would be adopted by great families and be able to live in a place full of ability users. Thien Han Tri Than. The kid was even naive enough to beg Bu Xinghua and Qin Tian to cooperate with him, promising not to hurt them anymore. Hearing that part, the two of them realized this kid was beyond saving. His mindset was just completely twisted. After a long speech without a single word sinking in, Bu Xinghua finally ran out of patience and flipped 180 degrees, from a gentle girl to a witch, scaring the hell out of both Qin Tian and the brat dodo. Enough talk. I guess I have to use the right-hand rule to teach this type of person a lesson. Although quite shaken, seeing Bu Xinghua about to beat the kid, Qin Tian still stepped in to advise her to calm down because, after all, he was just a child, under 10 years old. These thoughts were surely tied to his living environment. That's why he was like that. Let it go, if you can. However, Bu Xinghua was determined to settle this because her teammates were suffering out there because of her, so there was no way she would empathize with her enemy, even if the opponent was just a naive child. Furthermore, Bu Xinghua had stated her stance from the very beginning. She had no obligation to save any of them, so don't bring up some crappy morality to tie her down. You do it yourself, you take the consequences. That's it. Saying that, Bu Xinghua moved forward and used her fire of origin to deal with the teddy bear first. No matter how much the kid screamed or begged, she didn't stop. Even Qin Tian, standing by and seeing Bu Xinghua act so cold and decisive, couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, marveling that this girl was truly too terrifying. As a result, the happy teddy bear was incinerated by her flames into a pile of black soot. As for the kid Dodo, Bu Xinghua decided to leave him with Qin Tian, while she returned to the battlefield to support the others. Back with the rest of the group, Sam Yue being abducted was so sudden that no one had time to react. Not to mention that Han Ule was already severely wounded. Taking advantage of the chaos, that jerk Tianlang used his ability to control black dust to ambush the trio Chu Si, Su Zhan, and Han Ule to finish them off for good. However, Liu Qixuan wasn't about to let him get away with it. The moment he saw Sam Yue being dragged away, he lunged forward, grabbed Chu Si's weapon, and went to rescue him. "Hey you bastard, drop Sam Yue right now." Just as Sam Yue was falling and about to hit the ground, Qixuan managed to catch him in time and saved his life. "You just came back from the gates of hell, and you're still causing trouble. I only stepped away for a second, and you're already half dead. Don't let your guard down. We're still not out of danger." But no sooner had Liu Qixuan finished his sentence than that scumbag Tianlang attacked again. He only had enough time to shove Sam Yue out of the way before taking the hit himself. The kicker is, this scene was exactly what Sam Yue had seen earlier through his special eyes. In that split second, everyone wanted to rush in to save Liu Qixuan, but because they were blocked, they could only watch helplessly as their teammate went down. To make matters worse, Tianlang took this opportunity to snatch Sam Yue away too. This was a disaster. When Bu Xinghua finally arrived, she only found Chu Xi's sword left behind. Aside from that, there was no sign of anyone. She searched the surrounding area for her teammates, only to find a battered Liu Qixuan emerging from the rubble. Seeing him in such a wretched state, she immediately knew how brutal the battle had been. On the other hand, neither of them was in a good mood, having to reunite under such circumstances. One was bruised and swollen, while the other had holes in him. They looked like war casualties. More importantly, Sam Yue, Chu Si, Su Zhan, and Han Ule had been captured, and they were likely locked away in that bizarre structure over there. After a moment of contemplation, Qixuan decided they should find a place to rest and recover for now. After all, with what little strength they had left, they couldn't possibly rescue their teammates, and they'd just end up throwing their lives away for nothing. Once they found a nearby shelter, Qixuan told Bu Xinghua that Han Ule, the younger sister of Han Ye, had stepped in to join them in his place. But the poor girl had been seriously wounded by gunfire, and her current condition and whereabouts were unknown. Hearing this, Bu Xinghua felt even more helpless, knowing she couldn't save her own comrades, even though they were being held captive right in front of them. On top of that, the gloomy, rainy weather reminded her of some unpleasant memories from the past. "I hate the rain. It reminds me of the day we took our ability assessment test back then. The air smelled just as moldy and rotten as it does now. Do you remember what happened after the test that day? It was so long ago. How could I possibly remember?" "Oh, really? Well, thanks for forgetting that day anyway." Then, the two sat down to confide in each other to relieve the pressure. Liu Qixuan spoke first. "Our teammates are trapped, and here I am, wasting time. Why didn't you ask me why? You said they are our teammates. That means you care about their situation just as much as I do. In this situation, if you still want to rest, you must have your own reasons. So, This is perfectly normal. However, Liu Qixuan suddenly said he was afraid, which left Bu Xinghua feeling extremely annoyed. What the hell? Am I hearing things? A genius like you, Qixuan, actually feels fear? That's pathetic. That's when Qixuan explained further. He said he was afraid of losing control of himself, not of the enemy's strength. In reality, a long time ago, when he was just a child, Qixuan had awakened his ability. But the terrible part was that he couldn't control his power, leading him to hurt those close to him. So back then, everyone was terrified and looked at him like he was a monster. Theoretically, a person who controls their ability is worthy of being called an ability user, while those controlled by their ability are just slaves to it. So, for a long time, Qixuan had been suppressing his power discreetly, and even to this day, he is still terrified whenever he thinks about losing control or being dominated by his ability. But instead of empathizing with Qixuan, Bu Xingwo just found this whole thing ridiculous. She couldn't help but kick him a few times. Listening to your tragic story makes me want to puke. I can't empathize with you even a little bit. This is just like someone who eats 5-star meals every day, then complains, "Oh, I'm so full. I really don't want to wake up and have to eat expensive food at a 5-star restaurant again." How is that any different? How much is your ability actually suppressing you? 90%? Let me try that feeling of having infinite power for a while. If I could, I'd gladly take this misfortune off your hands for the rest of my life. The more she spoke, the angrier Bu Xinghuo became. It really is a case of the rich not knowing the struggles of the poor. Not stopping there, Bu Xinghuo continued to use her sharp tongue to lecture Qixuan, telling him that he wasn't the only one in the world living with guilt. If he didn't want the people who mattered to him to get hurt, he should be doing his best to protect them, not locking himself away like that. Besides, Sam Yue was certain that we would risk everything to save him. How much courage does it take to entrust your life to strangers you've only known for a few days? And what about us? Have we done anything right? I was easily provoked by the enemy's words, fought recklessly, and almost lost my life. Meanwhile, you're still stuck in the past, refusing to move forward with things as they are. Everything is falling apart like this, so how the hell are we supposed to win? Honestly, what makes us so damn sure that we'll come out on top? By rank? If rank decided everything, I alone would be enough to send those guys packing back home. But Liu Qixuan, if even we easily believe that rank determines everything, do we even have the right to change the world? In fact, it's not just you, I feel it too. Maybe the only one actually putting in 100% effort is Sam Yue, someone we all think is super weak, right? So, snap out of it already. Meanwhile, at the very top of the floating maze, the Jiaoguang group has fully assembled. However, perhaps due to overusing his abilities, Qixuan has started showing signs of exhaustion and is coughing up blood. Seeing this, Jiaoguang hurriedly rushes over to ask if he's okay, but is unexpectedly shoved away by Ta Ya. Back off. Stop pretending to care. Seeing his own teammate react so aggressively, Tianlong can't help but question the reason why. At this point, she doesn't care about being polite or wary of anyone anymore and spills the beans to everyone. It's because of Shi Chengdai. The lab manager has been sneaking around to meet Zhao Guang multiple times, and she doesn't forget to warn the others to be on their guard against him. I suggest you don't trust this good friend in front of you too much. Otherwise, you might not live for many more years. Actually, ever since the first time you met Shi Chengdai, you've been persuading Qixuan and Tianlong to research combining their powers. You said it was to prepare for emergencies, right? What use is this stuff really? Building a maze of this scale, you probably know best what's running through your mind. Faced with Ta Ya's exposure, Zhao Guang doesn't offer any defense or explanation, he just stays silent. Not stopping there, she turns to Tianlong and asks him about the times he and Shi Chengdai met in secret. Has he told you yet? Looking at that clueless expression, I guess not. Xia Mei is still lying there. And what about Dodo? Who do you think orchestrated all of this? Seeing Ta Ya getting increasingly heated and fearing she might lose control, Qixuan quickly intervenes and admits it himself. He acknowledges that he was the one who agreed with Zhao Guang to build this maze tower, especially since this place relies entirely on Tianlong's dark dust to function. Long story short, he really doesn't want to dwell on this anymore, because either way, Zhao Guang's heart doesn't seem to lean toward anyone. Hearing his childhood best friend being accused like that, Tianlang clearly doesn't want to believe it, so he asks Zhao Guang for his side of the story. But instead of clearing things up or explaining himself face to face, Zhao Guang makes an excuse to check on Sam Yue and leaves, which only makes everyone there feel even more cold and distant. But just then, Xia Mei, who had been unconscious, suddenly struggles to sit up and speaks. Let me tell them. Turning back to this side, it seems Bu Xinghuo's words have somewhat cleared Qixuan's train of thought, so he finally starts sharing more about his issues with her. When I'm exhausted, the risk of losing control is very high. Plus, I didn't sleep at all last night. Just how long do you want to sleep for? Just spit it out already. I don't know, but you should stay away from here, because after I fall asleep, I don't know what might happen. Before Qixuan's warning, Bu Xinghuo doesn't pay it any mind at all. She just finds him incredibly annoying because he makes such a big deal out of just taking a nap. Seeing this stubborn girl, Qixuan doesn't know what else to say to convince her, so he has to give her one last warning. Get out of here before he completely drifts off to sleep. Bu Xinghuo ignores the warning entirely and stays in the room with him. But very quickly, she regrets her impulsive decision because, right after Qixuan closes his eyes, a series of lightning bolts from the sky strike their room consecutively. Even more dangerous, Liu Qixuan is sleeping soundly without any reaction whatsoever, even though Bu Xinghuo is screaming her lungs out trying to wake him up. Damn it, this trip really went off the rails. At the same time, inside the floating tower, a conflict breaks out between Zhao Guang and the other 4 teammates. While Zhao Guang wants to leave and avoid rehashing this, Tianlong loses his patience and demands that Xia Mei reveal everything she knows about the relationship between Zhao Guang and Shi Chengdai. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the group including Sam Yue, Tu Zhan, and Han Ule are trapped in the maze, but fortunately, they are safe. They don't seem to have been affected too much by the recent battle, except for Sam Yue, who is the only one still unconscious. Initially, Han Ule was a bit worried, but according to Tu Zhan's assessment and observations, he is perfectly fine, just some minor external wounds. If there's really a problem, it's probably because Sam Yue is too weak. For a grown man, his muscle mass is way too low. Actually, the most terrifying person here has to be Han Ule. Remembering the previous battle, Tu Zhan immediately warns her about that dark dust. The more we resist, the tighter it squeezes. So, when it entered your body, you should have understood that better. Furthermore, you using your power like that to escape actually just makes your wounds more serious. Next time you face a surprise like that, you have to know your limits first. Although what Tu Zhan says makes a lot of sense, if given the choice again, the little troublemaker Han Ule would still choose to dive headfirst into it. Even if the wounds are worse, even if it's a futile struggle, she still has to try to know for sure. She doesn't want to just sit around and do nothing. Long story short, this girl is too stubborn she doesn't even listen to her parents, let alone a guy she's only known for 2 days. A moment later, Sam Yue finally shows signs of waking up. But because his reaction is so sudden, he headbutts Tu Zhan in the face, nearly knocking him out for the second time. However, once he calms down, the only people he sees are Han Ule and Tu Zhan. Thinking that Liu Qixuan and Chu Shi had ascended to heaven, Sam Yue couldn't hold back his tears. He even started hallucinating, believing this was paradise and that everyone, himself included, had become spirits in the sky. Seeing Sam Yue acting so unreliable, both Han Ule and Su Zhan were speechless. Honestly, if anyone saw this, they would never believe he's the son of God. Hey Su Zhan, when you were healing him earlier, didn't you scan his brain? Such a blunder. I forgot, the brain is also a vital part during the integrity check of a human being. How could you forget something so important? What if Sam Yue ends up intellectually disabled? It took a long time for Sam Yue to realize everyone was still alive. Even Liu Qixuan, who was blown away to the factory area, hadn't kicked the bucket. The reason was that the enemy's energy flow at that time was almost entirely focused on forming this floating structure and binding them, so the attack that knocked Liu Qixuan away wasn't lethal. Han Ule chimed in, advising Sam Yue not to worry too much because Su Zhan's analytical skills are incredibly sharp. If he said that, it means Liu Qixuan will definitely not lose his life. Furthermore, over half an hour had passed since they were captured, and this place was still as quiet as ever. This means those guys haven't planned their next move yet. Perhaps it's partly because that guy, Tianlong, used too much of his power at the time. Suddenly, Sam Yue remembered Han Ule's injuries, so he stood up, wanting to move forward to check on her. However, before he could take a few steps, he bumped his head against a massive boulder. He was way too impulsive, and even Han Ule couldn't stop him in time. Seeing Sam Yue's dazed, bewildered expression, Su Zhan explained the operating principle of the staircase in front of them. It doesn't allow people to leave the floor they belong to. Simply put, it's like a normal staircase, but without the function of allowing people to pass through. The matter here can sense people moving. Only Su Zhan is able to move freely. Han Ule added that it was thanks to Chu Shi that they were able to figure out the patterns there. Actually, after everyone was captured in the maze, Chu Shi had a very hard time dealing with the boulders and matter floating in the space here, because the structure of this building is completely different from the management area before, making him feel as if the situation back then was like being inside the belly of a monster. Meanwhile, Su Zhan was still working hard to treat Han Ule, so she was in much less pain than before, but seeing him struggle to find an exit made her feel even more worried and impatient. Chu Shi, it doesn't hurt that much, don't worry so much. Just looking up and seeing you like this makes me feel at ease. On the other hand, Su Zhan found it very strange that the enemy had left them there to heal and rest, so it was very difficult to analyze their true intentions. Afterwards, Chu Shi decided to head upstairs to check if there was an exit, while leaving Han Ule to be cared for by Su Zhan. With that, he set off immediately, so fast that Han Ule couldn't even react. Because of this, she misunderstood that Chu Shi was intentionally avoiding her. Seeing that, Su Zhan immediately reassured her that he actually just didn't want to show his vulnerable emotions in front of others. Returning to the present, after waiting for a while, Sam Yue finally met Chu Shi, one of the people who had contact and was close with his mother. Chu Shi said apologetically, "We're late, I'm sorry, Sam Yue." Sam Yue said gently, "It's okay." Suddenly, Sam Yue froze. He felt something strange with his body. He could no longer support himself. Sam Yue knelt on one knee. A voice echoed in his head, "Sam Yue, Sam Yue." Everyone is worried. "Sam Yue, are you okay?" Sam Yue shifted into his consciousness space. Sam Yue was being strangled by his own evil alter ego. Little Black growled in warning. "Who gave you permission to peek? Get back to where you belong," he mocked him. "Don't get your hopes up. They didn't come here because of you." Little Black leaned into his ear and whispered, "A useless person doesn't deserve to have teammates." Transition. Su Zhan called out softly. "Sam Yue?" He replied, "I'm fine. It was probably the influence of the dream earlier, so I have a bit of a headache." Su Zhan said anxiously, "Let me check you." Sam Yue replied softly, "No need." Sam Yue went silent, as if he was calculating something. He continued, "By the way, there are some things I want to tell everyone. If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I won't have enough courage to say it later." Sam Yue confessed, "I am not the person everyone expects." He continued, "Great power, infinite energy, or the ambition to save the world. I don't have any of those things." Sam Yue spoke quietly. "The reason I am standing here is because I was forced to, pushed by fate." Chu Shi, Su Zhan, and Han Ule didn't say a word. They just calmly looked at him, listening to those confessions. Sam Yue suddenly changed his tone to be serious as he declared, "If I have already stood here, I will never hide from the fight. I will try my best." Sam Yue vowed to become the son of God, that everyone expects. Transition to another location. Xia Mei was in a miserable state, her face pale and covered in wounds. Her hair was messy, and her clothes were torn. Xia Mei leaned on her hands and sat up, wearily sharing, "The new high rank was just an illusion that would never come true." Ta Ya looked over and clicked her tongue. Did this even need to be said? Only a fool would believe that. As soon as she finished speaking, a streak of black energy brushed past her. She laughed mockingly. "Look at my memory. Isn't there already a fool right here?" The previous attack didn't hurt Ta Ya, but it sliced off a few locks of her beautiful hair. The opponent warned, "The next attack will definitely be aimed at your head." Xia Mei lowered her head, feeling hopeless. "That's right. I once thought that just exposing the new high-rank scam would be enough to wake up and protect myself. What? More lies? And endless greed behind them?" Ta Ya frowned, glancing uncomfortably toward Zhao Guang. "What else is there?" Xia Mei's eyes darkened, her voice softening. "Do you all remember Ha Gui?" She drifted back into her childhood memories. Back then, she and Ha Gui were sitting and watching Zhao Guang and Tian Lang play basketball. Ha Gui excitedly shared, "Sister Xia Mei, it's my turn tomorrow." She smiled and encouraged him. "Don't be afraid. I believe you'll successfully evolve." The boy in her memory laughed and replied, "I'm not scared. I'll definitely succeed. I just don't know what kind of ability I'll have yet." Xia Mei asked curiously what kind of ability he wanted. That was 2 years after Xia Mei, Zhao Guang, and Tian Lang had successfully evolved, and a boy named Ha Gui appeared in the research institute. The boy made a gun shape with his hand, pursed his lips, and mimicked firing a laser beam. Isn't that cool? Perhaps because their names were so similar, Xia Mei always looked after him like a little brother. Just then, a security guard ran over and grabbed Ha Gui. "Hey Ha Gui, you snuck out again, didn't you? How many times do I have to tell you? This isn't an area you're allowed in. Go back now." The boy resisted. What's the big deal? After tomorrow, I'll be able to come here and play too. Dragged away, Hagui could only say goodbye to Xiamei. Sister, see you here tomorrow afternoon, okay? She waved, promising he must come. As he left, the boy still called out, wait for me, sister. From behind, someone spoke up to advise Xiamei. You shouldn't get too attached to that kid, Zhao Guang said coldly. Otherwise, it'll hurt so much when you lose him. In truth, Xiamei knew Zhao Guang's advice was right, but she didn't care much, responding, it's fine. Life needs a little hope. The truth was, back then, Xiamei was so desperate for family that even a bubble, which would pop with the slightest touch, felt like enough. The next day, she went to the basketball court and waited for a long time, but didn't see the boy. Still, Xiamei didn't give up. She stared blankly at the entrance, waiting. No figure appeared. She muttered, Hagui. She went to find the supervisor to ask about him. Hagui already finished his evolution? Really? The other person replied, yeah, I told you. He's fine. She pressed further. Then where is he? Why can't I see him? The man answered. He was taken for a more in-depth physical checkup. If the evolution results weren't good, why would he be chosen for an advanced checkup? Just relax. The checkup the supervisors talked about lasted for 4 whole days. During those days, Xiamei was like a soul lost. She ate alone and paid no attention to anyone. Suddenly, a boy appeared, making her slightly surprised. Hagui, he smiled softly. Sister, Xiamei lit up immediately. Hagui, what happened to you these past few days? Do you know how worried I was about you? Hagui suddenly said. Sister, I came to say goodbye, she asked in disbelief, her voice tiny. Goodbye? Where are you going? The boy said brightly. I'm going to change the world. I'll become the master of this world. Xiamei was confused. What crazy things are you saying? Hagui threw another piece of information at her. Sister, I can see it, he explained. The bodies of all ability users are rotting from the inside. Whether they are Black Ring Evolvers or natural-born ability users, I'm different. My body is very special. Hagui's ability was to see through physical structures. He asked Xiamei, Sister, do you know what this special thing means? A sense of dread rose up. She remembered. What is it? The boy smiled. I am the truly perfect ability user. I have the healthy, long-living body of a Black Ring user, and I can control abilities. This is evolution. Xiamei looked up, seeing him standing tall. Hagui seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right. Fear spread in Xiamei's heart. Before she could understand what he meant, she heard Hagui continue. Sister, Zhao Guang is just like me. He dropped another bomb. Hagui pointed to his own head and warned, You have to be careful. Hearing that, she immediately turned to look at Zhao Guang, while also faintly hearing a conversation between 2 researchers. The man said, We've developed a new series of pharmaceuticals. We can start letting the kids try them next week. The woman nodded. Yes, try to meet all the children's requests. The man replied, Of course. As they passed the dining table, the woman, named Shi Chengdai, glanced at a boy eating. The person being watched, Zhao Guang, lowered his head slightly to avoid her gaze. Immediately after, Hagui's voice rang in Xiamei's ear. I'm off. She startled and grabbed his wrist. Don't go, Hagui. Let's wait until we're a bit older and then leave this place together. The boy replied indifferently. I can't waste time here, sister. Hagui smiled and promised, Once I finish changing the world outside, I'll come back to pick you up. The next time she saw the boy, those eyes had lost their light. His legs were full of scratches, hanging suspended in midair. The energetic boy from 8 days ago was now just a soulless corpse. The wind blew, making his body sway. Tianlong passed by and saw Xiamei still staring at Hagui. He couldn't help but think, why is she still here? He stepped up to advise her. Stop looking. Even if you stand there forever, he won't come back to life. This is the end for anyone who tries to escape. She knew it herself, but she replied with a rambling, incoherent mumble. Too light. Tianlang glanced over. Huh? He scratched his head and walked away. Did she go crazy from the shock? Xiamei stayed, her hands clenched. She lowered her head, no longer looking at Hagui hanging outside. Only she knew she wasn't crazy. She was just waiting for a chance to verify her theory. Very quickly, Hagui was taken down and put into a body bag. Someone wondered, was this the mastermind behind the 1-5-person escape attempt? The person closing the morgue replied, Yeah. The other person lamented, So young, but so daring. The morgue attendant warned, Hey, watch your mouth. Don't drag me into this. The other man was indifferent. Just leave him here. It's late. We'll handle the rest tomorrow. A click echoed, and the door finally closed. Xia Mei had been hiding behind the door for a long time. She carefully stepped toward Hagui's corpse. She gently hugged his body bag, a single thought in her heart. Too light. Xia Mei screamed in pain as if she had lost her mind. Where are the organs? Where are Hagui's organs? Where are they? In the dark morgue, nothing remained of the perfect Hagui. Xia Mei disregarded everything and blocked her friend's path. Zhao Guang, tell me everything you know. Zhao Guang heard this and said indifferently, So, you went down to the basement? Go take a hot shower quickly. Don't let the supervisors notice anything unusual. But Xia Mei stubbornly refused to leave. Don't even think about lying to me. Zhao Guang looked as if he didn't understand. If you're asking why Hagui died, let me tell you. Anyone who tries to escape the organization ends up the same way, Xia Mei said, seething with anger. That's not what I wanted to ask, Zhao Guang said, suddenly changing the subject. Xia Mei, why do you think they keep researching so many black pills even in peacetime? He went on to explain, the more black pills an Esper possesses, the more unstable they become, which is why they constantly try to escape. The laboratories control. But instead of stopping, the research institute just keeps improving their techniques. Why do you think that is? Zhao Guang narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with provocation. Still don't get it? Let me spell it out for you. What the Espers are really trying to create isn't a murder weapon. It's a drug to help them live long, healthy lives. The murder weapon that follows orders is just a byproduct. Zhao Guang's voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. By nature, we are all the weaker party, serving those with a monopoly on power. The more perfect the power, the more you have to sacrifice for the one in charge. And the more perfect you become, the more you lose the ability to fight for your freedom. Until the day he died, Hagui still thought he had the strength to break out of here. A weed will always just be a weed, dreaming of becoming a giant tree. Hearing this, Xia Mei couldn't take it anymore. She slapped Zhao Guang across the face. She stepped back, her voice trembling with disbelief. How could you say that? Zhao Guang held his face in silence. Not knowing what he was thinking, Xia Mei, both heartbroken and disappointed, asked, What about you? Whose drug are you? He had once told her, Whose drug I am doesn't matter. You should be asking whether I'll turn out to be a poison or an antidote, he replied. So, what's your answer? She asked. He stood still, not answering her. Xia Mei spoke up. Oh, you don't want to answer? She asked with care. Does it hurt? Zhao Guang touched his cheek and said, It doesn't hurt. I've stopped chasing the answer because I've realized that true ignorance is not knowing what you want for yourself. Xia Mei suddenly reached out and took his hand. And what I want is simply not to lose anything else. Her voice carried a plea as she looked at Zhao Guang. Let's grow up together, shall we? Let's try our best to survive, okay? He agreed. Okay. A man walking down the hallway caught sight of something and frowned, saying, Who left this here? The person beside him replied indifferently, Just some kids messing around. In the middle of the hallway, a crushed bouquet of paper flowers was discarded without a second thought. While Xia Mei trained day and night, Zhao Guang was off rallying everyone. A young boy was stunned, having broken past his power limits. In the dream, Sam Yue nodded. Are you crazy? The boy hesitated. What if I can't wake up? Zhao Guang smiled encouragingly. You can do it. The boy regained some confidence. Okay. What do I need to do to cooperate with you? The research institute could bind their bodies, but it couldn't lock away their hearts. Xia Mei caught Zhao Guang heading out and thought he was going to see Shi Cheng die again. But mastering one's mind and body isn't something that happens overnight. Everyone was sprawled on the chairs, looking exhausted and lethargic. Xia Mei shouted, Alert! Zhao Guang, the surveillance is coming. Wake them up. If you don't, the consequences will be just like Hagui, a morning glory that fades by dusk. Liu Qixuan exclaimed, It worked! 2 types of powers can actually be combined. I doubt even a natural-born Esper could pull that off. Tianlong asked excitedly, Ha! Now there's no one who can stop us from becoming a high-level type, right? Liu Qixuan hurriedly chimed in. Zhao Guang, what do we do now? Zhao Guang pondered. If you fall into someone else's rules, you can only ever run in circles within their game. Liu Qixuan was confused. What are you talking about? Zhao Guang replied. It's nothing. You all did great. Thanks for your hard work. A while later, at the Research Institute's auditorium, the MC announced, And now, please welcome our outstanding Esper representative with a round of applause, Tianlong. Liu Qixuan cheered. Tianlong looks so handsome. Taya rolled his eyes. In a way, Tianlong is better suited to be the outstanding representative than Zhao Guang. But the higher-ups didn't pick Zhao Guang. That really was unexpected, isn't it? At Sung Xiamei crossed her arms, quietly observing Zhao Guang from head to toe. At that moment, Zhao Guang was busy building his own rules. Right after getting the mission, Ta Ya said, "Hey, I had to go through hell to get this." Liu Qixuan exclaimed happily. "Is this a ticket to Layla's fan meeting?" "Ta Ya, you're an angel," Tianlang snapped. "Hey, who gave you guys permission to go out and play during a mission?" Xia Mei called out to Zhao Guang, "Let's talk." She wanted to know why Shi Chengdai would let him participate in such a dangerous mission. Xia Mei lowered her voice. "Anyway, you Xia Mei remembered the time she asked whose drug he was. She realized her slip of the tongue and corrected herself. Anyway, you are more important to her than us, right? Why is she so comfortable letting you go?" Zhao Guang lowered his head and said, "Shi Chengdai is just a cog in this research institute. There are many things she can't decide. We are all just puppets. The only difference is who we serve," he added. "Besides, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have so much time to do what I want." Xia Mei probed. "Even if she can't interfere with the big decisions, but your name wouldn't be on the mission list unless you wanted it to be. Why go? To protect us?" Zhao Guang replied in a low voice. "Don't overthink it. You guys don't need me to protect you anymore." He commented to Liu Qixuan and Tianlang, "Each of you is capable of protecting yourselves. Breaking through and combining your powers ensures your value, so you won't be replaced by newcomers in the short term." He narrowed his eyes, looking serious. "I joined this mission just to satisfy my own curiosity. I want to see for myself if the child of God living in this place of exile will have their halo stripped away by this city of sin." Zhao Guang whispered, "Xia Mei, sometimes I have very dark thoughts. I hope the child of God falls into the image I've imagined." His voice carried a hint of malice. While everyone longed for him to change the world, he had long since become one of the countless sinners. That hope that everyone worked so hard to find. "They're just mindless shells," Zhao Guang said, his voice cold. "If that's the case, we won't have to feel so bad about it." Xia Mei looked surprised that Zhao Guang would think like that. She reached out and gently plucked a leaf from the light tree. The tree shivered, its leaves rustling softly. Zhao Guang added, "I suppose I do feel a little regret. When our time here comes to an end." Xia Mei looked confused. "The end?" She suddenly changed her tone. "Are you talking about the child of God? This will be our final chance to prove the value of the black ring," Zhao Guang exclaimed. "Is that so?" He fell silent, deep in thought. "I should have realized this sooner. Actually, it's not hard to understand. At first, the ability users experimented with the black ring because their bodies had a violent rejection to the blood of God. But as we pushed to break the limits of the black ring, in the lab, someone shouted, 'Got it! It's a success! Another breakthrough is happening.'" Xia Mei snapped out of her memories, bowed her head, and said, "That is everything I know." Taka and Curry T held him back, their faces full of rage. Curry T demanded, "Why did you lie to me?" Zhao Guang's tone shifted. "There's no more time. Curry T, take me to Sam Yue." Curry T slumped to the ground and slowly reached out, channeling her power. A door gradually appeared behind Zhao Guang. Tian Lang couldn't control his emotions. "Do you even consider me a friend?" Zhao Guang lowered his voice. "Once this is over, I will properly apologize to everyone." Scene change. In the restroom, an ability user with clairvoyance was stunned after hearing the news. His face turned deathly pale as he pieced everything together. Thick Thandai is just a puppet for Lum Dao Sin? So this special body, is it meant to be a vessel for Lum Dao Sin? Wait, that's not right. This is insane. I've never heard of Lum Dao Sin having any issues with his body. He scrambled out of the bathroom, still in disbelief. And why would Lum Dao Sin lie to his own brother? "I have to warn Lum Dao Sin immediately." Suddenly, he felt his body go numb. In the blink of an eye, ice covered his legs. He tried to stumble toward the door. No matter how hard he struggled, his entire body was locked tight by the ice. A thin mist appeared, drifting and shrouding the area. It carried countless snowflakes swirling in the air. At that moment, someone snapped their fingers, and a loud explosion rang out. His body shattered into pieces. They lay scattered on the floor. Scene change. Now, Sam Duet, To Tram, and one other person stood within the maze. To Tram suddenly screamed, "Sam Duet, watch out behind you!" Chu Hei thought to herself, "The enemy is here." As soon as To Tram's shout echoed, Olay turned her head. When the door opened, it revealed layers of more doors behind it, seemingly endless. To Tram cried out, "Sam Yue, don't go near it." Sam Yue silently probed the door with a guarded gaze. Chu Hei took the initiative. "Olay, Sam Yue, don't be reckless. I'll go in first to check." "If I'm not back after a while," Sam Yue interrupted. "Wait a second." Chu Hei was confused. "Sam Yue, are you serious? We can't just walk into an enemy trap without any preparation. Sam Yue frowned. This is strange. They could have attacked us directly. Why design such a complex environment? He walked toward the door, a long hallway, stairs, and orderly doors. Are they intentionally giving us a chance to talk and trade information? How? Sam Yue continued to step forward. Are they trying to make us experience the despair of seeing our teammates but not being able to reach them? No. It shouldn't be that complicated. Sam Yue looked stunned. He stopped in front of a red wall, staring at it silently, then suddenly laughed with arrogance. He turned to his teammates. Let's change the enemy's maze into our home court. Everyone. How? They asked. Sam Yue said, does everyone know how to play hide and seek? Scene change. Two men were suddenly caught in a massive thunderstorm. The man behind yelled, Brother Tian, we have to get out of here. This place is absolutely terrifying. Qin Tian looked up with admiration. Is this the ability of Liu Qixuan? Is he even human? Ha, I guess this is the limit of what a human can do with an ability, right? The man behind him was terrified. Brother Tian, this hail hurts. Qin Tian stood still in the middle of the rain, watching the lightning tear across the sky. Everything before his eyes seemed as if the world was responding to his call. Scene change. Manhwa shouted, Liu! A blast of energy shot toward her. Manhwa immediately shifted her weight and pivoted to gain momentum. She leaped to a higher spot, dodging the energy blast. Manhwa was shocked. Wind, thunder, fire. How much has Liu Qixuan's ability broken through? 100%? The energy blast pursued Manhwa. She immediately unleashed her fire-type ability to block the overwhelming force. Manhwa couldn't contain it. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted, and the energy blast shattered an entire wall of the building. Manhwa snapped, damn it! If he can't control this power soon, forget about saving Sam Yue. He's going to get consumed by it himself. She couldn't hold it back any longer. The energy felt like invisible blades, slicing through her skin. Manhwa's eyes flashed with determination. She whispered to herself, come on, Liu Qixuan, show me your resolve to not hurt your teammates. With that thought, she poured more strength into her flames, trying to keep herself steady while avoiding being swallowed by Qixuan's colossal lightning. She hoped he would succeed. At that moment, a green and white bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, right where Qixuan was standing, interrupting his attack. Manhwa froze. The rain tapered off. Where they had been fighting, thick smoke billowed. The building had become a ruin. Manhwa stood there, dazed, staring down. In front of her was a gaping hole. The first floor had been decimated, and the furniture was smashed to pieces. Dust filled the air. Manhwa looked up at the sky. The rain had stopped. There was a faint sound of footsteps in the wind. She guardedly pulled the two needles from her hair. Creating a weapon in a ruined corner, the ground beneath me started to shake. A split second later, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending a powerful shockwave. The door behind the pile of rubble burst open. Seeing this, Bu Xinghua let out a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, see? Still under control, right? Behind the door, Liu Qixuan stepped out with his sword in hand. His left arm was bleeding heavily. If you looked closely, you could see it trembling. His purple hair, soaked from the rain, was still dripping. Liu Qixuan panted heavily and said, let's go. At the same time, on the other side, Taya grabbed Liu Qixuan by the collar and screamed in frustration. I think you guys have all fried your brains doing these experiments. Is there anyone normal left here? Just let the earth be destroyed already. What kind of mission is this? It's nonsense. Liu Qixuan, wake up and come with me. The man she was grabbing asked with a weary expression. Go where? We don't even have a status. He looked at the frowning Taya and added, we're neither acknowledged by the ability users, nor are we pure black orbs anymore. Xiamei furrowed her brows. Not accepted by ability users, and not pure black orbs either. She slumped down, feeling defeated. No matter which path we take, it's all useless. Liu Qixuan gripped his ticket tightly. But it doesn't matter. At least my faith will follow me to the grave. Ta Ya angrily kicked him. Get lost. Ta Ya turned back and called out to him. Where are you going now? You aren't dead yet, so you're in such a rush to find a second death? Xiamei said in a low voice. Bu Xinghuo. Ta Ya was stunned. Huh? Xiamei continued. Hasn't she done it before? Breaking the deadlock, her gaze turned, determined. Why can't we? Ta Ya snapped. Fine. Go then. How ridiculous. Ta Ya was confused. I'm even more ridiculous, damn it, she muttered to herself. Why am I worrying about whether they live or die? Sooner or later, I'm going to get killed by these people. A hand gripped the door handle. Zhao Guang found it strange. Tian Lang pushed the door open. Before his eyes was nothing but a thick, dense fog. Taya felt annoyed. What the hell is this? Sujan lowered his head, remembering. Sam Yue, you said we're playing hide and seek? Sam Yue replied. Yeah. Just now, you said your energy core contains mist abilities, right? He suggested. Sujan, I want you to create a screen of fog. Sam Yue had an idea, a mist that could act as a guide for them. He laid out the plan for Sujan to execute. This mist can only appear in the 3 upcoming battlefields. It absolutely cannot spread anywhere else, to avoid being detected by the maze controller. Can you do it? Sujan nodded. Of course. Chu Shi pointed out a flaw in Sam Yue's plan. This method might confuse their vision, but once we make our move, the sound will immediately give away our position. Sam Yue spoke up. What we want to exploit is exactly that, the sound. He wanted to prove his plan was feasible. Su Zhan, with your current AI processing capabilities, you have that function, don't you? Su Zhan looked confused. Huh? Sam Yue bowed his head, deep in thought. Strong ability users are often too reliant on their supernatural powers, and they forget one simple truth. We are all human. Sam Yue clenched his fists. Ha! You can do this. Stay calm. Sam Yue, don't be afraid. You can do it. You are equal to them. What humans are best at is recording and replaying sounds, using every ordinary thing to create conditions that help them survive. The sound of Chu Shi's footsteps, Han Ule's footsteps, Sam Yue's footsteps. Volume spatial audio playback mode. Tian Lang heard the noises and frowned, turning his eyes to assess the situation. Humph. He looked the other way. There's sound over there too, it's everywhere. The 4 people, no, 71, 14. Chu Shi threw a punch, lunging straight at Tian Lang. Tian Lang couldn't react in time, his face taking the full force of Chu Shi's fist. Chu Shi followed up with a kick, sending Tian Lang flying forward. After that, he stood perfectly still. Chu Shi said in a deep voice, If my blade were here, but this is fine too. Let's play a game. At that moment, Taya also took a hit. She fell to her knees, clutching her stomach in pain. Ugh! Taya screamed in rage. Come out! Show yourself, you damn brat. Daring to play me with these circus tricks? On the left? On the right? No, that's not it. Where the hell are you? An annoyed voice rang out. Who are you calling a damn brat? I have a proper name, Han Ule glared. Now is the time to settle the score for the shot you took at me. Elsewhere in the maze, a terrifying explosion occurred. It turned out to be caused by Jiao Guang. He stood silently, staring at the chaos before him. In this game of hide-and-seek, Jiao Guang suddenly threw a punch. We are ghosts, and we are ghost hunters. Jiao Guang listened carefully. Sounds echoed from all 4 directions. Suddenly, he noticed something suspicious. A fist whistled through the air toward him. Luckily, Jiao Guang tilted his head and dodged just in time. He pivoted his feet, preparing to gain momentum. Jiao Guang stayed silent, pinpointing the enemy's location. He lost his cool for a second. You're right there. These petty tricks are useless. Jiao Guang opened his eyes wide, trying to find Sam Yue. Sam Yue lunged at him. Stop looking. I'm right here. Jiao Guang couldn't dodge in time and took a punch to the face. The blow made him lose his balance, and he tumbled to the ground by momentum. Sam Yue remained in a defensive stance. Looking calm and composed, he grumbled, Ow, that really hurts. At that moment, Jiao Guang sat on the ground, one hand clutching his face. He was stunned for a moment. It doesn't even hurt. Why doesn't it hurt? Jiao Guang scoffed. Is this your true strength? Aren't you supposed to be the child of a god? Someone like you deserves to be called her child? He lost his composure. What does it rely on? What does it all mean? Jiao Guang remembered what everyone used to say. Jiao Guang's ability is very similar to hers. Not just the ability, even his facial expressions look a bit like her. He's very valuable. He's the one who looks most like WU YUE. It's a pity he's just a black orb. That's right. No matter how much he looked like WU YUE, he wasn't the child of a god. Jiao Guang broke out of his flashback and curled his lip in contempt. Sam Yue's power, this kind of strength, can't protect anything at all. Once again, the sound rang out. Jiao Guang carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he took a stance and threw a punch. Even if it's weak, it doesn't matter how many times I throw it. At this moment, Tian Lang was going crazy, throwing one blow after another. He was enraged to his breaking point. He roared, Die for me. Tian Lang clutched his stomach, his face twisted in discomfort. The thick dust made him cough violently. That last move had cost Tian Lang too much energy. He wiped the streak of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Tian Lang smirked. So what if the golden orb experiment was a success? I'll prove that we a voice rang out. You're celebrating a bit too early. Tianlang looked up, his pupils slightly constricted. He couldn't believe Chu Shi was right above him, and just then, a sudden tornado erupted, sweeping everything away. Scene change. Outside the Starfire maze, Liu Qixuan is engulfed in smoke and dust. Qixuan reaches out, intending to use her Starfire ability to block it. Wait, she frowns. If she uses too much force to destroy it and accidentally hurts Sam Yue and his group, then what? She thinks. Before confirming their location, we can't act rashly. We need to think of another way. Scene change. Inside the maze. Xiamei exclaims in shock. What was that? An earthquake? Qixuan replies, no, it's probably a tremor caused by the unstable black dust. He is worried. How strange. Is the fighting situation over at Tianlan's side really that intense? Xiamei receives a call. What? The voice on the phone yells. Find the robot. Xiamei is stunned. Taya screams. Are you stupid, Qixuan? Don't you know there's a trap in the maze? Hurry up and find that robot. Taya snaps as her phone is crushed. Damn it. It was Han Ule. The girl quickly strides forward. Taya plants both hands on the ground, struggling to lift her body. She can only use the strength of her arms to drag her unresponsive legs. After a long struggle, Taya manages to sit with her back against a wall. She grinds her teeth in pain. My ribs are broken, that damn brat is as strong as an ox. I don't know what she eats to be that strong. If I'd known, I would have trained to combine my abilities too. Taya immediately changes her expression. So you finally crawled out, huh? Han Ule says nonchalantly. To deal with you, I don't need to use the mist. Taya sneers. It hurts like hell saying one thing but doing another. Huh? Why didn't you step out fair and square from the start? And now you're putting on this holier-than-thou act. People born with abilities like you just love to hide in the dark and play dirty. Han Ule grabs her collar, causing Taya pain. Ow, 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 she yells. If you've got the guts, just kill me. What's with all this torture? Han Ule hesitates. Taya mocks her. What? Have you never killed anyone before? You coward. Han Ule says in a low voice. No, I'm not going to kill you. Because, for me, this punishment is enough. Taya is stunned. What? Han Ule says, with your marksmanship, that shot could have taken my life. But you missed on purpose, didn't you? The girl releases her collar. Taya, I'm sparing your life today. The girl coldly warns, but if one day in the future, your gun barrel dares to aim at my teammates, I will definitely make sure you die without a burial place. In another part of the maze, Qixuan is struggling quite a bit. Damn it. Why didn't I realize it? He sits on a high point, looking down to observe the situation below. Qixuan turns pale, his eyes filled with fear as he sees the scene before him. Sujan is firing energy beams at Qixuan. He fires them in rapid succession, leaving Qixuan unable to react in time. A series of explosions occur. Finally, Qixuan is injured. He can't take it anymore and falls. Sujan steps on a sphere to gain momentum, reaching his hand out to lock onto his target, aiming straight at Qixuan. His face is cold as he flies fast toward him. Qixuan is terrified and can't take it anymore. He thinks, I'm not going to die here today, am I? Sujan stares at the sphere in front of him. A turtle shell? It turns out Qixuan had managed to hide inside the sphere just in time. He breathes a sigh of relief. That was close. Almost got blown to bits. Qixuan is still cautious. Where is that robot? Why is there no movement? Qixuan cannot help but be curious. He takes a deep breath and crawls toward a crack in the shell. Just as he peeks outside, he immediately jumps back in shock. On the other side of the crack, Sujan is already standing there. His cold eyes stare straight at him. Sujan, he shouts. Get out here. Qixuan trembles. No, this is crazy. If I can't even beat a human, how am I supposed to beat a robot? Why am I always so unlucky? He suddenly notices the crack. Wait, it's not like I have to fight it. Isn't it enough to just make the mist dissipate? Once the mist clears, the Jiao, Kuang fighting one-on-one definitely won't be a problem. After that, I'll head straight to Xiamei. She'll protect me. I'm so smart. Sujan is speechless. He stares at the turtle shell. Suddenly there's a sound. Sujan turns his head to look. The mist is clearing, and a black tornado is heading toward him. Scene change. Dark sky. It's raining cats and dogs, covering the entire bustling city. The traffic light signal control turns red, and a line of cars stops one after another. A woman is sitting behind the wheel, patiently waiting for the light to turn. That person is none other than Shicheng Dai. She presses a button to lower the car window, and turns her head to look outside. A series of news flashes play. 500,000 for one, 980,000 for two. Buy two, and get a chance to enter the lucky draw. So expensive. In the prize structure, there are VIP tickets to watch the match at the club. She sees a salesperson rambling. Of course it's expensive. Handsome, this is the number 4 battle armor, an identical version of the Son of God's. Furthermore, the prizes include a life-sized model of the Son of God. Don't you want to try your luck? A spectator asks suspiciously. Is he really the Son of God? I think. His performance in the match was pretty mediocre. The man next to him shouts, "Don't talk nonsense. Give me 4 of them." The man asks further, "Does it have the Son of God's autograph?" The salesperson replies enthusiastically, "Of course it does. All the shops on the street are packed with goods related to Sam Yue. Both sides of the street are covered in giant posters bearing his face, making the whole street feel like a world revolving around the name Sam Yue." The payment machine suddenly glitches, making the transaction impossible. Another announcement echoes. A tour of the route the Son of God participated in, for only 80,000. A staff member exclaims, "Hey, the cash register is overheating and freezing up. Help me change it." Just get on the bus, and you can experience it right away. There's a trip every 2 minutes. The bus is packed with people waiting in line to buy tickets. The introduction plays again. Our route will go straight to the competition site of the Haute Tunyan Club. Everyone, don't miss this opportunity. Shi Chengdai smiles. How lively. The traffic light turns green, allowing the vehicles to continue moving. You have requested to open the Lokash path. The system notifies. Command received. Lokash has been opened for you. Lokash, a short video application. It's all the rage among the youth in the management district. A voice comes through. According to the latest information we've just received, the child of God is currently trapped inside that structure. The newsfeed reports, the structure is shaking, can you all see it? Even God couldn't save him. If the child of God truly dies in there, I guess we'll all be witnesses to history. How can you be so cold? The streamer is so reckless, daring to enter the exile zone. Shi Chengdai orders the channel to be switched. The feed continues. It's reported that you once fought the child of God to a draw. Could you share your thoughts on that match? Actually, it wasn't a draw. I barely edged out a win against the child of God. I know everyone is very curious about him. Dear viewers, be sure to tune in to next week's tournament. I'll be participating too. I'll reveal more interesting things then. Shi Chengdai remains indifferent to that news. The channel switches again. The family conflict behind the hunt for the child of God, the protector's identity is revealed. She changes the channel again. The channel continues. The management district is home to us all. This is not a battlefield for high-level ability users to do whatever they want. The Celestial Clan must compensate for all the damage caused to us. Shi Chengdai, bored, changes the channel again. Reminiscing about the days when he was still alive. My heart left with him. Her son's behavior is a huge disappointment. Shi Chengdai types a command online. Is there any AI discussion about the Black Ring ability users? System receiving data. Searching for information. Please wait a moment. Information found. The Black Ring ability user refers to the child of God, Sam Yue. He suddenly appeared in public 2 days ago. She irritably shuts it off. System. Command received. Follow Shi Chengdai. She immediately hits the gas and accelerates her car. She speeds down the road through the cold rain. Special checkpoint, the Celestial Clan. The sight before her makes Shi Chengdai stop abruptly, her eyes wide with shock. Right in front of her, a person wearing worn-out clothes stands in the rain, waving and shouting as if to warn of something. That person points. We are just one bridge away from that place. She screams, "Why can't we help?" Shi Chengdai lets off the gas, slows the car down, and approaches him. She yells in despair, "How long until this era of giving power to one single family finally ends?" She screams, "Treating the lives of children like a game. Are we just going to stand by and watch?" She continues to lash out. How can you be so heartless as to swing a sharp blade at a child? A group that calls themselves the Celestial Clan, yet can't tolerate one child of the ancestors? She starts calling out, "Stand up! As long as a group of people dares to stand up, then more people will stand up with them." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows away a poster beside her. Shi Chengdai follows the poster with her eyes. The poster swirls in the air and flutters in the cold rain. It turns out the image on the poster is of Sam Yue. Shi Chengdai stops the car and questions her. "What do you want to do?" The old woman stops her call to action and slowly looks at the woman in front of her. She slowly removes her headscarf, revealing silver hair etched with the marks of time. The old woman says in a low voice, "As long as one more person with ideals is willing to stand up, we will still have a future." The old woman reaches out her wrinkled hands. Shi Chengdai remains cautious about that action. She falls silent, her eyes darkening as if calculating something in her mind. Shi Chengdai speaks up. The sun is out. Scene change. Inside the maze, Liu Qixuan speaks arrogantly. The fog has cleared. You can't defeat us. If you have any more tricks, just bring them out. Su Zhan replies calmly. Thanks. Liu Qixuan is stunned. What? Su Zhan smiles and explains. This isn't a trick to tease you. Sam Yue said, this is fog to guide our teammates. Su Zhan recalls Sam Yue's instructions. Even if the fog clears, don't be afraid. They will come. Liu Qixuan is momentarily uneasy. Guide what? What do you mean? Suddenly, someone unleashes a massive beam of purple energy. A deafening explosion erupts unexpectedly. The figures of Bu Xinghuo and Liu Qixuan appear out of nowhere. Shi Chengdai's car continues to cruise smoothly down the road. Her car slowly stops in front of a luxurious building. Bright lights shine from within. The man politely asks, Miss Titch, can I park in Zone B3? Shi Chengdai replies, Yes, sorry to bother you. The man answers, It's no trouble at all. A server's voice, Your coffee, ma'am. Shi Chengdai opens the door and calmly walks inside. She frowns, her gaze fixed on the interior. It's crowded inside. A professor stands among the crowd, speaking in a low voice to many listeners. Shi Chengdai quietly pulls up a chair. She sits down next to Lin Daosheng, remaining silent and focusing on every word of the lecture. Mr. Lam. Shi Chengdai seems to have something important to say. She turns and says softly, I have something important to discuss with you. Lin Daosheng signals for her to continue. Shi Chengdai clenches her hands and replies softly, Yes. The bell signals that the lecture has ended. Lin Daosheng orders Kiki. Take the professor home safely. He says, Yes, master. Kiki gently asks the professor, Our master hopes you can come next week to host another workshop to share your thoughts on the book. I don't know if you have free time next weekend? The professor agrees. Of course. Sharing my thoughts on the book with Mr. Lam is my honor. He is pleased. That's great. Professor, watch your step. After a while, Shi Chengdai gets straight to the point. Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Lam. I know you've used my experimental drugs to create a completely new squad within the Celestial Clan. She wonders, are they silver ring or gold ring? They were already perfect. Shi Chengdai pleads, Given your personality, the test subjects must at least be if you already had a better choice. Then you should have used your own people. She bows her head, her voice worried. For an important mission like bringing back the child of God, shouldn't you choose a squad with a higher chance of success? She hesitates, her timid eyes looking up. Immediately, she meets the probing gaze of Kiki. Lin Daosheng gently sets his empty teacup on the table. He smiles. All right. Refill the tea. Kiki replies, Yes, master. Without delay, the teacup is immediately refilled. Shi Chengdai continues. You want to capture the child of God, isn't it also to see if his body is the same? Regardless, I can do the experiments for you. But Black Ring ability users are different. Their ability levels far exceed those of natural-born superhumans. This is the great achievement of humans defying the laws of nature. She hesitated. As long as you give the word, my work can return in one piece. Right? Dao Sheng mocked. Is this how you beg for mercy? Shi Chengdai bowed her head. I beg you, Mr. Lam. Dao Sheng squinted at her and chuckled sarcastically. Do you like fairy tales? Open it and read. Shi Chengdai faltered. Mr. Lam, I didn't come here to read. Dao Sheng spoke coldly. Open it. Shi Chengdai was confused. It was blank. Dao Sheng took a sip of tea and said, Look closer. Like magic, the book's content slowly appeared. It told the story of a brave knight who, after overthrowing a tyrannical king, became the new king himself. But soon after, the new king realized a critical problem. If he wanted to protect this kingdom forever, the human lifespan of a few decades just wasn't enough. He wanted longevity, no, immortality, to become immortal like the previous king, because only then could he protect this place forever. So, the king needed many perfect bodies. When one wore out, he replaced it with another. Once ambition takes root, it cannot be contained. The king's condition grew increasingly unstable. He learned that among the lowly outcasts, there was a pharmacist skilled in medicine, so he made an exception to bring them into the kingdom. The king gave her everything she asked for and tasked her with brewing medicine. But the king didn't expect that the pharmacist, instead of being grateful, would plot how to kill the king, to trap him in a deep sleep from which he would never wake, and destroy his soul. Then, you will replace him and become him. Come here. The king knew of the terrible plot in the pharmacist's heart but had no intention of killing her. Because the king thought of a more interesting punishment. Dao Sheng said, The pharmacist lost because she forgot that he laughed coldly. The king knows everything, Shi Chengdai snapped angrily. You say this is a fairy tale? This is clearly a lie. It's all fabricated. Protecting the country is just an excuse for your personal desires. Furthermore, she turned pale. You say the king gave the pharmacist everything? She questioned indignantly. Do you mean killing her family, or beheading her mother, and presenting it as a gift? Shi Chengdai shrieked in fury. Putting her clan on a ranking board she never even cared about. Is that what you call giving her everything? Have you ever asked her what she truly wanted? Kiki reached for something in his pocket, but Dao Sheng raised a hand to stop him. He calmly spoke. Shi Chengdai, keeping valuable family members is enough. Shi Chengdai despaired. You'd rather discard that special body just to punish me? Dao Sheng looked at her coldly. It's not about punishing you anymore. I just want to see the look of despair on your face, like right now. Shi Chengdai lowered her head. You've seen it now. Can we end this play? Kiki asked in a low voice. Master, our people have reached the Bui estate gates, ready for orders. Shall we proceed? Dao Sheng stared at the screen. No need, there's no one left there. He pressed the call button. How long has it been since we called each other, old man? A voice came through. Bu Feiran. Almost 20 years. My brother misses you so much, Dao Sheng said softly. If you miss me, just come see me. He changed his tone. What's the meaning of keeping what I threw away? Hearing that Bu Feiran panicked and hung up immediately, Dao Sheng gave the order. Kiki, proceed. Level the Bui estate. Understood, master. Scene change. Elsewhere. Bu Feiran laughed cheerfully. That old pervert must be fuming. He looked up and asked, Have you contacted Han Dong yet? Liu Jiaonan frowned. She won't answer my calls. Forget it. Han Dong can protect herself. Let's not hold her back. Bu Feiran remarked, This kid is like WU YUE, isn't she? Liu Jiaonan agreed. Yeah, very much like her in her youth. I still remember. At first, she had those same weak punches. Who would have thought she'd become so strong later? Liu Jiaonan waited expectantly. True, I'm really looking forward to seeing him grow. Bu Feiran teased. Hey, if Sam Yue's growth rate is faster than Liu Qixuan's, that would be fun. I really want to see the look of miserable defeat on Liu Qixuan's face. Liu Jiaonan smiled. You sure focus on weird things. A loud explosion echoed. The ground shook violently. Smoke and fire billowed, obscuring everything in the Ha, Han, Chu, and Liu Jiaonan family's sights. He looked back and warned, It's coming from your place. He teased. Congratulations on becoming homeless. Bu Feiran remained calm. I've waited for this moment for a long time. He raised his glass to toast. Cheers. Come on. Weak punches. I have no home now. Liu Jiaonan stared at him and blurted out, You're so childish. Liu Jiaonan suddenly thought of what he just said, childish, and spoke up. Come on, Sam Yue. Scene changed to the maze. Liu Qixuan said, Worried you couldn't find the entrance? Su Jian replied, Are you kidding? You're inside the turtle shell. Liu Qixuan shouted from inside. Too noisy. Liu Qixuan lowered his head, suddenly unleashing his ability. Su Jian was bewildered. What's wrong with him? Bu Xinghuo sighed. After effects of leveling up. Never mind. Liu Qixuan returned to normal and asked, Where is Sam Yue? Su Jian broke into a sweat. No, we can't let them in now. A door suddenly appeared before them. He exclaimed, So many tricks, huh? Liu Qixuan wore an evil smile. He immediately unleashed his ability toward the turtle shell. That defensive layer was quickly covered by Liu Qixuan's power. Penetrating through and covering the entire interior of the shell, Liu Qixuan was directly affected. He screamed in pain. His body convulsed, then he rolled around in despair. Liu Qixuan was in a state of extreme panic. Su Jian stood coldly, ready to charge up. Liu Qixuan gasped, Save me! Elsewhere, Zhao Guang gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes as cold and sharp as ever. He walked while calling out, Sam Yue. Zhao Guang slowly searched every corner, patiently following the smallest traces to find where Sam Yue was hiding. He squinted. Not here. The fog is all gone. What are you planning to do now? Or Zhao Guang provoked, You never had a plan to begin with, did you? Sam Yue looked at her reddening hand. I thought Zhao Guang was a mind control ability user, so his physical strength would be weak. Who would have thought his stamina and reflexes would be just as good as Qin Tian's? Even more intense than him, Zhao Guang is still searching. Come out. Hiding is useless, he says, while Sam Yue worries. If I step out now, I'll definitely fall into his trap and be dragged into a dreamscape again. He's already on guard. He surely won't use simple dreamscapes to deal with me anymore. Not to mention, he still has his weapon. Zhao Guang starts to get irritated. My patience has limits. Sam Yue calculates that even if he avoids the bullets, The dreamscape is full of traps. I can't be 100% sure I can stay conscious in this situation. It's only a matter of time before I lose control of this body. No matter how I think about it, there's only one road to death. If that's the case, I'll risk it all. Sam Yue blurts out, "Hey Zhao Guang, answer me. Tell me, where is my mother being kept? You can't even handle your own situation, yet you still care about this?" Zhao Guang scoffs at Sam Yue. "I advise you to give up the illusion of saving her," he says, adding that this outcome is what she brought upon herself. Zhao Guang threatens, "Otherwise, those friends of yours wouldn't have been able to make it to your side alive, and today, you would be all alone." He tries to convince Sam Yue, this is reality. No matter how powerful a god is, standing before a humanity filled with sin, they can only bow their heads. This is the mission of a god, and it is also the price of power. Sam Yue speaks up, "Zhao Guang, I have always kept your words in mind. In the dream world, you said that you and I are both children of a god." Zhao Guang asserts that it is the truth. "The blood flowing in my body," Sam Yue says in a low voice, but then, he glares at Zhao Guang. But no child would stand by and watch their mother be imprisoned without doing anything. With that, Sam Yue gains momentum and charges rapidly toward Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang scoffs. "This move again? No matter how many times you try, you still can't do it." In an instant, Sam Yue reaches him and hugs Zhao Guang tightly. In pain, Zhao Guang snaps, "Let go! What are you doing?" Sam Yue fights back, "Where is my mother? If you won't tell me, I'll see for myself." He starts biting down hard on Zhao Guang's hand. Furious, Zhao Guang shouts, "Get off me! I only have one chance. Please help me, mother. Please let me see you." Zhao Guang continues to resist Sam Yue's attacks. "Let me go." He grabs Sam Yue's injured hand and squeezes it hard. Zhao Guang throws a punch. "You are not allowed to peek into my memories." Crimson blood stains the ground. Sam Yue's hand trembles in pain, but he lifts his hand and seizes the opportunity. Sam Yue uses both hands to tightly clasp Zhao Guang's head. Zhao Guang scoffs. How ridiculous. Immediately, he gives Sam Yue a kick to the stomach. Taking a critical hit, Sam Yue painfully spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhao Guang turns the tables. He forcefully chokes Sam Yue. Zhao Guang warns, "Give up. If you lift your hand again, I will kill you." Sam Yue snorts. "Death is fine." He continues to grip Zhao Guang's head tightly. Livid, bulging veins appear on Zhao Guang's forehead. He clenches his fist and strikes down aggressively at Sam Yue as if he has lost his mind. Zhao Guang continuously throws punches, one after another. Blood splatters everywhere. Zhao Guang screams, "Give up! I told you to give up. Why don't you know how to quit? Why are there no marks on you of someone who has lived in the exile zone? Why are your eyes still so clean?" After enduring a near-fatal beating, Sam Yue seems to have no strength left to fight back. Zhao Guang can't believe what he is doing. Sam Yue's fingers twitch slightly. He gathers all his strength, lifts his hand, and seizes the moment. Sam Yue immediately plunges into Zhao Guang's mind. Sam Yue has achieved his goal. He begins reading Zhao Guang's memories. The White House. Zhao Guang can no longer stand Sam Yue's stubbornness and unleashes his ability, the Dream Seal. Sleep forever in that beautiful dream. Never wake up. Inside the Dream Seal, Sam Yue is lost in the pitch-black void. Regardless of his body falling continuously into an endless abyss, Sam Yue tries to grab onto Little Black's pant leg, but is coldly pushed away. His evil alter ego turns his head and throws him a line, "Fool." In reality, Sam Yue lies sprawled on the ground, while Zhao Guang is struggling to stand up. Zhao Guang glares at Sam Yue. "Little Black has awakened." He replies, "Sluggish. Why did you only use your ability now?" Zhao Guang immediately raises his gun, pointing it at his opponent. He growls, "You aren't Sam Yue. Who are you?" Little Black stares at his power as an energy sphere gradually forms in the palm of his hand. He speaks up. "Hey, you fake!" Little Black shouts. "You killed him, so what am I supposed to do now?" Zhao Guang is confused. "Fake?" Little Black retorts. "Wasn't it you who used the words child of a god to refer to yourself?" Zhao Guang's whole body stiffens. He cannot move. Little Black approaches, leans into his ear, and says, "Slowly feel the distance between the real and the fake." Immediately after that sentence, a violent explosion tears the maze apart, turning the whole area into ruins. Dust and smoke fill the air. Sam Yue uses his power to control rocks and debris, hovering in midair. The explosion injured Zhao Guang, who crawls out of the rubble with difficulty. The blurry figure of Little Black is slowly walking toward Zhao Guang, cold-faced. Little Black smirks. "Dream Seal, right?" He mimics Zhao Guang's gestures. "Like this?" Zhao Guang turns pale. Little Black laughs out loud. Don't be tense. I'm just imitating your appearance. I can't use your ability, he continues. But this level of mental strength is useless against me. Zhao Guang bursts out laughing. Little Black looks at Zhao Guang like he's a strange creature. Laughing, Zhao Guang exclaims, I knew it. The scales of fate have never been balanced. To be precise, the more you struggle, the more miserable you become. Zhao Guang draws his gun. He pulls the trigger, aiming straight at Sam Yue. Inside the dream seal, Sam Yue cries out, Is anyone there? He continues calling out, Liu Qixuan, Ti Shu Yan, Bu Xinghuo, An Chu. Hey everyone. He winces. It's seawater. This is definitely a dreamscape. Sam Yue observes the scenery around him. I've realized that. But why haven't I woken up yet? Anyway, I should find the exit first. I've been walking for so long, yet I still haven't seen any turns. Did I choose the wrong direction? The seawater is still rising, and his body is becoming heavy. He slaps his face to regain his spirits. Sam Yue encourages himself. Stay alert. Sam Yue moves forward and says, I can definitely find the exit. Sam Yue calls out softly, Ah Thuan, where are you? He turns pale, suddenly realizing that Ah Thuan is gone. What am I even saying? Since when has the seawater reached my chest? Did I lose consciousness just now? Damn it. Why did I only realize it now? How could Sam Yue leave himself an escape route in this dreamscape? Time works so differently here than in reality. It's not the same at all. One moment the seawater is at your knees, and in a blink, it's up to your chest. My memories appeared in that short span of time. If I stay here any longer, my mind will surely shatter into madness until I forget who I even am. How do I escape a dream that has no exit? I have to think of a way. If there's an exit in a dream, that means I can get out, right? Sam Yue felt overwhelmed by the panic of being trapped in his own dream. He wondered, how do I step into my own dream, Sam? Sam Yue stood silently, trying to figure out how to wake up. He whispered to himself, maybe try dying for a second? Then he scolded himself for being so stupid. Even if it's just a dream, he couldn't take such a risk. It was too dangerous. He stared intensely at the water. As if calculating his next move, Sam Yue took a deep breath and dove into the sea. Do or die. As he submerged, he kept telling himself he had to succeed, to enter his own dream, and break free from its control. Water rushed into his throat, making him gag, but he held on to the single thought of returning to reality. Above, the water churned and sprayed, but the chaos slowly faded until everything became still and silent. Sam Yue finally returned to reality, coughing violently as he woke. He looked at his trembling hands and whispered, I can't believe. The feeling in the dream was so real. My whole body feels like I actually drowned. Suddenly, he scanned his surroundings, then quickly realized, this is my dream world? Why? I thought I'd be somewhere familiar. Sam Yue's hand brushed against a white curtain. The moment he pulled it back, a cold surgical table appeared right before his eyes. That terrifying scene from the past flashed back the wailing of a child mixed with impatient, angry shouting. Don't move, you little brat. Shut up, someone barked. Hold him down. The man held a surgical scalpel and a syringe full of fluid. The adult Sam Yue watched his younger self struggling in vain. Back then, he had cried and begged, someone, please save me. But it was all hopeless. What had to happen, happened. The blade descended. That horrific memory ended right there. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Sam Yue. Find him. A group of guards was frantically searching. The target is wearing a gray shirt, jeans, and fabric shoes. Not sure how that guy with the black bracelet snuck in. Catch him. Execute him on the spot. Split up and search. As they shouted orders, Sam Yue peeked out from inside the closed room and overheard their conversation. He realized they were describing him. Wait, aren't they talking about me? Seeing the situation was getting bad, he decided to bolt. Why am I being chased in my own dream? Whatever, I need to get out of this building first. The moment Sam Yue opened the door, he saw a void outside. If he fell, he'd be smashed to pieces. Drowning was at least cleaner. Falling from here, forget it. There must be another way. Just then, some nurses and elderly patients were in the hallway. Who touched my locker? This lipstick is a limited edition. A nurse with short hair and a scarf walked into the elevator. 2 guards brushed past her. Suddenly, an old man said in a trembling voice, Excuse me, miss? It turned out that nurse was just Sam Yue in disguise. He smiled and greeted the 2 elders. His smile captured the heart of one old man. So cute. Being someone who had never seen this hospital, he started to get confused. Is this a clinic? Those patients wear gold bracelets, but the guards chasing me wear silver ones. Why am I dreaming of a place like this? Compared to the dreamscape, This feels more. While he was bewildered, two nurses walked by. He quickly pressed his face against the wall. Can the guy with the black bracelet really sneak into the heavenly realm? Not sure, but that person is at our hospital today. We should all be a bit more careful. The words caught Sam Yue's ear, making him jump. Heavenly realm? Suddenly, a nurse placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, scaring him half to death, "Which department are you from?" "I've never seen you before," he stammered, unsure how to answer. I am. Before he could finish, the two nurses just walked away, leaving him muttering to himself. I am. He gave up, feeling helpless. I hate dreaming. A while later, Sam Yue reached the back door. Finally, time to try this door. He hypnotized himself. If I push this door open, I'll wake up. If I push this door open, I'll wake up. He closed one eye and peeked with the other, waiting for a miracle. But unfortunately for him, nothing happened. Not working. Sam Yue dejectedly wandered through the long hallways. This place feels so familiar. Is it because I'm in a dream? Even the air here smells different than the place of exile. While wandering aimlessly, Sam Yue suddenly spotted a familiar figure. That woman, even though her back was turned, he recognized her. Mom. Feeling flustered, he quickly ducked behind a nearby pillar. She was asking WU YUE about the baby's poor development. When do you plan on telling the Handong clan? WU YUE replied wearily. The Dao clan has been stirring up trouble lately. They're already busy with trivial family matters. If we tell them now, it will only cause more anxiety. She gently stroked her belly and continued. I believe in this child. Surely, they will overcome this difficulty. Besides, I will always be by their side. Hearing her say that, Sam Yue, hiding behind the pillar, felt heartbroken as he whispered, WU YUE. He had heard everything she said to his mother. He understood it too, didn't he? With the current situation, this child was nothing but a burden. Suddenly, WU YUE changed the subject and asked for a favor. I think I left my phone inside. Could you go get it for me? Helpless against her distraction, he didn't blame her but asked, Where did you leave it? She replied nonchalantly, probably in the examination room. Then, she calmly walked away. The moment she left, her expression turned cold. WU YUE stood up and stepped toward the pillar where Sam Yue was hiding. Her voice rang out, demanding, Come out! I know you're eavesdropping. Sam Yue immediately scrambled, using her hands to wipe away the dirt, invisible smears on her face. Next, she took off her hair tie, and finally, she wiped her grimy hands on the hem of her shirt. Once done, Sam Yue stepped out of her hiding spot. Step by step, she didn't dare look her mother in the eye, keeping her head bowed. But the moment her gaze met her beloved mother's, both of them froze. Suddenly, WU YUE used her magic, intentionally making WU YUE's scarf fly off, causing her to panic immensely. Trying to hide her neck with the scarf, her mother immediately noticed the mark on her throat. Besides that, WU YUE also noticed Sam Yue's blackened hands. Are your hands okay? Sam Yue shyly hid her hands behind her back and hesitantly replied, I'm fine. In her heart, she suddenly thought, Thank goodness. It turned out she was feeling lucky that her mother hadn't discovered her true identity. She didn't recognize her. In this pathetic and useless state, back to reality, humming echoed through the ruins, which were filled with the scent of fresh blood. Sam Yue's dark alter ego was incredibly excited, humming a few bars. He grabbed Sam Yue by the hair and dragged her along. Then, he smugly blurted out, How should I deal with you? If I kill you, she'll wake up, right? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, ruining the mood for Sam Yue's dark alter ego. Whatever. He decided to finish Sam Yue off quickly. Kill her first, think later. His hand tightened forcefully around Sam Yue's neck. Just when it seemed like Sam Yue was done for, her group luckily burst in right on time. Bu Xinghuo loudly called out, Sam Yue! Sujan prepared to rush forward toward Sam Yue but was suddenly blocked by Liu Qixuan. Wait. Watch closely. Look carefully. He had realized who the person in front of them was. It wasn't Sam Yue. Sam Yue's dark alter ego laughed at this. He angrily tossed Sam Yue aside and loudly challenged them. If I'm not her, then who else is worthy? His power exploded, along with a rising bloodlust. How exciting. He turned his gaze toward the group and taunted, Why don't you all come at me? Seeing the person in front of them both looking like Sam Yue and not, Sujan quickly scanned her, immediately analyzing her sudden shift in behavior. The results came back inconsistent, ruling out the possibility of an imposter. Analyzing common causes for behavioral changes, including 1. Psychological factors, issues like neurological conditions, disorders, or schizophrenia, could lead to sudden behavioral shifts. 2. Physiological issues, need to rescan the target Sam Yue's face. possible brain damage or environmental impact and external pressure. Experiencing multiple major shocks in a short time could lead to behavioral changes. He immediately reported the situation to Liu Qixuan. For now, we cannot fully rule out other special causes. We need to have a deeper dialogue with Sam Yue, to collect more analysis data. However, right now, Liu Qixuan only cared about one thing. Compared to analyzing causes, what I care about more is Sam Yue's dark alter ego. Seeing no one answered him, grew annoyed. He growled, "Are you all deaf?" This was exactly what Liu Qixuan noticed. Last time, this guy could talk too? Suddenly, something made him look over. It turned out Bu Xinghuo had kicked his foot. This action by her left, Liu Qixuan, confused. "What's the meaning of this?" She calmly replied, "Is this the interesting thing you mentioned before?" So it turned out, last time, Liu Qixuan had suddenly looked at her and blurted out something confusing. "I have to admit, there is something quite interesting." At the time, she hadn't known what the hell he was implying. And the guy didn't say anything else. Just nothing. The moment Bu Xinghuo intended to kick him again, Liu Qixuan, Shu Yan, quickly pulled his foot back, and the two began bickering. "Something this important. Why didn't you wait until next year to say it?" Suddenly, at that exact moment, the two of them, along with Su Zhan, turned their piercing, killing gazes forward. It turned out Sam Yue's dark alter ego had taken the opportunity to attack them. The three of them weren't panicked at all. On the contrary, they calmly handled the problem. Suddenly, from the swirling dust, a bullet flew out, causing everyone to scream in alarm. "Watch out!" Liu Qixuan effortlessly dodged, avoiding the bullet. Who would have guessed this bullet could actually steer? However, before it could drill into Liu Qixuan's skull, it had already been frozen, and finally, it shattered into pieces. Liu Qixuan's fluid, effortless actions made Sam Yue's dark alter ego shout excitedly, "Not bad!" Then suddenly, he smiled deviously and said, "Come here." That attitude drove Liu Qixuan insane. "What?" Seeing him fly into such a rage, Bu Xinghuo helplessly thought, "It's over." Su Zhan received a warning from the system. Detected minor external damage. He quickly ordered, "Dismiss notification." Back to the guy having a meltdown. "You're giving me orders?" Power at 400%. Rage at 2000%. It seemed Sam Yue's dark alter ego hadn't anticipated this level of anger, so he still asked blankly, "Is there a problem? Isn't that why you all exist?" Afraid that Liu Qixuan would lose his cool and kill the person in front of him, Bu Xinghuo hurriedly called out, "Hey, Liu Qixuan." Even Su Zhan spoke up to warn him, "Wait a second. Remember, Sam Yue is the target we need to protect. Don't cause excessive harm. Use a gentle approach to bring her back to her normal state." Liu Qixuan smiled on the outside, saying, "All right, I was just going over to talk," but in his heart, he wanted to punch that arrogant prick. "Don't you dare." Bu Xinghuo called out to him again. Hearing her voice, the guy turned around and asked, "What else?" She didn't hesitate to warn him. "You didn't forget that Sam Yue has hypersensory perception, right? As long as this body still belongs to her, she will feel pain 10 times, or even hundreds of times, more than a normal person. Don't go too hard." Liu Qixuan was silent for a moment, then uttered 2 words, "Got it." After saying that, he stepped forward with killing intent, radiating everywhere. The two behind him weren't idle either. Su Zhan still had his analysis mode on. No signs found indicating Sam Yue still exists within that body. Matching percentage, 0%. Bu Xinghuo heard that and hurriedly asked, "Can you analyze a support method?" "Is Sam Yue back to normal?" Su Zhan replied coldly, calculating. Given the situation, Bu Xinghuo was truly extremely worried. Sam Yue returned to the fight with Liu Qixuan, moving as lightly as the wind. His power surged like a storm in his hands. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips, and with that, a relentless attack was unleashed towards Sam Yue's dark ego. Clearly, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he seemed full of excitement. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Liu Qixuan's attack this time was so powerful it sent Sam Yue's dark ego flying. The two madmen lunged at each other, trading vicious blows like a cyclone. Just then, Su Zhan blurted out, "Living organism detected." He looked toward the unconscious Sam Yue and continued, "Approaching the combat zone. Easily affected." Taking advantage of the two idiots fighting as if the world didn't exist, Su Zhan seized the chance to save Sam Yue. His movement speed was ghostly. As soon as he brought Sam Yue to safety, Bu Xinghuo asked, "What's his condition?" Su Zhan replied immediately, 7 fractures. It was severe, caused by psychokinesis. Without a hint of mercy, Bu Xinghuo slapped Sam Yue across the face and shouted, "Hey, wake up," she demanded. I'm asking you, what just happened? Sam Yue had been awake for a while and chuckled, replying, so even you guys don't know he has. Not bothering to argue with him, Bu Xingwo took the hilt of her sword and slammed it straight into his wound, threatening, if you don't want to get burned, answer honestly right now. Sam Yue answered honestly. He was hit by my Dream Eater ability and fell asleep. Suddenly, you feel like something is wrong and ask, what are you doing? It turned out Bu Xingwo was using her power to call Sam Yue's main personality back. Looking at it and not knowing, I'm healing him. You made him sleep, so you have to be responsible for waking him up. However, his current personality said, it's useless. The Dream Eater is an irreversible ability. Even if you kill me, he won't wake up. Furthermore, there is a more serious problem. The moment Sam Yue sank into sleep, his soul died. Naturally, Sam Yue's dark ego had anticipated this. Or can you perform a resurrection and create a new miracle? No. The other personality currently existing in Sam Yue's body curiously asked, to you guys, isn't this a good thing? This personality thought that Sam Yue standing before them right now was truly worthy of being the child of God that you guys have been waiting for. Regarding the ongoing battle, it was extremely intense. The power unleashed was filled with murderous intent and force. Xu Yan and Sam Yue's dark ego were evenly matched. Neither gave an inch. Sam Yue's dark ego held Xu Yan's skills in high regard. Not bad, not bad, not bad. He even complimented him. Unlike that trash. Just as he finished speaking, Xu Yan was surrounded by a pile of rocks. But to him, this was nothing to panic about. A great burst of power flooded through the rock crevices, and he easily destroyed the rock prison holding him. Suddenly, Liu Qixuan felt something was wrong. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed his necklace. From out of nowhere, Sam Yue's dark ego had approached him and asked with a smile, how about we finish off the remaining ability users together? Responding to his invitation was Liu Qixuan's gleeful smile. Funny. After that, he shoved him away. Taking advantage of Sam Yue's dark ego being disoriented, Liu Qixuan froze his legs. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Before he could counterattack, his hands were also bound by chains. Liu Qixuan said coldly, don't use his face to say such disgusting things. He raised his voice, commanding, get out of here. Power surged, enveloping Sam Yue's dark ego, blending with Liu Qixuan's shout, give his body back to Sam Yue. Wind blew. Fine dust flew everywhere, making Bu Xinghua quickly cover her eyes, while Su Zhan remained unaffected. It's unclear what happened that caused Bu Xinghuo's face to turn so horrified. Amidst the dusty haze, a mocking laugh rang out. Sam Yue's dark ego was actually completely fine. He wasn't injured at all. On the contrary, his murderous aura radiated even more heavily. Just as he was standing tall, he was suddenly bound tightly by the neck by Liu Qixuan's chains. It was unknown when he had moved behind Sam Yue's dark ego, and said in a cold voice, if it were really Sam Yue, he would definitely have sensed where I was. At that moment, Sam Yue's dark ego's eyes became extremely furious. Responding to him were Liu Qixuan's eyes, filled with both worry and determination. Wait for your return. I will apologize to you myself, Sam Yue. Immediately, he channeled power into the chains. The result was Sam Yue's dark ego being jolted and paralyzed. His scream made Liu Qixuan outside startle. What the hell? He trembled, asking himself, isn't that Sam Yue's voice? Why are they attacking their own teammate? Just then, more noise came from the door. Ta Ya was being carried like a sack of rice by Han Ulei as they entered. She was so frustrated she cursed loudly. Put me down. If you're going to do this, you might as well kill me. Do you hear me? Put me down. Han Ulei was so annoyed by her noise that he threatened, if you scream again, I'll break your other leg. Believe it? Seeing a familiar face, Liu Qixuan trembled and called out. Recognizing his voice, Ta Ya lifted her head and replied, Liu Qixuan? Seeing a familiar face made Liu Qixuan so moved he almost cried. Ta Ya! A moment later, Han Ulei tossed Ta Ya to Liu Qixuan, who held her tightly. Hold on to her, her leg is broken. Hearing this, Liu Qixuan asked in confusion, huh? You broke it? Han Ulei didn't mind admitting it. Yeah. While Ta Ya just kept yelling, ouch, ouch, be gentle. It's unknown what Han Ulei sensed, but the girl suddenly straightened her back, looking at the magic circles in the air, which made her realize, it looks like brother Liu Qixuan has arrived. While she was worried about her teammates and didn't know the situation on Chu Shi's side, Ta Ya and Liu Qixuan were asking about each other while taking the chance to vent their frustrations. What about your injuries? Did those bastards, Liu Qixuan's group, beat you? Suddenly, a loud thud rang out. It was Han Ulei punching the wall hard. to warn these two blabbermouths, I can hear you. Don't talk bad about them. At that very moment, she also sensed a familiar aura approaching. Chu Si was at the door, the sound of blood dripping. Onto the floor blended with Han Ule's voice. Chu Shi, is that you? It was indeed Chu Shi outside the door, his hands covered in blood. The birthmark on his neck gradually faded away. He replied, yeah. Chu Shi moved slowly as he stepped inside, and he spoke in a gentle tone. It's you, he immediately urged. We have to go. This place will completely collapse soon. Outside, the structure was still hovering in the air. The voices of on-site reporters rang out. Is that structure collapsing? Dear viewers, can you see it clearly? A hunter, even while wearing a mask, couldn't stand the smell emanating from that tower. It's so pungent and stinging. You can still smell it even standing this far away. The live broadcast screen displayed thousands of comments. Did someone just dash past? There's someone there. Streamer. Look quickly. Streamer. Standing that close to film, aren't you afraid of getting infected by the virus? Can you zoom in on the child of God for us to see? Who cares about the outside of the building? Doesn't everyone feel like this moment is magnificent? It's as if a real war is about to break out. Streamer. There's someone up ahead. They seem to have noticed something. There's a real person. Someone. Point the camera at that person for us. Without any hesitation, the people present urged each other. Hurry. Zoom in there. Someone is coming out of the structure. Where? Found them. It really is the silhouettes of two people rushed out of that structure. They were none other than Liu Qixuan and Ta Ya. Moreover, the rings on their necks made those watching the live broadcast a bit startled. It's a black ring. In the distance, a group of believers was devoutly praying. The ordinary citizens saw ashes falling from the sky. Dodo, being held inside a vehicle, was hitting the glass and crying bitterly. Huang Zhe, parked far away, was also filled with extreme anxiety. Unlike them, Dao Sheng was looking forward to what would happen next. Back to Sam Yue, who was still lying motionless on the ground. He was still conscious. The ashes were spreading. At this moment, the system sent a notification. The live broadcast channel you are watching has been closed. Outside, after bringing two other teammates out, Liu Qixuan warned, you two, take care of yourselves. Do not separate under any circumstances. I'll go get Tianlang and Zhao Guang, then I'll head out immediately. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly held back. Liu Qixuan, wait a second. He wondered, what is it? Xiamei said in a serious tone. You have to be careful. Ta Ya also added, that's right, move carefully. The concern from both of them made Liu Qixuan freeze for a moment. Afterward, he placed one hand on his chest and pointed at himself with the other. Then he affirmed, rest assured, leave it to me. The ability to handle the aftermath is the key criterion for evaluating a successful man. The moment Liu Qixuan left, he softly called out, Xiamei, Ta Ya. He wore a smile and declared firmly, not one of us will be missing. Ta Ya felt it was a bit cheesy, so she said, just go already. What's with the acting? Indeed, Liu Qixuan was also a bit embarrassed after what he had just said. Why was I so cringy? That was so embarrassing. Ta Ya still looked at him with an evaluating gaze. If you keep talking nonsense, we'll all be crushed. Suddenly, she felt something warm touch her. It turned out to be Xiamei suddenly grabbing her hand. Let me hold your hand for a bit, please. Xiamei seemed extremely tense and terrified. Back inside, the structure was gradually collapsing. Han Ule and Chu Shi were still walking side by side. Han Ule, watch your step. Yes. Both crossed the rubble. Finally, they reached safety. Seeing the two of them, Sujan stared blankly and called out, Chu Shi, Han Ule. The scene before her eyes terrified Han Ule, who stammered, what on earth is going on? As it turned out, the girl had accidentally seen Liu Qixuan beating up Sam Yue's dark alter ego and misunderstood him. Mr. Sam Yue knew these two were a bit confused, so Bu Xinghua stepped out to explain. Everyone, don't rush, let me explain first. But before he could clarify, Chu Shi had already attacked. Fearing that the guy Liu Qixuan would get hit, Bu Xinghua called out loudly, Liu Qixuan. Fortunately, Liu Qixuan was alert early on and dodged in time. The slash pinned directly into the stone wall, creating a deep gouge. Only then did Liu Qixuan irritably say, move aside. There's something I need to confirm. Chu Shi angrily shouted. Confirm what? That you had to use such heavy force? He struck a pose. If Liu Qixuan doesn't explain clearly, watch out. Explain yourself clearly. The sharp sword blade was like his threat. Otherwise, I won't let you get near Sam Yue. Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out, drawing Chu Shi's attention. It hurts. Hearing this sound, it made Chu Shi stare in shock, calling out, Sam Yue? Sam Yue's voice came out weakly. It hurts so much. In that voice, there was a touch of reproach. Weren't you guys supposed to come protect me? Why are you treating me like this? Not knowing why, Sam Yue was acting very strange this time. Chu Shi, can you help me? They are all bullying me. Furthermore, a very bizarre aura was radiating from him. It turned out that wasn't Sam Yue, but his dark alter ego. Fearing he would harm Chu Shi, Liu Qixuan shouted loudly, "Back off, now!" Chu Shi. By now, he had stood up and coldly asked with a challenge, "Well, is my acting good?" He was quite angry because he had been beaten to a pulp by Liu Qixuan. I thought I was getting kicked back to my original state. It scared the hell out of me. Now, the dark alter ego of Sam Yue looked at everyone with an angry gaze and spoke. "One last chance for you all," he threatened. Sam Yue's teammates, "Follow me, or die immediately." Sujan sensed a high-level danger warning. A series of notifications appeared. Follow me or die. Overload warning. Initiating download of supplemental memories. At the same time, the parts on his body suddenly started acting erratically, making Bu Xinghuo anxiously call out, "Sujan!" Han Ule was also confused and asked, "What's wrong with you?" But now, in Sujan's head, only fragmented memories were slowly piecing together. "Welcome, everyone, to the Dongvo Dojo Youth Tournament. I am the MC, Han Shu. If Chu Shi likes it, I will make an exception to accept you. Why do they all have it, but I don't?" All in all, 18 years is still too long. Was this place very busy before? Don't you think this ginkgo forest is a lot like you? Persistent with the protector's vow, trying hard not to let yourself fall in the cold wind. Let it be. Then, I can do it alone. Because you are a gentle child, you need an even sharper blade to protect yourself. Downloading supplemental memories. 99%. Unable to load this option at this time. 14 years ago, at the Dongvo Dojo, it was also the most beautiful season of the year. The season of golden leaves in that large courtyard. Chu Shi followed right behind the elderly master. As he walked, he asked, "Chu Shi, do you still remember the reminder I gave you?" He replied immediately, "Master, once I head down the mountain, many people will be tracking my every move. I must keep my distance from my friends." The master paused while walking. Chu Shi noticed it too, so he corrected himself. "My old friends." The master stood there, helpless, not knowing what to say. Chu Shi hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, master. I know I must keep a distance from members of other clans." The master's robe fluttered as he added, "Chu Shi, don't blame me for being strict with you." He walked alongside him. "I understand, master." The master kept reminding him, "In the temple, I can protect you. But once you descend the mountain, that is someone else's territory. You must be extremely careful. Actually, I know perfectly well that every year you use the competition as an excuse just to meet those two friends of yours." The master kept repeating himself. "But you must promise me that this year will be the last time." Chu Shi wasn't paying attention to his words, but was looking elsewhere. "Su Ye. At that ancient tree ahead, is that Su Ye?" Seeing him, he immediately made an excuse. "Master, I just remembered I left something in the car. Please head into the main hall first. I'll be right back." The master wondered, "Did you even bring anything down the mountain?" Chu Shi lied. "Yes, I did." On the barren branches, only a few withered yellow leaves remained. While Da was happily admiring the view, Chu Shi called out in a low voice, "Su Ye, over here." Su Ye looked toward Chu Shi, who was hiding behind the large tree. He recognized little He. He greeted him happily. "Little one, long time no see." Su Ye affectionately doted on Chu Shi. "Our little one looks so handsome in his monk's robes. You're looking more and more like Fang Wu every day." Fang Wu greeted Chu Shi. He signaled, "That's right, little one. Uncle has a gift for you." He reminded him immediately. Uncle, you forgot again, didn't you? You didn't say a word, so how was I supposed to know what you were thinking?" Su Ye could only cough awkwardly. While stuttering, he took the box from behind his back. "I knew you were going to compete, so I brought you a gift," Su Ye said happily. "Here." Chu Shi was surprised. "A gift for me?" He handed it to him. "Yes, take it." Chu Shi loved it. "Can I open it?" Su Ye continued to stutter. "Of course. Specially forged for you." He placed it on the ground and opened it. Inside was a saber. Chu Shi couldn't help but gasp in surprise. He picked it up, still unable to believe it, and asked, "Is this really for me?" The blade shone brightly before Chu Shi's eyes. "What a beautiful blade." Su Ye watched him intently. Do you like it?" Chu Shi's eyes crinkled into a smile. "I love it." Suddenly, he paused. a look of sadness flickering across his face. Chu Si placed it back in the box. But I can't accept this gift. He tried to comfort him. Don't. Refuse. It's just a saber. No one will blame us for this. Su Ye was both flustered and trying to explain. This is my heart. Chu Shi replied, I know. In that case, I will accept it. Thank you. Chu Shi was a bit confused. But why did Su Ye give me a saber? He ruffled his hair. Su Ye looked at Chu Shi with great tenderness. Because you are a gentle child, that is why you need a sharp blade to protect yourself. He apologized for his own shortcomings. I'm sorry. I can't help but stutter. He didn't mind. It's okay, Su Ye. You should talk more. I really want to hear it. Shu Shi held the gift box reverently. He promised firmly. Su Ye, I will use my life to protect this gift. He wanted Chu Ji to feel at ease. So he said, no need for that. Uncle can forge many more for you. He affirmed to Su Ye, I will definitely become a man worthy of this saber. At the building where the match was taking place, Han Ye's image was displayed at the entrance. A guard announced, Is there anyone left who hasn't entered the arena? The match is about to begin. Inside the competition room, the audience waited for the match to start while waiting for the mic test. Hello, mic test. 1, 2, 1. Once everything was set, Han Ye began his work. Welcome everyone to the Dongvo Duong Youth Tournament. I am the MC for today's tournament, Han Shu. Every year I stand here to introduce the competition rules. So for the past 3 years, I'm sure you all must be bored to tears hearing them, right? His words echoed throughout the hall. But even if you're bored, sorry, I still have to say them again. Liu Qixuan sat listening, feeling very annoyed. Suddenly, he glanced to the left. Outside the door, a guard was directing Chu Shi. There's an empty seat over there. He replied, thank you. In his mind, Liu Qixuan marveled. He's grown taller again. Just how many more centimeters has he grown? Han Ye continued to introduce the program. This year's tournament is the same as every year. We have invited a total of 16 clans to participate. The competitors will draw lots randomly and compete in a one-on-one format until we find the champion. In the hallway, a tall figure glided past, but please note, the use of special abilities is forbidden. We will decide the winner through pure martial arts. Su Ye drifted by like a gust of wind. The rules are very simple. Within the allotted time, whoever knocks out or pushes their opponent off the stage first will win. Suddenly, Fang Wu saw him pass by and reminded him once more, if you use your special abilities, you will be disqualified. He walked out the door to see who that was, but Su Ye had vanished without a trace. I hope everyone follows the rules. At the competitors' seating area, they sat talking to each other. When the MC gave the reminder, both Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan were startled. Competitors, focus now. Both of them sat up straight. This year, to increase the appeal for our competitors, Han Ye announced the special feature of this year's match. We have prepared a small gift for each competitor. For every one-on-one round 1, a gold badge engraved with their name will be revealed. You just need to defeat your opponent to obtain it. The Dongvo Duong Special Victory Badge. Liu Qixuan didn't seem happy. Who cares about those things? As for him, he remained silent. Then, the order to start drawing lots was given. Han Ye whispered to Liu Qixuan, wait for the 4th round of competitors to take the stage. You go up then. Go to the secret base and wait for us. He said irritably. Are you messing around with the drawing? Why on earth do I have to fight Chu Shi? He put the gloves on for Liu Qixuan and asked, That's what makes it special, isn't it? Do you know what audience psychology is? When it was Chu Shi's turn, Han Ye also cautioned, see you at the secret base, okay? He replied, are my parents coming? He chided. Are you stupid? If all our parents came, wouldn't it be too obvious? Chu Shi nodded. That's true, he asked. What's the box you brought with you? He replied, a gift from Su Ye. Han Ye was unconvinced. What? On what basis? Why? In the room, all the guests were silent. Seeing that, he reminded him, keep your voice down. We'll talk later. Switching to Fang Wu's location, he was just coming out of the restroom. Damn it, Fang Wu thought, unable to figure out where they had gone. Su Ye was also heading down the dark staircase at this moment. Organizing the youth tournament at Dongvo Duong was merely a cover, a sophisticated design. The true purpose of this day. He opened the door to the room. Inside, 3 powerful figures were already waiting. It was a secret meeting of the first generation of protectors. Han Dong's face was twisted in distress. Bu Feiran sat in deep thought without looking up. Liu Jiaonan looked murderous, and Su Ye seemed uneasy. Why was the atmosphere like this? Finally, someone spoke up. If Su Ye is here, let him judge. I don't see that I've done anything wrong, he complained. Wrong? Have you forgotten whose sake WU YUE suffered for? There are so many children in this world. Why did you have to adopt the child of our enemy? He didn't want things to escalate further. How can you say that? Adult matters shouldn't be dumped on a child. Grudges must be separated. Besides, I've been with the child for a year. I know what she's like. She retorted. Separated? How can you possibly separate them? Bu Feiran and Han Dong clearly showed their disappointment. If she hadn't failed her ability test, she would already be standing by her father's side, fighting against our children by now. You took her in on your own and hid it from us, only putting us all in danger, she countered. Do you think your actions are so noble? So righteous? He didn't say anything more. You've made our 4 years of careful, patient hiding look like a joke. The clock in the room ticked away. Su Ye stood to the side, trying to mediate. I have to say something. I have to say something. Han Dong rubbed her belly. For a year, she spoke with a hint of exhaustion. You've lived with her for a year and developed feelings? Han Dong shifted all the blame to the other side. We are parents, living every day in fear of losing our own child. So what? Have you ever thought about our feelings? The phone call with Feng Wu was silent. Not a word was spoken. Bu Feiran still tried to defend his choice. I admit I feel ashamed before all of you, but I am not ashamed of her. He tried to persuade everyone. She is just a child, not even 10 years old. She couldn't choose where she was born. Aren't we trying to save the world? If we can save the world, why can't we extend a hand to a child? She is also a part of this world. If WU YUE were still here, she would definitely agree with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Jiaonan slammed a hand on the table. Su Ye awkwardly intervened. No, don't fight, he stammered. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I can build machines to protect everyone's children. No one in the room was in a good mood. I know everyone is striving in their own way to keep the promises we made back then. He tried to calm the room. None of us are deserters. Han Dong didn't seem to want to listen. No, don't fight. We aren't friends, Su Ye asked. Closest friends, aren't we? In the 4th round, the gold badge was pinned to Liu Qixuan's shirt. Chu Si just smiled. Chu Shi coaxed him. If you like it, I'll take it off and give it to you, okay? Liu Qixuan stubbornly turned away. No, I don't like it. It's tacky. As soon as Han Ye opened the door, he called out, I don't know who the Lam family sent to follow me. Whoever I meet on the road, I suspect. He asked curiously, what about the tournament, MC? He replied, someone else replaced them. Chu Si asked, why? Han Ye said uncomfortably, I have diarrhea, all right? Why are you asking so many questions? Trying to eat it? Then he handed the gold badge to Liu Qixuan. Chu Shi, hurry up and show us the gift Su Ye gave you. He was surprised. The gift Su Ye gave? A gift for me? Han Ye was surprised to see the blade. Why are you the only one with a gift? Let me borrow it to play with. Chu Ji refused. No, this is a gift Su Ye specifically gave me. They could only touch it, he said, unimpressed. Stingy. They both praised the blade. So cool. He sat in a corner, lost in thought. Should I tell them this is my last time participating? Han Ye pouted. Why didn't I get one? I want one too. I have to go ask Su Ye later. Chu Shi thought to himself. Better wait until it's almost time to leave to tell them. He took it back. All right. Give it back to me. Don't break it. Han Ye teased him. What a stingy monk. Liu Qixuan wanted to say something but held back. The large temple was introduced. Quangchan Temple, where Chu Shi practiced, was built 200 years ago and located between Tin Han City and the jurisdictional zone. It used to be the only place of cultivation that didn't distinguish by ability rank, open to all practitioners. However, ever since Tin Han City implemented a rank-based restriction policy, there were only 2 first-rank cultivators left in the temple. Another place was mentioned, the Dong Martial Arts Hall, an organization founded by Han Dong, Han Shu's mother, and Han Ule. The core philosophy of this organization was to encourage people to let go of their reliance on abilities and return to their essence. A man worried, why hasn't the young master returned yet? The 11th match is about to end. He's been gone for so long. It's inevitable that others will become suspicious. At the same time, in another room, a surprised voice rang out. No way? Chu Shi wondered about the game rules. My plane has reached the finish line. I won, right? Han Ye grumbled loudly. Ah, not playing anymore. How are you so lucky? Liu Qixuan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, luck is also a type of talent. A notification sound rang out. 5 minutes until the 12th match. Everyone can take this time to rest. In 5 minutes, the exciting matches will continue. Han Ye put down his game piece, dejected, and said, You should go back. He said goodbye to Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan. I'll go first. You two wait for 5 minutes before going out one by one. Chu Shi nodded slightly. Yeah. Liu Qixuan agreed with Han Ye. I got it. Han Ye walked toward the door. Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan quietly followed to see him off. Han Ye opened the door and didn't forget to turn his head back to say, "See you next year." Both Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan replied in unison, "See you next year." The door gradually closed. Now, only Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan were left in the room. The silent atmosphere made both of them a bit awkward. They both stood still in front of the door, neither spoke, and neither left their spot. Liu Qixuan spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. How much taller have you grown? Chu Shi stammered. I haven't measured. Liu Qixuan added. It's much quieter here now that Han Shu has left. Chu Shi could only reply, yeah. Suddenly, Liu Qixuan called out to Chu Shi. Chu Shi asked, what is it? Liu Qixuan looked down, touching his name tag, feeling sad. I won't come next year. Chu Shi also felt dejected. Me neither. Liu Qixuan immediately changed his expression. Why didn't you say that earlier? Chu Shi was slightly scared. I was afraid Han Shu would go, boom boom boom. Liu Qixuan agreed. Me too. The conversation helped the atmosphere between the two, becoming more relaxed and cheerful. Ha ha ha. Realizing they were being too loud, they both signaled for each other to stay quiet. Shh, shh. Chu Shi pouted, not knowing. When will we meet again? Liu Qixuan comforted her. Don't be sad. These rules don't apply to Han Shu. He'll definitely find a way to sneak out and find us. Chu Shi agreed. You're right, she then reminded Liu Qixuan. Don't slack off on your training. Liu Qixuan crossed his arms and scoffed. Hey, don't think you're all that just because you beat me in a physical skill match this time. Chu Shi emphasized. It was clearly 3 times. Liu Qixuan demanded. Right, do you have a phone? Go buy one, quick. You don't even have a phone? Are you even a modern person? Suddenly, the sounds of the match echoed again. Time is almost up. Is there anyone who hasn't entered the arena yet? The 12th match begins right now, Chu Shi blurted out. Want to play another game? Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, everyone was sitting around discussing things. A tense atmosphere filled the space. Su Ye stuttered as he presented his idea. This design isn't like the previous ones. I intend to slowly refine the energy core from the human body. If it's like a smart robot, it could hold 5 to 6 energy cores. He shouted the 4 words. Maximum breakthrough. Liu Jiaonan couldn't sit there and listen anymore. He stood up and left. Su Ye was flustered. As Liu Jiaonan approached, he stopped and pointed out the problems with Su Ye's plan, saying, if the algorithm and the code could really change the world, then why must we hide in this dark world? He advised Su Ye to stop wasting his time. Su Ye still stubbornly shouted, no, this time it's really not like that. Everyone left one by one. No one wanted to hear anything more from Su Ye. Don't go, please listen to me. Everyone, don't give up. Now, the room was left in emptiness and silence. Su Ye gazed toward the door. He hoped they would come back, but not a single person appeared behind the door. He just stood there, blankly staring out, as a group of kids running to compete dashed past. Did you see my super cool left hook just now? Me too. I'm going to sign up for the competition later. You? Why me? It's not too late for me to start training today. Quick, look at my victory medal. Let me wear it. No, a voice cried out. Why does only Chu Shi get a gift? Han Ye looked at Su Ye and said, I want one too. The ground made a clattering sound. It turned out Han Ye was jogging in place. Han Ye asked, patting your head won't make you taller. Are you okay, uncle? Su Ye replied, no, I'm fine. Su Ye continued, I have one too. Han Ye exclaimed, that's awesome. Han Ye acted like a child. I heard that. Su Ye was confused as to why Han Ye spoke like that. Liu Qixuan turned back and coldly questioned, how come they all have one? And what about me? Su Ye was flustered. You all appearing at the same time isn't very good. Liu Qixuan blurted out. Who told you to walk with such a sorrowful back? Uncle, don't be like that. Adults shouldn't show weakness in front of children. You don't need to give me a gift. I don't lack anything. Goodbye. Han Ye turned back and said playfully. Don't mind him. I want Su. Ye felt a bit happier in his heart now. Thank you. Su Ye walked outside and ran into Bu Feiran sitting on a bench. Feiran. Bu Feiran spoke up. I have confirmed, there are no people from the Lin family tracking us around here. A walk? It's been a while. Shall we walk together? Su Ye continued. So, the gift you asked me to make last time was for your daughter, right? Bu Feiran asked. Do you blame me? Su Ye replied tolerantly. Blaming you would also be meaningless. Bu Feiran spoke. Thank you, Su Ye. They are angry now, but next time we meet, it won't be a problem. Bu Feiran lowered his head in thought. I naturally understand. All these years, we've always argued noisily, but now that it's come to this, he expressed, I didn't understand why they cared so much before. Now that I'm a father, I understand them a little better. Our children's happiness and safety are all the concerns of parents. Bu Feiran stopped, silently observing the expression on Su Ye's face. Bu Feiran looked up. Actually, I don't blame them for not understanding me. Everyone is tired. Liu Jiaonan is stuck between the 7 families, living under the surveillance of the Lin family every day. He has to wear a mask to survive. Han Dong always has to worry about Han Shu's safety and also take care of the child in his womb. Brother Fang Yu doesn't even need to be mentioned. To keep his promise, he made the firm decision to send Chu Shi to the temple alone. Then there is Xia Bai. Everyone kept their promises in their own way, living cautiously. But after going through so much, looking back, only 4 years have passed. Bu Feiran looked into the distance and said, After all, 18 years is too long. He suddenly shouted, Too long! Su Ye lowered his head. WU YUE, her child is almost 4 years old too. He thought time flew by so fast, in just the blink of an eye. Su Ye smiled. Only 14 more springs, summers, autumns, and winters left. Bu Feiran was stunned for a moment by Su Ye's words, seemingly understanding the hidden meaning. He laughed. As long as there's no attachment, that's good. Bu Feiran said casually. Su Ye, don't you think this ginkgo leaf is very similar to you? Working hard to protect the guardian's oath in the storm. Trying not to let yourself fall. Let fate take its course. Who can guarantee they can persist in a belief for 18 years without wavering? Su Ye was stunned. He gazed at the ginkgo tree. Scene change. The Su household. Su Ye had returned home. A happy voice rang out. Dad's home. Tutu happily ran to Su Ye with a suitcase. Master Guanjin asked someone to send a gift. Do you want to open it and look now, Dad? But this box looks just like the one Dad took this morning. Su Ye shook his head, looking extremely sorrowful. Su Ye walked into the house, step by slow step. He went down to the basement, following the cold, long hallway, in silence. He stopped in front of a room and opened the door to enter. His gaze was determined. Even if only one ginkgo leaf remained, it was fine. He could do it alone. The first scene appeared like someone's memory. The first winter, in a warm room, a little boy was sitting and looking at clothes for a baby girl. He looked and blurted out with joy upon seeing the outfits. The mother sitting next to him saw this and gently reminded him, Kids grow up so fast, she won't be able to wear all these clothes. But to everyone's surprise, the boy simply replied, if she can't, she can just wear one outfit in the morning and another in the afternoon. That way, she can wear different cute outfits every single day. How adorable. The scene shifts to another location. In a lavish, sparkling room, Liu Qixuan is being led by the hand by his father, accompanied by the announcer's solemn voice. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to the chairman of Liu Ye Corporation, Mr. Liu Jiaonan, and his son. On a snow-covered mountain peak, a monk bows his head and asks softly, Chushi, what is that kitten saying? He looks intently at the cat and replies, It says this batch of canned food is just mediocre. Upon hearing this, the monk slowly says, My deepest apologies. The scene shifts again to a different room. Bui Finhan is slumped over a table, drinking, while Bu Xinghuo sits opposite him, scolding him. Stop being so depressed all the time. Kids are very sensitive. She can feel it, you know. The scene moves to the fabrication room. Su Ye rests his chin in his hand, slowly writing something on paper. Spring arrives in the second year, the weather warms up, and the plants begin to bloom. Han Ye lies in bed, letting his little sister pinch his cheek, and says dotingly, Time to drink your milk. During this time, Jiaonan is also very busy with work. When he receives a call from Feng Wu, he asks, Jiaonan, are you busy? Jiaonan leans back in his chair and slowly replies, Same as always. What's up, Feng Wu? The man on the other end says, It's been too long since we had a drink. Let's find some time to grab a few drinks. Even Finhan too. Jiaonan refuses. Not possible. I've been really busy lately. The scene shifts to another place. Here, it seems the snow has yet to melt. A foot steps gently onto a snowy white staircase. A person carries a very heavy shoulder pole, step by step, climbing the mountain. Recently, it seems Finhan hasn't been very focused either. Once, he almost hurt his own daughter. Bu Xinghuo yells out in frustration, Dad, why are you so distracted? In the fabrication room, Su Ye is still working tirelessly. The floor is completely covered in blueprints. Summer of the second year arrives. Time silently slips away. By then, Han Ye is loudly questioning his mother. The youth competition isn't being held anymore? Why? Why is that? After hearing this, Han Dong bows her head and slowly replies, "It's no longer necessary." He asks back angrily, "What do you mean not necessary? Did Uncle Fang Wu agree to this? What about Uncle Xiaonan?" Han Dong quietly asks, "Do you think this was my decision alone?" Hearing this, Han Ye falls into a sullen silence, saying nothing for a long time. A moment later, he sighs and mutters, "You adults are all so strange, so bizarre." After saying this, Han Ye turns and leaves. As he reaches the door, he stops, his voice filled with helplessness. "No wonder the guards at our gate have all been withdrawn. We were never worth the enemy's attention in the first place." After hearing his son's words, Han Dong sits in the room, deep in thought. The scene shifts to another luxurious room. There is a teenager sitting in the corner with his knees pulled to his chest, looking lonely. Liu Qixuan rests his head against the wall. One can only wonder what he is thinking about. The scene shifts to a large waterfall where Chu Zi is training. The monk standing beside him softly advises Chu Shi, "Remember this well. Victory doesn't lie in your martial arts, but in how you listen and feel." He nods and replies, "Yes, master." The scene shifts again to a warm house where a dog is playing with butterflies. A conversation echoes inside. "Bu Xinghuo, Dad and Qi Man are going to the market tomorrow. Is there anything you need me to buy?" The other person replies, "Dad, take me with you." Seeing her father like that, Bu Xinghuo laughs and adds, "Look at how startled Dad is. I was just joking. Compared to going out, I'd rather focus on my training." Inside Su Ye's fabrication room, Tutu is diligently organizing papers and blueprints. Su Ye stands silently in front of the cold, unfeeling machines, telling it, "Start." Tutu replies, "Yes, Dad. But are you planning to refine the AI's ability first to conduct the energy core experiment?" It lifts its head to look at Su Ye. He hears this and replies in a low voice, "It's Dad. It's for me." Autumn of the second year arrives. In a cold room, only Han Dong stands there with her hands folded. Afterward, she turns and walks to the back. Han Dong bows her head and slowly opens the door to a room. One wonders what she is thinking, as she slowly moves to close it. The faint light from outside shines upon a photo of everyone looking happy. The door closes, cutting off all the light entering the room. It closes as if all hope has withered away, beyond repair. And so, time passes, neither fast nor slow, until the summer of the fourth year. A tiny screw floats in the darkness. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Other screws and cold metal materials gradually piece themselves together. They aren't disconnected, yet they aren't quite harmonious. But they all have a predetermined place. Day by day, that machine becomes more complete. Finally, a head and a mechanical spine gradually emerge. Automated assembly machines slowly install the components. That robot, who knows how many wires have been connected to its body. More machine parts are attached with meticulous complexity. Gradually, the robot also begins to have its components installed. The first leg. The entire robot is made of cold metal. It hangs its head with eyes closed. Autumn of the fourth year arrives. Su Ye stands silently, staring at the robot before him for a long time before saying, "Just a little bit more." Tutu, by now looking quite worn, looks up at Su Ye with sadness. That night, he stands quietly in front of the mirror. His body is thin, with not a shred of flesh left. Su Ye bows his head, looking into the mirror, and slowly raises the scissors to cut his hair. Strands of his hair slowly fall into the sink. Another day, Su Ye carries a box on his shoulder, step by step, climbing the snowy mountain. Inside the temple, the monk's voice echoes, filled with a hint of surprise. This old monk remembers 4 years ago. "I returned this gift to Mr. Su Ye. I don't know why you've brought it as a gift again today. Please, Mr. Su Ye, take it back with you." Unexpectedly, he tilts his gaunt face and slowly replies to him. People who are about to die often grow nostalgic for old things. So, it's just returning to where it belongs. Upon hearing this, the monk pauses, looking at Su Ye in utter astonishment, while outside, the snow continues to fall, blanketing everything in white. The entire courtyard, extending even above the temple roofs, was blanketed in white snow. The scene was incredibly bleak and desolate, right up until the sun had set. After the temple roofs, a lingering chill remained in the air. The master sat silently before a box, looking out into the hall, slowly reciting each word. Compassion, selflessness, love transcends life and death. Just then, Chu Shi, looking into the hall from outside, saw the scene and whispered to himself, "Su Ye, Why are you? He then turned and ran straight down to the temple courtyard. Chu Shi hurried down the steps, his feet slipping on the snow. Su Ye was walking down the stairs. Preparing to leave, he heard a voice and froze. Su Ye? The next second, he immediately whipped his head around to look back. Chu Shi saw Su Ye and was overjoyed, running over to say, "Long time no see." Su Ye saw him and hurriedly took off his own scarf. He called out, his voice slightly faltering, "You're dressed too thinly." Chu Shi replied lightly, "It's fine. I'm used to it." Even so, Su Ye still wrapped his own scarf around the boy's neck, exclaiming, "Look how tall our Chu Shi has grown. It's already been 4 years since we last met." Chu Shi leaned down so he could wrap the scarf, saying earnestly, "Su Ye, you've lost weight." Su Ye didn't pay it much mind and continued, "You're wearing so many layers, you can tell even with that?" Chu Shi asked again, "Is everyone still doing well? I haven't seen Aunt Han Dong for a long time. And Uncle Lu Zhaonan and Uncle Bu Feiran? Does everyone still meet up regularly?" Su Ye heard this and turned away, his face full of confusion, not knowing how to answer him. After a long moment, he finally opened his mouth with difficulty. "They should have already told you, right, Chu?" Chu Shi heard this and lowered his head, falling silent. Right then, a wooden plank came flying over, accompanied by a disciple's cry, "Senior brother, watch out!" That wooden plank would have hit Su Ye square in the face in just a second, but he remained standing there without reacting. Luckily, Chu Shi timely unleashed his power, knocking the plank away. He even turned to scold that group. "You guys, be more careful." They responded very thoughtfully, "Sorry, senior brother." Afterward, Chu Shi turned to ask Su Ye, "Su Ye, are you still okay?" He nodded and replied, "I'm fine." Then, the corners of Su Ye's mouth lifted slightly. He whispered to Chu Shi, "Little he, trust your uncle. It won't be long before everyone can gather together again. Just like before, we old folks won't let you kids down." Chu Shi remained silent for a long time before softly replying, "Okay, Su Ye." The scene shifted to another time. Han Ye was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Standing in front of him right now was Su Ye, along with the luxury car he had always dreamed of. Han Ye couldn't believe it, running out to admire the car, happily shouting, "Is this for me? Really? Is this real?" Su Ye saw this and laughed, softly replying, "I promised you, didn't I?" Immediately after, Han Ye ran over, hugged Su Ye tight, and yelled, "Su Ye is the best. I'm the happiest person in the world right now." Seeing this, he gently stroked Han Ye's back, smiling as he asked, "Are you that happy?" Han Ye smiled gleefully and replied, "It's not the point, isn't the car, although the car is also very important." Just then, he suddenly remembered something, pushed Su Ye away, and said, "That's right, Su Ye, you haven't met my younger sister yet. Let me go carry her out to meet you. Wait for me." Having said that, he ran straight into the house. Su Ye stood quietly outside, watching Han Ye's retreating figure. He looked so lonely right then. A moment later, Han Ye happily carried Han Ule in his arms and stepped outside. As he walked, he told the little girl, "Call him Su Ye." Knowing this, Han Aole babbled, "Uncle too." But when he looked outside, Han Ye suddenly froze for a beat. In front of him, there was only the car. The person was nowhere to be seen. Han Ye asked blankly, "Su Ye?" In the laboratory, machines were running continuously, without stopping. This was already experiment number 18,873. Inside the room, Tutu's voice echoed, "Dad, do you feel lonely?" Su Ye heard this and was a bit surprised, asking back, "Why do you ask?" Tutu replied, "If you aren't lonely, Dad, then why are you creating a new robot? Isn't having me to keep you company enough?" Hearing this, Su Ye thought for a moment and replied, Tutu, you are the only one in this house. Because you are here, it's full of life. But this new life, it has its own mission. Dad also has his own mission." It then said, "Then Tutu has a mission too. Tutu must protect the two family." Time flew by. They had reached experiment number 19,921. This time, Tutu asked Su Ye. Tutu was activated 2,263 days earlier than him. "So, Tutu is the big sister, right?" He replied softly, I suppose so." It asked again, "Dad, I see that the little brother's protocols are much more complex than mine. Is he going to the battlefield?" Su Ye didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, "Why do you have so many questions today?" Tutu replied, "Because you need to talk a lot, Dad. That way, your language function won't degenerate." Tutu believes that maintaining a moderate amount of daily conversation is necessary. "If you don't talk to Tutu, you will feel lonely." He replied vaguely, I know. I know. By experiment number 2283, the two of them started naming the new robot. Tutu suggested, to Thi, to Lang, to Mac, to Loi, to Nguyen. Su Ye shook his head. None of them were good. It then told him, then you think of one yourself, Dad. Su John? How about Su John? Su Ye, sitting in front of the computer, looked up and asked softly, interesting, right? The new robot, named Su John, smiled at him and replied, yes, Dad. Along with that, a notification popped up. Starting automatic recording. Su Ye saw this and hurriedly told him, don't. No need to record. All data related to your birth must be deleted. Su John asked, everything about you too, Dad? Su Ye gently placed his hand on the delete button and pressed firmly, especially images that have me in them. After that, the large screen displayed a notification. Experimental records have been deleted. At the same time, another screen appeared, reporting, energy core activation conditions not met. Just then, Tutu pushed the door open and said to him, Dad, everything is ready. Su Ye turned back to look at his two children and asked softly, it's rare to have such beautiful weather today. Do you kids want to go outside for a walk? A moment later, at the Celestial City, in the Sky Garden, the scenery was very poetic. While climbing the stairs, Tutu said to Su Ye, Dad, why didn't you install long legs for me? You're just like Su John. These stairs are so hard to climb. He heard her and offered a wry smile. Sorry. That was my oversight. I didn't think it through. Just then, Su John walked up and said to her, Tutu, let me carry you. To his surprise, Tutu lectured him instead. We're siblings. You have to call me older sister. Su Ye stood behind them, watching his two children. Tutu's happy voice rang out. Dad, this is the first time little brother has gone out, and the first time our whole family has been out together. He smiled gently and replied with a soft, yeah. The three of them walked up to a large grassy hill, looking out at the city in the distance. Tutu ran ahead, shouting excitedly, it's so beautiful. She pointed toward a castle where fireworks were exploding, exclaiming, it's so lively over there. Hearing this, Su Ye lowered his head slightly and said slowly, on this day, 8 years ago, he paused for a moment and looked up at the castle. We lost. Su Ye's voice dropped low. Su John, standing behind him, widened his eyes in surprise. Su Ye reached a hand out and continued. Inside that magnificent castle, I watched with my own eyes as this sanctuary changed hands. Since then, every year on this day, they hold a celebration. I truly cannot accept it. Su Ye's thin hand clenched until his veins popped. The scene shifted to a lavish banquet inside the palace. The guests were raising their glasses high, and toasts to the Lam family echoed endlessly. But unlike the jubilation around him, Liu Xiaonan sat there without touching his meal. A moment later, he heard a mocking voice. It rang out by his ear. Sitting in this same spot for 8 years. Aren't you bored yet? Aren't you happy for me? The person speaking was Lin Daosheng. He spoke with a smirk, questioning Liu Xiaonan. Without waiting for a reply, Lin Daosheng lifted his glass, intending to toast with Liu Xiaonan. Liu Xiaonan remained seated, staring coldly at the man before him. Seeing this, Lin Daosheng let out a mocking laugh and continued, how heartless, and I even prepared a delicacy for you. Just then, a servant brought a covered plate and set it down in front of Liu Xiaonan. I even prepared something delicious for you. Right after that, a servant brought over a covered tray and set it down in front of Liu Xiaonan. The next second, the lid was lifted, revealing what was inside. Everyone at the table turned their eyes toward it. They whispered, what is that? Liu Xiaonan's face darkened as he looked down at the necklace before him. Lin Daosheng's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. Do you like it? What should the next course be? He lightly poked a piece of steak on his own plate. Everyone at the table was terrified. They bowed their heads, not making a sound. Lin Daosheng picked up a slice of tomato and dropped it onto Liu Xiaonan's plate, saying slowly, 1, 2. This time, it was a slice of potato added to the side. 3. The next item he added was a stalk of vegetable. 4. Lin Daosheng kept picking up one thing after another, dropping them onto the plate in front of Liu Xiaonan. Before long, the plate was scattered with food scraps. Liu Xiaonan's voice rang out, deep and cold. That's enough. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the plate. Seeing this, Lin Daosheng dropped his fork and let out a delighted, ha ha ha. Liu Xiaonan's hand, resting by his glass, clenched tight in restraint. Then, he let go and picked up his wine glass. Standing tall, Liu Xiaonan announced, cheers to the Lam family. As he finished, he brought the glass to his lips and downed the red wine, which tasted like blood. Night fell over the city. Su Ye and his 2 children were still standing there, looking toward the palace. After a long while, he finally spoke. Let's go home. There is still so much to do tonight. The look in Su Ye's eyes became more resolute than ever. The scene shifted to a large mansion, still lit up. Inside the lab, Su Ye was stroking Su Zhan's hair. He was lying in a glass chamber. A look of unbearable loneliness crossed Su Ye's face. He then walked over to his workstation. Su Ye seemed to be typing something, letter by letter. Every word was a crucial message. Su Zhan, I have prepared 2 orders for you. The first order is to deal with the extreme situation that may occur in 15 years. If by that time, all the guards beside you have betrayed you or are gone, no matter how difficult or dangerous the path ahead is, you must firmly carry out your mission, protect WU YUE and her child. WU YUE is a master who transcends time, but no matter how strong an Esper is, they cannot defy the laws of time. But you will have the ability to confront it. That is the greatest gift I can give you. When you wake from cryosleep, your first priority is to follow this order. It will be the compass, guiding your actions. Su Ye's hands moved calmly over the keyboard as he continued to instruct Su Zhan. But if the situation changes beyond expectations, execute the second order. Just then, a notification popped up. Su Zhan wanted to ask, Dad, how will I know when to stop following the first order? Seeing this, Su Ye left the desk and walked over to Su Zhan. He placed one hand on Su Zhan's left chest and the other on his own, stuttering, The answer is here. Su Zhan lay inside the chamber, his body covered in wires. On his left chest was a heart-shaped metal core. On the other side, Tutu was also sitting in front of a computer, observing the data. On the screen were the tasks she needed to perform next. Sterile environment, heart transplant surgery, stitching the body, implanting into a living host. Tutu turned her head and saw Su Ye slowly walking toward her. He gently said, Dad. He patted her head and instructed, Everything after this is up to you, okay? Tutu, of course, agreed, yes. A moment later, Su Ye lay on a bed filled with machinery pointed at him, preparing for surgery. The glass lid closed. Su Ye, inside, said nothing, just quietly looking ahead. Tutu, outside, was controlling the machinery. She also said nothing. A while later, Tutu went to the side of the bed. Su Ye asked softly, Dad? He answered, Tutu continued, Will you be happy doing this? Then, she listened intently, with wide eyes. Hearing her father's Tutu didn't ask anything else, only replying, I know. Good night, Dad. After some time, Tutu stood before a large furnace. In her mind, she replayed the messages Su Ye had given her earlier. The first task her father assigned, completely dispose of his body, ensuring the name Su Ye disappeared from the world without a trace, in order to hide the true purpose of the existence named. Task number 2, confirming whether the energy core was activated successfully. At this moment, a notification from Su Zhan's body popped up. Body compatibility with the energy core has met the activation requirements. Once activation is confirmed, Su Zhan will enter hibernation mode. Next, the screen displayed the encrypted messages sent to the 4 individuals, Liu Jiaonan, Han Dong, Bu Feiran, and Fang Wu. Task number 3, which Dad had entrusted, was to accurately deliver Dad's message to his friends. After finishing this, Tutu slowly stepped down from the control console. It walked slowly toward another set of stairs, climbing them step by step without a word, then looked up, still remaining silent. Right in front of Tutu was its younger brother, Su Zhan, eyes closed in hibernation. Tutu moved closer, hugging its brother's mechanical body tightly, and whispered softly, Dad, I finished the tasks you gave me. Did I do a good job, Dad? The scene shifts to a road with a car heading toward the city. Liu Jiaonan's subordinate was driving. He glanced at Liu Jiaonan in the rearview mirror, then spoke up. Boss, if you're tired, why don't you close your eyes and rest for a bit? Just then, his phone received a notification. It was the encrypted message Tutu had sent. Liu Jiaonan was slightly surprised when he saw it, leaning down to look at the sender's name. Memories flooded back to when they were all still gathered together, and Su Ye had once told them, in the future, if there's anything important, I will use the company account to contact everyone. It's called Aurora Crystal Core. Hearing this, Bu Feiran exclaimed, Wow, that name sounds so cool. Little Su has really grown up. Afterward, everyone joked around happily. Back in the car, Liu Jiaonan picked up his phone to open the message. His subordinate in the front seat glanced back at him again. He looked at Liu Jiaonan, then at the video that had just started playing. He was a bit stunned to see Su Ye sitting there. Dressed in Su Ye's voice rang out gently. Everyone, please forgive me for using technology to record this video. At the very least, At the final moment, I want to express my true feelings clearly. At the Zhou household, Fang Wu was also watching the video. Su Ye's voice remained calm. Where should I start? My time isn't much anymore. Memories surfaced again of everyone laughing and joking together. Su Ye remembered hearing Wu Yue exclaim, "I really wish time could slow down a little, don't you?" He slowly recounted his journey through the video. At the age of 20 was the first time I got the idea to build an android. That thought was like a seed that took root and sprouted in my mind. After that, many unforeseen things happened, and my goals gradually changed because of it. Liu Jiaonan, do you remember? The first time I told you about this idea, you heard it, and immediately pointed out its most fatal flaw. If a machine just follows code, then any AI that can rewrite the code could make the machine I created go against my original intent, or even become a tool in the hands of an enemy. You were right. Since it's a machine that only follows orders, how could it have a will of its own? Elsewhere, Han Dong was also staring intently at the video. After completing Su, Zhan, the problem that had troubled me for years, finally had a solution. At this moment, Bu Feiran was rushing towards Su Ye's location. The video continued to play. Inside my body, Su Zhan is equipped with 6 different energy cores, but this is still not its limit. It's just that I only found 6 elders, who once received kindness from Wu Yue and voluntarily offered their superpowers. Please, everyone, remember their names. They are, in order, Mr. La Tan Guang. The last time Su Ye visited him was in the hospital room. The next person is Mrs. Mu Lanjun. Su Ye was pushing her wheelchair to take her for a walk. She smiled and said, "It's all right, child. What kind of storms hasn't an old woman like me seen before? There was anesthesia involved, right?" Next was Mrs. Ni Yuehua. She had smiled and said nonchalantly, "I'm just an old silver ring. If you don't mind, just take it." The fourth person was Mr. Jie Xiang. While playing chess, he instructed Su Ye, "If you want to fight, you must remain calm. If you want to succeed, you must keep it absolutely secret. Never trust any AI." The fifth person was Mrs. Huaxi, who firmly believed Su Ye could do it, and even said by this point, Su Ye smiled faintly as an answer. "This last person is myself," Su Ye said peacefully, recalling how, in countless experiments, the energy core in Su Zhan's body still wouldn't activate. Finally, I understood that what they needed wasn't just a physical container. It required a heart that could beat. Only a real life could ignite the fire of everyone's power. I knew that any heart would work, but I still decided to use my own heart as the final wall to hold on to my original will. Every machine has the potential to betray, but a machine that carries my will surely will not. Bu Feiran had been running until sweat was pouring down. He looked back. His slipper hadn't even had time to be changed properly. He had been in such a rush that it had fallen off and was lying on the ground. Bu Feiran stopped and turned back to pick up the slipper. Drops of sweat ran down his chin. His hand, reaching for the slipper, suddenly went limp in midair. Bu Feiran recalled a conversation from a long time ago. He had said to Su Ye, "At the end of the day, 18 years is really too long. It's good to have no burdens. Let nature take its course." Who can guarantee that they can keep a promise for 18 years without wavering? Perhaps when he said those words, Bu Feiran hadn't taken them so seriously. His hand tightened around the slipper on the ground. Bu Feiran's tears flowed uncontrollably. He clutched his chest in pain and let out a howl. Why did I say those words back then? Bu Feiran collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Every roar was like a blade of self-reproach, stabbing into his heart. Just then, someone else rushed over Bu Xinghuo, still in his pajamas, looked at his father in a panic and shouted, "Father!" On the other side, Liu Zhaonan's subordinate had pulled over to the side of the road to answer the phone. "AI?" "Yes." "Understood." Liu Zhaonan was acting normally. Perhaps he's just venting because his pride was hurt by the head of the family. In the car, Su Ye's voice rang out again. "Even so, I still can't be completely at ease. Time is terrifying. It can fade the bonds between people and turn kindness into evil. To guard against the potential disasters brought by time, I have programmed 2 sets of commands for this machine. After it is activated, it will prioritize executing the first command, protect Wu Yue and her child. If it determines that the first directive cannot be completed, it will activate the second directive, to protect everyone's children. Don't let them get hurt." As a protector, Liu Jiaonan couldn't hold back anymore. He hugged his phone tight and sobbed, "My dear friends, don't be afraid. Don't hang your heads, and don't panic. I've always felt that being a protector is such a happy thing. I want to protect my friends, and their children too. That is the very reason I've been able to keep moving forward so firmly." Fang Yu sobbed. He's been so lonely for 4 years. At this, Su Ye was moved, placed a hand on his chest, and said, "You know, today is the proudest day of the last 8 years. Now I can say with all the pride in the world, every single one of us in the Su family is a top-tier protector." Liu Zhaonan walked home, looking absolutely devastated. This made Liu Qixuan panic. "Don't grieve for my departure. This isn't a death, it's a carefully calculated move. I, along with my ideals, will be waiting for you all in the future." Liu Qixuan asked anxiously, "Father, what happened? Did they give you a hard time?" Liu Zhaonan hugged him tightly. He didn't answer but whispered, "Can you do one thing for me?" Meanwhile, at the Han residence, Han Ye woke up from his sleep because of his mother. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" But when he saw Han Dong standing in front of him with a face full of tears, Han Ye asked her angrily, "Who bullied you, Mom? Don't cry." Han Dong bit her lip anxiously and whispered the words, "I'm sorry," from the video. Su Ye laughed, pointed at them, and declared loudly, "Bring the hope back, old-timers. We shouldn't be a burden to the kids anymore." The door to their meeting room had been closed for a long time, but now it was finally opened. Han Dong bowed her head and slowly stepped inside. The next one to enter was Fang Yu, followed by Fei Ran. The last one to appear was Liu Zhaonan. They had all arrived. Han Dong walked out, silently closed the door behind her. This time, the door was closed, to nurture a new hope. Lingering in their ears was Su Ye's gentle yet determined voice. "Let's start over." The scene shifted to the Tianren Tower. Su Zhan was climbing the stairs with great difficulty, carrying a ladder in his hand. Su Zhan set up the ladder on the railing, looked out at the distant palace, and fell into a deep silence. Just a second later, Su Zhan threw himself off. The wind was howling, piercingly cold. Streams of data flickered continuously in his mind. In his mind, important faces flashed by. Then, Su Zhan singled out the 2 most important people. This was his top priority. Following that were the children Su Zhan needed to protect. Next, in that data panel, Su Zhan discovered something unusual about Sam Yue. He then posed a question. Delete protection target? His heart inside his chest was pounding wildly. He closed his eyes and sank into deep thought. A moment later, Su Zhan slowly opened his eyes. Immediately after, his eyes shifted to a pale blue. Su Zhan firmly stated, "No. I want to protect them all." Back in the present, Bu Xinghuo looked at Su Zhan and asked, "Are you recovered?" He replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Aule, standing nearby, stared at Su Zhan and saw him taking something from his waist. Then Su Zhan told her, "I have a way to help Sam Yue." Aule looked at him, wondering. Su Zhan's eyes look different than before, don't they? Immediately after, he held out a capsule in front of her. Seeing this, Aule asked, "Use this?" "What is it?" Su Zhan replied, "Nanorobots. Don't worry, Sam Yue will be fine." He used one of his robotic arms to gently pat her head. Right after that, Su Zhan disregarded everything and lunged straight forward. The next second, he narrowed his eyes and used a fog technique. Instantly, the air was covered in a hazy mist. A scoff echoed through the air from Sam. "Yue," he said to them dismissively. "Old tricks. How long do you guys intend to keep playing? I'm already bored." At this moment, Su Zhan's heart was glowing bright red, beating non-stop. He stared ahead, muttering, "Initiate second energy core." Sam Yue saw Su Zhan looking so serious and furrowed his brow, preparing to charge forward. Just a second later, Su Zhan flew straight behind Sam Yue. He used his ability, spatial displacement. Instantly, Sam Yue realized he was being attacked and immediately glanced back. He just stared in silence, thinking to himself, "Are you kidding me?" On the other side, Bu Xinghuo saw what happened and frowned, thinking, "No external injuries, nothing happened at all." No, an ordinary person might have acted rashly, but every move of Su Zhan's had been carefully calculated. At this moment, Sam Yue angrily swung his hand towards Su Zhan's face, cursing, "You stupid robot." Suddenly, at that exact moment, an arm reached out and gripped Sam Yue's hand tightly. Sam Yue saw this and froze, lifting his eyes to look at the person. It was Chu Shi. He didn't know why he had rushed out to block Sam Yue's hand. Immediately after, Chu Shi gritted his teeth and said firmly, "Don't even think about it. Absolutely not." On this side, Su Zhan looked at the scene in front of him, standing still in utter shock. Then he spoke. As expected, Chu Shi is still kind-hearted. On the other side, Liu Qixuan heard Su Zhan's words and frowned, thinking, "Still?" Su Zhan continued speaking to Chu Shi. "It's okay. Let him attack me. He can't understand what you're doing, can he?" Su Zhan's eyes shone brightly. He explained, "Trust me. I have a way to help." Sam Yue was deep in a dream, able to feel the situation outside. Opposite him, Sam Yue smirked sarcastically. I think you guys should make your choice. Why don't you all just die together? After saying this, he used his ability to lift all the rubble high into the air. Sujan didn't look very rushed. He just muttered, "The timing is perfect." At this moment, the chip he had inserted into Sam Yue's body earlier began to emit electrical sparks. Then it exploded, shattering right inside his body. A sharp, piercing pain shot through Sam Yue's entire body, making him jump. The rocks being lifted are starting to fall, just like that. Sam Yue gasps in shock, coughing repeatedly as the others scramble to take advantage of the moment. They all unleashed their abilities at once, while in the center, Sam Yue kept screaming in pain. Sujan stepped forward and quickly caught Sam Yue's body. "Sam Yue!" Sujan cried out. After pulling him into his arms, Sujan slowly explained, "Just now, I used dimensional shifting to implant nanorobots into Sam Yue's system. No matter how powerful your abilities are, they can help you temporarily resist the pain. The nanorobots will seize the moment you activate your power and transmit all sensory signals directly to your brain." A note appeared. Teo Hak is using energy to manipulate the will, to force Sam Yue's severely injured body to perform overloaded actions while blocking out most of the pain. However, the nanorobots will transmit 100% of the actual pain to his brain. The intense agony is making it impossible for Teo Hak to control this body that is on the verge of collapse. Right now, you are suffering from the backlash. That is the price you pay for unleashing your power through Sam Yue's body without considering the consequences. Yet, Sam Yue collapsed on his shoulder, still gasping out a laugh. Sujan told the others, "This pain Sam Yue will definitely have to feel it. From here on, it's up to him." Deep within his consciousness, Sam Yue was pulling his hair out in agony. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. I can't breathe." In his mind right now, Sam Yue couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. His mother, who was beside him, saw this and quickly leaned down. Wu Yue furrowed her brow, looking at her son with concern, and asked, "Are you okay? Sit down, quickly." She promptly helped Sam Yue sit on a nearby chair. By now, his entire body was drenched in sweat. Sam Yue kept coughing non-stop. Wu Yue, sitting next to him, didn't say a word, only gently rubbing his back. Sam Yue was drowning in pain, panting heavily as he looked down at his hands. After a long while, he finally managed to steady his breathing. Seeing that, Wu Yue asked again, "Are you feeling any better now?" Sam Yue didn't answer her. He only thought to himself, what was that headache just now? Could it be that something happened on the outside? Teo Hak wouldn't hurt everyone, right? No, I have to leave this place immediately. He clenched his fists, but then, Sam Yue looked to his side in confusion, his eyes filled with hesitation. His mother was right in front of him, and Sam Yue felt completely torn. Wu Yue gently patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Then, she asked, "Did you get lost?" Hearing that, Sam Yue bowed his head in silent thought. "Lost?" A moment later, he replied to her in a low voice, "Yes, I think I really am lost. I'm looking for a door that can lead me back to the real world. But this place is like a labyrinth. No matter how I walk, I can't find the right way out." Hearing this, Wu Yue asked curiously, "What does that world look like?" Sam Yue slowly recounted. "Painful, lonely, a terrifying world. People in that world devour one another. They might kill each other over a bag of bread. Even if you try your hardest, all you can do is avoid starving to death. You can only treat every day as if it's the last day you'll ever live." He blinked, looking at the people around him, dying one by one. As he spoke, Sam Yue's eyes became resolute. "It's a place where the sunlight never reaches." He gave a bitter smile and looked up at his mother. Wu Yue paused for a moment before asking, "And you still want to go back there?" Sam Yue replied, "Because that is where I belong." She nodded in understanding. "Is that so? How determined you are." He then asked, "Can I ask you something?" Wu Yue listened. Sam Yue said, "Do you also feel that I am a burden?" Hearing this, Wu Yue laughed, leaning back in her chair. "That's true. But in this world, what mother would ever consider her own child a burden? A mother only feels guilty, afraid that she hasn't given enough love to her child. Like me, I am a mother who isn't worthy." Hearing that, Sam Yue frowned and said, "Don't say that your child would be very sad to hear it." She laughed happily. "Is that so?" Then, Wu Yue leaned down, patted her stomach, and whispered, "Mommy is sorry, little one. Mommy was wrong and made you sad. Will you forgive Mommy?" Sam Yue sat nearby, looking at her with a heavy heart. He sat there in silence, thinking, how could I ever blame you, Mom? Then, Sam Yue asked, Wu Yue, can you help me? I want to find the way back, she asked with a hint of concern. But you seem very tired. Do you need to rest for a while longer? Sam Yue fell silent after hearing this. Then he squeezed his eyes shut and replied, Mom is waiting for me. Wu Yue responded, is that so? Then, she stood up. Sam Yue followed her shadow with his eyes. Wu Yue lovingly reached out her hand toward him and softly said, your mother would surely be so happy to hear that. Then, she pointed right at the center of Sam Yue's forehead. She said gently, the door you want to find is inside your own heart. Close your eyes and imagine that you are that door. When you open your eyes again, you will return to your own world. Sam Yue slowly felt it. It's so warm. Something is flowing through my body. His expression gradually softened. He asked, just by closing my eyes? Wu Yue smiled and replied, faith will lead the way for you. Sam Yue's eyes slowly closed. He tried to look at his mother one last time, thinking, I'm going now, Mom. Please wait for me. You must wait for me. Let's meet in the real world. Sam Yue furrowed his brow, and in the next second, he vanished right in front of Wu Yue. The bench was now empty. She looked down at the seat and gave a tender, gentle smile. But immediately after, her expression turned into an indescribable sadness. She stood alone in the wind, whispering, you've grown up healthy, back in the real world. Su John was holding Sam Yue's body, saying to the others, from here on, it's up to him. Bu Xinghuo frowned and asked, up to him? Does that mean there's nothing we can do to help him? Su John replied, regardless, we have to get out of this labyrinth first. Just at that moment, they all went still, hearing only Sam Yue's faint cursing. Damn it, time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Everything seemed to revolve around him alone. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound echoed softly in Sam Yue's ears. Time froze. Only the colors on Sam Yue were visible. Bu Xinghua, who was running toward them, stopped in his tracks. Han Ule stood frozen where she was looking at everyone in shock. Liu Qixuan stood silently, looking toward him. Chu Xi was also in a rush to get everyone out of there. Su Zhan, holding Sam Yue's body, was also frozen in place. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Sam Yue had returned to reality. But there was a very big problem. Sam's body wouldn't budge. He blinked, dazed, wondering if he had truly returned. He darted his eyes to the right to scan the area, then back to the left. He tried to get his bearings. Sam couldn't understand why everyone was standing so still. Wait, did I become faster? He wondered. What was happening? It hurt so much, everything hurt. His limp arm twitched slightly. But then it dropped again, overwhelmed by the pain racking his body. Before Sam, everyone was frozen in place. Sam's eyes widened. He replayed everything that had just happened. Every single moment leading up to when that Sam had taken over his body. Sam slumped against Su Zhan's shoulder, still unable to pull himself up. He could feel the ceiling above them cracking in long, jagged lines. Sam tried to command his body to move. Just move! Every second felt like his entire being was being scorched by fire. Sam remembered Bu Xinghuo anxiously searching for a way to bring him back, and Han Ule, who didn't shy away from the struggle to help him. Sam remembered Liu Qixuan, who was cold on the outside but truly cared for him, and Chu Xi, who never abandoned him even when things got tough. And finally, Su Zhan, who had given everything to protect him. Sam braced himself, forcing his body to obey. Move, just move. His power began to ripple outward. It emitted a soft blue glow, weaving its way toward the others. Sam's hand reached out, channeling his power toward the ceiling above. It couldn't hold on any longer and came crashing down toward them. Someone shouted, "Watch out!" Sam's hand reached out, exerting his ability. He managed to successfully hold up the falling wall above them. The slab of the ceiling was then tossed aside. Seeing that Sam was back, everyone was overjoyed. Su Zhan, beneath him, looked up with a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm back late." But then, Sam tilted backward, causing the others to panic and shout his name. In that virtual world, Wu Yue was clutching someone and crying. Seeing this, the other person glared around and shouted, "What's wrong? Who made her cry? Who was it? Come out here." As Wu Yue wiped her tears, she pointed to her belly and replied, "It's this." In reality, Sam tilted back, murmuring, it hurts so much." Once the words left his lips, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. The others rushed over immediately. Lying on the ground, Sam thought to himself, the dream is over. Across from him, Jiao Guang struggled to pull himself up as well. Su Zhan caught Sam and told me, "Get the nano-robot out immediately." Bu Bu Xinghuo also ran over, adding, I'll treat the wounds. But Su Zhan immediately countered, no. His current physical state isn't suited for high-level ability use. Only Zhao Guang sat there, lonely and isolated, watching them. Sam, lying below, wheezed. I'm fine, no need for treatment. Bu Xinghuo retorted angrily. Still being stubborn, huh? She added, Sister, look at him. Liu Qixuan stood by, smiling faintly, and said, All right. If he's still being that stubborn, he's probably fine. Han Ule quickly spoke up. Let Su Zhan get the nano-robot out first. If we keep arguing, Sam is really going to die. Hearing that, Sam laughed while saying, I won't die from a bit of blood. Zhao Guang, watching them from his spot, fell into a deep silence. He lay back down, thinking, he actually did it. Su Zhan reached behind Sam's neck and said softly, The nano-robot is near your cervical vertebrae. It's going to hurt when I pull it out. Are you ready? Su Zhan's palm began to glow, aimed straight at the nape of Sam's neck. Bu Xinghuo, nearby, gathered her energy to generate heat to keep him warm. Han Ule was even more worried and shouted, Sam, don't be afraid. After a moment, Su Zhan successfully removed the robot from his body. Sam couldn't help but scream in pain. Su Zhan then asked how he was feeling, even though he was the #1 culprit. Feeling any better now? Sam wheezed. My whole body hurts. My head hurts. My back hurts. My arms and legs feel like they've been run over by a truck. I can't move. As soon as he finished, everyone turned to glare at Liu Qixuan. He looked a bit sheepish, looking at his hands and muttering, Why are you looking at me? It's your fault for not stopping me. As for Han Ole, he didn't count he was the second culprit. Everyone had the same thought. Who could possibly stop him? Right then, Liu Qixuan stared at Sam and called his name, Sam. Deep down, he was telling himself he had to say it, sorry. Sam, sitting below, was still dazed, not understanding why Liu Qixuan was calling him and looking at him like that. He had just managed to choke out the word sore, when suddenly, the massive boulders in the building collapsed, revealing the view outside, a burning, crimson sunset. They all simultaneously looked up at the magnificent sight before them. Su Zhan spoke quietly to everyone. We should leave this place. Sam lowered his eyes, looking toward the other side. Then he spoke up. Chu Shi, could you help me over to Zhao Guang? Zhao Guang was lying sprawled on the ground, and upon hearing voices near him, he peeled, his eyes open. Slowly, watch your step. Chu Shi helped Sam over to where Zhao Guang was lying, and reminded him, I'll be right here, keeping watch, but don't talk for too long, okay? Sam replied, Thank you. Then, Sam and Zhao Guang sat and lay face to face, just looking at each other without a word. After a long moment, Sam finally broke the silence, criticizing, You're really pathetic. Zhao Guang didn't even bother looking at him, only replying, You're the same. What method did you use to break my dream? This was the question that had been haunting him. Do you want to come to the White Room with me? Hearing this from Sam, Zhao Guang's eyes widened in shock. Immediately, he turned to look at Sam and shouted, Are you crazy? Sam heard this and just offered a bitter smile, saying, I guess you're like me. You have so many things you want to say to her, don't you? If we could go there together, she would surely be very happy. Zhao Guang was stunned, speechless. Sam continued, If you agree to come with me, I'll tell you how to escape the dream. Zhao Guang's hand, resting at his side, tightened into a fist. His voice began to tremble. I don't understand why you would do that. Hearing this, Sam, sitting there blankly, replied slowly, I dreamed of her once too. She was standing in a place filled with light, as if she were waiting for me to come over. Her face was blurry, indistinct. The only thing shining brightly in the dream was her bracelet, but I was afraid of that light. Your eyes looked into the distance as if reminiscing about when I ran away. Truly, back then, Sam Yue didn't have enough courage to run to her mother. If I had known it was her, I should have run towards her no matter what. Why didn't I dare to step forward? Not even a single step? Zhao Guang stared at Sam Yue, stunned, thinking to himself, why is this person crying in front of an enemy? Sam Yue was sobbing, her voice choking up, not even once. Chu Shi, standing nearby, saw this, and felt incredibly sorry for Sam Yue. Liu Qixuan also watched them both without blinking. Bu Xinghuo just frowned, unsure of what to do. Su Zhan's expression remained blank, but he seemed to partially understand Sam Yue's pain. Han Ule choked back tears, her eyes reddened with heartache. Sam Yue raised a hand to wipe away her tears, hesitatingly said to Zhao Guang, Thank you. Even though you were just carrying out your mission, you helped me have a beautiful dream. I almost didn't wake up, Sam Yue added with a bitter smile. Hearing all this, Zhao Guang remained silent, not knowing what to say. A moment later, Zhao Guang turned his face forward and softly replied, You really are a troublesome enemy. Nearby, Bu Xinghua, standing next to Liu Qixuan, frowned and said, strange. He heard her and turned to ask, what's wrong? Bu Xinghua knit her brows tightly and replied suspiciously, don't you feel it's too peaceful? The scene shifts to inside the city. The place carried a very gloomy vibe. The desolate city scene slowly shrank, swirling like tea in a cup. Lin Daosheng's emotionless face appeared in the dark red glow of the wine. A subordinate's voice rang out beside him. Master, shall I refill your tea? Shi Chengdai sat opposite them, head bowed, doubtingly thinking to herself, what time is it that he still has the mood for tea? Could he really not care about the situation in the colony? Lin Daosheng suddenly raised his head, fixed his gaze on her, and flashed a creepy smile. The first scene shows two subordinates, walking down a long corridor. They walked quite leisurely, not in any rush at all. On the stone wall, there was a lamp with a base shaped like a cobra, with its mouth wide open. On the large wall were red brick lines and Chinese chess pieces. The two subordinates entered the room. Before them sat Lam Mach, kneeling on the ground. On the floor in front of her lay a handbell. Lam Mach slowly opened her eyes and looked ahead. Then, she grabbed the bell in front of her with one hand. As Lam Mach rang the bell, she whispered, spirit manipulation art. Immediately, countless red tentacles sprouted from behind her, flying all over the room. The two subordinates saw this and felt a bit uneasy, glancing at each other. The whole room was now filled with red tentacles, along with the chessboard wall, which also began to glow. From the wall, a person emerged. It was the Esper, Tin, Lin Han clairvoyant. He was bound by Lam Mach's tentacles. Inside the closed room, gusts of wind blew, making the candles flicker. Just a moment later, everything went silent again. The room was no longer windy. The Esper, having been released from the gag of Lam Mach's tentacles, gasped for air. He hurriedly opened his mouth, fearfully saying to Lam Mach, I've seen it all. I'll tell you everything. She listened quietly and replied, you don't need to speak. As her words faded, Lam Mach immediately grabbed a dagger nearby. She quickly swiped across the Esper's pupils before he could even react. Lam Mach struck without hesitation, adding, be more honest. The Esper immediately clutched his eyes, screaming in agony. Lam Mach kept her cold face and said, you're a dead man. What are you yelling for? The Esper staggered and cursed. Damn it, you crazy woman. You dare to gouge out my eyes? Damn it, couldn't you have been a bit gentler? At this moment, Lam Mach was about to turn and walk outside, but was blocked by the two subordinates. The family head is meeting a guest. It's not convenient for you to go forward. Let us handle it for the master. Please, young lady, don't make it difficult for us, one subordinate stammered. The very next second, the tip of that dagger was pointed straight at his eyeball. Lam Mach dropped the dagger and smirked. Hold it tight. The Esper's glowing eyes slowly faded into the night. He watched Lam Mach's retreating figure and muttered her name. Lam Mach returned to the room where Lin Daosheng and Shi Chengdai were. Just then, that same subordinate appeared before them and reported, Master. Finished, he presented the dagger from earlier, in front of Lin Daosheng. He cast a glance, said nothing, then Lin Daosheng reached out his hand toward the knife. The entire blade glowed with red light. Instantly, images of Sam Yue and Jiao Guang's battle appeared in midair. Lin Daosheng smiled and said to Shi Chengdai, aren't you very curious about the situation on the battlefield in the exile lands? She looked at the scene where Sam Yue was grabbing Jiao Guang's neck and shouted in panic, Jiao Guang! Shi Chengdai quickly turned to tell Lin Daosheng, Mr. Lam, the failure of this mission is my responsibility. Please send someone to bring Jiao Guang back. I will design a new experiment. Next time, I will absolutely satisfy you. As she spoke, Shi Chengdai suddenly froze. She stared at Lin Daosheng and asked softly, Mr. Lam? He was looking intently at something above. Lin Daosheng was staring at an image, where Sam Yue was laughing very excitedly. He thought to himself suspiciously, he's happy? Clearly, the people he sent were all defeated. Why, on the contrary, is he showing this expression? A moment later, Lin Daosheng laughed and said, as expected, the child of God never disappoints, right? Shi Chengdai immediately agreed. That's right, Mr. Lam. Hak Hoen is a test subject with a strong localized nature, but the child of God is different. Sam Yue is the most suitable test subject. Go bring them back now. I will immediately start arranging the new experiment. She thought to herself. Great. As long as his attention is on Sam Yue, then Jiao Guang is temporarily safe. But then, she heard one very cold word from Lin Daosheng. No. He turned to the subordinate and said, notify Liu Qixuan. Ignore Sam Yue. Just bring back the special body. Shi Chengdai felt as if she had fallen into an icy cellar. What? She screamed. wanting to rush forward but being held back. Didn't you see his ability? The way he uses telekinesis is exactly like his mother. Who knows? He might be able to attain eternal life. Isn't this what you wanted? Honestly, compared to him, Zhao Guang is not even half as good. It's obvious he is the best choice. His body fits your requirements the most, doesn't it? What exactly are you planning to do? Lin Daosheng seemed lost in another world. Before him were red lines like a chessboard. Sam Yue sat below, sneering as she replied to him. I'm curious about what you're planning too. Daosheng didn't say a word. He gently reached out and grabbed her. He gripped Sam Yue and answered slowly. Why don't you try to guess? As he spoke, he tightened his grip. Fluids from within his hand sprayed out to the side. Liu Qixuan was standing right outside the door, leaning in to look inside. Bu Xinghuo, standing nearby, frowned tightly, as if he had sensed something. Zhao Guang and Sam Yue were still sitting there, neither saying a word. A subordinate stepped forward to quietly report something to Daosheng. Master, it's a call from Mr. Liu Jingxuan. He asked what to do. The subordinate reported. He wants to know if we still need to deal with Fai Bu Xinghuo. Hearing this, Daosheng sarcastically replied, spare her life. Consider it a gift from me to the child of God. Scene transition. Back at the exiled land, below a staircase, Liu Qixuan was slumped over, exhausted. She said, couldn't you train your muscles a little less? My shoulder is about to dislocate. Let me rest for a bit. I think I sprained my ankle earlier. Both of them were covered in injuries, sitting on the ground, panting. Tianlong lay collapsed on a rock. He thought to himself, that Chu Shi actually possessed that kind of destructive ability. Why wasn't it recorded in the files? Did he hide it on purpose? Then, he said to Liu Qixuan in a raspy voice, sooner or later, I will kill that monk. She immediately dismissed it, saying, stop acting tough. We should be glad that monk doesn't take lives. Otherwise, would I even be sitting here? I would have died on that bridge long ago. Then, Liu Qixuan thought to herself, if she continued to carry Tianlong, she wouldn't be able to take Zhao Guang with her. I'll take Tianlong out first, then come back for Zhao Guang. That should still be in time. She stood up and hauled Tianlong up. Come on, I'll take you out first. But he refused, saying, you go find Zhao Guang, I'll wait here. Liu Qixuan explained. Escaping with just you will be faster. He thought. Do you think snatching someone from right under Liu Qixuan's nose is that easy? If you stay here, I'll have to take care of both of you, which will be more dangerous. Tianlong, now is not the time to be stubborn. Retreating when the time is right isn't shameful. After a while, Tianlong agreed to go with her. Liu Qixuan grumbled while supporting him. Lose some weight, will you? Do you hear me? She scolded him. Shut up. Outside by the coast, the sunset sky was glowing with golden light, but in the next second, a wave of ice came flying from nowhere. It froze the entire atmosphere. Ta Ya and Xiamei were sitting outside. Ta Ya boredly said, they're too slow. Immediately after, both of them were frozen by that cold air. Su Zhan reminded everyone, we must get out of this maze immediately. Chu Shi stood there and said to Liu Qixuan, you and everyone else take Sam Yue out first. I, Su Zhan, am entrusting Zhao Guang to you. Han Ule, follow the others closely. He then asked Chu Shi, where are you going? He replied, there's still one survivor on the 3rd floor. I'm going to save him. Upon hearing this, Liu Qixuan agreed. All right, let's split up. You be careful. Chu Shi urged him, take care of them. Sorry for causing extra trouble for everyone. Then, the bright red sunset sky cast the final rays of the day. At this moment, Zhao Guang's voice spoke up. Sam Yue? You were slightly surprised and answered, huh? Zhao Guang asked, how many of my memories have you seen? Sam Yue replied, just fragmented images. There are many images flashing by so fast I haven't even had time to process them. Why are you asking this? Let's talk once we're safe. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guang realized something. He thought to himself, no wonder this idiot. Then Zhao Guang continued, Sam Yue, in the White Room. Before he could finish, both of them were frozen solid. Everyone standing in the room was frozen before they could even understand what was happening. Ling Xiao squatted down in front of Sam Yue and laughed. This is clearly just a little kid. At that moment, another person slowly walked over and added, he's only 18. He's basically just a child. Liu Jingxuan entered, followed by a subordinate. Ling Xiao didn't answer. She just held her index finger up to eye level. She held her finger level with Sam Yue's neck and slowly said, this looks much better. The subordinate following. Liu Jingxuan threw Zhao Guang over his shoulder. He ordered his men to take him away. At this, Ling Xiao stood up and said, Liu Jingxuan, Since you're already here, why not greet the child of God before leaving? As soon as Ling Xiao spoke, he raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Immediately, the ice on Sam Yue's head shattered. He looked around in a panic. Sam Yue's eyes widened, his ears were ringing, but he could hear Ling Xiao's cheerful voice. Hey, can you hear me? I'm Ling Xiao, he thought in terror. My throat can't make a sound. After a long while, Sam Yue stuttered, but he still couldn't speak. Ling Xiao waved her hand. Just breathe slowly. There's no need to rush into talking. Your breath is icy. That's just a side effect of the ice realm. Besides, Liu Qixuan and I aren't here to cause trouble. Just wanted to say hello to you before we go. Sam Yue's gaze immediately fell on Zhao Guang, who was being carried on the subordinate's shoulder. He was shaking with anger, gritting his teeth. After a long while, he spoke with difficulty. Where are you taking him? Don't leave yet. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao laughed. Did you hear that? He's so cute. Beyond my expectations. Sam Yue remained defiant. Release Zhao Guang. At that moment, Ling Xiao walked closer to him, step by step. She pointed at Sam Yue's chest and slowly said each word. I said we were just going to say hello and leave. You talk as if we're the villains who specialize in hurting people. Right at that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly sensed a flow of energy whizzing past her head and stopped. A few strands of her platinum hair had fallen to the ground. On this side, Liu Qixuan was still standing still, but his right hand was bleeding. The ice on his hand cracked, causing blood to drip out. Ling Xiao calmly turned back and said to Liu Qixuan, What's wrong? Didn't you say that in this ice realm, no one could use their abilities? Hearing this, he just chuckled and replied, She is Liu Qixuan. Ling Xiao realized this and replied, Fair enough. Before your brother breaks the ice, let's retreat. I don't want to fight him either. Upon hearing her, Sam Yue froze. He stood there, stunned, thinking about his brother. Then, he recalled what Liu Qixuan had told him before. The person capable of killing me is already dead. Just then, Liu Qixuan approached Sam Yue and said in a low, cold voice, My apologies, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Liu Qixuan. Sam Yue stood frozen, eyes wide as he stared at him. Liu Qixuan continued, He hasn't told you about me? Well, that makes sense. A deceitful brother like me is certainly someone Liu Qixuan wouldn't mention. Sam Yue couldn't wrap his head around it, thinking, deceitful? What is he talking about? He opened his mouth and asked, How could that be? Jingshan stood above, looking down with a scornful gaze, mocking. A child of a god who can't even defeat a guy like Liu Qixuan? He hasn't used his full strength yet, has he? At this moment, purple lightning radiated from Liu Qixuan's entire body, and veins bulged visibly under his skin. It looked like he was about to break through the block of ice. Ling Xiao urged hurriedly, Let's go. Your brother is about to lose his mind. Only then did Sam Yue remember their true purpose here, to save Zhao Guang. He looked at the retreating figures and muttered, I will save you. Zhao Guang lay limp, letting them do as they pleased. Before being frozen over again, Sam Yue shouted, Zhao Guang, I'll come for you. That group left quickly without looking back once. As they passed Liu Qixuan and Tianlang, Ling Xiao asked Jingshan, Are we not taking these two? They are experimental subjects. They can combine their abilities. If we're talking about being special, then these two are quite unique. Jingshan didn't turn his head back as he replied, The success rate for ability combination is extremely low. Short-lived experimental subjects have no value to the master. Besides, they suffered too many losses in this battle. More than half are already dead. Ling Xiao, let's go. Only then did Jingshan turn to look behind him. Ling Xiao stepped past him toward the teleportation gate when a loud cry rang out from behind. Liu Qixuan had finally broken free from the ice and was charging toward them frantically, screaming, Liu Jingshan. Jingshan stood in front of the gate, reached out his hand, and smiled with praise. Liu Qixuan, you're much faster this time, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. Liu Qixuan's eyes were filled with rage. Jingshan snapped his fingers, and instantly, dust and debris exploded everywhere. He had detonated the entire area. 9 o'clock at night, at the Black Bear Gang's territory, a voice echoed from inside. So, you mean his mother is very powerful? The person replied, slightly agitated. Are you deaf? How many times do I have to explain this? He is a god-level descendant, you idiot. God level. The man punched the kid next to him while saying that. The boy clutched his head and retorted, Why hit me? God level? I've never even seen one. Aren't those just myths? Before them, Sam Yue lay on a stretcher. The kid continued. Besides, looking at him like this, he doesn't seem that tough. Is he having a nightmare? The man replied, You don't understand. The brains of psychic ability users are much more active than normal people. He is currently, the boy pressed. Currently what? The man got annoyed. Ask one more time and I'll hit you. Inside Sam Yue's subconscious at that moment, he was sitting in front of running washing machines, thinking. A button gets stuck in the gap of the rollers. Round and round, the washing machine emitted a humid vapor, a sound like a protest, awakening the disharmonious existences in the outside world. I used to think I was that button. Suddenly, Sam Yue snapped awake. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the ceiling. The person saw him wake up and said with a laugh, "Awake? Do you remember me? I carried you out of the ruined building." "Don't remember?" Sam Yue asked anxiously. "Where are the others?" The man replied, "They are resting nearby." Sam Yue hurried. "Please lead the way for me." The man said, "Little master, you need a plan before you can leave this place." A while later, Sam Yue was led to a room where Qin Tian was sitting on the ground, his face bruised and swollen. He looked at him, startled. "Qin Tian?" Qin Tian called out to him, "Sam Yue, come over here." He then pulled out a sheet of paper as long as a scroll. He started recounting things to Sam Yue. Seeing this, he was slightly taken aback and asked, "Liu Qixuan, repair fees for the exploded building?" Qin Tian explained, "Even on that day, when Liu Qixuan occupied our building, all the glass in the building was shattered and had to be replaced." "Supplies used for the diversion," Sam Yue asked further. "Supplies outside the door? 200 kilograms?" The more he heard, the more confused he became. "Truck fuel costs," Qin Tian explained with difficulty. "These things all add up." The items listed later were even more outrageous. Shop repair fees, warehouse reconstruction costs. At that moment, a large hand grabbed Sam Yue's chin, forcing him to look up. It was Lady Hung. She leaned down and said in a low voice to Sam Yue, "It's all charged to you and the 11 people Qin Tian brought back. 4 of them are seriously injured. If you use the gang's medicine, we have to add the fees, and the daily room and board for each person is this much." He was incredibly bewildered. 20,000 a day? Lady Hung clarified. 200,000. The compensation in the bill is calculated separately. Agree to pay, and you can walk out of this gate. A moment later, Qin Tian walked out, clutching his head, and said to Sam Yue, "Don't take it to heart, kid. Our boss never does business at a loss." Meanwhile, Sam Yue was thinking about something else. 11 people, sure enough, Zhao Guang is not among them. Qin Tian kept muttering, "Our boss looks fierce, but she's actually very kind." Sam Yue was lost in his own thoughts. How can I find out about Liu Qixuan's brother from him? Also, what was it that Zhao Guang was about to say? Does the Tianlang group know about that? Where should I even start dealing with this? The more he thought, the more confused he got. Sam Yue grabbed his hair and shouted. Qin Tian saw this and broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Is the price too high?" Elsewhere, Liu Qixuan was leaning against a railing, slowly smoking a cigarette, his face expressionless. His gaze dropped as if recalling the past on a torrential rainy night. Liu Qixuan, covered in wounds, was lying slumped over a horse's back. His hand hung limp and helpless, and Liu Qixuan's face slumped down against his hair. His hair was soaked. Suddenly, the horse's front legs screeched to a halt. It let out a neigh and tilted its body. This caused Liu Qixuan to fall headlong off its back. His body was covered in wounds, and there was a large scar on his face. Liu Qixuan opened his eyes and stared straight up at the sky. Back in the present, Liu Qixuan was still smoking. The cigarette in his hand had almost burned out. Just then, Qin Tian and Sam Yue approached. He pointed at Liu Qixuan and spoke to him. "Find this guy to settle the bill," Qin Tian said, telling him to swipe the card. Liu Qixuan took the card out quite nonchalantly. Qin Tian swiped it quickly and replied with a smile. "Thank you, sir. I'm going to find my sister to report the results." Liu Qixuan turned back with a stern face and said to Sam Yue, "Do you have any idea how much of my money you've spent these past few days?" With a blank expression, he replied, "There will be even more in the future." Then, Sam Yue asked, "The person you said could kill you, is it him? How could it be?" Liu Qixuan immediately denied it. "Liu Jingshan is not my brother. Do you want to hear his story?" Sam Yue, of course, wanted to. "Yes." After saying that, Liu Qixuan turned and stepped into a nearby room, adding, "1 or 2 sentences won't cover it." Sam Yue was speechless, thinking, "Then why did you ask?" He saw him preparing to open the door and hurriedly stopped him. Liu Qixuan, wait. But when he looked inside, he suddenly froze, unable to speak. Inside the room, everyone was gathered. Chu Shi was recounting everything to Su Zhan. "When I climbed out of the rubble, I saw Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan rescuing people. Then, Han Ule Bu Xinghua asked, 'So, I was the fifth person to crawl out? Just then, Chu Shi noticed Sam Yue's presence. She then asked him a question. Liu Qixuan pulled Sam Yue into the room. Why are you standing there like a statue? Come in. Liu Qixuan sat on a chair and asked Chu Shi, do you know how much a single dose of medicine costs? Before she could understand what he meant, Liu Qixuan answered, 74 million. Sam Yue asked about Bu Xinghuo's condition. Is everyone uninjured? She replied, everyone is fine. Sam Yue looked at everyone one by one, then smiled, thinking, I almost forgot that I'm no longer alone now. No matter how hard things get, I have people facing it with me. At that moment, Su Zhan also opened the door from outside and walked in, then quickly closed it behind him. A bird flew into the room. Seeing that, Chu Shi asked, where did those three take Zhao Guang? The bird actually chirped and explained it to him. Then, Chu Shi relayed it to everyone. The birds that followed were all killed, and the rest didn't dare to follow. Everyone had the same thought. How can he understand that? Han Ule asked curiously. Brother Chu Shi, does everything tell you things? Chu Shi replied very seriously. No, all things have spirit. They only say what they want to say. At this moment, Sam Yue was sitting there, lost in thought. I told everyone about Ling Xiao and Liu Jingshan, and about the memories Zhao Guang left for me. Han Ule was extremely confused. How strange. Didn't they come to capture Sam Yue? Why did they suddenly change their target? Hearing that, he replied, for now, I can confirm that Zhao Guang is safe. To the Lam family, he still has value. As soon as he finished, the whole room fell into silence. This made Sam Yue flustered. Did I say something wrong? Just then, Han Ule stood up and said to him, Brother Sam Yue, do you want to go visit those people? I'll go with you. He agreed, that works. The door closed, and Han Ule walked outside with Sam Yue. She pointed the way for him. This way. Inside the room, Bu Xinghuo glared at the others and warned them in a low voice. I will find a chance to tell him. Keep your mouths shut. All of you. Do you hear me? Outside, Sam Yue leaned against Han Ule and said shyly, Sorry to bother you with helping me. Han Ule replied quite comfortably. Actually, I'm worried about their condition too. Going alone is a bit awkward, Brother Sam Yue. Suddenly, she called his name. Then, Han Ule looked up at Sam Yue with concern and asked, Are you going to punish them? But after saying that, she lowered her head, timidly adding, I'm sorry. I sound so childish. Sam Yue patted her head and replied gently, You wait here for me. I won't punish anyone. I promise you. He walked toward a jail cell. He heard an argument coming from inside. A child's voice cried out, Where is Brother Zhao Guang? I want Brother Zhao Guang. Don't touch me. I hate you. I want Brother Zhao Guang. The other person shouted. Shut up. Cry again and I'll throw you out. Another voice chimed in. Enough. Why are you being so mean to a kid? Be quiet. The other person grew even angrier and shouted, You're the one who needs to shut up. It's all your fault for being so slow to get them out sooner. Isn't it true that nothing happened? That person argued back, but I sprained my ankle back then. Inside the dark prison cell, Dodo sobbed while clinging to Xiamei. Sam Yue stood outside and spoke into the room. Let's talk for a moment. Tianlong, sitting in the room, was extremely surprised to see Sam Yue. Suddenly, through Sam Yue's silhouette, Tianlong saw the image of Zhao Guang. He suddenly coughed violently, spitting up blood. Sam Yue's voice rang out. Why didn't you dodge? You can let out your emotions, but after you're done, it's best to think about what I'm going to say next. The reality right now is that you have been abandoned. Of course, if you look at it another way, you have been set free. After saying that, he placed his thin hand on the prison door. This door isn't locked. You can leave at any time. Choosing to stay means you still care about Zhao Guang's safety. You all know that the last person to speak with Zhao Guang was me. The one who saw him being taken away was also me. I can provide valuable intelligence to you, but in exchange, I need you to be honest. Only then can we find more clues. Tianlong stared intently at Sam Yue and asked, What reason do I have to trust you? Sam Yue frowned, bowed his head, and replied, Tianlong, we both wear the black ring, but we long ago stopped belonging to it. The words sounded ironic. Now, we might truly be able to understand each other's situation. Perhaps only us. If we cannot be allies, that doesn't mean we have to be enemies. I hope we can sit down and talk properly. Whenever you finish thinking, you can find me at any time. Han Ule stood waiting outside, worriedly thinking to herself, Is everything okay at home on the first night away from Mom and my brother? Brother Sam Yue, why is he still in there? Just as she was thinking, a voice suddenly called out, Han Ule. Sam Yue, pale as a sheet, pants heavily, and says to the girl, Help me up. I've got no strength left in my legs. Han Ule asks anxiously. Sam Yue? Sam Yue just says briefly, that Tian Lang, he's too fierce. Here's a little tip for everyone. G credits are the only legal currency in the world of Liu Qixuan, and they are a strong currency issued by the Central Bank of Tianren City. They are backed by credit. If the exchange rate is calculated against RMB, 100 G credits is equivalent to 1 RMB. During special periods, such as war or economic recession, G credits retain their value. If the exchange rate is calculated against RMB, 100 G credits equals 1 RMB. During special periods like war or economic downturns, G credits hold their value. As night falls, Han Ule is still tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. As she turns over again, she suddenly hears the voice of Bu Xinghuo. Not used to it, Han Ule? She asks timidly. Did you wake me up? Bu Xinghuo slowly replies, No, I was already awake. Han Ule stays silent for a moment, then turns to ask her, What is it? Bu Xinghuo asks. The girl continues, Do you miss home? Bu Xinghuo listens, not knowing how to answer or what to say. After that, she pulls back her blanket and asks, Han Ule, do you want to lie over here? The girl happily runs over. Yes. Han Ule lies on the bed and says gratefully to Bu Xinghuo, Thanks for rushing to save me earlier today. She asks back in surprise. Huh? When did I save you? The girl replies, Right when the ceiling collapsed. Bu Xinghuo laughs. That was nothing. A moment later, Han Ule whispers. Sister. Bu Xinghuo replies, Yes? Calling you sister comes quite naturally, doesn't it? The girl is startled when she hears that and asks, Can't I call you that? Bu Xinghuo laughs, amused. It's not that, suit yourself. Han Ule asks softly, What do you usually do when you can't sleep? She thinks for a moment and replies, I think before, when I couldn't sleep, I liked to burn the whole blanket. Han Ule is extremely surprised. For real, or are you joking? Bu Xinghuo laughs and emphasizes, Of course it's true. I've burned at least 30, if not 50, beds by now. The scene shifts to the room of Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan. He sits on the side of the bed, watching Chu Shi lie on the bed, with his right foot sticking out. He asks, Couldn't you have asked them for a bigger bed? Chu Shi just calmly replies, I asked. There weren't any. Liu Qixuan doesn't ask any further. He just reaches for the pack of cigarettes on the nightstand. His eyes narrow gradually, but he doesn't reveal what he is thinking. Liu Qixuan sees Chu Shi sit up and asks, Why aren't you sleeping? He replies, You sleep. I'll meditate. I'll call you later. Liu Qixuan picks up a can of coffee, takes a sip, and replies, No need for that. But a moment later, he is already fast asleep, completely knocked out. Chu Shi gently uses his ability to tuck the blanket around him, thinking to himself, You've worked hard today. The scene shifts to another room. Sam Yue is using his ability to lift a small stone statue. He grits his teeth and asks, How long, Sujan? The person next to him replies, 21 seconds. You're bleeding, Sam Yue. Hearing that, he adds, I've got a bit of a headache. Sujan says, Look up. At this moment, the statue drops straight onto the table. Sam Yue tilts his head back and stuffs a piece of tissue into his nose to stop the bleeding. He says to Sujan, feeling a bit frustrated, Back in the maze, I could clearly control that heavy ceiling, but now I can't even control a small ornament. Sujan comforts him, Sam Yue, don't worry. This is a normal reaction during the period of awakening psychic powers. Most people go through this when they're younger. Do you need a tissue? Even though your ability awakened late, as your proficiency improves, the situation will improve. The human body needs to recover, just like a phone needs to be charged. For example, the Black Ring subjects were modified like disposable batteries. Tian Long can burst with extreme vitality and power for 1 month. Liu Qixuan can control matter. Xia Mei has absolute lethal ability. Ta Ya has singular restraining traits, including that boy named Dodo. They can all trade their lives to use their powers, while those with natural-born abilities are more like rechargeable batteries. Based on the scan results, Chu Shi's physical state is the best. Year-round training allows him to recover his combat capabilities in just a few hours. Next is Han Ule. Your recovery speed and Bu Xinghuo's are a bit slower. She exhausted too much stamina, and you just awakened, like a battery discharging for the first time. Is that clear? Sam Yue takes out the tissue and replies, I think I get it. Then he asks about something else. So, what about Liu Qixuan? What's his state? Hearing this, Sujan hesitates a bit before answering. How should I put it? You could think of him as a safe containing a nuclear warhead. As long as he stays in control, nothing happens. But on the contrary, if his elemental powers lose control, it will trigger a terrifying chain reaction. He knows better than anyone the cost of losing control. Just then, in the bedroom, Liu Qixuan bolts up, panting heavily. Then he hurriedly turns to ask Chu Shi beside him, "Are you okay?" Chu Shi sees Liu Qixuan like that and answers worriedly, I'm fine. Did you have a nightmare?" He bows his head, uses his hand to support his forehead, and asks, "No. How long have I been asleep?" Chu Shi answers honestly, "Only half an hour. Go back to sleep." Sam Yue, at this moment, is pondering over the words Su Zhan said earlier, which also means the more people Liu Qixuan cares about, the more stubborn he has to be himself. A moment later, Sam Yue turns and asks Su Zhan timidly, "Su Zhan, if Xiaohei appears again in the future, can we use the Nami robot to continue controlling his body?" He hears this and replies, "Technically, it's possible, but this doesn't solve the problem at the source. Xiaohei is also wary of this." Sam Yue says, "I understand. I was thinking, the reason they didn't take me with them might have something to do with Xiaohei." Su Zhan asks, "What do you mean?" Sam Yue answers in a low voice, "I don't have a clue yet." Suddenly, Su Zhan leans close to him and asks, "Sam Yue, when was the first time you used your powers?" Sam Yue still remembers very clearly and replies, "The day Liu Qixuan arrived." Su Zhan asks next, "Something is definitely wrong. Nothing like this has ever happened before," Sam Yue murmured, staring out the window. "Temporary freedom might just mean we're walking into an even bigger trap. We can't just sit here and wait to die." To Tram, sitting beside him, had been watching him closely, but the results left even him stunned. The scan showed no signs of deception, no signs of repressed memories. Suddenly, Sam Yue turned back and told Totram, "Totram, I need you to give me a full list of all the ruling families in Tianyuan City, their connections, key members, and the nature of their abilities." Totram asked, "All of them?" He replied firmly, "All of them." Sam Yue thought to himself, "Relying solely on raw power won't be enough to change the status quo. If I want to overthrow them, I have to plan carefully." Just then, Totram chuckled, pointed a finger at him, and said, "I can't do that myself, but I know someone who can help." The scene shifts to Thian Lang's room. Thak Ah had been lying in bed, unable to sleep, and shouted, "This is so damn annoying. This bed is trash." Then she sat up and saw 2 empty beds in the room. Thak Ah stepped outside, then froze when she heard Ha Mi's voice. "If you just walk into the administrative district like that, then what?" She quickly hid behind the wall to listen. Thian Lang was walking down the stairs and replied calmly, "Ha Mi. I have to go back to the laboratory to find Dr. Thish," she explained. "Right now, healing the injuries on our bodies is the most important thing. They took Zhao Guang with them, which means he still has value. He's definitely safe for now." Sure enough, after saying that, Tian Lang's footsteps stopped. Ha Mi stood above, stunned, as she heard him ask back, "Is he safe, forever?" "I don't expect any of you to be able to do anything for him. You can heal, you can join the Dashan tree too, whatever you want. I never intended to babysit you. I have to go stop them from hurting Zhao Guang." Hearing this, Thak Ah turned around and headed back toward the bedroom. She went in and woke up Curry T, whispering, "Don't wake him up. Wake up, come with me." He looked incredibly confused and asked, Go? Go where? Hurry up," Thak Ah snapped. "Stop asking questions and just come with me." The two of them crept along the railing. Thak Ah reminded Cory T, "We're going to the administrative district to find a place to lay low. Once we're safe, I'll figure out how to get us fake identities. Hurry up, don't drag your feet, unless you want me to end up with a broken leg like you." At this moment, Cory T looked up, worried, and asked, "Are we just going to leave the others behind?" Hearing this, Thak Ah immediately turned around and smacked him a few times. "Do you have any capacity for independent thought? Is it your place to worry about them? Do you even have the ability to do anything? First you let Zhao Guang lead you by the nose. Now you're letting that poor brat lead you around?" As soon as she finished speaking, another voice rang out, making Thak Ah jump in fright. "Poor brat? Are you talking about me? Am I a poor brat?" Sam Nguyet stood in front of them, clutching his chest in mock hurt, with the rest of his group behind him. Always ready for a fight, Thak Ah lost all energy, quickly pulling on Cory T's shirt. "What are you staring at? Help me back. Is it dinner time yet?" Sam Nguyet brought the food over. "Food in the exile zone is pretty plain. If it's not to your liking, tell me. Tomorrow, I'll try to find some canned pork for you." Hat Me politely said, "Thank you. If it's possible, could you bring us some supplements or medicine? We're going out to buy supplies today. Aside from medicine, I'll bring back some daily necessities." Ule looked at Dodo with a heavy heart. Such a small child, Thaka, was irritable because of Koriti's slowness. I'm about to starve to death. Move faster, Koriti. Back in bed, Thian Lang was closing his eyes to rest. Ha Mi's voice echoed, thank you. Sam Yue bowed his head. It was you who convinced him to come back, right? Ha Mi looked at him coldly. You even predicted he would go, so you must have also predicted that I would hold him back? Sam Nayat bowed his head, silent, offering no reply. He instructed, get some rest. I'll bring the supplies tonight. On the way back, Olay asked happily, so, are we really going shopping today? Sam Nuyat nodded. Is there anything you want, Olay? I'll buy it for you. Olay replied, actually, I have some pocket money. Hariti, I'll buy something for you too. What do you want? He scratched his head, embarrassed. That wouldn't be right, would it? Sam Guyat was stunned, his eyes widening as he witnessed the scene in front of him. A wild machine made a sound. It is an honor to meet the child of the gods. Get into the passenger seat. Koriti Suyen sighed in frustration. It's been modified. Sam Nuet was excited. Did you all hear that? Teen Hoa asked curiously. Totram, is this wild machine an automatic engine? Does it have power steering? Totram replied, of course it does. Teen Hoa said, let me try. Then the group split up into two vehicles and quickly took off. Koriti Suyen was surprised to see Chu Hair climbing into the car. What are you doing sitting in the back? Chu Hei said calmly. My intuition tells me I should be in this car, next to the wild machine. Teen Hoa muttered, memorizing the steps. Right side is the gas pedal, left side is the brake. Olay turned pale. Wait sis, do you actually know how to drive? Tin Hoa's voice was filled with confidence. Of course, I've played tons of driving games, and I've been in first place every single time. Just as she finished speaking, a loud door slam echoed, making Tin Hoa's hair flutter slightly. Sam Nguyen and Olay, sitting next to Totram, both waved goodbye. See you at Nguyen Dai, Curry Tishuyen sighed. Her instincts are like magic. Chu Hei said softly, never ignore your intuition. Tin Hoa wore the expression of a major villain. She beckoned them to return. Ulay and Sam Wet had no choice but to head back to Tin Hoa's car. The wild machine started to roll, then suddenly, it jerked hard. It made all three of them scream. Sister, please don't drive like that. When they got out of the car, all three were vomiting their guts out. The wild machine flashed a warning. Error, error. The machine is carsick. Curry T. Shuyen tried to smooth things over. Which way is Nguet Dai? Sam Nguet. Sam Nguet quickly wiped his mouth. I'll lead the way. Tin Hoa glanced around, suspicious. Who's laughing? Ulay looked blank. I'm hungry. Someone asked, Totram, did you borrow this jacket from Tun Thien again? Sam Nguet warned. In this exile zone, information between gangs spreads fast, but the information channels for regular people aren't as efficient. Many people don't even know that ability users have flooded into the exile zone. We have to keep a low profile, Totram affirmed. The chance of our identities being exposed is 100%. Tin Hoa looked confused. Flooded in? Are we zombies? The group asked in unison once they finished disguising themselves. Why don't you disguise your fire sparks? Pointing them at everyone like that, that's the best disguise I have, Sam Yue said, not knowing where he got that from. A bottle of black spray paint exploded, covering his hands. He smeared the black paint all over his golden collar. Sam Yue warned him, look, once we get into the Moonlight Pavilion later, don't draw any attention to yourself. And don't use your special abilities randomly. Whatever sila, vu, u, with all that rumbling. Nothing should be obvious. Right? Bu Xinghuo asked, tilting his head. What do you think? Qi Shuyen gave him a look of disdain and retorted, that's on you. Chu Ji asked directly about those two, and Bu Xinghuo was curious. Chu Ji, does it count if you're carrying a knife? Sam Yue replied, carrying a weapon is perfectly normal. Liu Qixuan asked, worried. What if they see the collar? Sam Yue was busy tossing leaves over the vehicle and snapped, fine, fine. Then let everyone see it. As long as it causes a stir, just don't scare the streets anymore. The merchants and traders have all run off. We can't buy anything now. Well, the goal of our trip has been achieved anyway. No one dared to ask any further questions. Sam Yue was getting annoyed. He dusted off his hands. All right, let's go. Su Zhan didn't understand why they had to hide the vehicle. Sam Yue replied, it's to keep a low profile. Chu Shi thought Sam Yue's actions were incredibly foolish. They had already been completely exposed on the way here. A small path snaked through the vast forest, leading straight to the buildings looming in the distance. A while later, they arrived at the Moonlight Pavilion. Sam Yue looked up and said, we're here. This is the place. The meat warehouse Moonlight Pavilion had been abandoned for over 40 years. It was originally a place for residents to trade food and meat. Later, it evolved into a black market for everything, but the name Meat Warehouse is stuck. Someone read the sign, Meat Warehouse, Moonlight Pavilion. Han Ule asked, "Is this really a place where they sell things?" Chushi felt uneasy. The name Meat Warehouse was unsettling. Sam Yue led the way inside and said, a guard holding a gun watched everyone closely as they walked past. Someone asked curiously, "Who are those people at the gate?" Sam Yue replied, "They belong to the Ghost Gang." Someone was surprised to hear the name Ghost Gang. Sam Yue explained, "They've managed the Meat Warehouse Moonlight Pavilion for years. Buying and selling here requires a 35% tax on items, sort of like a land use fee. If you don't pay, they can't guarantee the safety of your goods coming in or out." Qi Xiuyan realized, isn't that just a fancy way of extorting protection money? Bu Xinghuo found it strange. At that moment, he mentioned, "This year," which means the gang in charge changes every year. Just then, a guard with a gun walked past them in the opposite direction. Sam Yue lowered his voice. "Whoever wins the fight owns the place. There's a firefight here almost every year. Even though the goods are more plentiful, I wouldn't come here unless absolutely necessary." Bu Xinghuo was cautious. If it's so dangerous, why do so many people come to the meat warehouse to trade? Sam Yue pointed to the sign, directing them to the B2 level. "You'll understand soon." He gave directions. The meat warehouse has a 2-story area, the B1 Central Plaza, and the B2 Vehicle Garage. We'll head to the plaza to buy some daily supplies first, then go to the garage. Han Ule said, "Brother Sam Yue, you're very familiar with this place." Sam Yue replied sheepishly, "I used to do odd jobs and sweep the tracks here." Liu Qixuan called him out. "Didn't you just say you wouldn't come here unless absolutely necessary?" Sam Yue blurted out, "If there's money to be made, of course I'll come. I'll come as many times as it takes." Sujan was confused. Why not go to the Shuihua Street? The shopping environment there must be much safer than this place. When Liu Qixuan heard that familiar name, Shuihua Street, something happened that he didn't want to recall. Liu Qixuan waved his hand. "I'm paying today. Whatever you want, just take it." Sam Yue couldn't believe his ears. "Are you serious?" Bu Xinghuo asked. "Then I won't hold back, okay?" Han Ule wondered. "I wonder if this place has any Abidulula magazines?" Chushi was surprised. "Are you really going to pay?" Liu Qixuan mocked. "You have shopping impulses too?" Chushi replied, "My phone is broken." The Meat Warehouse Moonlight Pavilion B1 Central Plaza. Stalls showcasing products. Checking out limited edition CDs and magazines. Management area. Limited editions. New perfume samples in stock. Guaranteed authentic. Han Ule stared intently at the item in his hand, anti-smoking candy. The vendor said warmly, "Little one, are you buying anti-smoking candy for your little brother?" Chusi tried to calm things down. Sam Yu whispered to Liu Qixuan, "You're leaking electricity. It's stinging." Han Ule pulled items out of his pocket and said, "I'll pay for this myself." Chusi realized, "I remember that." He recalled the round, adorable appearance of Han Ule back then at the Moonlight Pavilion. With crowds rushing by and the voices of vendors echoing endlessly, creating a very chaotic scene. Continued from previous, creating a very chaotic scene. Han Ule pulled out his phone to take a picture. "I must let him see this photo." Chusi saw Liu Qixuan eating the candy and asked, "Is it good?" Liu Qixuan made a disgusted face. "It tastes terrible. I'm dying." Sam Yue exclaimed, "How is this phone? The camera on this thing is still pretty good." Sam Yue was easily satisfied. At the same time, in a dark, cramped room, Taya looked around and then lowered her voice to ask Xia Mei. "I'm asking you." She was incredibly curious. "What method did you use to keep him here?" However, Xia Mei didn't answer. In her eyes right now, there was only one image. The scene from back then was still deeply etched in Xia Mei's mind. Back then, she had rushed desperately after Tianlong, her voice filled with worry. How can you go anywhere in this condition? Even if you manage to reach the laboratory, then what? Will he appreciate that sacrifice? You'll die. He kept dragging his body, covered in wounds, still moving forward. Intense coughing fits relentlessly tore through the silent atmosphere. "Go back!" Xia Mei clenched her fists, finally unable to hold back, screaming in frustration. "I'm begging you." Her voice gradually choked up in despair. "I can't lose another friend." Tianlang's footsteps faltered. "Friend." He didn't turn his head, just quietly lowered his eyes to look at the cold floor. "Do you want me to say something even more heartless before you'll be satisfied?" Xia Mei took a deep breath, forcing herself to be calm. "Fine. Not a friend is fine too. You want to save him? I'll go with you. But we need a pawn. We can't grasp the pawn just by relying on Shen Liji, can we? Why wasn't he taken away? You're suspicious too, aren't you? The answer is right beside us. We must find the answer at least before we go back. She frowned, her gaze turning serious. Just be patient a little longer. Once we have enough information, I'll go find Shi Chengdai with you. Those words seemed to trigger something in Tianlong's heart. He slowly turned his head back to reality. Xiamei gently scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his lips. It was just her way of begging him to stay. Taya immediately sulked and pouted. Fine, don't tell me then. Keep your secrets. In a crowded neighborhood, groups of people were busy hanging banners and signs for an awareness campaign. Someone shouted loudly, "We are humans first, and ability users second." Another person held up a sign in their hands. Even if just one ordinary child disappears in the ruins, we must protect their human rights. The person next to them added, "We demand no management interference, and will step in to help." Another emphasized, "Head to the exile lands to find that child." The chants followed one after another. "Please, don't sensationalize their suffering." Just then, a car stopped at a red light right next to the crowd. The man at the steering wheel glanced at the crowd outside and sneered, "What a circus." The woman beside him said calmly, "They just need an outlet to vent. They'll forget it in a few days, so don't take it to heart. Let's go. The light is green." In the back seat of the car, Zhao Guang sat slumped and motionless, her eyes covered by a black silk blindfold. Hearing the noise outside, he turned his head toward the sound. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace, with the sounds of deliveries and haggling echoing everywhere. In a corner of the market, a woman exclaimed, "This outfit looks like it was custom made for you. You look so handsome." Sam Yue looked at himself in the mirror and scratched his head shyly. "Really?" The shopkeeper laughed brightly, rambling on. Of course. Our shop's tailoring can really highlight all the best features of your physique. Look at these chest muscles," he interrupted. "But I don't have those." The woman was stunned for a moment, then laughed to cover the awkwardness. "Anyway, it fits perfectly. Don't hesitate. Buy it. You definitely won't regret it." Just then, another customer picked up a set of clothes and asked, "How much is this, ma'am?" The shopkeeper hurried over. "Young man, take your time choosing." Sam Yue turned back and forth looking at himself in the mirror, but his expression remained gloomy, as if he weren't very satisfied. His eyes dropped. Perhaps what made Sam Yue sad wasn't the clothes, but a deeper heartache. Suddenly, a crowd appeared from nowhere, making the market instantly noisy. Liu Qixuan curiously leaned in. "Why the long face? Not happy with your shopping?" Bu Xinghua also leaned in, intentionally acting out a script in his head in a tragic voice. "A person like me isn't worthy of buying new clothes. I'm not worthy of having these things. Could it be you're thinking like that?" Sam Yue shook his head frantically. "No, it's not." Sujan's eyes lit up. Watching the small expression, Han Ule smiled brightly and spoke up to encourage him. "It's not that. Sam Yue, you look very handsome in this outfit." Chu Shi also agreed. "It fits you really well." Seeing his ears gradually turn red, he tilted his head, puzzled. "Sam Yue, why are your ears red?" Suddenly, she remarked, "I just realized you're quite shy." Chu Shi pointed at himself, dumbfounded. "Me?" Bu Xinghuo sighed. "No wonder you can get along so peacefully with that person." At that moment, Han Ule spoke up expectantly. "Sujan, what do you think of the outfit I picked?" He replied without hesitation, "The best choice." Looking at the radiant faces surrounding him, a sense of warmth suddenly welled up in Sam Yue's heart. "Thank you for pulling me into the lively group." Suddenly, in the middle of the busy market, a man with a gun appeared and slowly walked along the street. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Everyone became alert. Seeing the man walking toward them, the group quickly stood in front of him. "Sujan," he whispered. "I knew this reckless disguise wouldn't fool them." Sam Yue waved his arms and legs around frantically, trying to poke his head out of the crowd. "Wait, you guys, listen to me," Chushi instructed. "Sam Yue, hide well." She also turned to everyone and whispered, "Remember, don't use your abilities here, it will cause panic." Handling this situation still requires the use of abilities. He was still struggling to squeeze out from the protective circle. Wait a second. After much wrangling, Sam Yue finally escaped, his mind filled with excitement. Finally. I can finally get a taste of it. The man with the gun stared coldly at him with eyes like bullets. But in the blink of an eye, his expression changed completely. His lips curled into a friendly smile. "I'm here to carry bags for these honored guests. Would you like to visit the orbital tram area? A lot of good items arrived today. I can guide you there." Sam Yue exclaimed excitedly. "Please, take us there." The whole group was stunned. A guide? The professional guide smiled and introduced, "You are new faces, visiting the meat warehouse for the first time?" He replied calmly, "Ah, yes. We haven't been here for a while. Last time we came to this meat warehouse, it was still non-Ho's territory. It's normal for you to find us unfamiliar." As soon as he heard that name mentioned, he curled his lip in contempt. That non-Ho? He just raises a bunch of immature kids. What do they have to compete for territory with us? Do they really think they can swallow up all the business in the exile lands just by relying on them? A bunch of greedy people. Sam Yue muttered to himself. Aren't you guys the same? The professional guide asked. Are you subordinates of Lady Hung? He continued. I heard about the explosion at the Black Bear Gang's port yesterday. Was it done by ability users? Do you have any information? He confirmed excitedly. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. Sam Yue rambled on. There were over 10 ability users, all of them special grade, with golden rings. They just flicked their fingers, and then boom, boom, boom. The entire port shop was blown away. Hearing this, the professional guide sneered inwardly. Just a beansprout like you, and you saw it with your own eyes? But on the surface, he still feigned admiration. Wow, you managed to survive? That's amazing. The professional guide continued to introduce, go down these stairs, and you'll reach the orbital tram area. I hope you all have a great time and manage to buy what you truly want at the orbital tram area. Han Ule paused for a moment and looked up at the person in front of her. Truly want? He stood silently before the stairs, deep in thought. The information circulating is more than expected. How many versions of yesterday's rumors are there? It's still not clear. The only thing for sure is, people in the exile lands do not welcome ability users. The train of thought kept flowing in Sam Yue's mind. If they find out we are temporarily staying at the Black Bear Gang, are the other factions using this as an excuse to stir up trouble? Chu Shi urged, let's go. Let's check the rail vehicle area. The young girl clutched her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. My heart almost jumped out of my chest just now. He secretly hoped he was overthinking it. Before long, they descended into the orbital transport district, where stalls and goods lay scattered along both sides of the tracks. It was a scene of miserable neglect. On the other side, rows of old, worn-out seats sat silently between pitch-black walls covered in moss and mold. Even the lockers tucked into the corners of the walls showed the decaying touch of time. Han Ule observed, Brother Sam Yue, the atmosphere here is completely different from upstairs. Sam Yue replied calmly, stick close to me. The group quietly followed one another through the narrow corridor. The vendors on both sides glanced at them with eyes that were both curious and cold, as if silently sizing up every stranger who set foot in this place. As the group walked along, they silently scanned their surroundings. At one stall, seeing eyes floating in glass jars, the little girl's eyes widened, and goosebumps rose all over her body. The male vendor laughed, his voice full of mockery. Don't be afraid, little girl. These are fake. Which body part do you want? I'll find you some that were harvested fresher. With that, he let out a series of bizarre laughs. The hoarse, gravelly sound echoed, chilling everyone to the bone. Just then, Bu Xinghuo draped her arm around Han Ule's neck and practically carried her away from the stall. Let's go. The man shrugged, his weird smile remaining on his lips as his gaze stayed locked on the retreating figures. At another stall, it was completely empty. On the table, there were only 2 wooden crates, next to a sign that read, Fake Goods. Intelligence Trade. Leave your request, price quote, and contact method. Drop it in the crate next to me, and I will personally come to your location to discuss the deal. Directly opposite that stall, hanging above, was a medical practice certificate, placed next to a sign with the words, There is only one type of person I cannot save, the one who doesn't send payment on time. Just as they passed a stall, displaying a clutter of sparkling jewelry, Sujan realized these treasures were bombs. The man behind the counter laughed and praised him. You really know how to spot good goods, brother. That's right, these things look like jewelry, but in reality, they have the power equivalent to C4. Interested? Chu Shi hurriedly pushed him along. Let's go, Sujan. The sounds of hawking, bargaining, and shouting echoed throughout the orbital transport district. Crowds of people squeezed past each other. Underground deals were happening openly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. At one stall, someone asked, I want to buy 30. The stall owner refused. That's a prohibited item in the management zone. We don't have that here. The person immediately flashed a stack of cash. Seeing the large sum of money, the owner immediately changed his tone. Follow me. Not far away, someone asked, is the seat to the management zone still available? The person in charge shook his head. Not for the next 2 days. The gate is blocked. Wait for my notice, pay the deposit first, and pay the rest after boarding, he added. We only guarantee to get you there safely. Once off the transport, we are no longer responsible. The person agreed. Understood. In another dark corner, two people leaned in close, whispering, Boss, I want to put a hit on someone. The vibrancy of the central plaza is nothing but a fake facade. The orbital transport district is the true stage. Here, it's the law of the jungle. The second basement level, the meat market, the infighting between gangs never ends. The root cause lies with these merchants. They themselves are the central resource. A moment later, the group stopped in front of a medicine stall. Hack Kai sat on a chair, his voice cold as ice. Looking for medicine? Sam Yue replied calmly. I'm looking for a specialized drug that can restore stamina. He glanced at him, his voice not very friendly. Where will it be used? At that exact moment, Hanule scanned the pile of medicine messily displayed on the stall and muttered, These are also fake. Sam Yue replied placidly, That's something I can't tell you. Hack Kai tilted his chin up. If you don't talk, I don't sell. He remained silent for a moment, then leaned in, putting his face close to the man's. The Life or Death Club. Hack Kai paused, holding his breath. Are you all contestants participating in the tournament? Sam Yue said indifferently. Doesn't it look like it? He didn't speak. His face remained ice cold, his gaze so calm it didn't reveal a single emotion. Then, Hack Kai turned and walked into the back of the stall. His daughter nimbly stretched her arms to block the entrance. Don't peek, he smiled, raising both hands in surrender. All right. The man quickly opened a locked cabinet. One a day. You can't use more. How many do you have? Sam Yue's follow-up made Hack Kai's hand, which was gripping the cabinet door, stop. I'll take them all. Seeing this, he was extremely puzzled. Why? Hack Kai didn't speak, slowly taking out his phone to stare at a photo on the screen. You aren't members of them, right? Very quickly, he finished preparing a large bag of medicine. Don't you know? Yesterday, the Hack Hung territory blew up. They say there were ability users involved. Small-time merchants like us have to be careful. Selling weapons and medicine to ability users who resist the 8 great families, that's a major crime. Hack Kai sighed softly. The gates to the exile lands of the entire management zone are blocked. Many citizens in the management zone who want to visit their children can't get in. He lowered his voice. You all should be careful too. These ability users come to the exile lands and cause destruction at will. The ones who end up suffering are still residents of the exile lands like us. Sam Yue hung his head and asked indifferently, May I ask how much? Watching their retreating backs, Hack Kai whispered, Thanks for the purchase. Throughout the orbital transport district, the chatter about them never ceased. One person couldn't hide their curiosity. You think since those ability users haven't been caught yet, the management zone is angry with us? The person next to him was disgruntled. Wasn't it the same last time? Why? The ones who started the war were the ability users, but in the end, they punished commoners who don't even have enough to eat like us? He came up with an idea. Maybe we should apply for jobs in the management zone? The other person immediately shot it down. I apply every year. It never gets to me. The man sighed, complaining. It's all those ability users' fault. Always causing trouble. The other waved his hand. All right, enough complaining. Keep your eyes peeled. Be careful when selling goods lately. The group didn't pay much attention and continued walking. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a stall, displaying rows of mechanical arms. Sam Yue's face remained as calm as a lake, but his gaze rested quietly on them, deep and distant, as if trying to suppress some kind of emotion. At that very moment, a group of people swaggered past them. One guy intentionally bumped hard into Liu Qixuan, throwing his chin up and shouting, Don't block the road, get out of the way. Another one couldn't keep his mouth shut either, spewing sarcasm. Do you think this is your house? You got no eyes? The clown placed his hand on the person's shoulder in front of him and quietly called out to Sam Yue. Sam Yue remained silent, lost in his own thoughts, as his reason reminded him. Everyone is waiting for your reaction. You should say something, or at least turn your head and give them a reassuring smile. But I can't lie to myself. Pretending not to see reality, his eyes remained glued to the mechanical arms on the table. Suddenly, Sam Yue's vision blurred. Those cold mechanical arms seemed to be instantly covered in fresh, blindingly red blood, and in his head the words of the passers-by from earlier echoed. You guys should be careful too. These ability users come to this exiled land and wreak havoc, and in the end, the victims are still us, the residents of this exiled land. Weren't things just like this before? The ones who started the war were the ability users, but the ones who got punished were the ordinary people. We can't even get enough to eat. Ability users are just a bunch of liars and braggarts. Sam Yue clutched his head tightly. No, that's not true. The situation here won't get worse just because ability users showed up. On the contrary, this place has already been terrible for a long time. Why should we treat this kind of sick and oppressive life as normal? What's wrong with breaking it? The thing they've always hated wasn't the ability users, but the people who couldn't actually lead them out of this miserable situation. I absolutely cannot waver now, he told himself. If these hands of mine are destined to be stained with blood, Sam Yue slowly lowered his two hands that were covering his ears. Then I am willing to use my own blood to carve out a path through this darkness. Right then, another personality appeared in his mind, cheering him on. The corner of his mouth curled up in a mocking sneer. What's with that look? Do you miss me? Sam Yue answered coldly. I miss you. I want you to disappear. Little Black walked slowly toward him. Suddenly, he slammed a hand onto Sam Yue's shoulder. Stop acting tough. I know what you're thinking. Having said that, Little Black leaned in and rested his head on his shoulder. His voice was like the whisper of a demon. You don't want others or even yourself to use your ability because you're scared, Sam. Sam Yue froze. Scared? Perhaps a little. Suddenly, having someone exactly like himself appear and want to take over his body who wouldn't be scared? He curled his lip. You're afraid I'll take it over again. He clenched his fists. But I've already learned how to walk alongside fear. Little Black smiled gently, reaching out to stroke Sam Yue's face. The feeling of falling into that brief darkness yesterday wasn't comfortable. Was it? He stared straight into the other's eyes. Not at all. I actually feel pretty good. This place is very suitable for you. Sam Yue narrowed his eyes. I have to go. The others are still waiting for me. Having said that, he turned and walked away step by step through the undefined space. Sam Yue silently told himself. In short, before I can figure out how to suppress you, stay quiet in here. Got it? Little Black returned to the present, seeing him rub his temples and moan. Sujan asked in a panic. Another headache? The next second, violent explosions suddenly rang out all over the track car zone. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. Everyone panicked and scattered in all directions. A professional guide, pale-faced, shouted loudly, "The Silver Fox Gang is attacking!" Another person hurriedly instructed the customers below. Don't panic. Jump down to the track. You can evacuate from the end of the track. At the same time, in the central square, two sides were clashing fiercely. Bullets flew like rain. It was a scene of chaos like never before. In another area, when the professional guides arrived at the Liu Qixuan Vienne, all they saw were corpses lying all over the ground. On the other side, he gripped his gun tightly, hiding behind a stall, then turned to warn the person next to him. Hide here! Before the gunfire stops, don't come out. Understand? The other person clutched his head, his voice trembling. I understand. The battle grew increasingly brutal. The number of casualties was rising at a dizzying rate. Smoke, fire, and fresh blood mingled, covering the entire battlefield. The professional guides fired back to provide cover, while trying to get their customers to retreat. Customers, follow me, lead everyone out. Amidst that chaotic scene, a stall owner was still risking his life to hold on to the goods being looted. Give my goods back. Get lost. On the other side, a child was crying and panicking, calling out, Daddy, Daddy! Where are you, Daddy? The crowd pushed and shoved to escape. Hurry, follow me. Amidst the sea of panicked people, the daughter of Hak Kai was pushed by the crowd lost among the strange silhouettes. Her eyes were red with fear as she cried and called, Daddy! At that very moment, Liu Qixuan rushed over. He scooped the daughter of Hak Kai into his arms. He gently comforted her, don't cry. Holding the girl tightly in his arms, Liu Qixuan looked anxiously in all four directions. He called out loudly, Sam Yue! From not far away, Sam Yue's voice immediately echoed back, I'm okay. Taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield, many people seized the opportunity to loot. The sound of shouting, cursing, and calls for help filled the track car zone. Stop picking things up, don't you dare. In another corner, a stall owner tried to snatch back his bag of goods from a looter. You dare to rob my stuff? Trying to take advantage of the chaos to loot? I've seen plenty of people like you. Having said that, he grabbed a wooden stick standing nearby as fast as lightning. It immediately slammed straight into the looter, and blood splattered everywhere. Without the slightest hesitation, the stall owner snatched the bag back from the thief's hand. He quickly stepped out from behind the stall, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The stick was raised high once again, and brought down without mercy. The stall owner's eyes flashed with ferocity, gritting his teeth as he spat out each word. Get out of here, you bastard. Right at that moment, the heavy iron cabinet above his head suddenly tipped to one side. Only then did the stall owner realize the danger, but it was already too late. Suddenly, the glasses on the clown's face fell to the ground. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, using his own body to catch the iron cabinet. Saving the man in the nick of time, the clown shouted coldly, "Are you not running yet?" After that, Han Ule also hurriedly ran over, using all her strength to help him hold the cabinet down. Big brother clown? The stall owner finally came to his senses and ran away at full speed. "Thank you." The little girl looked up at the clown. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Big brother clown?" Han Ule couldn't help but feel confused. "Why? Why didn't you use your ability?" The clown explained calmly. "In this land of exile, we must do things the way they do here. Even without using our abilities, we can still protect them," he said, following up on their day-to-day training. "Isn't that exactly why we prepared for this moment?" After saying that, Chu Xi's eyes grew sharp, and he quickly gave his orders. "Liu Qixuan, you're in charge of maintaining order. Make sure everyone evacuates safely. Leave the upper floor to me and Han Ule." Liu Qixuan signaled for caution. Amidst the panicking crowd, Sam Yue suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure and shouted, "Big brother!" He paused, focusing on Chu Xi's lips. "Big brother, what are you saying over there?" He opened his mouth wide, enunciating each syllable slowly. "Trust." Chu Xi continued with the next word, "Me." Finally, he looked straight at Sam Yue and emphasized the last word, "Trust me." After piecing the lip movements together, he finally understood what Chu Xi wanted to convey. "Trust me." Those two words were like a surge of strength, sweeping away all the hesitation in San Yue's heart. Immediately after, he turned around, scanned the panicked crowd, and yelled with all his might, "Everyone, follow me." Only one thought echoed in his mind. "Please, big brother." At that moment, he ripped off the cloth, hanging on the rack nearby. "You haven't forgotten the things I taught you, right?" Han Ule reached up to adjust her cap, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. "How could I forget?" The two looked at each other and took firm, steady steps up the stairs. Each step was resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Before long, they reached the final step. Above them, smoke and flames billowed, while the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed everywhere. The two exchanged a glance, silently confirming each other's determination. Chu Xi pulled the cloth up to cover half his face and said in a low voice, "Let's go." The girl nodded, completely unafraid, her eyes filled with fierce resolve. Behind an old, dilapidated stall, a man loaded his weapon and grit his teeth, cursing, "Damn it. A bunch of kids, none of you are getting out of here alive today." He tilted his head to observe the situation outside. "Damn it." Following that, the man lunged up, roared, and charged out. "Damn it, I'll risk it all against you." But, just at the moment his finger was about to pull the trigger, the gun in his hand suddenly vanished. "Where's my gun?" It turned out Chu Xi had snatched it away some time ago. The man could only stare in shock. Watching that figure dart by like a bolt of lightning, he swung his arm. A cold, chilling slash cut through the air, and the enemy's gun was sliced in two. Almost at the same time, the gun in another man's hand suffered the same fate. Right then, a bullet whizzed from behind. Chu Xi swiftly spun around, his firing motion precise to the extreme. The bullet he just fired accurately met the incoming round, blocking it mid-air. In the blink of an eye, he had already neutralized a target. Chu Xi slammed his elbow into his opponent's arm, sending the gun flying from his hand. Immediately after, he turned and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. Two thugs collapsed on the spot. Chu Xi raised his muzzle again, his gaze ice-cold as he made a quick judgment. To catch the bandits, catch the leader first. His next target was crystal clear. Then, my target is. After scanning the battlefield, Chu Xi's eyes suddenly stopped at one position. That person, the one he was about to aim at, was the one in charge of the Silver Fox Gang's raid. In another corner, Han Ule had also closed in on her target in an instant. "Do it like Big Brother said." The man was startled, his whole body tensing up in alert. Where did this little devil come from? "Dodge." She recalled the advice Chu Xi had given her earlier. Han Ule remembered. Just hitting their shoulders, wrists, or legs to disable them is enough. His eyes stared straight at the person in front of him. A drop of cold sweat silently rolled down his cheek. When he clearly saw her pupils, the man's eyes suddenly constricted. Before the girl could collect herself, Han Ule threw a punch, sending him flying backward. Her hand remained clenched in a tight fist, unable to retract the force. Another man panicked and hurriedly raised his weapon to defend himself. Where the hell did? But before he could finish his sentence, Han Ule sprang forward and landed a powerful blow to his head. She looked down at her fist and muttered, "I didn't manage to pull the punch back again this time." The man collapsed to the ground, wheezing with his last bit of strength. This is no ordinary little girl. Far away, through a sniper scope, a target locked into place. Seeing the enemy collapse after just one shot, the man shouted excitedly. Bullseye! He laughed heartily. Number 8, I'm leading by 1 now. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened. Where did they go? A childish voice suddenly rang out from right behind him, making him jump out of his skin. 8 people, you say? In the very moment the man pulled the trigger, Han Ule swung her arm and struck the gun hard, throwing the shot way off course. The fury in the girl's heart boiled over. Han Ule crushed the gun. How can you laugh while saying these things? A thought raced through her mind. Big brother, can doing this really save them? He was terrified, his eyes wide with horror, struggling and shouting, "Let go!" Han Ule looked at the person in front of her. Their souls have long since rotted away. Returning to Chuxi, on the cold ground, a phone lay discarded. The screen was still bright with a text message. The escape route has been blocked by us. They can't run. The person in charge of the Silver Fox Gang's raid trembled, his mouth stammering. Let's talk about this. He felt the blade pressed against his throat. Drop all your weapons, he said with an icy voice. Chuxi enunciated every word, allowing no room for defiance. Don't make me repeat myself. Right now, drop your guns. The man in charge of the Silver Fox Gang turned pale, hurriedly grabbing his radio and frantically ordering, "Stop! Stop!" Not long after, the hostages were brought to the gathering point at the exit of the orbital train zone. The crowd squeezed into the walkway. Someone shouted commands. Damn it! Move faster! Shopkeepers, get over there! Everyone else, stay exactly where you are. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen. Throw all your weapons into the bag. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Bu Xinghuo helped a wounded woman walk. Don't cry, the sound will draw them over here. She bit her lip, her voice full of regret. I'm sorry for causing more trouble for you all. She shook her head. Save your energy, don't talk anymore. Looking at the chaotic scene before her, Bu Xinghua frowned. What now? Sam Yue, what do you want to do? Have you thought of a way to protect these people without exposing us yet? Thinking of this, she suddenly paused. Unconsciously, thoughts continued to flow through Bu Xinghuo's mind. I'm also starting to look forward to seeing more of what he can do. A hostage gathered the courage to speak up. Where are you taking us? One of the thugs sneered and replied nonchalantly. Where else? To negotiate a new partnership, of course. Get on the transport. Move it. The shouting echoed throughout the transit bay as they forced everyone to strip and throw their belongings into bags. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Meanwhile, Liu Qixuan was silently channeling his ability. Faint purple currents of light swirled slowly around his hand, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, he felt someone gently tug at his sleeve. He turned to look. Sam Yue was still gripping his sleeve, not letting go, as she said firmly, Leave it to me. Liu Qixuan was stunned, his mind filled with questions. Leave it to you? What kind of crazy talk is that? But a moment later, he quickly retracted his power. Still, after a brief moment of hesitation, he quietly held back his ability. Soon, the black bags were piled high with the loot they had just stolen. Just then, one of the thugs froze, his gaze fixed on the ground. Before him was a pair of shiny leather shoes. These shoes. The man narrowed his eyes, looking him up and down. Pretty expensive, huh? He gestured with his chin. Hand over everything of value you've got on you. Did you hear me? Liu Qixuan just remained silent, not bothering to reply, a look of contempt clear on his face. Enraged, the man immediately jammed his firearm against Liu Qixuan's forehead. Damn it, are you deaf? Meanwhile, she stood there holding her head, trying hard to focus on manifesting her ability within her mental space. Xiao He curled his lips into an amused grin. Still trying to use telekinesis? Aren't you afraid of me? If I go after you again, you won't be able to turn back so easily. Sam Yue felt frustrated. So noisy. Xiao He, if you keep bothering me, I won't let you off. I need to focus my mind. Suddenly, a lollipop appeared in Liu Qixuan's hand. He calmly unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. What now? Any valuables? He smacked on the candy, his expression as calm as if nothing were happening. Only this, he said, and the thug ground his teeth. He jammed the gun harder against Liu Qixuan's forehead. You want to die, don't you? At that moment, she was still keeping her eyes tightly shut, pouring all her mental focus into her ability. Suddenly, Sam Yue's eyes snapped open, her pupils glowing with a vibrant, deep blue, radiating an invisible pressure. She silently told herself, This is it. Sam Yue whispered, Fire. He followed her lead and arrogantly commanded, Fire. The moment the words left his lips, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Everyone present gasped. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Bu Xinghuokai frowned, completely failing to understand what Liu Qixuan was planning. The thug roared in anger. Do you think I don't dare to fire? He held his position, his mouth twitching with rage. The very next second, the man's finger tightened hard on the trigger. From the gun below, a strange noise suddenly rang out, causing Alla to jolt, looking around in confusion. It sounds like… At the same time, the battle in the transit bay gradually faded. Bodies, bloodstains, weapons, and belongings lay scattered all over the ground. On the cold floor, delicate necklaces lay scattered, their tiny red lights blinking incessantly, a testament to the countless lives that had just been extinguished. The scene shifted. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the rustling of dry leaves and the mournful cawing of crows echoing under the deep red sunset. Liu Qixuan looked up at the sky, frowning as he muttered, "Is this candy expired? It tastes awful." The thug opposite him kept pulling the trigger, his voice full of anxiety. "Switch the gun." The man next to him urged hurriedly. "All right, quit messing around. The mission is what's important," he snapped. "Stop the nonsense and give me your gun." The man broke out in a cold sweat, frantically twisting the gun in his hands. What the hell? What's going on? At that moment, his gaze turned icy cold. "Yin-Hu, you guys," Liu Qixuan mocked. "Can't you even keep a real gun working?" Meanwhile, behind them, Sam Yue raised her hand to wipe the blood trickling from her nose. Bu Xinghuokai also laughed. His face was filled with mockery. Even robbery requires a bit of sincerity, doesn't it? He was absolutely certain that such childish tricks were definitely Sam Yue's style. She narrowed her eyes. "That's enough." In the blink of an eye, the entire load of magazines on the Yin-Hu gang members had been silently taken away by Sam Yue's telekinetic control. Yet, not a single one of them realized it. They frantically pulled their triggers again. Other than the dry clicking of metal, the guns didn't release a single bullet. The whole group stared at each other, their faces twisted in shock. What is happening? These guns don't seem to be working very well, do they? That sight stunned the hostages in the transport. After a few seconds of bewilderment, they immediately came to their senses and rose up in unison. Their shouts left him stunned, his face drained of all color. Before the Yin-Hu gang members could react, the hostages surged forward. They threw punches and kicked the thugs directly. "Who told you to?" Looking at the convoy of vehicles racing toward them, the man couldn't help but be shocked. The ghost spirits Kitty Pavilion, why are they here so fast? Could it be that even in the Moon Pavilion, they realized the situation had completely spiraled out of control? He slammed his fist against the car door. "Retreat! Everyone, get in the vehicles." Below, the leader of the Yin-Hu gang's raid had been beaten black and blue. Someone commanded in a cold voice, "Call your boss. Don't play any more games." Another person showed no mercy, repeatedly landing kicks on him. "You wouldn't do an honest, profitable business. And instead you wanted to come here to stir up this filth, right?" On the other side, someone suddenly remembered and asked, "Where did the person who helped us go?" The person next to them scanned the surroundings. "I don't see them anywhere after the fight. Should I go look for them?" Just then, countless injured people lay scattered across the ground, groaning in pain. "My leg." Seeing this, he waved his hand, dismissing the thought. Save the people first. The entire transit bay was a scene of chaos, with blood splattered everywhere. Trash was scattered messily, and the traces of the chaotic battle were still visible everywhere. Chusi and Aula slowly walked around the area. He asked anxiously, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The little girl replied, "No." Just then, in a corner by the wall, a severely wounded man tried his best to raise his arm, as if begging for help. That movement made Aula stop in her tracks. Just a few seconds later, the man's arm fell limply to the ground. His eyes remained wide open, filled with resentment toward his own tragic fate. Chushi sat down to check on him. "He's gone." Ule was silent. "If we hadn't come today, how many people would have died here? Must it always end in total annihilation for one side for the fighting to stop? The people here, is this just how it's going to be? Living every single day in constant fear?" She wiped a stray tear from her lashes, her mind a tangled mess. "Why did I suddenly feel like crying?" Han Ule spoke up. "Big brother, Chu, see, I want to do something to help the people here." He slowly stood up. "You already have." Finishing his sentence, Chu Shi turned and began to walk away. "We're going with Sam Yue now," he suggested. "Let's go down and take a look." She nodded in agreement. Okay. Before long, the two of them reunited with their team. Everyone approached slowly, without a single scratch on them. Bu Xinghuo spoke up. "You didn't reveal your supernatural abilities, did you?" Chusi shook his head. "No. We retreated very cleanly." She looked toward Han Ule, her voice filled with concern. "What about you, Han Ule? Are you hurt?" The young girl beamed. "Don't worry, sister. I'm fine." Seeing only a few of them, he asked, confused, "Where are the others?" Sujan explained. They're all safe. The search and rescue team from the Wraith Gang has arrived. After we confirmed they could take over, we headed back. Seeing the person behind him motionless, Liu Qixuan turned around. He reached out. You're so exhausted. You're like this, Liu Qixuan called out softly. Sam? Only then did Sam Yue seem to snap out of his daze, as if he had just broken free from an invisible control. He pulled his hood up. As soon as he saw Sam Yue's current state, Liu Qixuan called out in a panic. Sam Yue! He clutched his own neck tightly, his breathing ragged, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, no. Do you guys not smell that awful stench? The smell of rot? Chu Shi rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Why is he like this? He turned to look at Sam Yue. Logically, there should be a normal reaction to an ability awakening, but Sam Yue's symptoms seem far too intense. Bu Xinghuo analyzed. For him, too much has happened in such a short time. When you guys were younger and your abilities first awakened, did you feel this kind of discomfort? He checked. I didn't feel any discomfort. She crossed her arms and turned away. Chu Si, what about you? While everyone else was chatting, he sat slumped on the ground, head bowed, constantly questioning himself. Their voices are so clear. At this distance, normal people shouldn't be able to hear them, right? Why can I hear them so clearly? At that exact moment, Sam Yue could distinctly hear the rhythmic tapping of Bu Xinghuo's boots against the ground. The sound coming from this spot is Bu Xinghuo. Is she hesitating because of me? Then, a powerful, steady heartbeat echoed in his ears. Is this sound coming from inside Sujan's body? Even the sound of the prayer beads clicking against each other on Sujan is clear as day to me. I've made everyone worry. He reached up to cover his nose tightly, his breathing becoming shallow. What is wrong with me? Snap out of it. Han Ule grabbed Sam Yue's shoulders and shook him hard. Brother Sam Yue. But he didn't seem to hear the call at all. His entire consciousness was swallowed by the sickening, surging feeling rising in his chest. So rotten. It's so rotten. There's no way to ignore this stench. Can't anyone else smell it? Suddenly, Sam Yue grabbed the young girl's hand. There was the scent of fresh blood on Han Ule's fingertips. Han Ule cried out in panic. Something's wrong. Everyone, come here. Seeing his eyes, blank and soulless, the girl called out in fear. Sam Yue. In Sam Yue's mind, the images from just a moment ago flashed repeatedly. The man writhing on the ground, constantly vomiting. Everyone gathered around in a panic, calling his name repeatedly, but Sam Yue still couldn't escape the miserable images continuously piling up in his head. What's wrong with him? Everyone's voices gradually blended, with the horrific memories echoing over and over again. Sam Yue. A moment later, his gaze finally regained focus. Sam Yue hunched over and stood up unsteadily, looking completely pathetic. I'm okay, just a headache. I'll adjust to it quickly. Sujan, help me check the air composition. Sujan obeyed and checked it in a hurry. After a few seconds, he reported, the carbon dioxide levels in the second-floor basement are rising. Sam Yue, why haven't you? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly shoved the shelf beside him. It looks like this wasn't just a hallucination of mine. Liu Qixuan couldn't help but be stunned. What is going on right now? Sam Yue didn't answer. He slowly placed his hand on the crack in the wall, his eyes darkening. So that's how it is. Immediately after, a faint light emanated from Sam Yue's palm, snaking into each crack as if probing for something hidden deep inside. Han Ule rushed over, anxious and flustered. Brother Sam Yue. Bu Xinghuo quickly blocked the girl. Don't disturb him right now. The light grew brighter and brighter. Seeing that the moment had arrived, he muttered, Show me. In the next instant, Sam Yue's eyes snapped wide open, staring deep into the place he was looking at. Blurred images appeared before his eyes. A cold but firm voice said, the source of the rot. Once everything gradually became clear, Sam Yue curiously observed the scene before him. Is this the Moon District when it was first being built? Does that mean what I'm seeing now is a scene from 4 or 5 years ago? Just then, he suddenly realized, the wall is gone. His pupils constricted violently when he caught sight of an object he didn't expect. His eyes lit up. That's it. That's the thing I need, the building floor plan. I'll use it to confirm my theory. Sam Yue immediately took a step, but his feet felt as if they were pinned down by an invisible force, completely unable to move. He looked down at his feet. I can't move? Of course, I wouldn't be that lucky. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Interested in this blueprint? Tiahak stood casually between two men. With his arms draped loosely over their shoulders, his lips curled into a meaningful smile. What's the use of looking at this? Do you have something you need to confirm? Sam Yue could only laugh bitterly. Here we go again. I knew it, he said in a calm tone. I once said, if you use your ability, I'll come out to look. Tuhak paced back and forth, nonchalant, even spinning around playfully as if he were dancing. A surge of irritation welled up in him. How long is he going to follow me? And how is it that he can move so freely? Sam Yue clenched his hand into a fist. This can't go on like this. The enemies we have to face next are numerous. A series of thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. If I can't think of a way to control him. At that moment, he threw his cap up into the air in frustration, catching it over and over again. Bored, Sam Yue narrowed his eyes slightly. It's going to happen again, isn't it? Another attack on our teammates, he muttered, tilting his head to look at him. A look of arrogant amusement curled the corners of his mouth. Looking at me with that expression, are you already thinking of ways to destroy me, Sam Yue? He suddenly froze, trying to regain control. A thought flashed through his mind. I have to keep him under control. What if he really thinks I'm useful? Sam Yue decided to take a gamble. He softly called out, Little Black, I've told you before, I hate that name. Before he could even finish his sentence, Sam Yue cut him off. I've agreed to it. You can take over my body. Little Black clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Even though I know you're a spineless coward, I never expected you to be this pathetic. You'd really hand over your body just for this construction blueprint? He didn't show a hint of weakness. On the contrary, I want to ask you something. We look exactly alike, so why is your way of thinking so much more inferior to mine? Sam Yue's voice was deadly serious. Listen to me, Little Black. I'm inviting you to cooperate. He looked surprised. Cooperate? Sam Yue nodded. That's right. We can share this body and divide our time reasonably instead of fighting over it. When it comes down to it, every time we wrestle for control, we both end up hurt. A body full of wounds isn't much of an asset to you either, is it? Sam Yue continued. Liu Qixuan, you know, too, my teammates never chose you. No matter how many times you come out, they'll always find a way to lock you away. Just to save me. He continued, you've crossed paths with Liu Qixuan before. You know how hard he is to deal with. As long as he's here, you think you can rely on your own strength and wipe out all the ability users? That's impossible. Little Black stopped tossing his hat. You really have a thick skin, Sam Yue. Sam Yue, quit the seduction and just accept my proposal. At the very least, you'll have a certain amount of freedom, and my teammates won't make things difficult for you anymore. After all, you have the permission of the body's original owner now. Those words sent his rage soaring. A few seconds later, the hat in Little Black's hand was slammed hard against the ground. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger directly at the other. Little Black sneered, Owner, so that's all you've got? You still haven't given up trying to convince me to become the co-owner of this body, huh? Little Black, I need you. Little Black's eyes locked onto Sam Yue silently. It was as if he were trying to see right through him, searching for any hidden conspiracy behind that sincerity. After a long moment, he quickly took a step back. A flash of intrigue appeared in Little Black's eyes. Interesting. He then turned and briskly walked forward, head bowed in deep thought. It's strange he doesn't remember that, yet he said the exact same thing. His next words made him stop in his tracks. Once we get back, we can discuss the details of sharing the body. Little Black stretched, lazily loosening his muscles, as if he had just made a decision. Fine. I'll agree to it, as long as I get to see that construction blueprint. Deal? Sam Yue replied in a low voice. Deal. His face remained unusually calm, but inside, a strange, indescribable feeling stirred. I always have this feeling that there's a missing piece in my memory, the most important piece. Returning to the present, Liu Qixuan had been waiting so long he grew impatient and pulled out a cigarette to light it. Seeing this, everyone raised a finger to their lips. Shh, Chu Shi whispered, don't smoke. Just then, Sam Yue's voice rang out softly, causing everyone to turn their heads at the same time. Everyone, he asked with concern. Sam Yue, are you feeling any better? He didn't answer immediately, his gaze still contemplative, as if he were piecing together everything he had just witnessed. I'm not wrong, Sam Yue affirmed firmly. Behind that wall, there's a massive space. He spoke up. Sujan, do me a favor. While Sujan walked up to the wall and prepared to use his abilities, the rest of the group quickly dispersed to find cover elsewhere. Hearing unusual noises, a man immediately ordered his subordinates. You guys, go down and see what's going on. The men acknowledged, understood. By now, the wall had been smashed open, creating a huge hole. Dust still billowed out, gradually revealing a vast space behind it. Han Ule covered her mouth, coughing and gasping, and said in shock, I didn't expect there to be a space behind this. Bu Xinghuo urged, let's go in and check. Sam Yue led the group forward without hesitation, his steps steady, his gaze unwavering, showing no signs of fear. As they walked, Chu Shi scanned the surroundings. This place, it's a tunnel. She accidentally tripped over something, screaming in fright. Ah! He quickly reached out to catch her. Careful where you step. Put your hand in mine. Just then, a soft light bloomed in the dark tunnel. Han Ula's eyes went wide, and she cheered happily. Sister, you're so amazing. Even Su Zhan couldn't help but admire her. Sister, you're so amazing. She frowned, thinking to herself, I really didn't want to use my ability for something like this. Suddenly, Liu Qixuan's eyes accidentally caught sight of something. He shifted his toe, sensing something hard beneath his shoe. I think I stepped on something. Bu Xinghuo flicked her wrist, and following her gesture, bright red flames burst into existence in the blink of an eye. The entire dark tunnel was illuminated by the fire. However, as the darkness was driven away, the scene revealed before them left Bu Xinghuo speechless. Han Ule and Su Zhan shared the same expression, their faces turning pale with horror. Chu Shi and Liu Qixuan were so stunned they forgot to breathe, their eyes glued to the sight ahead. Even Sam Yue was incredibly shocked. His pupils contracted violently. The look of disbelief was clear on his face. Everywhere in the tunnel, dead bodies were piled on top of one another in a chaotic scene, as if a horrific, bloody battle had just taken place here. Bu Xinghua frowned slightly, her eyes still scanning the corpses on the ground. Su Zhan, can you analyze the cause of death? Liu Qixuan crouched down, observing the clothing on the bodies. Judging by their clothes, they must be construction workers. Sam Yue Dai, standing next to Chu Shi, also crouched down to examine the scene. If there was another section beneath Sam Yue Dai, why was it sealed off? Su Zhan slowly withdrew his ability and shook his head. They've been dead for a long time now, so there's no way to determine the exact cause. Sam Yue gently placed his hand on the shoulder of a corpse. Their arm and leg bones are all shattered. They were beaten brutally before they died. But the cause of death was dehydration, he said coldly. The abuser had deliberately left them to take their last breath. Seriously? With such severe injuries and trapped in this place, to the point of dying from dehydration, how desperate must they have been? Aola quietly swallowed, unable to help but exclaim in her heart, Am I the only one who thinks Sam Yue is super cool? Everyone seemed to hear her thoughts and nodded in agreement. Sam Yue angrily slammed his fist into the wall beside him, gritting his teeth in unforgivable rage. Afterward, Sam Yue quickly stood up and sealed the wall. He said in an icy voice, Let's go. A single thought filled his mind. Absolutely no forgiveness. He glanced back at the fresh dent in the wall. His eyes flickered slightly. Liu Qixuan, definitely it seemed he wasn't exhausted, but rather awakening. The group continued deeper into the tunnel. Suddenly, Sam Yue stopped dead in his tracks. Ola couldn't react in time and slammed into his back. Why did you stop, Sam Yue? The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a bright smile. I forgot to mention something. How could the Hope train be missing this? Sam Yue emphasized every word. He gently called out to Su Zhan. Su Zhan froze. What is it, Sam Yue? Sam Yue spoke up. Check and see if the generator can still be used. Without hesitation, he replied. Got it. Leave it to me. He suggested. There might be some clues in the engine car. Let's go check it out. Soon, the group arrived before an iron door. Seeing Sam Yue using all his strength and the door still wouldn't budge, the little girl stepped forward and patted his back. Brother Sam Yue, let me do it. Ola seriously warned. Everyone, you'd better step back. No sooner had she finished speaking than the whole group immediately leaped far backward, keeping a safe distance. She was speechless. There was no need to step back that far. Right after that, deafening explosions rang out. Watching that scene, he was astonished and covered his mouth with his hand. Tell me, what does Han Shu usually feed that kid? Chu Shi said in a low voice. I'm a bit curious about that too. Suddenly, Liu Qixuan asked a completely unrelated question. Do you want to arm wrestle with her? He was stunned. Who? Me? He replied with a very decisive tone. Bu Xinghuo gently reminded. Be careful where you step. Chu Shi looked through the train car window and said slowly. It seems there are no useful clues here. Liu Qixuan agreed. That's right. Only the standard control cabin. Behind them, Aole suddenly coughed violently. Too much dust. She gently stroked the little girl's back. Cover your nose and mouth. While everyone was still observing the surroundings, Sam Yue quietly stood in front of a sign attached to the train wall. He reached out to wipe away the thick layer of dust covering the surface. Lines of text gradually appeared. Just having read a few lines, Sam Yue's pupils suddenly constricted, his face showing a flash of horror. At that very moment, from far away, Su Zhan shouted, The backup generator still works. It can probably trigger the power supply for the moon station. At this moment, currents of power quickly covered the generator, The long dormant machine suddenly vibrated and started running again. The green indicator light blinked continuously, signaling that the power supply had been restored. On this side, Sam Yue loudly called out, "Everyone, look at this." Bu Xinghuo turned her head to look, asking confusedly, "What is it?" In an instant, the whole group huddled before the board. On it were lines of text, faded by the years. Liu family and son. Liu Zhaonan. Hope that the route will be opened soon to serve the penal colony. For that reason, the train is named Hope. If the train cannot be cleared, I agree to let Moon Station become a shelter for the people of the penal colony, the entire Liu family. Liu Qixuan stood frozen in place, still unable to digest everything he had just read. He broke out in a cold sweat. "Don't look at me like that. I don't know anything." Very quickly, the backup generator stabilized. In just a moment, a robotic announcement voice echoed throughout the tunnel. "Power supply for Moon Station is restoring. 10 seconds until Moon Station broadcasts to you." Everyone was stunned. Broadcasting? At the same time, on the other side, the rescue team was urgently cleaning up the aftermath. A man commanded loudly, "You guys, get the severely injured people out first. How is the evacuation at the back door?" The man updated the situation. "That side is a bit better than us." Right then, the announcement sound rang out. "Power supply for Moon Station is restoring. 10 seconds until Moon Station broadcasts to you." He raised his head and looked up. "What is that?" The system officially started the countdown. 11. Others seemed to have guessed it. "Is it turning the power on now?" Time slowly drifted with each count. 9. 4. That sound crept into every corner of the rail yard. 8. The system steadily continued to count. 7. The cold, mechanical voice spread across the space, indifferent to the scene of ruin, blood, and corpses still scattered about. 6. 4. The countdown gradually spread out of the rail yard. 5. Someone asked in surprise, "Did you guys hear that? It sounds like there's some kind of sound." The person beside him frowned. "Broadcasting? Is it broadcasting?" Another person couldn't hide his curiosity. "Should we keep watching?" The system's voice echoed throughout the tunnel. 4. Chushi stood still, his eyes fixed forward, waiting for what was about to happen. 3. Bu Xinghuo was also silent, not taking her eyes off the screen. Ula widened her eyes. The little girl completely didn't understand what was happening. 2. Su Zhan also stared intently, wanting to know what exactly would appear. In the blink of an eye, it stopped at the final number. A few seconds later, all the screens in the rail yard simultaneously broadcast a message. "Welcome to Moon Station Hope. Thank you for choosing the Hope train. Next stop, Administration Zone." The staff member continued. "We wish you a pleasant journey. We will take you to a safe stop," she added. "All staff of Moon Station wish you a happy day in the Administration Zone." Time slowly turned back to the past. At this time, a woman was rushing, chasing after a little boy. "Young Master Liu Zhaonan, run slower." Not far in front, a man smiled, his eyes full of tenderness. "Run slower." Liu Zhaonan hugged a sketchbook tightly in his hands, his face radiant with joy. "Dad." The little boy held the sketchbook up high, smiling brightly as if showing off a treasure. "Dad, look, I drew a train." He squatted down in front of Liu Zhaonan. "Let Dad see." On the paper was a messy drawing, the strokes still immature, sketching out a train with carriages full of passengers. The man gently rubbed his young son's head, his eyes brimming with love. "Not bad. You drew it very well. Why did you want to draw a train?" The boy earnestly explained that once the trains are running, people from other cities can come to visit, and he wants to make friends with them. A corner of the man's mouth curled up with satisfaction. Indeed. The scene shifts to a meeting room, the atmosphere so tense it's suffocating. Someone speaks up first. "Are you kidding me? Whether it's trains or airplanes, that's just a fairy tale," the person beside him says in a low voice. "The problem isn't about money at all." Another person slams the table in anger. "If you want to destroy the entire Liu family, just go ahead and do it." Another stands up, shouting in protest. "Exactly. Stop talking about other things. Technically speaking, the obstacles are endless. How can we ensure the materials are transported safely?" The person opposite him yells furiously. "Have you learned nothing from the Firebird incident?" The Firebird incident, an educator in the administrative district, went to the penal colony to build a school. He was burned to death by a mob. His ashes looked like a bird in flight, hence the name. Someone tries to advise the head of the house. Even if this train only goes as far as the administrative district, the success rate is very low. Those lowlifes won't be grateful. The other person agrees. Don't do something that is destined to fail. Faced with the barrage of objections, he still insists on defending his point of view to the end. If you don't try, then of course you'll fail. If someone has to stand up first, why can't it be our Liu family? For the past 2 months, in the wasteland of the penal colony, the sound of metal drills has echoed every night. One person grinds their teeth. It's so noisy it's killing me. The person beside him leans his elbow on the windowsill, curiously peering into the distance. Someone runs off to ask around. It looks like they're building a train line to the moon terrace. How absurd. He rests his head on his arms. If that's really the case, this noise doesn't seem that hard to listen to anymore. It's actually quite pleasant. He asks, "Where do you think that train will eventually lead?" He really wants to see another world. Just then, inside the station, the workers are still hard at work. One of them sighs softly. "I heard the application was rejected again." The person next to him doesn't believe it and asks, "Really? Looks like by the time we're old enough to need a cane, the railway still won't reach the administrative district." The young man laughs. "You're too pessimistic." Over on the other side, a man suddenly speaks up. "Oh yeah, I snuck out for a bit during the day." Someone says angrily, "Didn't they forbid you from wandering around?" Inside the carriage under construction, the man leans comfortably against the wall. It's very quiet. It's much quieter than I thought. Although the air smells moldy, the sunrise is beautiful. His colleague smiles and replies, "Isn't that a given? We all live under the same sky." He flashes a radiant smile. "I hope the project can be completed smoothly." He also hopes that the railway will eventually spread across every corner. The young man says half-jokingly, "I wonder if people here will even remember my name." At the same time, outside the construction site, a man points and shouts, "You lot over there, how did you get in here?" The person beside him also warns, "You can't just waltz in here." Hearing the commotion, the manager immediately steps forward. "What's going on?" A worker standing on the scaffolding looks toward them. There's someone not wearing a uniform. The scene shifts again, inside a hall. A project announcement is taking place. The host stands on the podium and says enthusiastically, "Registration for this project of ours is completely voluntary because the location of the project is a bit sensitive. Thank you all for being willing to come. Next, I invite Mr. Liu to introduce this project to you." Thunderous applause fills the auditorium, lasting for a long time. In the dead of night, the construction site, usually bustling with the sound of machinery, suddenly sinks into silence. All over the site, bodies lie scattered in pools of blood. The blueprints lie neglected on the ground, blood slowly spreading. Before long, it is stained red. At the same time, Liu Xiaonan's father is on the phone. The voice on the other end threatens, "If you don't want your son to die, stop now and don't reach any further." At the wasteland of the penal colony, seeing that everything is quiet and not noisy like other days, the man wonders, "It's so quiet tonight. Is it almost finished? I really look forward to the day the trains run." The scene returns to reality. The group stands frozen in front of the board for a long time. Finally, Sam Yue slowly steps forward, reaching out to touch the control panel. Cries and desperate pleas for help press in anxiously. But he whispers, "Don't give up." A series of overlapping voices echo in Sam Yue's head. "I can't die yet. Don't give up. We won't die here. Everyone hang in there. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Let me try. I can still use my ability. Don't sleep." So sleepy. Really so sleepy. Inside his ribs, it seems countless sturdy weeds are born, grinding into Sang Yue's flesh. He is in extreme pain, but cannot make a sound. He calls out in a low voice, "Little Black." In an instant, Little Black appears right behind Sang Yue. "What are you doing?" Sang Yue's eyes flash with determination. "Follow me," he asks curiously. "Where to?" He doesn't say anything, just silently pulls Little Black along. In his mind, he has mapped out the plan. The land abandoned to hatred and resentment was never actually abandoned. Over the long years, in the little corners no one knows about, there is still a group of strangers trying hard. "I want to use my ability to stop the injury from spreading. I must go to the beginning of hope and tragedy." In a flash, the scene of the Liu family appears before his eyes again. Little Black leisurely steps up the 3 levels and huffs coldly. Quite impressive. However, contrary to his nonchalance, Sang Yue is now completely exhausted. He collapses to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Little Black clicks his tongue. "I just praised you once." He holds his head, his voice hoarse. "Little Black, I can't hold on much longer." He frowns, his face full of annoyance. "What a hassle." Sang Yue suddenly strains to lift his trembling hand, pointing straight ahead. The whole space goes silent in that moment. Little Black's eyes widen, his face full of surprise. Sang Yue struggles to speak, every word broken due to exhaustion. "I'll leave it to you." He watches him silently for a moment, then continues walking. Little Black mutters uncomfortably, "What do you take me for?" He really thinks he's the master. Damn it. I'm such a fool to be tempted by a wretch like this. Before long, he reaches out to the door handle, just wanting to use his ability. Doing something that makes you lose your appetite like that, Little Black sneered with a revolting look. The AI thanks you. The AI remembers you. I don't even understand what the point of your actions is. You're truly pitifully earnest. Inside the room, the servant brought in a glass of fruit juice. Young master, please drink your juice. Cho Nam was still busy drawing. I want to finish this drawing. She coaxed him. Be a good boy. Master is almost home. What will he say if he sees you haven't finished your juice? Outside, Sam Yue lay sprawled on the ground, wheezing as she urged. Hurry up. He replied immediately, his voice sounding somewhat impatient. All right, the servant called out helplessly again. Young master. Only then did the boy reluctantly stand up. I know. He continued to urge, Little Black. Little Black. Little Black snapped back in frustration. What are you rushing for? No sooner had he finished speaking than he dashed to the table where the drawing pad was placed. Without a second of hesitation, Little Black used an eraser to wipe the drawing clean on the page. Very quickly after that, Cho Nam had returned. Looking at the blank pad in front of him, the boy froze for a moment. Cho Nam was stunned. My drawing, where did it go? Just then, the servant called out happily from outside the door. Young master. Master is home. The boy cheered with joy. Dad is home. She hurried to chase after Cho Nam. Young master, run a bit slower. Not far ahead, the man smiled gently and reminded. Run a little slower. Cho Nam hugged the drawing pad in his arms, trotting along. Running up to him. Dad, the boy excitedly showed off. Look at this. Dad, I drew a train. The man crouched down, smiling as he said, Let me see. Looking at the completely blank pad in front of him, he was momentarily taken aback. There's nothing here. Cho Nam answered naively. The train disappeared. The man burst into laughter. What is this kid talking about? After completing the mission, he quickly returned to where Sam Yue was. Finish me off already. Don't make me do this kind of boring thing again. He struggled to open his eyes, his voice full of sincerity. Thank you. Sam Yue grabbed Little Black's pant leg. I'm leaving my body to you. His consciousness gradually sank into darkness, but in his mind, one thought remained. If I cannot convey hope, at least I must try to prevent the tragedy from happening. Little Black said coldly, It's useless, Sam Yue. Past, present, and future exist simultaneously. You think it's random? In reality, it's inevitable. At this moment, the man gently took his son's small hand. Do you want to draw with me? Cho Nam's eyes lit up. Does Dad have time to play with me? He smiled, his gaze full of affection. I have a little time for this. Let's go. After walking a few steps, the man seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to ask, Oh, right. You said you were drawing a train earlier, right? Yes. Actually, Dad had an idea for a train recently, too. The boy's eyes went wide. Really? He laughed heartily. It's a secret. He looked at the scene before him, more convinced than ever. Those who volunteered to participate would ultimately still board the journey to the land of exile. The sound of the drill in the dead of night would not disappear. That desperate crying would echo once again. Human free will is nothing but a part of the preordained destiny. Little Black casually grabbed his companion who was lying unconscious on the cold ground. He wondered to himself, when will you give me a perfect, undamaged body? No matter how many times you go back, you will always arrive at the same ending. Little Black, close your eyes and look up at the sky, imagining you can change it. That is only the beginning of the tragedy. At the same time, in a corner of memory, the father and son, Cho Nam, were still sitting next to each other, engrossed in drawing. Then, everything began to blur. The sounds also quietly faded away. He said in a firm voice, Let's go. I'll take you home. Little Black concluded. But whether Sam Yue can change the outcome of the story is irrelevant. Even if fate is set in stone, the choice of how to experience this destiny is itself proof of the existence of hope, he reminded himself. Keep struggling in earnest, you pathetic skeleton. Scene transition. Under the lush trees, a car was quietly parked by the road. On the other side, 2 other cars had been waiting for a long time. Chu Shi looked at the person next to her and asked softly, No one is listening, right? Liu Qixuan nodded. Yeah. He turned off his phone screen. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke. Liu Qixuan stared fixedly at the phone screen. He rarely ever didn't answer a call. The phone screen still displayed a series of messages, sent by him, but there wasn't a single reply. What's keeping him? Why isn't he answering? Dad? Hello? Hello? Tell me more about him later. In that moment, Liu Qixuan's gaze lingered on the phone in his companion's hand. He narrowed his eyes. You bought a new phone? Why didn't you call your uncle? He waved it off. No need. I don't want them to have any psychological burden. Suddenly, Su Zhan shouted, Sam Yue is awake. Han Ule immediately ran over, her voice full of joy. Sam Yue! Bu Xinghuo also hurriedly followed behind. Inside the memory space, Sam Yue also used all her strength to accelerate toward reality. In the moment her consciousness returned to her body, the familiar broadcast voice of the orbital zone still echoed in her ears. All employees of the Sam Yue station, we wish you a pleasant day in the management zone. All employees of the Sam Yue station, we wish you a pleasant day in the management zone. She was saddened. Nothing had changed. She calmed herself down. It's okay. Bu Xinghuo looked up, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. What a pleasant sound, isn't it? The loudspeaker continued. All employees of the Sam Yue station, we wish you a pleasant day in the management zone, she thought to herself. Actually, the moment I broke that wall, I understood. There was never any foul odor to begin with. All smells would dissipate over time, just like that goodwill filled with hope, and like this old, stale scent, vanishing without a trace. People like us probably won't leave any trace in the future. But if it's Sam Yue, we won't be forgotten, will we? Because she can cross time and smell the scent of sorrow. After all, she is a fool who knows the result, but still moves forward without hesitation. The broadcast continued to ring out amidst the melancholic sunset. All employees of the Sam Yue station, we wish you a pleasant day in the management zone. All right. Bu Xinghuo patted the backs of the two people in front of her. I'm so hungry. Let's go home. Chushi cried out. It hurts so much. She took a step forward. Let's go. The girl asked worriedly. Sam Yue, are you okay? Don't push yourself. Sam Yue rubbed the back of her neck. I'm fine, Qi Suchuan said in a low voice. Xiao He was here just now. He was stunned. You guys saw him? Chu Shi followed up. He told us to lock you up to prevent you from running around blindly after you wake up. What happened between you and him? Sam Yue laughed awkwardly and said, It's a long story. I'll tell you guys on the way back. The Hope radio station, as if to make up for the 40-plus years of silence, broadcasted incessantly, each sound knocking deep into their hearts. Even from a great distance, it was still very clear. Scene shift to the deserted city, the special management zone, the Lin family mansion. Dao Tu, with a distorted face and body, slowly walked along the luxurious hallway. He had just stopped in front of a door when Alo blocked him. Second master, the old master is meeting with Liu Qixuan. Dao Tu narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold as ice. Are you saying that in my own house, I can't even see him? He maintained his composure. Second master, please head back. The old master is discussing some studies. Doesn't the second master usually hate hearing the old master talk about these things? I'm thinking of you, sir. His face turned gloomy. Even the servants don't respect me? Dao Tu cursed silently. Damned Liu Jingxian, don't think I don't know what you're planning, trying to replace me. Behind him, Alo's voice still echoed respectfully. Second master, walk slowly. Inside the study, Liu Jingxian leisurely sipped his tea. Looks like he came to question you. Choosing me as the external representative, he took heavy steps, his eyes cold. Don't even think about it. He tried to persuade him. I don't mind working in the shadows. Actually, you didn't need to provoke Lin Daosheng like that. It only makes him loathe me more. Daosheng set his teacup on the table. In the Thien Nahan city, how many families raise dogs, and how many families train wolves? He continued. Dogs are quite adorable, aren't they? They can understand commands, relieve themselves where instructed, and once a connection with the master is built, then in their eyes, there is only the master. When the master decides on a time for affection, it will immediately wag its tail in delight. Truly the number one choice for a pet. Isn't that right? Dao Sheng fell silent. By comparison, wolves, aside from indiscriminately biting everything, have no merits whatsoever. He tapped his fingertips on the table. Liu Jingxian, if it were you, would you choose the dog that only has eyes for its master? Dao Sheng paused for a beat, then asked, or the wolf that only has eyes for its prey? Liu Jingxian took another sip of tea, his voice calm. Pets only know how to cause trouble. I don't need them. He laughed heartily. That's because you haven't understood the joy of raising them. After a month of silence, he proactively changed the subject. How is the book club this week? What book are you talking about? Dao Sheng stood up immediately. It's a very interesting philosophy novel. He walked to the bookshelf, pulled out a novel. and excitedly recounted the content. It says the protagonist was walking in the forest when he was suddenly struck by lightning. Then, someone exactly like him crawled out of the swamp. To protect his own life, the main character decided to destroy the person in the swamp. Dao Sheng handed it to Liu Qixuan. "I'll lend you this book. You can take it home to read." He quickly flipped to the first page. "Read it here." Liu Qixuan flipped page after page. The sound of rustling paper echoed softly in the quiet space. Time slowly slipped away. Dao Sheng sat silently to the side, without making a single sound. His fingers moved steadily over the pages. The story was so engaging that Liu Qixuan was completely immersed in every word. Forgetting the time, very quickly, he reached the final pages. A few moments later, Liu Qixuan slammed the book shut and sighed softly. "I am not me truly interesting. But it's not like the books my teacher would talk about," he grumbled. "I told you to take it home to read." Dao Sheng narrowed his eyes. "Liu Qixuan, do you know which part of your ability makes people hate you the most?" He replied calmly, the willingness to listen. He twirled the rim of the teacup. "It's like a virus spreading silently. You don't know when it begins, and you don't know when it ends. This is what's annoying. It makes people's heads spin." The corner of Liu Jingxian's mouth twitched. "That sounds like a compliment." He paused, his face looking slightly displeased. "But using a book to imply something about me, isn't that a bit deliberate, Dao Sheng?" Liu Jingxian said in a deep voice. "You once said, the arena of power is like playing chess. A good chess player schemes for the situation, not the board. If you want to win, you have to learn how to observe the whole picture," he continued. "I tried to stand from your perspective and think, then a bold idea was born." Liu Jingxian expressed his thoughts. "You intend to use the god of death to restrain me?" Dao Sheng rested his chin on his hand, looking at the other person, his face reflecting a look of intrigue. "A very interesting thought. What do you need me to restrain? Tell me," he said decisively. "I am too strong in every sense." The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence in the quiet room. Only the steady ticking of the wall clock remained. A moment later, he blurted out, "If my Dao Tu could understand me as well as you do, that would be great. Gold and gold have their differences." Dao Sheng suddenly remembered. "Oh right, speaking of that, this time you met Liu Qixuan. How did it feel? Did family ties awaken your Luang Qixuan?" Liu Jingshan laughed mockingly. At this point, why still talk about Luang Qixuan? At that moment, a memory surfaced in his mind. Back then, Liu Jingshan and Qixuan were sitting by the river, quietly watching the burning red sunset covering the water. He turned to ask, "You seem full of worries today." He suddenly asked a question unrelated to the moment. "Xiao Chuan, let me ask you, what benefit is there in giving away the land under our feet?" Qixuan was stunned, eyes widening. "What?" he asked again. "Answer me. What is the benefit?" Seeing no response for a long time, Liu Jingshan leaned down and picked up a stone, casually throwing it into the river. "You naturally cannot answer because the people who are plotting to destroy this social balance are none other than you guys." He was momentarily choked for words. Brother He stood up and slowly reached out a hand toward his younger brother. "Xiao Chuan, I will only invite you once. Protect this land with me. If not, we will be enemies." Remembering that, Liu Jingshan smiled coldly. Clearly, he couldn't even offer a proper answer, yet he didn't hesitate to step onto that path. In his heart, there was only one thought. "My dear brother, you are truly being harmed quite severely by blood ties." At that time, seeing Liu Jingshan jump onto his horse, intending to leave, Qixuan rushed over and grabbed the reins. "Brother, don't go. I won't allow you to go." He panicked and shouted, "Where do you want to go? To the Quan Lam army? Don't you know how much father hates them?" He frowned. "The Lam family, or any other family, does it really matter that much?" Liu Jingshan looked Karitis Huyen straight in the eye, each word clear and sharp. "It's not about recruiting you. It's about backing you." Back in the present, Lin Daosheng offered, "Stay for dinner," he replied, hesitating slightly. "Sure." In an instant, they were at the dinner table. Dao Tu, irritated, hacked at his steak. The moment his knife touched the meat, he frowned. "Why is this meat so tough today? Is it the knife? The fork? Nothing ever goes the way I want." Dao Tu gritted his teeth, cursing in a fit of rage. "This is disgusting. Damn it." Lin Daosheng called out softly, "Alo." The man stepped forward immediately, bowing respectfully. "Sir," he acknowledged. Lin Daosheng ordered, "Go get a fresh plate for Dao Tu." Alo replied obediently, "Yes, sir." But Dao Tu coldly refused. "No need. I want this one." Alo seemed to ignore the refusal and gently reached for Dao Tu's plate. Furious, Dao Tu grabbed him by the collar. "Are you deaf? I said I wanted this plate." Alo tried to explain. Sir, the master gave instructions to the second young master. Dao Tu's face turned pitch black, his eyes cold as ice. He swung his hand. A deep gash tore across his throat, blood spraying like rain. Dao Tu looked down at the man convulsing on the floor, a crazy smirk curling his lips. Being too obedient is annoying, Uncle Lo. Lin Daosheng remained calm, sitting there. It's just a piece of beef. Why get so angry? He plunged his own blood-stained knife into the steak. He brought it to his mouth, unbothered. You ask me that? You want me to sit here and eat with someone who just killed my right-hand man? Dao Tu chewed viciously. This beef tastes better and there's no bad smell. Right after, he spat the meat onto the table. Dao Tu cursed. Old man, your blood stinks too. His gaze shifted to Liu Qixuan, his voice dripping with mockery. Congratulations, Liu Qixuan. Relying on, constantly betraying those around you to get here, and now sitting at the Lam family table as our representative? Quite a feat, truly. Do I need to applaud for you? He continued to provoke. Liu Qixuan, know your limits. A moment later, he spoke slowly. A faint, subtle curl appearing on his lips. As if suppressing a smile, he said, I feel sorry for Lin Daosheng. At that instant, a brilliant red light erupted all around his body. It shot up from the ground, as wild as magma breaking through the earth. Dao Tu stood frozen, his face filled with sheer terror. Jingshan spoke up. Lin Daosheng, it seems I should head back. He adjusted his jacket neatly and continued. You and Dao Tu go ahead and finish your dinner. Lin Daosheng nodded. Very well. His gaze was locked on the person in front of him, filled with murderous intent. I have to kill him. Then, Jingshan calmly braced his hands and stood up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tease the one who hated him most. It was a pleasure meeting you, Dao Tu. Let's play again sometime. Dao Tu gritted his teeth, filled with contempt. Playing with people has its limits, doesn't it? Seeing the other man leave, he turned to question his brother, Lin Daosheng. How could you let him call you by your first name? Dao Tu couldn't hold back his rage and shouted, You are the one enabling him. Today he dares to kill Cao Dam. Tomorrow, he'll dare to step on our heads. Outside, in the hallway, Liu Jingshan walked slowly, passing by a portrait of the Lam brothers. Hanging on the wall, he just lifted one finger. So noisy. Jingshan swiped his finger across the portrait's throat. Dao Tu's angry shouts still echoed throughout the house. He's that important to you? The people in this house do everything for you, and yet we're not as good as an outsider. Lam? Dao Tu, I can turn into a devil for the sake of this family, making everyone shy away. Could he, Liu Jingshan, do that? Opposite them hung another picture. In the photo, Lin Daosheng sat in the center, flanked by the three core forces that contributed to the family's prosperity. They were as close as brothers, seemingly inseparable. By then, he had finished his meal. Lin Daosheng set his fork down and leisurely picked up a napkin. Dao Tu snapped, Stop ignoring me. Are you not going to answer? He began to unleash his ability. The floor beneath their feet suddenly cracked, glowing with a fierce red light from the fissures. Lin Daosheng thought to himself, a family that raises a dog but trains a wolf must eventually bring out a muzzle of the appropriate size. He mused, but if there's only one muzzle, should it be worn by the dog or the wolf? The thought drifted through Lin Daosheng's mind. The answer was simple. He was certain that only by putting it on the dog could he prevent it from constantly provoking the wolf. Immediately, the deep pit created by Lin Daosheng swallowed Dao Tu whole. He clung to the edge of the cliff, his face pale with terror, his voice hoarse as he cried for help. Brother, pull me up. I was wrong. Despite his desperate pleas echoing through the room, he remained still, his gaze cold and unwavering. Brother Lin Daosheng said in a cold voice, a smart owner can turn a wolf into a dog, and can also turn a dog into a wolf. His eyes glinted with red. What kind of owner do you think I am? He kept clutching the ledge, his voice trembling as he begged. Brother, pull me up! Lin Daosheng crouched down and grabbed Dao Tu by the wrist. Are you done throwing your tantrum? He clung to him as if grabbing a life raft. He nodded frantically. I'm wrong. I know my mistake. He looked his younger brother straight in the eye, his voice calm to the point of being chilling. Who am I? Dao Tu didn't dare hesitate, answering immediately. Brother Lin Daosheng. He tightened his grip a little more. And what kind of brother am I? Dao Tu panicked. The kind of brother who can pull me out of hell. He nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Good. As soon as he said that, the room returned to its original state. The cracks in the floor vanished, and the red light extinguished. As if it were all just a nightmare, he sat on the floor, still unable to collect himself, his whole body trembling. One thought echoed in his mind. He's gone mad. He really wants to Lin Daosheng asked calmly. Are you calm now? Inside, Dao Tu was still reeling with horror. He couldn't accept the truth. Kill his own younger brother? So, does that mean I've also become a disposable pawn? He suddenly remembered the past. Back then, Dao Tu had grabbed Bu Xinghuao tightly, dragging her away mercilessly. She had sobbed until her voice went hoarse, pleading, Uncle Dao Tu, please save me. And now, here he was, kneeling before his brother, his voice filled with urgency. Brother, I'm sorry. Please forgive me this once for choosing Liu Qixuan as our representative. Dao Tu, you're letting your anger cloud your judgment. I don't want to just play children's games in the council chamber. Do you know what they're all saying about me outside? Dao Tu said with a trembling voice. In my heart, there is only you. There is only this home. He gripped the hem of the person's trousers in front of him. Have you abandoned me on your path to chasing power? I know I've become someone who disappoints you, but please don't leave me behind. I'm different from the others. Dao Sheng silently assessed him, like one watching a dog turn into a wolf. Well, that brings up a new problem, he thought to himself. Its sharp teeth would eventually be aimed at him. Dao Sheng stood leaning against the edge of the table, his hand reaching slightly for the fork behind him. Dao Tu, where do you think the true meaning of holding power lies? Dao Tu shook his head. I don't know. He spoke up. The most interesting thing about having power is that you don't need to use it yourself. Dao Sheng looked composed. There will naturally be countless people risking their lives, agonizing over the thoughts of the person at the center of power, like me, to accomplish many things I hadn't even thought of. Just watch. Scene transition. Alarm lights flashed continuously, and a piercing siren blared endlessly. The red warning lights flickered non-stop, bathing the entire area in a gloomy, crimson hue. A man ran in a blind panic. The scene shifted to a cold, deserted hallway. A figure carefully peeked out from a dark corner to observe it was Zhao Guang, but just seconds later, rapid footsteps made him jump and whirl toward the sound. Zhao Guang immediately triggered his dream manipulation ability. As he ran, he kept telling himself over and over, Don't look back, don't look back. Just then, a cold voice from a wall-mounted speaker suddenly rang out. Not looking back this time? Zhao Guang's pupils constricted. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek as the speaker continued. Don't miss a single flaw. Watch closely. His eyes widened. His whole body stiffened in terror. He couldn't even utter a word. Before Zhao Guang's eyes, his companions lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. At the same time, in reality, he was tied tightly to a metal chair, with wires and devices attached to his head. Lang Xiao stood nearby with her arms crossed, saying coldly, letting the Dreamweaver experience the dream as if it were real, this truly is the best way to destroy his will to survive. She praised. Very creative. Wei Ting. Inside the dream, the speaker's voice echoed urgently throughout the hallway. Are you ready? A new dream is about to begin. Returning to the portrait hanging on the wall of the Lam family mansion, it was the image representing the core strength of the Lam estate. The person sitting in the center chair was none other than Lin Daosheng, the most powerful head of the 8 great families, the master of the Lam mansion, holding real authority. The dapper man standing to the left was Liu Qixuan, known for his wealth and personal influence. After breaking away from his original family, he founded the new Liu clan. He established the Xuansun Charity Fund, focusing on elderly care and supernatural research before his recent passing. The Xuansun Charity Fund had deep collaborations with the Testa Company and the White Tower Treatment Center. The founding of the new Liu clan by Liu Qixuan had been a hot topic of public discussion. The tomboy standing to Dao Sheng's right was Duolong Shao, representing military strength. She originated from the Du family, the 5th great clan, and was the daughter of the Allied Forces Commander-in-Chief Du Thianting. She was the administrator of the 5th district, and the bespectacled man standing behind Dao Sheng was Tiet Jiangtin, a technical prodigy with an IQ of 182. He was an auxiliary member of the 8 great families and a member of the Lucas Natus Club. Under his name were 2 tech companies, Suen and Testa. Suen held many patents for advanced technology. Their primary achievement was the Suen engine. Other famous products like the Suen military vehicles were fully equipped by the Allied forces. Testa mainly dealt with VIVO chips and research into automated surgical pods. Returning to Zhao Guang's subconscious world, the voice from the speaker rang out coldly again. Well, she hissed. The 13th failure again. That voice sounded like the herald of a new nightmare beginning. How stubborn, Zhao Guang. We have to do it all over again. Outside, Zhao Guang struggled violently. The restraints tightened until they cut into his flesh, and blood seeped out. He panted heavily, Cold sweat poured off him like rain, and agonizing screams echoed throughout the room. Time dragged on, and just as the crying stopped before long, it started up again, repeating at intervals as if that nightmare would never end. Scene transition. At this moment, the group led by Sam Yue was boarding a vehicle, preparing to leave. Seeing the caller ID on her phone screen, Bu Xinghuo was briefly surprised. She turned to the others. "You guys get on the bus first. I need to take this call." Sujan nodded. "All right." As soon as she answered, the voice on the other end scolded her. "You didn't call me, so you couldn't take the initiative to call?" Bu Xinghuo explained. "Something happened over here. I only just got free." Bu Feiran asked anxiously. "Are you both okay?" She subconsciously picked a leaf off the roof of the car. "I can answer Dad's call, so of course, I'm fine. How is the situation on your end?" He lowered his voice, full of worry. "Did he give you a hard time?" Bu Xinghuo recounted briefly. "Not really a hard time. Dad, you know I run fast. It's just a pity the house blew up." She lowered her eyes. "Where are Liu Qixuan Man and Tiao Mai?" Immediately after, a familiar voice came through from the other end. "We're all safe. We're at the Liu Diep Mountain Villa. Do you know how big this place is? It's so big that I get lost every time I come here." Hearing that, Bu Xinghuo thought to herself, "Sounds like they're in pretty good spirits." Bu Feiran finally breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you are all safe, that's what matters. The house can be rebuilt later. I won't talk anymore. Everyone is waiting for you." Bu Xinghuo, he said in a voice filled with love. "Dad loves you." On her typically cold face, a rare, radiant smile suddenly appeared. "Seriously, you're talking like an old man. So gross. I'm hanging up." As soon as the call ended, Bu Xinghuo sighed softly to herself, half a foot in the grave already. When will you ever grow up? But the very next second, her footsteps suddenly faltered as she looked at something on her phone screen. Bu Xinghuo froze completely, as if stunned. Everyone had already boarded the bus, preparing to depart. Liu Qixuan looked at Sam Yue and reminded her, "Fasten your seatbelt. For safety." Suddenly, Chu Shi's phone buzzed. He opened the screen, and the sender's message was clearly visible to Bu Xinghuo. Chu Shi opened the message to read. Staring back at her were Bu Xinghuo's instructions. "Chu Shi, please do me a favor. Tell Hui Hiha to head to the Thien city for a trip. Check and see if anything unusual is going on in the city. I have a bad feeling about this." He quietly investigated, not wanting to worry anyone, and after reading it, he didn't ask anything else. He just silently typed one word in response. "Understood." Seeing Le constantly busy texting, Sujan asked curiously, "Are you writing in a diary?" She shook her head. "No, I'm texting my mom." At the same time, black cracks quickly spread down Chu Shi's arm like a spiderweb. He calmly pulled his sleeve down, skillfully covering it all up. Then, Chu Shi gently caressed the cold blade in his hand, his eyes calm. Up ahead, he secretly observed through the rearview mirror. Every discreet move made by the person in the back seat didn't escape Liu Qixuan's notice. He spoke up, breaking the silence. "Want to listen to some music?" Sam Yue turned the music on. Sam Yue looked down at the console. "Which button is it?" He instructed. "Bottom right corner." Taking advantage of the moment everyone was distracted, he flicked his hand. A few drops of blood immediately shot through the window gap, flying straight toward the birds perched on the tree canopy. Dense foliage lined the road. Just a moment later, the eyes of every single bird turned a deep, crimson red. Completely controlled, the flock of birds spread their wings in unison and soared into the sky. At the same time, at Liu Diep Villa, the fiery sunset covered the mountains and forests, bathing the villa in a warm glow and creating a strangely peaceful scene outside the hallway. Bu Feiran stood still, staring at his phone screen, deep in thought. On the screen was a picture of his strong-willed young daughter. Just then, countless envelopes suddenly drifted down from above, fluttering in the wind. Bu Feiran looked up slightly. He spoke in a low, solemn voice. "This is difficult to resolve." Then, Bu Feiran turned around and gently pushed the door open. From inside, worried voices immediately called out, "Are you guys okay?" He just gave a simple and gently closed the door. After a while, calming his emotions, Bu Feiran took a deep breath and turned back inside. "Sorry for making you all worry." He quickly walked to his seat. "Let's continue the meeting." Bu Feiran swiftly took an envelope from his person and gently placed it on the table. The person sitting next to him also silently took out another envelope. The envelope and the red wax seal on it were identical. On the other side of the screen, the man saw this and slowly placed his own envelope on the table. Immediately after, the remaining people did the same one by one. Then, all four of them opened them simultaneously. As Liu Jiaonan opened the envelope, a portrait of Bu Feiran suddenly fell out. In the next second, the portrait burst into flames. He stared in shock at the ashes fluttering down before him. However, the scene that happened right after was what truly left Liu Xiaonan stunned. The falling ashes suddenly gathered in midair, quickly forming a giant screen. Liu Jingxan was standing at the podium. Citizens of Thien Han City. I am Liu Jingxan, representing the #1 family, the Lam estate. Today, I will make an official announcement regarding an incident that occurred recently. He paused for a beat, then continued. 8. Major families, with respect and goodwill toward the ancients, invite the child of the Wu clan to return to Thien Han City. We hope to use peaceful means to resolve our ideological differences. The following words from Liu Jingxan made him angry enough to crush the envelope. But our goodwill was met with betrayal and attacks. He announced, the leader of the second mobile team of the Allied forces, the child of Cao Kuang, Cao Dao, was unfortunately killed. Liu Jingxan continued. Tran Ngon, the second in command of the 8 major families, Ta Khan, was seriously injured. He is currently not out of danger yet. His voice remained steady. 2 key facilities of the management zone were destroyed, Liu Jingxan emphasized. This has resulted in over 67 innocent civilian casualties. He stated, based on current investigative results, all clues point toward the child of the Wu clan, along with those who follow him. The 8 major families' intention was to seek peace, but obviously, things did not go as planned. Liu Jingxan bowed his head, his face full of regret. What is particularly heartbreaking is that some here have exploited the former family members of the Lam estate. They had no qualms about exposing the old wounds of the Lam estate. We find this act of sowing discord to be utterly despicable, he continued. To everyone in the Lam estate, this is undoubtedly a heavy and fatal blow. Liu Jingxan looked up, his voice turning stern. I am here to tell the child of the Wu clan and his allies, the banner of peace you raise is, in reality, a cover for attacking the lives of civilians. We, the 8 major families, will absolutely not allow this kind of thing to happen again, and we will absolutely not bow to violence and terrorism. He warned in a grave tone, we issue one final warning. Cease all terrorist activities immediately. Otherwise, we will use all our power and methods to eliminate the threat. Whoever harbors them will share their fate. Liu Jingxan stated firmly, the order and peace of Thien Han City will not be violated by anyone. After delivering the message, the screen in midair gradually dissipated. The envelope in Liu Jianan's hand suddenly ignited, quickly turning into ashes. He didn't say another word, slamming his hand down on the table in fury. From the other end of the line, the man spoke in an apologetic voice. Liu Jianan, I'm sorry. He hung his head low and said, the image of Fi Nian in this letter was already very clear, wasn't it? Liu Jianan rested his arms on his thighs, looking helpless. How long can we protect him? Just how long can we protect him? Bu Feiran softly uttered, everyone, I have something to say. But at that very moment, a string of hidden numbers suddenly appeared on the screen. Video call connecting. The scene cut to a place built of stone, surrounded by a stream of scorching magma. Here, everything was supported by tall, thick pillars. Inside a large test tube, long hair was floating. WU YUE, covered in layers of bandages, was curled up inside. Her eyes were tightly shut. Bubbles escaped from her mouth. Suddenly, a small tear seeped from the corner of WU YUE's eye. The scene cut, and the system sound rang out. Hidden number is joining the video call. Ha Bok's face appeared. He spoke, long time no see. How are you all doing? Han Dong, together with Fang Yu, Bu Feiran, and Liu Xiaonan, widened their eyes in shock. Xia Bai curled his lips into a smile, as if the reason they gathered every time was always to solve a problem. This time, the troublemaker was no exception. Bu Feiran asked in great confusion. Solve a problem? He said angrily. You called us here just to mock me? Liu Jianan spoke up, blocking him. Wen Nian, don't be rash. Han Dong gave a cold laugh and turned away. The people who are hardest to find have all shown up today. I guess you could call this a world-class masterpiece, right? Fang Yu stood up and cut straight to the point. All right, none of us are kids anymore. Can you drop this habit of attacking each other the moment we meet? Xia Bai, you called us here to deliver the official notice from the Lin mansion, didn't you? Xia Bai didn't beat around the bush much. I'm here to tell you to get that troublemaker out of the city immediately. What Lin Daosheng conveyed wasn't just a simple notice or warning. It's an execution order for Pei Wenyan. Many families in the city who were staying neutral were now facing a situation where they were forced to pick a side. You must leave the city quickly. Heavenly human? Hearing this, Bu Feiran immediately struck back. What? Telling me to run is no different than telling me to admit defeat. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not wrong. I'm just correcting a mistake. Liu Zhaonan lowered his head and spoke, leaving him stunned. Wenian, Xiaobai, is right. This isn't the time to argue about who's right or wrong. He began his speech. Years ago, the fact that Lin Daosheng could throw away that ticket showed his attitude towards the entire heavenly human city. Even when it comes to the order of flesh and blood, he can sacrifice the Tao. You didn't just secretly bring back the girl who should have disappeared back then. You even turned her into one of us. This is the same as poking the hornet's nest, openly challenging his authority. If he doesn't punish you, how will he command respect in the future? Bu Feiran let out a cold snort, showing he didn't care. I don't care about him. I'm under no obligation. The others looked completely helpless. You're still in the mood to be sarcastic here? Just get Wenian out of the city first. Liu Zhaonan pressed his hands against the table and stood up. To District 8. Scene shift to the exiled lands. Inside the facility, while everyone was working, a sound. Alert rang out. Emergency announcement from the Supply Management Bureau. Repeating. Emergency announcement from the Supply Management Bureau. Because the supply line to the management district has been damaged, the supply shipment originally scheduled to arrive at the exiled lands at 1900 hours today will be suspended. The recovery date is to be determined. Because the supply line to the management district has been damaged, the supply shipment originally scheduled to arrive at the exiled lands at 1900 hours today will be suspended. The recovery date is to be determined. Everyone heard this and felt incredibly panicked. The food has been cut off? How is that possible? Supplies have never been cut off before, have they? On the display near the entrance, the toggle switched from on to off instantly. A system alert sounded. Supply cut to exiled lands at 0000 hours 01 seconds. Scene shift to a small room. Chu Shi walked in carrying 2 bags and said, "This medicine 1 injection per day. You guys arrange it properly yourselves." Kai T stammered, "Thank you." Ta Ya sat to the side, sneering. "You'd inject anything into your body? What kind of decent medicine could you even buy in this dump? If you want to inject it, go ahead. Either way, I'm not doing it." Suddenly, Chu Shi placed his hand on Kai Ti's shoulder, making him jump and break into a cold sweat. "Don't be rash. Whatever it is, we can talk about it." She looked over, confused. "What is it?" He looked at her with a smile, incredibly compassionate, and said, "Is your leg feeling any better today?" Ta Ya felt a wave of pressure that made her break into a sweat. She forced a smile and replied stiffly, "A little better." Chu Shi smiled and reminded her, "Be a good girl and take your medicine." She quickly agreed. Okay. Deep down, she was terrified, screaming like a madwoman, a bunch of man-faced, beast-hearted monsters, hypocrites, threatening people. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. He turned to leave and instructed, "I'm going to prepare the food. Bring it to them in a bit. Rest well." Kai Ti quickly replied, "Yes." His gaze suddenly flickered toward one side. Chu Shi looked toward the empty corner of the bed, very surprised. "He's not here?" At the top of a building, Tianlong was sitting on the rooftop. His face was very fusion ability. Even those born with abilities might not be able to do it. This time, no one can stop us from becoming high level. I'll invite the best mutants. Tianlang, why did you hide it from me? Do you even consider me a friend? He remembered his own memories. Tianlong looked at the silhouette of Jiao Guang as he left and said, "If you don't make it clear now, I'll never forgive you." He clenched his arm, tensing up. Then he relaxed his hand and pointed to the ground. Tianlong saw this action, and his eyes widened in shock. Jiao Guang turned his back, walked through the door, and left. He gritted his teeth and chased after him. Damn it! Back to the present, Tianlang looked down at his hand, gritting his teeth hard. He clenched his fist. He was going to fight. He raised his thumb and index finger. "I have to win." Tianlong turned his face away, looking into the distance, staring at the gloomy, pitch-black sky. How am I supposed to win? Suddenly, a crowd of people below became rowdy, making him look down in confusion. Terrible news. Terrible news. On this side, Xia Mei was talking to Sam Yue. "I will convey it to Tianlong and the others, but you must ensure that whether you find what you're looking for in the White House or not, you will still help us save Jiao Guang." He replied, "If it's my proposal to cooperate, I can certainly guarantee that to you." Both of them heard the shouting, "Terrible news! Terrible news!" Suddenly, Qin Tian burst through the door and ran in. Sam Yue asked in confusion, "Qin Tian, what happened?" he said in a panic. "You guys, follow me quickly." On the TV, an interview with the bureau chief was playing. "Please reveal some details about the supply cut. It's been 35 years, and a cut has never happened before. Is this time as serious as you've said?" Is it possible that we don't have enough supplies to support the exiled lands? Or is this a directive from above to further suppress the god inheritors who have recently come into the public eye? I heard that the god inheritors are currently in the exiled lands. Please answer this reporter's question. It's a very sharp one, but as you mentioned recently, try not to get agitated. Our food processing plant was attacked. Many staff members were injured. What happened this time isn't just about supplies. It's about the equipment. More importantly, we must comfort and care for our staff. We will quickly recover, resume food supply, and fulfill our duties. Quickly, how long is that, Director? The public needs a definitive timeline. Everyone is gathered together, whispering excitedly. It really shows the diversity of human nature, doesn't it? Fine, fine. Next, even the barely edible food, like that sludge, is gone now. Stop talking. What are you afraid of? After all, those structures were built by you and that monk. It's not my responsibility. You all share the blame. That's enough. Shut your mouth, or I'll break your other leg right here. The management zone has many food production chains. Even if supply volumes fluctuate, the rate of total supply cutoff is extremely low. The reporter's suspicion isn't groundless. Sam Yue is applying pressure this time, intending to incite conflict between us and the exiled citizens. If we can't come up with a response strategy, we will be driven out by the people of the exile lands very soon. Sister Liu Qixuan stood to one side, feeling uncomfortable, and thought to himself, damn it. He looked over at Sam Yue, who was standing nearby. Everyone here has emergency food rations. Even if the supply is temporarily cut off, it shouldn't be too serious, right? This feels more like it's aimed at us. Why don't you answer? Liu Qixuan called out to him skeptically. Sam Yue? Sam Yue suddenly curled his lips into a mysterious smile. He stepped into the middle of the crowd and spoke up. Everyone, I think we need to cooperate first. Lady Hung stood to one side and called out quietly, Qin Tian. Her expression was extremely serious as she ordered, go prepare quickly. Qin Tian's eyes were cold as he replied, yes, ma'am. He quickly walked to the door and opened it. On this side, people were looking towards Sam Yue, expressing their own opinions. Still talking nonsense. Who wants to cooperate with you guys? If anyone wants to leave this room today, they'll have to be arrested. My stomach hurts so much. Combined with an assessment of the current situation, it could be irritable bowel syndrome. Why are you so stressed? What a great problem to have. Time continued to tick away. Supplies in the penal colony were interrupted. 0, 1, 49, 32. Everyone was in the Black Bear Gang's warehouse, checking the inventory. How are the supplies in the warehouse, Thien? According to current reserves, if we distribute at the daily rate, holding out for 2 or 3 weeks is no problem. If the gang members save even more, we could extend that time. What if we include the families of the brothers in the gang? Then we need to count the specific number of people. Black Bear Gang warehouse, go count them immediately. Qin Tian quickly ordered them. Tubok, distribute all the weapons. Make sure every gang member has one. Tell everyone to conserve ammo. Han Ule hid in a dark corner, watching, and thought. As expected, she returned quickly. Returned? What's wrong? Han Ule sat down on a chair, panting, and reported, Sam Yue. You guessed right. Once they finished checking the warehouse supplies, they started handing out weapons. Judging by their wary looks, it seems they are ready for war. At any moment. Indeed, once the news of the supply interruption was released, suspicion would spread like a virus. Bu Xingwo sat to one side and reminded him, Sam Yue, tell everyone your thoughts. Sam Yue spun the pen in his hand and began to analyze. Not just the Black Bear Gang. I'm afraid other factions won't sit still either. To these gangs, supplies might be temporarily unavailable, but they absolutely cannot stop distributing them, because that is the key to maintaining peace among the major factions. He drew the shape of a chicken leg on the ground. Most of the supplies in the penal colony are in the hands of the major factions. Now that the supply is suddenly interrupted, suspicion will inevitably arise. Then, from that drawing, he branched it out into many parts. Everyone will be thinking about how much the opponent still has in their hands. If they can't hold out, will they attack us? Or should we strike first? Once they reach that line of thinking, starting a war is only a matter of time. He remembered the major factions. Conservative factions would first choose to hunker down, depending on the situation. As supplies are constantly consumed, they will naturally move to the second step, looting. Everyone began to understand the core issue. I get it now. The worst-case scenario is some factions will skip the defensive phase and start looting directly. Why? Fear of falling behind. It seems this chaos is no longer a battle over supplies, but a battle against time. Sam Yue nodded in agreement. That's right. This is a battle against time. Whoever strikes first will gain the upper hand. Qu Shi lowered his head, looking quite worried. According to the analysis, if there are extremists who want to take this opportunity to block a military truck. Thugs, sit tight. We're moving out. They began to kill and loot. It's very difficult to discover it in time. He bowed his head and offered an opinion, adding a clarification, without giving a precise recovery time. Sam Yue answered firmly. It could be an hour. It could be 10 days. Bu Xinghuo and Liu Qixuan spoke up in unison. You can't be sure? He held his head, finding it difficult. That's right. Someone is exploiting those who are becoming anxious because of this uncertainty. No more than 36 hours, no more than 24 hours, and the penal colony will have a major incident. It might have already started. Cast aside everything else and focus on solving the root cause. Calm down and think, Sam Yue. Calm down and think. Suddenly, from behind Sam Yue, Tu Hak jumped out and wrapped his arms around his shoulders. Haven't you already figured out a solution? He smirked and lifted Sam Yue's face. Why are you pretending to be distressed? Who are you acting for? Sam Yue frowned and thought, something is missing. So it's this idiot. Sam Yue reached out and pushed him away. I am not pretending to be distressed. I really do have a way to solve the supply issue, but I can't see through the enemy's intentions. He was extremely skeptical. What do you mean? Sam Yue replied with extreme resolve. Causing such a big scene is clearly aimed at me. If the enemy is waiting for me to act, then if I make a move, wouldn't I be falling right into their trap? They had the chance to kill me before but didn't take it. This shows that I'm more valuable alive than dead. So, what exactly is my value? Little Black rested his chin on his hands, listening to him with a bored expression. Which force am I up against? An individual or a group? What do they even want from me? Shh. You're so long-winded. I never even thought of these things, Sam Yue muttered, his eyes scanning the fog ahead with extreme vigilance. It's hard to tell, and that's the most dangerous part. He furrowed his brows, sweat beading on his forehead, and most importantly, Sam Yue began to recall everything, starting from Liu Qixuan, then Han Ule's face, and the detail of cutting her finger with a knife. While Sam Yue sat blankly in the vehicle, he glanced at the rearview mirror, then remembered Bu Xinghua's subtle actions. There are just too many secrets, everyone refuses to tell me. Suddenly, a few birds flew to the window. Qu Shi stepped forward and reached out to catch them. What's wrong? He listened to the birds chirping for a moment, his expression darkening. Bu Xinghua stood up and walked away, calling out, Qu Shi, let's talk. Liu Qixuan wanted to follow, but Qu Shi immediately pressed him back down. You stay here. His gaze was cold and sharp. Liu Qixuan still insisted on getting up. I said, I also need to go to the bathroom. Han Ule turned to Su Zhan. Do you feel like the atmosphere between those two is a bit strange? Su Zhan nodded in response. It feels weird. Not just a bit, it's very strange. He pointed toward the back. But what's even stranger is back there. Sam Yue was currently waving his arms and legs around in frustration. Stop bothering me. Go away. Now is not the time to give your body to him, okay? Han Ule said helplessly. Just let it be. Sam Yue has his own mental world. The scene shifted to Qu Shi and Bu Xinghuo outside. As they talked, images of Bu Feiran suddenly flooded her mind. Her face went blank, completely stunned. Qu Shi asked, What are your plans now? Bu Xinghuo clenched her fists. I have to go back. Suddenly, a strange noise put them both on high alert. A massive explosion rang out in the distance. It seems Sam Yue was right. Some faction has already started moving. Qu Shi shouted loudly, Bu Xinghuo! The countdown continued. Supplies at the criminal colony were disrupted. 2 hours, 21 minutes, 14 seconds. Sam Yue was lost in Little Black's words via a face scan. The entire area is broadcasting to the administrative zone. Everyone who has ever been in contact with you could become their target. If you want what's best for him, you'd better get him out of here quickly. Go hide in that filthy land where the ability users refuse to set foot. That's actually a great idea. Once he awakens, he will definitely be the one to reset the order of this society. Even meeting in public, we have to pretend we don't know each other. The ability user families are funding food for the criminal colony, declaring war on the other 7 major families, covering up power, so many types of energy cores. Qu Shi, we haven't met for the first time, the child of God. Even someone who doesn't use their full strength like Liu Qixuan couldn't win, right? Using all these ordinary things to create the conditions for one's own survival. Displacement. Liu Qixuan can control supplies. Ta Ya knows how to counter a single element, a safe containing nuclear warheads. Uncontrolled elemental abilities will lead to a terrifying chain reaction, Relying solely on powerful abilities is not enough to change the situation. To overthrow them, you must understand them. His eyes flickered with surprise and realization. He closed his eyes tightly and began to ponder. Supplies at the criminal colony were disrupted. 2 hours, 55 minutes, 38 seconds. Sam Yue suddenly stood up without warning. Little Black asked from behind, "Have you figured out which chess piece the enemy will play next?" He replied calmly, "Whether they are the enemy or not remains to be seen." His figure began to blur. "Where are you going?" Sam Yue left his projection behind. He spoke up, "Deploy for combat." Chu Shi turned back to see Sam Yue waiting for him. Confused, he asked, Sam Yue, didn't you want to hold a meeting?" He smiled and replied, "I was waiting here specifically for you, big brother Chu Shi." Sam Yue looked at Chu Shi, who was wearing a serious expression, and suggested, "Let's talk about the special abilities the Chu family is hiding." He lowered his head and sighed. "It's true. Nothing can be hidden from you. What do you want to know?" Sam Yue looked up and got straight to the point. "Big brother, you fought Heavenly Wolf in the maze and didn't get hurt at all. Was it because of that?" The scene shifted inside the room. Bu Xingwo pushed Taya down. "Sit down." She struggled incessantly. "Let me go," she screamed furiously. "Damn it, can't a person get some sleep? If I don't heal, who's going to be responsible for me?" Turning away, Liu Qixuan looked extremely uncomfortable. Lack of sleep, high impurity levels, unstable serotonin. Bu Xinghuo's face didn't look much better either. He knitted his brows, his eyes twitching repeatedly, suppressing his emotions. The density of people nearby increased. Liu Qixuan was terrified and sweating profusely. He covered Taya's mouth and laughed awkwardly. "A meeting, right? Can we meet? Is this the right time?" Han Ule turned to Su Zhan. "Where are Big Brother Sam Yue and Big Brother Chu Shi?" He quickly replied, "Out in the hallway, talking to each other." The girl asked skeptically, "How do you know?" Su Zhan answered very honestly, looking up. "I suggest Han Ole, quiet down a bit. There are 2 people in this room who might explode at any moment." Just then, Sam Yue and Chu Shi pushed the door open. He said, "You've all been waiting a long time. Let's start the strategy meeting immediately." Chu Shi returned to his seat, watching Sam Yue step up to the board, thinking to himself, Sam Yue was able to come up with a countermeasure in such a short time? He truly is a god. He stuck a rather confusing drawing onto the board. Is this simple and easy to understand? Qin Tian sat below, thinking, he's crazy. The people below had many varied and mixed emotions. Sam Yue called out, "Uncle Qin Tian, sorry, could you please synchronize the collected information for everyone?" He quickly answered, "Sure." A projector was quickly turned on. "This clip was just sent in 10 minutes ago. Take a look." On the screen, a crowd appeared, pushing and shoving. "Make way. Can everyone see? The volunteers are in front of the main gate. The Supply Administration. Protest." They held letters in their hands and shouted. Now, most of the protesters are static black rings. "We're working at the administration district, and we demand the supply line be restored within 48 hours. The person in charge, Ra, speak up. Reflecting on our demands, their families back home are currently in the exile zone, suffering from a lack of supplies." Suddenly, a figure appears on the screen. My purpose in recording this clip is very simple. I ask you all watching to stay calm and think. The administration claims they want to comfort the suffering citizens, but this act, without a doubt, is hurting even more innocent people. My fellow countrymen in the exile zone, please don't be provoked by them. The administration has many people who stand with you. He raises 2 fingers and closes his eyes, whispering, "May God bless her child. Our hearts are with the divine." After it ends, a message appears. This clip no longer exists. Qin Tian looks at Sam Yue's serious face and speaks up. The good news is that the public opinion in the administration district is on our side. He recalls the scene at the administration district. The bad news is, the administration opened the gates. Why is that? Because way too many citizens spontaneously brought food, wanting to come to the Exile Zone Support Center. The transit routes were temporarily closed under the guise of preventing chaos, and the people trapped there were terrified. One of them picked up the phone. With a pale face, he said, "Brother Thien." He looked at the tightly sealed gate. The gates were closed. He turned back to the others. Sam Yue looked down and said solemnly, "I have reason to suspect the supply shortage is fake." Liu Qixuan asked skeptically, "Is that just your guess, or do you have proof?" He smiled with a nostalgic look at a past memory. Back then, Athuan and Sam Yue were inspecting a food crate. "Sam Yue, look. The labels on these crates aren't the same." Sam Yue asked, deeply puzzled, "Aren't they all just bread and compressed protein?" He shook his head repeatedly. "No. Look here. The supplies we got today are marked C, yesterday was B, and a few days ago was A. Ah Thuan's face was deathly serious. Could this C be stuff that's been stored for a long time? Sam Yue's expression darkened as he continued. C might just be processed rotten human remains. They looked at the food crates and shouted, "Are we even going to eat dinner?" "Sorry, that hurt. Back to the present," Bu Xinghuo said with sharp eyes. "The yin-yang crates, that must mean. Even if they claim on TV that some of it is real, they definitely have a secret stockpile." Sam Yue nodded confidently. "Exactly. Our target is this non-existent batch of supplies. We'll split into 3 teams. One team stays in the exile zone to control the situation, one team is in charge of locating the supplies, and one team sneaks into the administration district to take the goods back." He started sketching on the map. Team 1 is the administration district, Team 2 is the exile zone, and Team 3 is intelligence gathering. Ta Ya suddenly shouted, interrupting him. Wait, is what you're saying even human language? I understand every word, but put together? It's too much effort. Where are we going? Where are the supplies?" Tianlong spoke up, incredibly annoyed. "Are you deaf or just blind?" She looked dark and helpless. "For heaven's sake, whose side are you on anyway?" Sam Yue stood dazed, looking at the wall beside him. Unconsciously, he raised his hand and slammed it into the wall. The wall quickly shattered into many pieces. On one side, the Thun Tree 2, God's will returns. On the other, the ruling leadership. Sam Yue's footsteps slowly approached that point. There has always been a group I've overlooked: the commoners. The people below the regular class always intentionally downplay their own existence. They are scattered throughout all levels of society and are also watching this play. Making things hard for the exile zone is the ruse. But my resolve is real. He walked toward a table and a chair. Someone is testing me. Sam Yue quickly sat in that chair. Let's see if I will oppose the administration for the sake of one city. Hands, from who knows where, began to reach out over the table, where a chessboard was set. Or, let's see if I have the guts to give this up. He could be a family hiding in the shadows, supporting his mother, or maybe not. Sam Yue put his hand into the bowl of chess pieces. In short, whoever thought of using this method is definitely no good. He took out a chess piece and stared at it. Sam Yue's hand gently placed the piece down. Back to the present. Sam Yue was distracted until he heard a call. Sam Yue. Bu Xinghuo crossed her arms and offered her opinion from the other side of the door. Getting in there quietly isn't simple. Overland is definitely out, but the air is different. The people behind her nodded in agreement. She continued to raise the issue. The entire administration's airspace is under surveillance. Going by air means telling them directly, "We're here." Chu Shi spoke up from behind. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Chu Shi's face was stern. "The system command won't hand it over to me." He turned to Liu Qixuan and asked, "You'll help me, right?" He rested his chin on his hand and turned away. "You and Sam Yue have already discussed it. Why are you asking me?" Sam Yue, hearing this, spoke up. "Time is of the essence. I'll explain the rest on the way," Liu Qixuan added, when suddenly Ta Ya shouted, "Wait!" She spouted a long string of logic. "You make it sound so easy. The Manhattan administration's network security isn't something you can just mess with whenever you want. You have to connect to their equipment first, hack into the car network, plant a virus, and use it as a jump-off point so your authorization keeps expanding. Only then will you have a chance to locate the cold storage system, pull the access logs for the supply vehicles, and finally, crack the back door of the administration's food system. Do you even know what that entails? You think it's just visiting your own home? If you get caught, who takes the fall?" Liu Qixuan heard this and was left breathless, unable to even speak. Sam Yue heard this, covered his mouth, and turned away. "Going on like that, you're not just scared we won't get the info, are you? That's pretty embarrassing." Everyone thought helplessly. That trick won't work on her. She suddenly raised her finger and pointed forward with a fierce look on her face. Ta Ya rushed forward. "Let's go. Move out." Everyone was stunned. It actually worked? Everyone followed the order and quickly left the conference room to prepare. "We head out in 20 minutes. Tianlong was standing outside and suddenly called out, "Sam Yue, hold on. I have something to ask you." You heard that, and turned around to face Tianlong directly. Tianlong's eyes were full of killing intent. "You told Xia Mei you wanted to save Zhao Guang. Why say that?" Sam Yue silently stared at him. He said softly, "It seems both you and Zhao Guang really like to ask why." Sam Yue's footsteps slowly began to move. "Why aren't you giving up? Why push forward like this? Why? No wonder you two could become friends." Tianlong stared at Sam Yue, demanding an explanation, because his behavior was impossible for normal people to comprehend. "Shu Qi, We are your enemies. He just closed his eyes and lowered his head, explaining, there are no eternal enemies. Things are always changing. That's the rule of this world. If it were me, I'd give everything I had, just to keep my friend alive. And you guys still have that chance. Tianlong furrowed his brow, listening to him with deep suspicion. Sam Yue reached out a hand and spoke up. Come with me. Let's end this tragedy caused by Shu Qi. We need each other's strength. Tianlong recalled his own memories. Zhao Guang, can I really trust him? How is his condition? I don't recommend continuing the experiment today. Sam Yue sat inside, hugging himself as he listened. The two quickly shook hands, reaching an agreement. After we handle the supplies, we'll go save Zhao Guang together. He set aside his smile. This guy, he's really quite guarded. A subordinate ran over and called out, Sir, the vehicle is ready. Qin Tian quickly replied, Good. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Deeply suspicious, he turned back. Qin Tian broke into a smile and remarked, This scene is really worth capturing. Right now. Sam Yue and his group were moving out with high spirits. Chu Shi knelt on one knee and instructed, Ule, remember to stay with Sam Yue, okay? The little girl obediently reminded him, I know. You and Sister Bu Xinghuo, Su Tram, stay safe, okay? We'll meet at the management area. He braced his hands and slowly stood up. Chu Shi turned to Sam Yue and spoke. Sam Yue, I still have one more favor to ask of you. He quickly replied, Go ahead. He closed his eyes and smiled. It doesn't even count as a favor, really, since he can take good care of himself. Just then, Shu Qi was in a hidden corner, listening to them talk. I know that after you meet Liu Qixuan, you're bound to have a lot of questions, and you might even start to waver in your stance toward Liu. Shu Qi's eyes held a deep, complex meaning. Maybe I'm overstepping, but I want to tell you. While they were talking, Bu Xinghuo had already climbed into the military vehicle. No matter what stance your family has, it doesn't affect the fact that you are here, by his side. Chu Shi placed a hand on Sam Yue's shoulder. Let go and do it. We will all do our best to support you. He nodded in response. Thank you, big brother Chu Shi. The three vehicles quickly started up. Setting off together in the night, Shu Qi smiled and said, Hold on tight. We're taking off. Taya urged them. Let's move. Quickly. Sam Yue looked outside, feeling incredibly excited. Tianlang, you guys haven't fully recovered yet. Just keep the situation under control, that's all. Don't overuse your abilities. Sam Yue waved his arms and shouted toward the vehicle next to them. And don't cut the connection. I need to know the status and conditions of the exile lands at all times. You hear me? Tianlong turned his head away, ignoring him completely. Bu Xinghuo, on this side, was also driving very calmly. Suddenly, all three vehicles slammed on the brakes at once. Then, each vehicle split off in a different direction. Su Tram, wait for my location signal. Understood? You guys remember, once you receive the location, do not act immediately. Wait for the sky signal. The sky signal as dark clouds billowed. 20 minutes later, somewhere in the exile lands, a group of people were there. Grab the kids and take them away. Let me go. Get in the truck. Move it. The movements were quick and efficient. The doors are locked now. These products can't be sold for the time being anyway. Wouldn't bringing them back just be a waste of our food? Who said anything about giving them food? Kids can go a few days without eating. They won't die. The leader asked irritably, Are you done yet? From behind, someone replied, Done. It's done. Let's go. Suddenly, a voice rang out, leaving the leader deeply suspicious. Go? Go where? A pair of footsteps came from the front. Those feet stopped right on top of the truck. Tianlong was wearing a mask, standing right there. The guy shouted angrily, Get lost. He didn't pay any attention to his words. Are you deaf? Get lost. The guy was furious and quickly pulled out a firearm. Damn it. Suddenly, a burst of energy lifted the other two trucks into the air. The remaining people panicked and screamed. Quick, quick, retreat the trucks. Hurry. The remaining guy fumbled in a panic, terrified. Okay, let's go. What's wrong with the trucks? The tires screeched against the road, but they couldn't move forward. Behind them, a giant plush rabbit was blocking the path. Happy! Tianlong raised a hand and coughed a few times. The screams of pain from the thugs rang out incessantly. Just then, two others were chasing a shadow. Where do you think you're running? Xiamei held her stomach and laughed loudly, leaving them completely confused. Laugh? What are you laughing at? She gently tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing a twisted smile. Laughing because your death day has arrived, you idiots. A surge of power erupted, accompanied by the shrill screams of those two men. Magic threads quickly snatched the children and gently lowered them to the ground. Suddenly, in Tianlang's earpiece, a voice shouted, Tianlang, don't forget what I said. At the teleportation gate, when transporting large objects, Sam Yue adjusted his headset repeatedly. The signal isn't very good. Taya stood to one side and muttered, "Is it? Seems normal to me. Tianlang's signal has never been good." Just then, Ule was in the back of the truck, looking toward them. Shu Qi walked over and asked suspiciously, "Why are you still here?" The little girl's feet quickly jumped down from the truck bed. Ule's eyes were sad. "I want to stay with you," Sam Yue already agreed. Shu Qi immediately pulled out 2 pills and said, "He agreed? His word doesn't count." "I don't agree." His expression was extremely stern. He warned her, "Stay away from here. A little bit further, as far as you can." Shu Qi stepped toward the truck bed, while the girl still stared at him. Suddenly, he stiffened slightly. Then, Shu Qi turned his head back with an apologetic look. He bowed his head and spoke, "Sorry, Aula. My tone wasn't very good." He held out his arm, which was emitting energy. "You see, when I'm lucid, I can freely control my powers, just like this." Shu Qi began to explain. "But when I fall into a deep sleep, I release a type of magnetic field. The weather will change, and my energy will lose control." It diffused into the surroundings. His arm began bleeding rapidly. In the end, it hurts everyone, including myself. Aula was extremely panicked. She shouted, "Your arm!" Shu Qi reassured the little girl. "It's a small matter, Ula. Listen to me and stay away from me for a bit." Aula approached, extremely worried, and said, "Why use words when you could just show me?" Qin Tian watched her and stammered, "Wait, do you even understand what I'm, daughter? This little scratch is nothing." Aula quickly cut him off, reaching for the bandages. "Don't move, give me your hand." As she wrapped his arm, she asked, "Does it not hurt? Why do you always have to explain things this way every time someone asks?" He hesitated before replying, "It doesn't." To himself, he thought, "Great, getting bossed around by a kid again." A moment later, Qin Tian's arm was bandaged. He stared at his own hand while Ule moved closer with absolute sincerity. "It gets very cold when it rains. Let me keep watch over you." Qin Tian sat on the bed and pulled up the blanket, while Ule gripped her bag tightly. "Lie down," he said calmly. "Once I'm asleep, you should leave." She nodded firmly. "I know." With that, Qin Tian closed his eyes. Ula's voice grew faint. "Sleep." Qin Tian. His vision faded into darkness. The supervisors were chatting away. "Anything unusual? Everything looks normal." "All right, change of shift. You go get some rest." Every screen remained clear. They stayed relaxed, but as the other person walked away, the scene behind them was revealed. An energy circle had formed out of nowhere. The cameras were emitting a strange glow, and another one nearby did the same. Outside, Taya placed her hand against the wall. "No good, I can't see the computer's location. I can't hack it." The first step and the most crucial part of this mission depended on Taya linking with the management zone's network. To manipulate the GPS system and find the supply convoy's route from yesterday, Sam Yue stepped forward and said, "Let me try." Energy radiated from his palm as he pressed it against the wall. He held out his other hand and said, "Grab my hand. I'll guide you to the location." She didn't do it right away, looking at him with confusion. He nodded impatiently, and Sam Yue had to prompt her again. "Hurry, before they notice." Their hands locked together. The sensation was unusual for Taya, and suddenly, her eyes turned blue. Their consciousnesses linked, and everything around them shifted. "Wait, is this a flash? Can he not see us?" He explained that, "It's not just your consciousness, Taya. Your body is still right there." She couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, that's cool." Sam Yue pointed ahead and asked, "Can you handle it from this distance? We can't move around freely." She was incredibly confident, her pupils turning purple. Piece of cake. Things are getting interesting. The computer screen flickered, displaying lines of code. It was a link from the system. Taya issued the mission. Locate the anomalous cargo transport route. The mission was sent to all guild members. While they tried to connect to the vehicle, GPS network initiating defense bypass. Blocking bypass successful. Injecting virus. Every vehicle screen displayed the same interface. Successfully infiltrated vehicle GPS network. Expanding search area. Coverage at 13%, 35%, 46%. Linking to cold storage management system. Login successful. Checking history. Checking goods, shipment records. Shortening search time. Expanding search area. Coverage at 68%. Qin Tian couldn't help but urge, "Hurry, hurry." Suddenly, it alerted. Infiltration of supply management system. Anomalous system detected. Failed. Cannot infiltrate anomaly. Retrying. Taya couldn't believe it, eyes wide as she stared at the red warnings. Failed, failed, cannot connect to supply management system. Infiltration failed. The messages kept repeating. Cannot connect to supply management system. Infiltration failed. The energy from the cameras began to flicker, and anxiety filled his eyes. Ole was approaching the person sleeping on the bed. A sudden change occurred. The red warnings vanished. User ID. I am acknowledged. Joining mission. User ID. Ulita acknowledged. Joining mission. User ID. Volky 123. Acknowledged. Joining mission. User ID. Magic 75. Acknowledged. Joining mission. User ID. X acknowledged. Joining mission. User ID. Rafan acknowledged. Joining mission. Fingers flew across the keyboard. Successfully linked to supply management system. Opening material registry. Searching for anomalous transport routes. Searching cold storage. Investigating security footage. It was as if her entire being had merged into the space. A location appeared on the screen. Found it. Mission accomplished. And Ta Ya collapsed. The cameras returned to normal. Qin Tian moved quickly, using his ability to pull them away from the camera's view. A staff member wondered, did something just flash by? He dismissed it, thinking, must be my eyes playing tricks. He frantically grabbed the person next to him, asking about Ta Ya. Sam Yue, exhausted, reminded him, don't drag her into this. This made Qin Tian demand, what is this? What did you do to her? He had to explain, the consciousness link can transfer a portion of my consciousness to her, including physical pain and memories. In short, to calm her down. Ta Ya's mind was extremely foggy at that moment. Ta Ya, are you okay? Ta Ya, answer me. It felt as if something sharp had pierced through her. A voice echoed, I'm sorry, Ta Ya, I didn't tell you beforehand. Ta Ya gasped, her body trembling uncontrollably. Beside her was the worried voice of Qin Tian. Are you okay? She hugged herself, dazed, thinking it was just an illusion. Sam Yue spoke into his headset. Totram, I'm sending you the coordinates now. The other side replied immediately, received. Only then did he turn to ask, are you okay? Where does it hurt? She gritted her teeth and replied, I'm fine. The two whispered behind his back. He definitely did that on purpose. What are you talking about? She spoke of how he used the consciousness link to distract her while her awareness was detached, just to prevent her from reporting fake coordinates to trick him. He asked in astonishment, were you actually planning to report it? You wait. Didn't you fail? Why are you in such a rush? That Sam Yue is truly cunning. I underestimated him before. A moment later, he arrived at the tent and raised his hand to signal. Han Ule hesitated before standing up. He then gently pulled the blanket up and said, have a good dream. He, Liu Qixuan, blocked the moonlight with the thick clouds. Ta Ya asked anxiously, the weather is changing at a terrifying speed. Is this distance safe? Can we move further away? Suddenly, Liu Qixuan's entire body began to emit electric sparks. Don't move. The vehicle stopped immediately. Sam Yue looked up and said, it's almost time. She huddled up, muttering, why are some people scarier when they're asleep than when they're awake? Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the edge of the exile zone near the management area, Chu Si looked up at the pitch-black sky. Baobu Xinghuo added, it's about to rain. Looks like a storm is coming. A calm lake appeared before them. Liu Qixuan rode his horse ahead, then turned back and said, don't go yet. Answer my previous question. You said, why must we give up the land beneath our feet? Well, I ask you, who decided that this land belongs to us? Every brick and mortar in this city, wasn't it all built by them? Why is it that when we need them, we let them in, but when we don't, we kick them out? Liu Jingshan clicked his tongue and asked with interest, that's a very interesting question. Are you repeating some lord's words? But then he rode forward and said, all right, I'll consider that your first question. His horse's hooves trampled the grass. A moment later, he spoke again. You answer my second question. From black rings to silver rings, their total population is 10 times that of the special class. Today, if you give them equality, when equality can no longer satisfy them, what will you give them? Are you going to share your current privileges? The horse's eyes reflected Liu Qixuan's stunned face. You only see the cruelty of the special class, but no one is born cold-hearted. It's just that for the sake of social order, some things must be discarded. His horse also stared at the other man. This is a guilty assumption. The wind brushed through the trees. Liu Jingshan chuckled. You ask me why there are rings? Isn't it because, throughout history, people with abilities were countless, treated as freaks, and faced unfair oppression? In his view, the higher the rank of the ring one wears, the more it proves that this person is worth protecting. Liu Qixuan gripped the reins tightly. Thinking like that, how is it any different from the oppressors in history? Why is it Lin Dao Sheng? He is just a petty villain who tramples on the lives of his own kind so naturally. Images of the two of them appeared. If you follow him, the conversation by the river, all of that will be thrown away. From now on, I don't have a brother like you. Facing his opponent's rage, he calmly said, You see, when people cannot refute an argument, they can only attack the person standing behind that argument. Go home, find father, he can back you up. He fell silent for a moment, then turned to call the other man's name. Liu Qixuan, in the silhouette of Liu Qixuan, at this moment, showed loneliness. If that's the case, then I also have a question for you. My question is, in the hunting and recreation area, how many people with black rings from the management area are hunted and killed? What is their average age? How many women and children die tragically each year? How deep is the pile of corpses on your land? This was the first question. He angrily scolded. You always talk about maintaining order, that there must be sacrifices. If one day, people with higher and stronger ring levels appear and can trample our gold rings under their feet, will the ones being sacrificed become us? Can you naturally accept the new order, or will you fight back because of the injustice you suffer? At that time, how will you treat the land beneath your feet? Because he had turned away, Liu Qixuan did not see Liu Jingxian's cold expression. This is the second question, the final question. A block of ice appeared, reflecting on his face. I never needed father to back me up. On the contrary, where are you rushing to? It coldly pierced through his own brother's face. A sharp gash appeared on his face. Red blood flowed from the wound. Liu Qixuan slowly tilted backward. His body felt like it was falling into a void, then sinking into cold water. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was struggling hard against the storm. Everyone, hold on tight, don't let go. Because she wasn't holding on, Ta Ya was let go. Ta Ya's golden hair fluttered in the wind. Han Ule grabbed her wrist. She used all her strength to say, Caught you. Ta Ya's whole body hung in the violent wind. Her eyes widened, staring in one direction. In the sky, purple lightning appeared, extremely terrifying. She screamed in fear, Hey, blonde kid, absolutely don't let go. The system appeared. Notification. Analyzing weather status. Visibility under 50 meters. Strong thunderstorms with heavy rain, high-frequency clouds, lightning. Risk of ball lightning, special phenomenon, microburst. Suggestion. Current visibility level reduces space exploration efficiency. Recommendation. Infiltrate immediately. The three of them said one after another, Ready, let's go. Chu Shi, pay attention to safety. At this moment, Liu Qixuan had not yet woken from his daze. Sam Yue called his name in her heart. Liu Qixuan. Han Ule was also very worried. Are you coming back? At this moment, Liu Qixuan was lying unconscious on the ground. A strange feeling appeared. It shifted to the scene of him sinking into the sea. Lightning struck the surface with a loud boom. Immediately, Liu Qixuan surfaced from the water, gasping for air. At the same time, his eyes snapped open. A large corridor suddenly appeared at the Management Area 4 Central Monitoring Control Center. A system platform stood there with people at the podium. Reminder. Everyone, stay alert. Especially on a night like this, you cannot relax. Do you hear me? Yes, yes. The system displayed. Visibility information under 50 meters. Extremely dangerous. Electrostatic field detected. Sustained intensity. Electrical level exceeds normal range. Indices reached 150 kV per meter. Diagnosis. Natural meteorological system operation. The rain had left a large puddle on the tent. Liu Qixuan started, his eyes snapping open. After gasping for a while, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. That dream again. Thank goodness this time I didn't sleep too sloppily. Just as he finished speaking, the puddle on the tent dripped down. He was completely soaked. With nothing to wipe himself dry, he stepped outside. Liu Qixuan looked around and saw Han Ule raising her hand to call him. He noticed someone was missing. As Sam Yue stood there, the rain suddenly stopped falling on him, making Liu Qixuan look up in confusion. He saw a tattered piece of fabric. What was that? Looking down, he saw Sam Yue with messy hair, holding a pathetic-looking umbrella. He was shivering uncontrollably from the cold. Please, please. You've worked hard. Thanks to the help of Su Zhan and his big brother Chu Shi, they had departed successfully. He stood there, stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seriously, I can't hold it in anymore. He doubled over, laughing. What is that look? You look so ugly, he angrily retorted. You think you're any better? You look even worse than me. Both of them, drenched, stared at each other in silence before reaching up to rub their hair. They chatted happily in the rain. Next time, Bring a cooler umbrella to pick me up. That's the least you could do. Is there anything else you're lacking? Tell me. I'll satisfy you. He looked up and asked Sam Yue. The weather is always so nice after the rain, isn't it? Even if I have nightmares, it'll be fine. Sam Yue just smiled without saying a word. Just then, Han Ule spoke up. Look, she quickly hurried over. Suddenly, something strange happened to the water pooling on the ground. He immediately widened his eyes and spoke. Liu Qixuan, standing beside him, realized it too. Sam Yue hurriedly ran over and shouted, Han Ule, get out of the way. A lightning bolt struck the ground, shattering the rocks and dirt. He turned his head to warn them. Up in the dark, heavy clouds, electric sparks appeared again, shifting direction. His brow furrowed tightly. No way, if it's not a physical entity. Does it have long-range attacks? If Liu Qixuan's ability doesn't work on it, then only Sam Yue shouted a name, Tuhak. The door opened, revealing the darkness inside. A figure immediately appeared behind him. This time, he was the one in control. Sam Yue's whole body slumped. And then he suddenly exuded a different aura. He giggled. By now, Tuhak had possessed him. He stretched his neck lazily. The eye that could see through everything appeared. Two people were probing around. Are they dead in the sewer? Who is this woman? She looks familiar. Tuhak raised his hand high, then pointed straight ahead and laughed. Are you looking enough? Two fingers pointed at the other side. The person lurking and watching collapsed in pain, screaming. Then Liu Qixuan too was furious. No, don't force me to look. I don't want to see. Lam Mok pulled her hands away from her eyes. I don't want to see. I don't want to see. I was wrong. Her eyes coldly darted behind Than Liu Qixuan too. The pitch-black door slammed shut. Is it really that powerful? The bell had already cracked. The other person sat down to rest before approaching. If our mission is over, can we go back first? I'm about to freeze to death in this atmosphere. Taya saw that Han Ule had a serious expression, which puzzled him. He asked, What's with that look? Did you see a ghost? Lightning crackled in the sky again. Right at that moment, Tuhak's cold voice rang out. Mission over? Who gave you permission? Sujan clapped his palms together. What's going on? This body. This feeling is incredibly exhilarating. It's getting easier to use. The mission raindrops fell on his crazed face. Now, it begins. Tuhak smiled indifferently, then bowed his head, his smile vanishing. Right? Liu Qixuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, the real nightmare is here. Sujan said, Chu Shi, I can only make it this far. If we go any further, the system will detect me. Are you okay? The hook fell outside. I'm letting go now. He was using his foot strength to keep himself hovering. Without Chu Shi, they were thrown below. The red birthmarks on his body glowed. Sujan's special eyes lit up. Important target. Data is fluctuating frequently. Chu Shi. The system is gradually glitching. It's lost the important target and is relocating. Red and white birds appeared from the grid. The entire sky was gradually being taken over by those birds, and they were coming from Chu Shi. Check for ability fluctuations. Check for ability fluctuations. Meanwhile, at Management Zone 4, the Aerial System Monitoring Center, the person in charge, Thu Ji, heard a voice over the phone. Thu Ji, he reproached her slightly. Why are you calling so late? Why aren't you resting? The other side snapped back. If you let me worry less, I could obviously get some good rest. I arranged for you to be in the quietest place possible, hoping you wouldn't cause any more trouble. Is that so hard? Thu Ji pouted and asked. I barely said 2 words and you're already scolding me. What did I even do? The person had no choice but to bring up the trouble he'd caused. What did you do? Where were you last Thursday? Do you need me to help you remember? The gossip photos have already reached my desk. Didn't I tell you that you weren't allowed to go there? Outside the glass window, Chu Shi was waving his hands frantically to keep his balance. I'm truly sick of cleaning up your messes. If something like this happens again, your position at the monitoring center, I'll give it to someone else. Stay in the house. While Thu Ji was unhappily talking to his sister, how many spies do you have around me anyway? Fine, I get it. He was moving closer and closer to the glass window, and finally, he couldn't avoid it, and slammed into the glass. At the same time, the scream of the person inside rang out. Luckily, Chu Shi wasn't discovered. What is it? Seeing coffee spilled all over you? Are you trying to hang up on me again? At least come up with a different excuse. This time it's for real. Hanging up now. Suddenly, he turned his head in confusion to look behind him, but there was no one behind the glass. Thu Ji pressed his cheek against the glass, muttering, Was that just the wind? A gust of wind? Sujan's worried voice rang out. Chu Shi, if you landed safely, please reply. Chu Si immediately called out. Sujan, he replied, seriously. He held his bruised cheek, saying, next time, the landing coordinates can be a bit off. Having said that, he started to stand up and brush off his wet hair. Sujan offered a reminder. You're operating alone. Be careful. His squinted eyes slowly opened. Chu Si said with extreme confidence, that's something the enemy should worry about. Someone rushed into the room and shouted, Mr. Dieu! Thu Ji was busy watching the fish. Don't be so frantic. Slow down. A paper was placed in front of him. We just checked. We saw that the outer aerial zone has very weak, abnormal digital readings. Mr. Dieu, look at this. His eyebrows furrowed completely. Even though the fluctuation is small, it could be caused by extreme weather. But it's best to conduct a deep data scan to confirm the source. On the red line, they searched forever before finding that tiny fluctuation. Thu Ji tried to focus his eyes. Do me a favor and authorize temporary access for me. Get lost. Get out of here. Take your 10 centimeters of idiocy and get lost. You think my overtime isn't annoying enough? The man, terrified, stammered, I'm sorry. Sorry. The office door slammed shut. The employee stood there, dazed, scratching his head. That was really weird. Maybe he's an even stronger ability user who could bypass the system. At that moment, a notification chimed on the 10th floor monitoring center phone. We just got a message from a listener with the ID Fly Away 3 Trees. They say they hope Layla's fan meeting can still go ahead as planned. Whatever you do, don't cancel it. Suddenly, a finger tapped on Xiaola's shoulder. Her whole body was instantly yanked upward, right as the phone notification blared. If you cancel it, wouldn't it be better to just listen to our late-night radio broadcast at home? The other person turned around and saw the guy behind her lost 3. Just kidding. The person was so nervous they hadn't noticed someone behind Xiaola. Next up, we'll play a classic hit by Layla for everyone. You from the Heavens. The lyrics descending from the heavens fit the situation perfectly. Don't move if you don't want to die. A moment later, both of them were knocked unconscious. Chu Si held a card in his hand, placed it on the scanner, and raised his sword with the other. As soon as the door opened, he stepped inside. The screen suddenly flashed an error, confusing many. What's going on? The system is glitching. We need to check the equipment. Send someone to the 10th floor to take a look. A moment later, Chu Si walked out of the supercomputer room, leaning against the hallway wall as silence returned to the corridor. The camera that had been recording was now frozen because a sword was blocking it. Your turn to step up. The employee was still intently reading the report. Could it be a coincidence? There must be something wrong. Let's bypass the authorization and start a direct analysis. That's what the group was discussing. Should we go to the coffee machine? It's obviously the machine, you idiot. Suddenly, the person looked up and gasped, eyes wide with shock, because in front of him the system screen displayed. System restart progress, 63%. Why? The employee screamed in a panic. Who authorized you to restart the system? This left the others completely confused. What are you freaking out about? The supercomputer room is having a glitch. This is just a routine restart. But the man immediately countered, No way. There can't be this many coincidences. This isn't a glitch. Contact the nearest peacekeeping squad immediately. Seal the building. Someone might have broken in. Move. Meanwhile, outside Tujan was helping Bu Xingwo fly up. At noon, I broke through the inspection zone. Estimated landing in 6 seconds. Chu Si ran down the stairs. A voice echoed in his earpiece. Chu Si, where are you? Have you retreated safely? He brushed past a glass door. Seeing no reply from the other side, he confusingly called out again. Chu Si, there's a crowd outside. They're talking about the break-in. Thanks for getting here so fast. What's going on? Our staff suspects there's an internal mole. Before we investigate, please, Captain, refrain from reporting this situation. Mr. Dieu gave special instructions. He doesn't want the center to have any trouble. You watch the front door. You two, follow me. Tujan, report. We've successfully landed at the target location. Chu Si hid behind a door to observe the situation outside. I'm listening. Remember, don't get caught. Bu Xingwo replied. You too. A faint smirk touched Chu Si's lips. The heavy rain still hasn't let up. I need to stir up some trouble. Both of them appeared at the 6th branch of the research center. Bu Xingwo ran while asking, Tujan, are there more precise coordinates for the supplies? Her robotic voice echoed. The area of the 6th branch of the research center is 640 acres, roughly the size of a standard soccer field. How? How much longer? If we're lucky, we can find the supplies before dawn. When dawn comes, she wore a wicked smile. Wait until I get back. I'll kill her. Taya suddenly shuddered and sneezed. While the two were hiding, they overheard the staff's conversation. Listening to my message on the late-night broadcast earlier made the night shift worth it. Is it really that fun? With so much happening lately, I don't know if Layla's fan meeting can still be held. Even if it's cancelled, it would be understandable. After all, the situation is so tense. But I still hope the meeting goes ahead as usual. I heard Layla is even planning to invite special guests, right? It's all the prophet's fault for showing up at the wrong time. Bu Xinghuo frowned, vaguely remembering something. Wait, I remember they said that wasn't it. This fan meeting is different. It's not the usual kind. It's a major event with performances, plus she's revealing her new song and her movie plans for the next year. Okay. So it's starting again? Is that your attitude? Our Layla is very popular. Many high-ranking officials bought tickets personally. Do you know what I sacrificed? She frowned, thinking to herself, this might be a good chance to slip out of the city during the chaos. Tujan reminded Bu Xinghuo, we need to find the supplies quickly. Got it. The two planned to climb the crates. A moment later, Bu Xinghuo panted, placing her hands on her knees. I can. Finally, she collapsed against the wall, groaning, I can't take it anymore. She copied the other person, leaning back against the wall, still panting. She had to fix her breathing. Panting isn't hearing the person next to me breathe. Bu Xinghuo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then she was reminded, be careful, you'll be heard. She arrogantly said, who would dare to hear me? If they do, they're just unlucky. I'm feeling very hot right now. Suddenly, Bu Xinghuo remembered something and asked, right, Tujan. Let me ask you, how did Chu Shi break through the sky-high system? Explaining as he went, Tujan waved his hands. It spread out like this, then merged together. Whoosh! He leaned his face close to the other person. Honestly, I couldn't analyze the specific principle. I only know that when he uses his ability, his vital signs fluctuate violently. Just like she repeated. Just like. At that moment, Chu Xi's voice came through the earpiece. Do you want to turn off the radio? Is there any progress on the supplies? He asked. Tujan. Reporting. Not yet. This warehouse is much larger than the intelligence report showed. It's going to take more time to find the target supplies. Chu Xi offered a reminder. Two idiots. Do you have to mess everything up one by one? Didn't Sam Yue say the shipment of supplies must stay out of sight? Especially at a time like this. We need to keep an even closer watch. Bu Xinghuo spoke through the earpiece. Chu Xi, what's your status? Have you escaped yet? I'll be there soon. Sujan stared ahead, his eyes glowing brightly as his K7 vision shifted completely into thermal imaging mode. Looking from behind, she couldn't help but feel intrigued. It even has this model? I really want to study it. Sujan used the thrusters from his flight boots to hover, looking left and right. Finally, his gaze settled in one direction, his lips curling into a slight smile. Several figures appeared in his view. Would these count as K7 sightings, I wonder? At the District 4 Management Center, the surveillance team was searching for the intruder. Check the back. Make sure you search every inch of this area. K7, the squad leader, raised his flashlight and aimed it forward. Suddenly, they saw an incredibly massive footprint. Leader, everyone, look at this. This is a major discovery. Leader, shouldn't we report this immediately? Get the investigation team involved. The group erupted in a frenzy. Could it be some kind of bear interfering with the signal? You mean, a bear? Swam across the ocean from the city and then just swaggered into the building? Or maybe it crossed the bridge. I'll beat you to death, the leader shouted, then commanded, shut up, zip it. Once the rain stops, there won't be any tracks left. Understand? Don't go looking for unnecessary trouble. They wisely kept their mouths shut. Suddenly, a light appeared, causing everyone to turn around. They saw flying vehicles zipping through the air. It's a bear. No, wait, it's our vehicle. Why are you just standing there? Chase them. Chaos broke out. What are you trying to do? The leader demanded. Notify headquarters to blockade the hovering vehicles. He can't get far. The leader cursed. You idiots. We didn't report it when we came to investigate, so how are you going to explain our movements to headquarters? The vehicle was stolen right under our noses. Can you take the fall for this? You two. Since you don't know how to pilot a hovercraft, go chase them and cut them off. You keep old Dieu steady. He's the younger brother of the commander-in-chief. Bottom line, nothing can happen in District 4. Everyone immediately rushed off. Yes, sir. The scene shifted to the two of them easily taking down the personnel. They were communicating via brainwaves. Chu Shi? Was I being rude earlier? No. It just sounded similar. Bu Xinghuo spoke into the earpiece. Chu Shi, are you okay over there? At that moment, Chu Shi was being pinned down by a pillow. Are you okay? Aye. He used his sword to burst the pillow and chuckled. Everything is normal on my end. Su Zhan's location appeared. Chu Shi. Why are you on the sea? The vehicle was speeding across the water, shouting, Need coordinates, need coordinates. It's a long story, Su Zhan. Help me find the nearest piece of open ground. Got it. The vehicle launched itself upward, landed on solid ground, and kept speeding forward with the momentum. Chu Shi gripped the steering wheel tight. The two guys were preparing to open the door. 1, 2, push. They kicked the car door open with all their might. In front of them sat a pile of crates. Found it, Bu Xinghuo excitedly announced. Chu Shi, we've found the supplies. But there was no response from the other side. At that moment, Chu Shi was surrounded. They cautiously snatched the sword away from him and scanned his identity information. He had no other weapons left. He calmly looked up and asked, You surely don't want to take my sword, do you? At a certain factory, 3 people were standing outside. A phone rang. The silence was broken. Qin Tian, your phone is ringing. I've got it, Qin Tian said into the phone. Hello? Is the warehouse ready? Bu Xinghuo said directly. Send me the coordinates, he stammered, repeating the request. Coordinates. The person next to him hurriedly pointed. Right here, the voice on the phone, and Su Zhan's voice. Sounded simultaneously. Gel, spat, OLE, vector, BDP, lenda, lat 48 degrees, 52 minutes, 35 seconds. Lawn, 123 degrees, 23 minutes, 41 seconds, west 11, 4.13 meters. Coordinates entry complete, Qin Tian asked, confused. But how are you going to transport the supplies back? She closed the door and replied, You'll know soon enough. Inside, only he remained to make movement easier. Full power initiation of the second energy core. Warning. Full power. Initiating second energy core. Entering singular state. Bypassing warnings. Closing external communication program. Closing. External communication program closed. Floating energy core in the sky. Closing. Floating energy core. Floating energy core has detached. Closing skeletal energy core. Closing skeletal energy core. Skeletal energy core has detached. The system notifications and Su Zhan's voice played one after another. Closing audio system. Closing audio system. Audio system has detached. Bu Xinghuo looked seriously at the door in front of him. The system continued. Closing K, 7 sensory and motor support systems. Closing K, 7 low-pressure power system. Warning. Multiple systems detached. Please confirm the body is in a safe zone. His whole body suddenly buckled to his knees. K7 sensory support and motor systems detached. K7 low-pressure power system detached. His eyes lost their glow. Closing vision system. Warning. Multiple systems detached. Please confirm the body is in a safe zone. Retaining spatial positioning system. Continuing operation. Second energy core preparation complete. Attention. Energy flow. Mapping new route. Preparing to converge. Convergence complete. A burst of light radiated from his palm as he raised it. Spatial coordinates locked. An energy source launched from there into the crates. The shockwave inside affected everything outside, causing his entire being to tremble. The crates were blown away, then vanished into a void. A gust of wind from within the doorway pushed her back. Qin Tian, on the other side, called out in a panic. What's that sound? Hello? Bu Xinghuo grunted. Stay back a bit. My ears hurt. He thought. What is going on? Are there problems? Someone realized, I know. Are they telling us to stay back? Instantly, a massive cloud of smoke appeared. It pushed them back. They collapsed to the ground, coughing. Everyone, look! One of the 2 men couldn't believe it. Is this real? In front of them was a pile of crates. Why are you just standing there? Call everyone to help. In just a moment, the area became crowded. Qixia exclaimed in shock. The supplies are here, but we just got back. How are we supposed to move all this stuff? Qin Tian ran back and forth, shouting, No time to explain, just help me out. However, Xiaya screamed, I just got back to the basement. Where are you going? A young child watched the scene in front of them, with wide eyes. Warm light bathed their innocent face. The lights are on. At supply point number 1 in the exile lands, everyone was greeted by the bright light. Everyone. It's the supplies. What? Supplies? Everyone. Come look. The supplies are here. The floodlights beamed directly in one direction. After finishing their task, the 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Dudu looked up excitedly, exclaiming, It's as bright as daytime. Tianlong replied calmly, Exactly. After the rain, the sky clears. It's blinding. Supply point number 2. Open. Supply point number 3. Open. Supply point number 4, open. Supply point number 5, open. Supply point number 6, open. Supply point number 7, open. On the outskirts of the center, Qixia and Bu Xinghua were carrying Su Jian. As they hid behind an alley, they heard someone outside shout, "Search carefully. The intruders are likely nearby." It seemed the commotion earlier had attracted the Union team. She looked at him and thought, after releasing too much electric energy, my system is forcing a self-check. There will be a 1 to 2 hour shutdown. Bu Xinghua, I'm leaving the rest to you. They couldn't afford a direct confrontation. She had to ensure Su Jian's safety first. Su Jian slumped onto Bu Xinghuo's shoulder, and she held him tight. Still no connection to the Sam Yue group. She tried calling, but Sam Yue, I'm sorry. The number you have reached is temporarily unavailable. Everyone else was the same. She tried calling Liu Qixuan. I'm sorry. The number you have reached is temporarily unavailable. Next, she tried calling Han Ule. I'm sorry. The number you have reached is temporarily unavailable. No one could answer. She tried calling Chu Shi. I'm sorry. The number you have reached is temporarily unavailable. But then, Chu Shi's familiar voice rang out. Bu Xinghuo. Bu Xinghuo was overjoyed. Chu Shi, there's a person wearing. The figure in the cloak turned around. What's wrong? It seemed that person didn't think it was just their imagination. I'll go check that side. She scolded. Why did you just answer the phone? In front of him were people tied up. Their communication headsets were shattered. I'm sorry. Chu Shi said coldly. I'm sparing your lives this time. You know what you have to do, right? If you dare tell anyone about today, the man stammered in fear. Yes. Yes. We definitely won't say a word. Please, don't lock us in here. If no one comes, we'll die. But the door just closed coldly. Inside, the hoarse voice of the other person echoed. Help. Chu Shi spoke into the phone. Bu Xinghuo, where are you guys? I'll come find you. But now, Bu Xinghuo couldn't answer. Hello? Because an extremely familiar face appeared right in front of Qing Shi. The person behind him asked, What's wrong? Is something unusual? He finally covered it up. Nothing unusual, just a wounded stray cat. As he spoke, Qing Shi fumbled for something in his pocket. Forget it. Let's head back. Okay. She immediately frowned, wary. Then she threw a note to him and said, Come find me. You must come. I have something to tell you, and only you. Their voices faded away. Why are you dragging your feet? Sorry. All right, let's go. Qin Tian asked curiously. Sam Yue. Where did they go? Then he saw them both make the same throat-slitting gesture. The Great Purge? His brain thought, did the Great Purge go take a bath? No, the Great Purge was meant literally. Where are they running to? At the Exile Lands, the Silver Lake Gang's base outside suddenly became noisy. Big harvest today. Lao Si's team isn't back yet? Call and rush them. Boss, let me get this batch of product into the basement first. Go ahead. The gang opened the iron door. They walked in, waiting to sell this batch before celebrating. I want to keep some for myself. See anything you like? We have to wait until it's sold to celebrate. So how long do we have to wait? The people tied up and gagged could only make muffled sounds. Turning their heads back, they saw this scene and panicked. What is this? Damn it, who did this? He ripped the tape off their mouths ruthlessly and growled, Speak, which gang did this? A gang member checking the goods reported in terror. Boss, the inventory records have been tampered with too. Sweat poured down his face. We're done for. What? Done for? Damn it. Are you scared, stupid? As he was speaking, a thunderous sound rang out. Liu Qixuan had closed the door and stood, head bowed, before them. Damn it. Did he do this to you all by himself? Hey, who are you? Which gang are you with? Without waiting for an answer, he pulled out his weapon. The man who was tied up earlier screamed in fear, warning him, You idiot! Open your eyes and look clearly. He's a special class. He looked up, his face filled with extreme annoyance. In the Silver Lake Gang's basement prison, several people had been beaten until their faces were swollen. Don't run. Outside the Silver Lake Gang building, Han Ule was comforting and coaxing the children. It's all right. Listen to your big sister. Hurry home, all of you. Take care of each other. Don't cry, don't cry. Immediately after, an explosion occurred behind the basement. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's your big brother beating up the bad guys. A moment later, things calmed down. All right, hurry home. A golden light suddenly appeared before the little girl. Han Ule slowly looked up and saw lights shining in the sky. The child jumped for joy. Yay! We succeeded. Everyone, we did it. Someone was slowly walking toward them, and Han Ule's expression turned serious again. Next, all that remained in front was an old building. The time must go back 10 minutes. The man tied up pleaded in terror. Big sister, I was wrong. Spare my life. He was immediately beaten a few more times. Who's your big sister? Don't go calling people whatever you want. Han Ule turned to say, Big brother, the children who were captured are all in the basement. I'm going down to check. But Liu Qixuan stopped her. Wait, the papers that had fallen to the ground were scattered. I'll go with you. Suddenly, a sound rang out. He slowly turned his head to look, then called out to Han Ule. Liu Qixuan took over the task for both of them. You lead the children away from this building first. Although confused, she still followed orders. What about you? Liu Qixuan's face darkened. I have something I want to ask. Because below was a photo of Sam Yue with a blank face and eyes that had no light left in them. Back to the present. Dust and smoke filled the air. In just a moment, he had defeated them all. He held up the photo in front of them. Liu Qixuan asked in a low, grim voice, How did you handle that child back then? The guy stammered in fear. Wait, let me think. It's been too long. Let me recall. Looking at the photo, the guy stuttered. No. Those who didn't listen were all sold to the bathhouse where they trade organs in the exiled zone. In a management facility somewhere, Sam Yue lay on a hospital bed, being pushed along. He didn't move a muscle. An old, dim, yellow light provided the only illumination. When dawn broke, the light flickered and died. An AI suddenly appeared at the door. A knock echoed, waking the person lying on the table. Who is that? Why is it bright outside? He looked up, puzzled. He glanced at the resource point that had just opened and said, Hello. Suddenly, he looked down in shock. He saw little Le, who asked obediently, Excuse me, how do I get to the bathhouse? A strange smile crept onto the guy's face. Come on in, little girl. As he turned away, he pulled out a syringe. You really found the right place. This is the entrance to the bathhouse. But what do you want, little girl? The little girl remained silent. Then suddenly, her voice turned cold and angry. I want your lives. The guy's hands froze. What? Another person immediately entered. Oh, and Little Black is here too. Close the door. Are you giving me orders? You're annoying the both of us. Even an adult's patience has its limits. The guy started to panic. So, you brought people here, girl? Why didn't you say so sooner? His hand fumbled for the red button underneath, then he pressed it hard. The room below was bathed in red light. The men preparing to act had to stop. They started pulling out weapons. They were just as savage as the rest. Afterward, they left the room. The three of them defeated the guard and went inside. The men walked into the room. Sam Yue moaned in discomfort, muttering, Mom. But the men heard him. Tsk tsk. Still calling for Mom? We injected so much medicine and he's still not awake? Don't you think this kid is strange? Such high-quality physique, we could sell this for a high price. Let me see both kidneys, liver, heart, corneas, bone marrow, and stem cells. The pancreas and lungs also meet the standards. Impressive. Without a glimmer of light, his eyes opened. His vision drifted toward the door. Who's there? He reached out a hand desperately. Save me! The three of them heard it and appeared. Is anyone there? Can you hear me? They couldn't save him. In his moment of greatest agony, Little Black turned back to look at that small figure. His face remained expressionless. The three of them immediately summoned their energy and fought the crowd there. They wouldn't show any mercy. In this pitch-black darkness, only Sam Yue remained. So boring. Is anyone there? He curled up, then said dejectedly, I should have reminded Liu Qixuan to give Little Black a shot after finishing up. Get me out of here now. Sam Yue pounded on the door repeatedly, regretting his actions. Why didn't I say it? Why didn't I say it? Why didn't I say it? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. If I talk bad about Little Black, can he hear me? Let's just try it. If I accidentally piss him off and he won't let me out, that'll be a headache. He asked himself in boredom. What does Little Black do when he's here alone? He seemed to understand why he was so excited after getting out. Let's see, since when was I sitting on this doorframe? Sam Yue started noticing the small details. Is the gravity direction of this space wrong? No, that's not right. At that moment, the direction was clearly still correct. He muttered in a daze. Is it because I wanted to sit on the door that the gravity direction Sam Yue couldn't believe it? Did it change because of me? He rolled up his sleeve. The wound was bleeding. Bleeding was natural because he thought if a wound is scratched, it should bleed. That is the rule of the real world. But this is, at best, a consciousness field, a place where even a physical body doesn't exist. How can I follow the rules of reality? He looked up and smiled, then broke into a silly grin. I really am a genius. Nobody sees it though, right? Sam Yue held out his hand and said, Stop bleeding. The wound healed at a rapid pace. The hypothesis was confirmed. It really is like that. This is very likely a high-dimensional space. It changes according to my consciousness. That also means as long as I dare to think, anything can happen here. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and shouted, "Recover!" As soon as he finished, the door tilted to one side, and his whole body fell with the momentum. Just like that, Sam Yue fell straight into the space. Stop, 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 stop. While falling into this kind of space, he gradually calmed down. I get it now. The reason this space looked like it had nothing was just because Little Black only needed a door to leave this place. Or it could be interpreted as this being the initial state of the space, or maybe in Little Black's consciousness, this place wasn't just a dark void. What he and I can see might be completely different scenes, and now, I can use my own consciousness to change it. Sam Yue said, "Try giving me some light." A beam of light shone down on him like a stage spotlight, thinking back on everything that had happened recently. First, being able to see glimpses of the future, then probing Zhao Guang's memories, empathizing with Ta Ya, and leading Little Black back to the past. All these events looked different, but they shared a common nature. My consciousness wants to know. I need information. Therefore, my ability answers me. But ever since he saw the future where Liu Qixuan almost died, I haven't seen any more futures. Why is that? Is it because of fear? Because I'm afraid of seeing death, I don't see the future, but instead, I see the past. My ability is flowing, according to my consciousness. If I use it correctly, Sam Yue's eyes suddenly flashed. I can turn the people who were blown away. There were corpses everywhere. Inside, footsteps echoed. Little Black stretched. Liu Qixuan stood to the side, grumbling. "If you're itchy, get out of the way. Don't hover around me. You're blocking me." He stared at the palm of his hand, wondering, "What are you doing, Sam Yue?" He was running around in the dim, illuminated space. If we compare the ability to water, I just need to imagine the body as a container. The scene would look like this. Are you doing it for real? The water changed its form according to the vessel, flowing and emerging. Sam Yue's eyes stared straight ahead. What I want to do is control its flow precisely. He slowly walked back, then was chased by mini Liu Qixuan. Help! A moment later, Sam Yue sat meditating outside. He was clutching his face, his hands pressing so hard that the veins stood out, and his pupils glowed a fiery red. "The person in charge here is you?" His eyes widened in shock. "You guys don't know anything." With those final words, he pulled the trigger, ending his own life. But Liu Qixuan didn't react much. With blood splattered across his face, he turned around and saw Han Ule holding up a bag. "Found it." "Just like that," he said coldly. "Let's go." The hand holding the gun twitched slightly, then tightened around the grip. "They don't know a thing about what they're talking about. You should leave too, and return the body to Sam." "Sam Yue, what does this have to do with you?" The gun pointed toward Tu Hak. "Die." A bullet was fired instantly, but Sam Yue sensed it coming. Her hand clamped down, catching the bullet mid-air. "Where is this?" she asked in her distinct voice. Liu Qixuan opened his eyes wide in astonishment, and Han Ule was utterly stunned. They called out to each other, one by one. "Sam Yue, Sam Yue." Outside, crows were swarming across the sky. Chu Fan's mother clasped her hands together and asked in a low voice, "Are you thinking about what happened earlier?" Fang Wu didn't answer, but instead told her to look at the strange omen in the sky. "Is that Tu He?" Blood sprayed onto the ground as that man was taken down. There was one more left. At this moment, Chu Si was using his spirit soul ability. The man knew what was good for him. "I beg you, we were just on a routine patrol. Can you spare us?" But he didn't say a word, just pointed his sword at them. We didn't see anything at all. Spare him. He has a family. He has young children." The man with pitch-black pupils looked up, pleading. The person immediately gathered all his strength and lunged forward, standing in front of Chu Xi, ready to sacrifice himself for a shot. Without hesitation, Rua moved in a blur, hoisting him up, and sheathed his sword. "Before I change my mind," he thought to himself, "if it really is a beast soul, Dengku, we absolutely cannot leave any survivors." 16 years ago, at the Chu household, Madame Chu asked gently, "Are you getting used to staying in the temple?" Fang Wu frowned and replied, "The conditions in the temple aren't as good as at home." But Tu Hai adapted very quickly, faster than even an adult like me. Master Quan Chan loved him very much too. She said, "That's good then, as long as he adapts." A set of clothes was placed on the table. "Change your clothes and head down." He gripped the shirt tightly. Madame Chu continued, "When you return home, you are the head of the house. Put away that gloomy expression. Don't forget, you don't just have one child." Suddenly, the door swung open. Chulan yelled in anger, "Mom, let me have a moment alone with Dad." The door slammed shut with a bang. Inside, things immediately erupted. "What kind of look is that on your face?" "What look? I've been away for a month. Is this the attitude you use to treat your older sister? Huh? It forced her to sigh in resignation. Looking at the two father and child, she said sternly, "Bring your brother back here." Fang Wu couldn't help but stand frozen, then turned his face away. "Even now, you're still saying these things? The decisions I've made will not change." Because he lost his composure, Chulan couldn't control her power, releasing it. "I'm returning Tiohe to you." He opened his eyes wide and asked, "Why are you crying?" "It was you who refused, so he stepped up for you. Everything that has happened, his fate demands him to take this journey. From now on, he is the Sun Tich of Quanshan Temple, no longer Chu Shi of the Chu family." She waved her hand and shouted, "Chu Shi is still Chu Shi." The blade beneath them fell, then zoomed toward Fang Wu. The knife flew straight at him. He closed his eyes, preparing to take the hit. This reaction made Chulan freeze entirely. The blade hovered for a moment before stopping. She was both furious and heartbroken. "Why didn't you dodge, Dad? Why must you be like this? You don't understand. How can you be so heartless and stubborn? Why should we bear the burden of your past life obsessions? Tiehu. He is so kind, you are all just using him. I hate you, Dad. If this house doesn't have Chu Shi, then from now on, it won't have Chulan either." Just like that, Chulan left. But at that moment, Fang Wu spoke up. "Chulan, everyone in this house has the right to refuse becoming a guardian, except for the Chu family. We can't." She turned back, asking, "What do you mean? Sit here, I will tell you everything." The Dung Ku Beast Soul is an ancient supernatural ability. It allows one to merge the soul of an animal with their own. By mastering this ability, in a short time, one can obtain the full strength and characteristics of that animal. In the past, those with high-rank abilities only managed to comprehend 2 spirit beasts, but the potential of your younger brother is still immeasurable. Chulan, a powerful ability, always means it will accelerate the burning of one's life force. Tuhi's talent was destined by his fate, but I, at that time, only hoped to restore the glory of the Chu family. I was not a father who made exceptions. At that time, Chusi had said, "Dad, the sausages hanging on the kitchen window smell delicious." The cup fell to the ground. Instantly, the initial sign of awakening the beast soul Dung Ku is being able to hear the sounds of all things. The whole house was in an uproar. "Tio Fong, Tu Fong, your wife heard it. Tu He heard it. Tu He heard it. Dad, what are you calling? I don't think it's my turn yet." He grabbed his son and asked, "What else did they say?" The boy's eyes were extremely innocent. Then he smiled and said, "Dad, they said there is tea stuck to your face." Fang Wu hugged his little son tightly. "Tu He, my Tu He." That day, he was so happy he almost went insane. "I thought I was the happiest person in the world." Fang Wu watched the children playing. Watching his comfortable smile appear, Han Shu and Han Ye teased, "What was that? Speak louder." Then they joked, "If you're a chicken, you're a chicken. Don't blame others." Liu Qixuan turned beet red, and sparks of electricity shot out. The two of them just kept fighting in front of someone else's house. "You're dead meat. Don't run. If you have the skills, come catch me." "Are you actually catching him?" Chulan also joined in. "Can't play anymore? Are you satisfied now? You two little brats, go die. Run fast, Chu Si." "Sister, your metamorphosis is about to start. You're going to start biting people." "Metamorphosis? I'll show you a metamorphosis." A ripping sound echoed. Suddenly, Fang Wu felt puzzled. Han Dong, where did they go? Why haven't they returned after so long? He walked along the corridor to find them, and saw 2 figures ahead. Suddenly, Han Dong slapped WU YUE across the face. Her expression looked extremely angry. Just then, the two caught each other's eyes, and a flash of light flickered in their gaze. She walked forward slowly and slapped the person's shoulder hard. "Get out of the way!" Fang Wu called out in confusion. Han Dong! Han Dong! What's going on?" WU YUE spoke calmly. "Let him go." "Fang Wu, I have something I want to talk to you about." The two sat on the stone ledge, chatting with each other. "I haven't seen this sun and moon alignment phenomenon in a long time," she said with a smile. "By the way, little Hai is 9 years old this year, isn't he?" Mentioning his child, he broke into a foolish grin. "That's how it is with kids at that age," WU YUE teased. "You really are such an absent-minded father. Luckily, you have Tiefeng to help you take care of this house." Then, her voice turned serious. "Fang Wu, you must listen carefully to what I say next." At that moment, I didn't know that what she wanted to tell me next would reveal the secrets of heaven, and that my listening would help her complete this cycle. WU YUE foresaw the future of Chu Shi. The family members were panicking, screaming, "Tia Hai, where are you?" She had prophesied it. Chu Shi would be targeted by the Ngan Hoen clan due to his beast soul spirit. A week later, he would be taken by the leader of the second action group of the Due Hoa Corps. They would turn him into a living test subject to research, a type of beastification drug that enhances instincts. Gan Hoan would use that as an excuse to start a war to overthrow the rule of Kim Hoan, and Tu Hai himself would end up in the middle of that war because of it. That path would lead to destruction amidst endless shame and regret. Everything was being recounted to Chu Lan. But now, Feng Wu could calmly speak. That same year, I would also die trying to save him. What? She cried out, unable to believe it. But Tu Hai is already 11 years old now, and none of these things have happened, he shouted, losing his composure. Exactly. None of these things happened to Tu Hai. Chu Lan seemed to realize something. What? What do you mean? She urged him. What do you mean it didn't happen to Tu Hai? Tell me. Just tell me. Then, the words emerged. Every family has the right to refuse to become a guardian, except for our Chu family. Feng Wu held his daughter's hand. He has already taken that burden. After Wu Yue told him the entire future, this strand of causality had completely detached from Tu Hai, but the backlash would be suffered by Wu Yue for revealing the future. At that time, she had said she would bear the entire future, that it couldn't be changed. All I can do is, he was panicking, calling out to Wu Yue, and her whole body collapsed to the ground. Wu Yue, don't scare me. Wu Yue. This was the exchange of destiny. Chu Shi had felt it already. The people behind asked, what's wrong? Weren't you going to take us to see the baby? You're so slow. What are you adults doing? It's nothing. He pulled Su Jian into his chest for a moment. He felt so heartbroken. Chu Shi, come here, come here. Wu Yue had been placed on the bed. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes. Feng Wu hurriedly shouted, you're awake. Then he asked repeatedly, is there anywhere you don't feel well? I'm sorry for scaring you. The corners of his mouth twitched. You saved my child, but what about yours? I caused him to become a child without a mother. Wu Yue calmly said, Feng Wu, becoming a god-level entity wasn't something I did voluntarily. Seeing the future wasn't a blessing from heaven either. My destiny was long since set to become a sacrifice for this era. If so, then let it be an equal exchange. This is the price. For the sake of Tu Hai's fate, at least between the two of us, one of us will have a better future. That child didn't know what was about to happen to him. Suddenly, Feng Wu asked, how many times has it been? Exchanging destiny like this, how many times have you tried? A moment later, she replied, does the answer even matter anymore? Help me up, Feng Wu. I'm sure the kids are tired of waiting. Wu Yue was letting everyone play with Sam Yue. If Tu Hai holds him, he doesn't cry anymore. What is that supposed to mean? Do I look that scary? Why does he cry whenever I hold him? It looks like he stopped crying. Seriously, they are so noisy it's giving me a headache. Let me hold him. I said it first. It's my turn, hurry up. She turned back and said, see, I told you. My child will really like Tu Hai. Can you hold him a bit longer? Of course. Returning to the present, the two said nothing. His voice echoed, Unlan, I think this is the fate we must bear. Only Tu Hai himself can complete this salvation. The final door closed. The story of the past ended. A family member called out, Mom, Dad, it's cold outside. Come in. The two of them slowly walked in. Han Dong shouted in anger. If you already knew the prophecy, then why don't we join forces to prevent it from happening? We can use our own strength to change it instead of exchanging it. What if none of it happens? What if we can successfully prevent that future? Why do you always choose the most extreme path? But Wu Yue just coldly replied, Han Dong, it will happen the moment I see that destiny has turned from unknown to known. She couldn't help but hold him back. Then a slap landed on his face. I'm not listening. Do you think you can endure the backlash how many times? I don't agree. If you trade yourself, I will never forgive you. I will hate you forever. The voltage monitor screen appeared. Is it ready? Okay, it's ready. Personality detachment confirmed. Standing by. In some clinic full of equipment, Zhao Guang's head was covered in strange devices. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and asked, how can you be so sure he's ready? What if there are remnants left? The people there answered one by one. Miss Dieu, you're overthinking it. What we prepared today isn't just a simple test. From the autonomic nervous system to brain discrimination, we will synchronously check over 10 physiological and neurological indicators of the subject. So, you see, heart rate and blood pressure are just the most basic parts. What really determines the result is seeing if he still retains any trigger responses, discrimination, or emotions. Besides that, we also checked his breathing, electrical responses, and EEGs, and monitored his eye movements. Plus, infrared brain imaging to capture micro-expressions, analyzing body temperature and pressure. As long as there is even a little bit not resolved cleanly, we will return to the first reaction cycle. Now that the official test is starting, Monsieur, you can rest assured. Our personality detachment test has never had an error. Besides, we have already fully processed him beforehand. Using brain reconstruction simulation, that's just way too cruel. We've already relived the deaths of our comrades 600 times. Yet, that guy can still laugh. To give the viewers the most convincing example, he presses his finger onto the keyboard. Someone else is dragged out. Go ahead and watch. Our most successful specimen. Seeing this scene makes her extremely repulsed. Turn it off. Don't treat Mr. Lamb like one of your exhibits. They are even smiling at each other. They say it's fake. We understand your mental state. But we suggest you stabilize your psychological condition quickly, because the next person you're about to wait for is Mr. Lamb. Next, she says uncomfortably, he says irritably, stop talking nonsense. Start from the beginning. Get Jiangguang scanned. Someone asks, and he replies, what do you see? A descriptive contest begins. The image details are very clear to the audience. The elimination mode, there are 7 participants left, right? Countdown, keep going. The contest hasn't started yet. Continue. There's a timer in the top right corner. This is a recording of the competition from 3 years ago. The vision is extremely blurry. Please answer. In the room with the red ceiling lights, how many times did they appear in total? 3 times. Distinguish the patterns of the circles. Where have you seen these before? They look like the ones I used to wear around my neck. Everyone has one. They nod at each other. Only he realizes he's being marked. The screen is heavily distorted. 5 photos appear. Are there people you know among these? If there are, say their names. This part takes a while. After being prompted for an answer, Jiangguang says he recognizes them all. From left to right, Liu Qixuan, Xia Mei, Tianlang, Du. They ask for more. Liu Qixuan, please describe this scene. A hallway. 5 people appear together. They all look dead. Judge their relationship with you, teammates. Does this scene of death make you feel uncomfortable? No. Another circle is marked. The next part is about emotions. Next, listen to these words and react. Please raise your left hand. Family, friends, hugging, safe, home, warm, dying, trusting, abandoned, suffering, oppressed, failure, betrayal, lonely, punishment, freedom, running away, imprisonment, orders, obedience, awakening, choices, ability, special, fusion, high level, newly fallen, dream. His finger twitches slightly. The doctor says nothing. Finally, the answer is received. God's trial. They all become chaotic. Where is the data? In his eyes, slight deviation, not exceeding the threshold. Everything is normal. Only Ling Xiao frowns in silence. The questions continue to be asked. Do you want to stop everything right now? Do you want to leave this place? Do you want to rebel? Do you hope that the people you saw in the images earlier will come back to life? The brainwave patterns appear on the screen. Finally, it's almost over. You did well. Now, just one last question. Who are you? The door slams shut, leaving the space in silence. A moment later, the two of them say goodbye. Congratulations, Director Yao. You can take this good news back to Tianren City. Remember to take good care of this body. Of course, we will look after it meticulously until he recovers to the best state. Jiangguang says nothing. I'll see you out. The room is pitch black. He is all alone. His face remains cold. From his vision, a blurry light appears. Jiangguang feels as if he is floating in midair. Vague memories appear in his head. Just like that, they drift past him. A familiar scene appears in his mind. The vision returns to the familiar clinic. Beneath him, his body is just a pile of dried bones. Jiangguang suddenly opens his eyes. At the office, Doctor Shi is slumped over. A figure calls out to her, Doctor? Dr. Shi, wake up. The person keeps calling, wake up. We have important things to discuss. She hears the call and wakes up in a daze. Dr. Shi opens her eyes wide, blankly staring at the scene before her. Jiangguang speaks up. I did it, doctor. Now, I am Mr. Lamb. He covers half his face with his hand. From now on, Jiangguang removes his hand. His pupils have turned into 2 different colors. He whispers, the rules belong to me. Jiangguang's seductive voice continues to echo. Are you happy, doctor? We did it. Jiangguang's whole body turns black. He flashes a twisted smile. We killed him. Dr. Shi has woken up from the nightmare. She screams, Jiangguang. The nightmare was as vivid as reality. Dr. Shi is still in shock. Scene change. In another place, Sam Yue is tilting his head back, staring at the sky. He hasn't moved for 5 minutes. Han Ule asks curiously, what are we looking at? Liu Qixuan also imitates Sam Yue's posture. I don't know. Sam Yue naively asks, so the sky is black? Huh. As soon as Sam Yue finishes his sentence, Han Ule shouts, Dr. Liu, Sam Yue responds hurriedly. I'm not sick. It's not like that. These things came out. Suddenly, there is some sound that makes Sam Yue stop abruptly. Do you guys hear that? There are a lot of cars heading this way. Sam Yue instructs, wait for me here. Liu Qixuan asks, where are you going? He replies, I'm going to finish my training. As soon as he finishes, Sam Yue dashes off at an incredible speed. His figure is just a blur and then vanishes. Only the wind brushes past where he just stood. Han Ule shouts, Sam Yue. He is as fast as a lightning bolt. He rushes through street after street. At this moment, in a car, a group of armed people are sitting. A man holding a gun asks, is it the bathhouse? Then another one grumbles, still no one responding. Suddenly, a shock makes the car shake violently. A man yells, do you know how to drive? What are you doing? They get out of the car to check the situation. What happened? Let's go down and see. They rush to the front of the car and see the state of the vehicle. They all stand there stunned. In the middle of the front of the car is a palm print deeply embedded in the metal. Everyone is silenced by that sight, witnessing the handprint deeply engraved onto the hood. They all realize it's a superpower user. Scene change. A beautiful, soft, white cat is looking confused while being held warmly in someone's arms. Its round eyes are surprised. That person suddenly makes a gesture to wave his hand. It turns out to be Sam Yue. He scolds the cat affectionately. Don't run onto the road by yourself. Han Aole is worried and asks, Liu Qixuan, what's wrong with you? Why don't you have any reaction? Did you see that just now? Sam Yue disappeared in a flash. Liu Qixuan doesn't pay attention to Han Ule's words. He is intently reviewing Sam Yue's medical records. According to the records here, after Sam Yue was sold to Engan Ho, he was transferred to the bathhouse. Other than Ah Thuan, Sam Yue has never mentioned who the others are. Liu Qixuan pulled a lighter from his pocket and set the stack of medical records on fire. He was certain that he knew something. Ula screamed, Liu Qixuan, aren't you worried? Can you show even a normal reaction for once? Liu Qixuan remained silent, wearing a wicked smile. He turned his head and said to her, get used to it while you can. Aule. While Sam Yue was busy teasing a kitten, Liu Qixuan announced, God of Wisdom is awake. Scene shifts. Inside a luxurious bathroom, a man sits in front of a system screen, accompanied by a blind massage therapist. System recovery program. Initiating. Selecting special high-level fusion ability, Dream God of Wisdom. System is presenting options. Do you want to stop everything right now? Lum Daosheng's phone vibrated. The system continued its inquiry. Do you want to leave this place? The system's voice continued. Do you want to fight back? Do you want to see everyone you saw in that video survive? You've done well. Now, one final question remains. The system announced, are you an AI? Lam Daosheng felt a wave of discomfort. His whole body began to tremble violently. He was reaching his limit, convulsing uncontrollably. The blind assistant panicked, thinking she had hurt him during the massage. Mr. Lam, are you satisfied? Daosheng, from within the water, grabbed the assistant's arm in a rush. He tilted his head back, eyes rolling, and cried out, help! That AI voice emanated from Daosheng's mobile phone. Based on the host's physical condition, in 1 month, we can arrange for them to become a heavenly being. Daosheng's body gradually returned to normal. He let go of the girl's arm. The blind assistant attentively massaged him and whispered, Mr. Lam, if you feel 1 month is too long, we can adjust the acceleration process. Hearing that, Daosheng smoothed out his hair and stood up from the tub. His entire body had begun to turn black. Daosheng was silent for a long moment before saying, no, I want you to give him one more test. 1 day later, the internet was buzzing about a specific website. The Material Management Bureau had always been the manager's best support. Below the page, the comment section was filled with negative feedback from netizens. Floor 10,053. Have the leakers started gagging everyone too? All my clips are being locked. I thought Leakers was the software with the most freedom. What a disappointment. Floor 10,054. What's going on with the management zone? Are you guys just dancing to the AI's tune? Material Management Bureau, are you dead? Material Management Bureau. You guys can't even get food out, right, AI? Floor 10,055. Did you guys not see the sky last night? If you don't use your eyes, just rip them out. Are all the material bridge lights on? The supply chain in the exile zone is broken, but the management zone's chain is perfectly fine. They're still living the good life here. Floor 10,056. Fine. Just cut off the food to the management zone then. Floor 10,057. Floor 10,056. You're an idiot. How does that show your true benevolence? Cutting off the management zone's supply chain just makes you look desperate. Floor 10,058. Material Management Bureau Traffic Management System. Ta Guagua is here to explain. Floor 10,059. Floor 10,058. What does this have to do with Guagua? Can you stop derailing the thread? Everyone here is fighting for the food that the residents of the exile zone deserve. He's an entertainment superstar, so this shouldn't concern him, right? Floor 10,069. The God of Wisdom, why is he hiding now? Didn't he say he wanted to save everyone? Talk is cheap. Now that supplies are low, what has he done? Floor 10,079. Floor 10,069. He's just a growing kid. What do you expect him to do? Just because he has connections through his mother, you think he has to save everyone? What kind of logic is that? Floor 10,071. Floor 10,069. Having an ability doesn't make him a real god. Can he just conjure food for the whole city? Aren't you being too harsh on him? Floor 10,072. Floor 10,070. Then how exactly did he earn the title of God of Wisdom? 2 days later, a statement from the spokesperson of the Material Management Bureau. At the press conference, the spokesperson explained, "Our entire Material Management Bureau, from top to bottom, has mobilized over 500 material coordinators. The first batch of supplies has finished loading at 10 a.m. this morning. Now we are just waiting for the traffic management system to authorize transit." A reporter asked, "May I ask, are your words intended to shift the responsibility onto the traffic management department?" The spokesperson retorted, "That is your personal interpretation. I have not expressed any opinion on that matter. Today, I am only answering questions related to supplies. I hope reporters will focus on the supplies." Immediately after the press conference, MNTV reported, "Breaking news. The traffic management system has officially issued a notice. 30 supply transport vehicles will reach the exile zone at 12 p.m. today, and the pedestrian path will open at 6 a.m. tomorrow. At that time, everyone with a black ring will be able to return to their families in the exile zone tomorrow, acknowledging everyone's desire to go home. Tomorrow, there will be no secondary identity checks for those with black rings. This shows the understanding and care the traffic management department has for the black ring holders. There is a page compensating for their previous precautionary measures." OTB station broadcasted this information. The material shortage caused chaos, but the exile zone displayed rare solidarity during this resource event. The Black Bear Gang played the most crucial role, filing a relocation request against the management zone. What a hot topic. Another station also aired a broadcast. The management zone has received many relocation requests from gangs, but the approval rate is 0. Will this open a precedent for the Black Bear Gang? Because of the disappearance of the God of Wisdom during this event, the discussion surrounding him continues. Will he make an appearance if the gates are opened? Are the heavenly beings completely silent regarding this event? Are there ultimately other arrangements, or is this shifting the battle of public opinion between the management zone and the exile zone? We will continue to follow this. The search information for the press conference has hit the #1 spot on the trending news charts. Countdown to opening. Live stream at the transit gate. No restrictions until what time? Layla's meeting held on schedule. Hover cars. Accident scene. Information on the God of Wisdom. The Black Bear Gang. Taguagua. Layla. Hovercar technology. Recent updates on the Liu family. Scene shifts to a quiet apartment complex. Bu Xinghuo was busy scrolling on his phone, Chu Shi was playfully teasing some little birds, and Su Zhan sat silently by the window. Suddenly, Chu Shi announced, "The door is about to open. Time to go pick them up," Bu Xinghuo thought. On her phone screen, a chat with her father appeared. "Are you feeling sick, or are you just hungry?" "I'm not. I actually look a bit chubby," she replied. "It's amazing being able to be this carefree in someone else's home. Before I leave the Heaven People City, I really want to take a walk around." "Don't go running off," he warned. "I'm just saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm waiting for the right moment to enter the city." One day before the meeting with Layla, she would enter the city. "I think that day will be the best opportunity. Once I'm in the city, I have an old friend on this side who might be able to help and provide support." After sending the message, Bu Xinghuo silently stared at the note in her hand. Her gaze darkened. In the silence, she was quietly plotting something. Scene change. On the day the borders opened, a massive, sturdy city appeared. The colossal gate slowly creaked open. A heavy, resounding sound echoed through the quiet space. On the road, Sam Yue rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, his gaze silently drifting outside the car window. As the scenery blurred by in silence, a voice broke through, making Sam Yue turn his head. "What are you thinking about?" Someone on the car was making a call, asking after Le, Sister Tio Tree. and how the siblings had been doing these past few days. Please take a few photos for me, and remember to help me turn them over, Liu Qixuan urged with concern. With a face full of worry and contemplation, Sam Yue awkwardly replied, "It's nothing." Sam Yue felt a surge of emotion. It was just that he felt. It felt like nothing had changed, yet at the same time, everything had changed. On another vehicle, an alarm sounded a security alert. The driver, Nguyen Da, refused to let anyone ride in the passenger seat. A warning popped up. Access denied. Thien Lan was annoyed. "I'm getting out and walking myself." Sha Mei also made an excuse to get out. "I'm getting out too. I want to get some fresh air." Qin Tian, who was driving, felt very frustrated by everyone's complaints. He pleaded, "Can we just drive 1 more kilometer, please?" Taya turned, looking down at them, and said, word for word, "No one is allowed to get off." The vehicle continued along the crowded highway. A short while later, the black car stopped, and 2 people stepped out in the middle of the road. Sam Yue wondered to himself, "Mom, is it really possible to lead everyone further on this journey?" After a long time apart, he saw everyone reunited. "Mom, don't be afraid. You won't be going anywhere again," Sam Yue thought to himself. "My strength is still too small." He also saw that the shops on both sides of the road were able to return to normal operations. Businesses were open again. A voice rang out, "What a beautiful day." He realized that perhaps he couldn't fulfill his mother's prophecy, at least, not yet. But he still wanted to get infinitely closer to that goal. As long as one person starts to make a sound, a small hum will begin to ripple out. When that ripple is strong enough, more people will wake up from their numbness. He remembered Lu Thi leading her son, Liu Jiaonan, away from the exile lands. He had named this car Hope. If there was no hope in crossing the city, he hoped this Sam Yue Dai would become a place for the people of the exile lands. Sam Yue, Tu Trang, Liu Qixuan, Han Lei, Bu Xingwo, and Chu Shi. The entire Liu family. I must make this small hum eventually become a deafening roar. Sam Yue swore to himself, "Mom, I will be strong." After some time, they reached the gate. Sam Yue felt sad to say goodbye to Qin Tian. "Uncle Qin Tian, I will miss you." Qin Tian comforted him. "Every life, every stage, must face goodbyes. You have to get used to it gradually, Sam Yue. Besides, I will be entering the city for competitions later. If Sister Hung's application was approved, sooner or later, we will meet again." Sam Yue asked shyly, "Can I call you?" He agreed. "Just call me. Just don't ask me to tell you bedtime stories." Qin Tian gently stroked Sam Yue's pink hair and said warmly, "The road ahead is long." Qin Tian returned to his car and said his goodbyes. "Goodbye, Sam Yue." Everyone waved their hands in unison. "Goodbye. Bye-bye." A cold voice from behind shattered the atmosphere. "Is the sentimental act over yet?" Xia Mei crossed her arms and frowned. "Now is the time for you to keep your promise." Sam Yue turned and said, "Let's go." To the White House. At the same time, in a modern hospital, Levan was exchanging news over the phone. "Miss, I've sent the photos of the young master. Where are you now? We all miss you very much. Are you eating well? Sleeping well?" Levan urged the person on the other end to take care of herself. At this moment, Han Ye still had to rely on oxygen to breathe. Without the tube and mask, he looked like he was simply lost in a deep, peaceful sleep. Levan was still chatting away happily over the phone when, as if by magic, Han Ye suddenly woke up. His whole body emitted a blinding burst of energy. Levan heard the noise and turned to look, but before she could fully turn around, she was covered in frost. She froze on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the entire hospital room was encased in a layer of icy frost. Cold air blew through the chilly hallway. A faint figure appeared. It was Liu Qixuan. At that moment, Han Ye was on the hospital bed, using all his might to try and control his hands. Han Ye reached out, wanting to remove the annoying oxygen mask, but a hand immediately grabbed his wrist. It was Liu Qixuan, stopping him from removing the mask. Seeing him, Han Ye used all his remaining strength to speak. He whispered, "Come a little closer." Liu Qixuan was silent, his sharp, cold eyes staring emotionlessly at him, but he obeyed. He leaned down, close to Han Ye. Han Ye cracked a mocking smile. "You've gotten uglier." Liu Qixuan put on a fake smile. He stood silent and cold, looking down at Han Ye. Liu Qixuan reached out and lightly tapped his cheek, saying, "My little brother, you've learned quite a few tricks with that mouth of yours." Liu Qixuan continued, "You've been waking up more and more often lately." He fired a bolt of energy into Han Ye's body, and then asked, "The two of us are such trouble, aren't we?" Han Ye slowly began to lose consciousness. There were things he wanted to do, He had to tell them about the ring, but he could only faintly hear Liu Qixuan's voice. Go back to sleep. Scene change. In a remote area, a White House silently appeared. Inside that White House, there was a hidden basement. Behind the door sat a computer, dark and silent. Scene change. A news broadcast was playing on the screen. The day before, Suwen Science and Technology Co., Limited. Its own Tin v Tin personally visited the management area to check on the survivors of the team. They were there to maintain peace following the hover vehicle accident. According to reports, this was the first such accident since the Swan hover vehicles were put into service. One patient spoke up to thank him for the visit. Don't move around too much, Jiang Tin hurriedly cautioned. Just rest. The specific cause of the accident is still under investigation. Tin v Tin promised to provide full compensation for all damages related to the accident to both individuals involved. A while later, when the news report ended, in the detention area, Tunong pressed his face against the glass wall and shouted, "Is anyone there? We were perfectly fine in the hospital at first. Why did you suddenly move us to this place?" He continued to try to call for help. "Captain, are you there?" The patient next to him saw Tunong wasting his energy and stopped him. "Don't bother calling anymore," Tunong muttered. "This is strange. They said after the filming finished they would let us go. What do they mean by this?" Suddenly, a group walked into the detention area, led by team leader Cao. A questioning voice rang out. "What are you people trying to do?" Team leader Cao Kwang just stood there silently, watching them without saying a word. Tunong was seized by two bodyguards and dragged away. He struggled. "Why are you forcibly interrogating me? I just want to see Commander Du." Tunong looked back, a trail of fearful and helpless tears falling quietly. The patient screamed in terror. "What are you going to do to me? I want to see." A shout cut him off. "Shut your mouth. Stop making noise." She touched the patient's face, and a warm stream of energy instantly flowed out, leaving the patient momentarily stunned. The energy seemed to drain her strength, and sweat began to pour down her face. A drop of sweat slowly turned red. In its reflection, a woman appeared, pointing a gun at the patient's head. Blood splattered and sprayed onto the white tiles, intensifying the chilling sensation. That shot had taken the life of the patient. At the same time, Tunong was having a gun aimed directly at his forehead. His face went pale, and he could only instinctively repeat the oath. One heart, one destiny. Protect peace. Protect the people. One heart, one destiny. Protect peace. Protect the people. One heart, one destiny. Tunong went berserk and screamed, "You're all bastards." A moment later, based on the memories the patient had seen, a sketch was gradually drawn. Cao Kuang picked up the sketch. He flipped through the pages and saw a portrait of Chu Si. Cao Kuang was silent. His gaze lingered on the picture for a long time. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Did she reveal anything?" She gripped the pen in her hand and replied, "No." Cao Kuang turned to the person beside him and instructed, "Clean up the body. You don't need me to tell you how to handle this kind of thing, do you?" The person beside him calmly replied, "Of course." Scene change. Now at the Y zone, there were many people arriving. A voice announced, "Please state your housing requirements, and we will use intelligent distribution to find the best housing for you. Each house in the Y zone is well spaced, ensuring your privacy." Tunong happily explained some of the perks. This was Tunong's first time hosting so many house hunters at once. For those who weren't moving in immediately, Tunong could also arrange management services. "We have specialists who come to clean every morning, ensuring your home stays as clean as when you first moved in," Sam Yue exclaimed in surprise. "That's so smart." Xiamei coldly stepped forward and demanded, "Give me information on the 6th building, 4th row." "Please wait a moment," Tunong replied, immediately searching for her. "I am very sorry, but the 6th building, 4th row, is currently closed to outsiders," Tunong announced, suggesting, "I recommend you stop looking there." Tunong proposed the 6th building, 6th row instead. It has better lighting and a more comfortable living experience. Hearing this, Taya teased Xiamei. Xiamei coldly pointed forward. Tunong issued a warning. Unauthorized operation detected. Unauthorized operation detected. The bloody Bui Tin grabbed his face and exclaimed, "That's so ruthless." Liu Qixuan secretly looked on with contempt. "By what right do you get to say that?" At that moment, Tunong was being dismantled. He could only emit intermittent sounds. Tunong, management key theft detected. Warning, report failed. System error. Report failed. System error. Report failed. Sam Yue called out to Sujan, who was examining Tunong. "Let's go." Sujan. Sujan poked and prodded Tunong before following Sam Yue to that house. Taya was shocked. "Good heavens. I knew Jiao Guang was rich, but I didn't think he was this rich. I suddenly don't want to save him anymore." Xiaomei warned. Don't get any ideas about this house. Taya felt guilty. When did I ever have ideas? Just then, Dodo called out to him. Liu Qixuan, why are you like this? Dodo asked curiously. Is there really a clue about him inside? Zhao Guang didn't reply. Liu Qixuan deflected. Do you want to eat some cake? Dodo didn't understand why Liu Qixuan brought up cake. Liu Qixuan said, calmly, I'll take you to get some later. Sam Yue and the others entered the house. Sam Yue directed everyone to look around, and they began to disperse to search. Tianlang and Dodo were a team, while Jia Mei and Hoa Tin searched the bedroom. They overturned every corner looking for clues. Liu Qixuan asked uncomfortably, Is this really necessary? Sam Yue smiled faintly. Checking it out won't hurt. Chu Shi opened the trash can lid and stared into it. He instinctively turned around to see Han Ulei and Su Zhan looking at him like he was an alien. Sam Yue asked, What are the results of the search? Any clues upstairs? Tianlang replied coldly. Nothing. Go down and check. Chu Shi reminded them. Only the basement is left. Ta Ya was annoyed. Are we really checking? It's definitely a wasted trip. Why are you glaring at me? Liu Qixuan was scared and hurriedly tried to appease Tianlang. Tianlang calmed down. After they went down to the basement, Ta Ya said dejectedly, What did I say? We ran all the way here just for a computer? Tianlang retorted, It's time for you to show off your skills. Ta Ya gritted her teeth in anger. You treat me like a disposable item, don't you? Use me when you want to, you idiots. The computers you deal with are just a chore, aren't they? Ta Ya put all her effort into it, her hands flying across the keyboard and the computer screen with unprecedented seriousness. After a long while, Huo Ting asked calmly if there were any leads. Ha Mi sadly replied that they had only found 2 types of items so far, one being a clip. The club's competition was one thing, but the sheer volume of news reports from the Mars Administrative District regarding suspicious events was another. Mars had a point. If it were just useless news, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to copy it to his computer. What do you think, Sam Yue? Sam Yue whispered, You're right. Even though we haven't known Zhao Guang for long, he seems like someone who works according to a plan. This information must be related. She bowed her head and asked Su Zhan to take all the news reports and data to cross-reference and find correlations. How long will that take? Su Zhan replied, Probably a few hours. Sam Yue messaged Su Zhan. Can you give us a copy? We want to look at it too. Su Zhan agreed. Taya, can you all stop making so much noise? Sam Yue and Xia Mei seemed completely exhausted. With no strength left, Mars said, Sam Yue, I have an old friend nearby I want to visit. I'll be back before dark. Sam Yue asked caringly, Do you want someone to go with you? Mars lowered his eyes. I want to go alone. Hearing that, Sam Yue urged, Well, come back early. Mars nodded. I know. After Taya finished printing a series of documents, everyone immediately grabbed the reports and left the basement. Han Ulei panicked. She dropped a page. Chu Shi, dotingly, said, Let me pick it up. Han Aolei, you go ahead first. At that moment, the figure of Bu Xinghua closed the main door and quietly left. Everyone split up to search for information in the pile of documents. Chu Shi asked, Did he give you so little? Liu Qixuan retorted, What do you mean? Little. There's more. Chu Shi sighed and continued searching. Scene change. In the detention area, sketches were hung neatly on a board. On Chu Shi's drawing, a bright red circle had been drawn, standing out unusually. Scene change. In the White House district, a luxurious villa appeared. Though opulent, it still exuded a sense of warmth. Bu Xinghua stood still, watching that house. She gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Behind that door was a garden full of flowers. Bu Xinghua saw a dog sleeping soundly in the garden. The scene was strangely peaceful. She stood still in front of the house's main door, hesitant, not daring to open it. Voices drifted from inside the house. Dear, for the lamb chops. Remember to add a few slices of lemon for flavor. Where are the lemon leaves? Check if there are any left in the glass jar by the window. If not, go to the garden and pick some. Honey. In this oven, Billy babbled incoherently. Is this right? Is it? What did you put in there? Bu Xinghua hesitated. She intended to raise her hand to knock, but suddenly she changed her mind. Mars put his hand down. He turned around and left. He messaged the Cha father friend. Cha, the old friend I mentioned before, isn't convenient to show up. I'll go contact someone else to help. A voice rang out from behind. It was Bu Xinghua. Reflexively, she turned to look. Thon Thach was happy. You're here? Why didn't you knock? Just in time. Let me introduce you to my wife. Thon Thach ordered. Mars. Wait. Darling, help me pick some lemon leaves. Mars replied, "Sure. Do you need anything else?" He turned sharply into the house and asked his wife, "Besides lemon leaves, do you need anything else?" She sighed. I asked a redundant question. Meanwhile, at Zhao Guang's house, Liu Qixuan discovered, "I can't believe there have been so many accidental deaths these past few years," Chu Shi concluded. And furthermore, the victims were almost all Black Ring or Gray Ring members. It can't be a coincidence. Liu Qixuan rested her chin on her hand. And there's also the news about my parents. Zhao Guang. Don't tell me. What? Su Zhan asked. What's wrong? Sam Yue shook her head gloomily. Except for the ring level, the causes of death, the locations, and the ages of these people are all different. There's no way to see a direct link between these accidents. Still confused, Zhao Guang collected, "What is the intention behind these things?" Sam Yue lamented, "We've been sitting here scrolling through papers for over 2 hours. Tianlong was sitting in front of Xiaomei, intently watching the pile of documents. Suddenly, the documents were slammed hard onto the table. It was Tianlong. He couldn't be patient any longer. He stood up angrily. Xiaomei watched Tianlong's every move. Tianlong said, in a low voice, "Let's go outside and talk." Xiaomei nodded slightly and obediently followed Tianlong. Liu Qixuan continued reading and pointed out the problem. "The documents in front of us, although comprehensive in the end, they are just official information." She frowned. Compared to this news, there must be someone else who understands the Black Ring population better. Liu Qixuan was about to say a name, for example, Sam Yue, but interrupted. "Su Zhan, try a different path. Ask Ta Ya to take the related discussions online from the last few years and piece them together, especially the private chat groups that the Black Ring often uses in the management district's network, and look at the post and deletion history around the time of the incidents." Su Zhan agreed. "I got it." Sam Yue frowned and warned, "What are you doing? Are you admiring my intelligence that much?" Liu Qixuan didn't bother arguing. "I'm going to the basement to check." Everyone followed. "I'll go too. I should go as well." Now, only Sam Yue, Liu Qixuan, and Dodo remained in the living room. Suddenly, the conversation outside made Liu Qixuan freeze. "You see it too, right?" Tianlong felt all the effort was wasted. Continued. "Staying here is just a waste of time. Those things won't save Zhao Guang. I'm going back to the laboratory. Are you coming with me?" Xiaomei questioned. "You say it so easily. How can we go back? We've been with Sam Yue and them for days. Do you think the laboratory will still accept us? Do you trust our loyalty to them?" The tense argument continued. "Your tone is so righteous. You don't need to be so sarcastic." Tianlong took a step back and said, "Even if we could really go back, relying on them, we still couldn't save Zhao Guang." Dodo bowed his head and sobbed when he heard that. "So, you've given up?" "No. I'm analyzing the reality in front of us. I really can't stand them using these wild words to mask their weakness. You want to stay by their side? Then stay. We're all cowards. Only you are the most noble, able to risk your life for friends. The others don't care if Zhao Guang lives or dies. Are you satisfied now?" Liu Qixuan hugged Dodo to her chest, covering his ears to prevent the boy from hearing that argument. Liu Qixuan coaxed, "Don't cry, Dodo. Your brother and sister are just too impatient." Sam Yue looked at the scene before her and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Liu Qixuan comforted her, saying, "Don't cry, Dodo. They were just too impulsive." Sam Yue watched the scene unfold, his heart aching. Suddenly, his dark alter ego emerged. "What are these things?" Sam Yue cried out in excitement. "Little Black, you came just in time." He spoke up. "Regarding how we handled the Flesh Eater Gang and the Silver Tiger Gang, I haven't even had the chance to thank you." Little Black coldly knelt down. "Thank you?" Sam Yue knelt down to show his gratitude. "We look alike, but you, Little Black, you're more handsome and have a better build. You are the king of psychokinesis. There's nothing you can't do." He whispered, "Between us, I know you're stronger than Liu." Little Black couldn't stand the flattery any longer. "Just say what you need to say." Little Black looked at the stack of documents before him, seemingly understanding everything. He activated his ability, causing the papers to fly into the air all at once. In an instant, they swirled into a fierce vortex, enveloping Sam Yue and Little Black before Su Zhan entered the scene. Found the common thread in these incidents. Maybe Little Black can help, Sam Yue thought. And I can use this as an excuse to observe if my growing power affects him. If I become stronger, will he weaken because of it? Little Black suddenly gave a cold laugh. Startled, Sam Yue softly called out, "Little Black?" Suddenly, Little Black grabbed Sam Yue by the collar. He activated his ability, pulling Sam Yue into a world created from the documents. As he dragged Sam Yue along, Little Black said loudly, If you want to see, you have to see it up close, obviously. He commanded, "Open your eyes." Sam Yue slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the scene before him, his face paled. A man was foaming at the mouth from food poisoning. Sam Yue fell backward in terror, trembling, drained of all strength. Sam Yue looked around, utterly amazed. Every detail in the documents was recreated with chilling realism. He looked left, then right. He was stunned. "Did you recreate all of this using just your psychokinesis?" Little Black, disguised as the old man Tuyet sat, grinned. "Bingo." He touched Sam Yue's eyes. "Didn't you say you could see? You need to look carefully." Sam Yue was astonished. "What?" Before he could finish, Sam Yue squeezed his eyes shut. A month later, he opened them again. The ability triggered through his pupils, changing his normally pale complexion to a vivid shade of pink. Sam Yue stared intently at the man in front of him, discovering a red light appearing on his neck. He suspected, all these people died because of abilities. The scene shifted. Just then, a car stopped in front of a row of white houses. A man stepped out. He wore a face mask, standing silently, staring at the building. A voice echoed, "Go, go." The scene shifted to a dreamscape under the bright moonlight. Little Black had his eyes tightly shut, his entire body soaked. His pink hair floated lifelessly on the water, lying motionless in the middle of the lotus pond. Sam Yue saw this and called out, "Little Black?" Little Black replied, "I'm busy playing a corpse. You're alive, think for yourself. Don't ask a dead body. Use your own brain to figure it out." Sam Yue pondered. A group of black and gray circles living on the lower levels of the management zone. What is the reason? Why are these people constantly being assassinated? Why did someone deliberately disguise these deaths as accidents? The scene shifted to Zhao Guang's garden. The masked man had arrived. He hid behind the bushes, observing Ha Mi and Tian Lang meticulously. Truth is like a calm lake, but turbulent beneath the surface. The one who cast the first stone has appeared. The scene shifted to Thon Thok's house. Thon Thok announced, "Honey, we have a guest." His wife scolded him affectionately. "Who is it? You didn't even tell me we had guests." The ripple began to spread in the lake, wave after wave, all the way to the bottom. Everything the frogs thought they had hidden was pulled into the depths. Back in the dreamscape, Sam Yue still hadn't found the answer. Little Black mocked him. "Thinking like that, how long will it take?" Little Black grabbed Sam Yue by the nape of his neck, forcing him to the edge of the lotus pond. Before Sam Yue could react, Little Black laughed coldly and suddenly slammed his head forward. Sam Yue's head was pushed straight into the water. Everything happened so fast. The freezing water rushed into his nose and mouth, preventing him from breathing. His hands instinctively flailed in desperation, his chest aching from the lack of oxygen. "Little Black," Little Black growled. "Is your empathy just for show? I ordered you to open your eyes." Sam Yue was terrified now. His hands thrashed blindly in the water, his fingertips brushed against a corpse. In that instant, a violent burst of energy exploded. It slammed into his consciousness, freezing Sam Yue's body. Strange fragments of memories appeared clearly before his eyes. He saw how that man had died. An invisible thread of energy suddenly wrapped tightly around his neck, squeezing until he choked, dragging his entire body to the bottom of the lake. Cold water hit his skin. He could only manage to gasp. "Cold, it's cold." Sam Yue now looked like a shell of a person. "I know it now, I know it." Little Black stepped forward. He raised his hand and shot a beam of energy into the center of Sam Yue's forehead. In a blink, the chaotic memories vanished. Sam Yue snapped awake, clutching his chest and gasping. Little Black suddenly gripped his chin. He leaned in close to Sam Yue's face and whispered, "How are you going to thank me this time?" Sam Yue whispered, "I'm sorry." Little Black was displeased by these words. He frowned. The entire space in the document file went pitch black and silent. Little Black tried to use his ability to manipulate Sam Yue's mind. He growled, "You know full well that empathy makes me feel that death, clearly, the suffocation, the helplessness, and the despair." Sam Yue stared straight into Little Black's eyes. "Forgive me," Little Black scoffed. "Boring." At that moment, something was wrong with Little Black's body. He didn't know what it was. He hurriedly pushed Sam Yue away. Now, in the strangely quiet dreamscape, only Little Black remained. He slowly looked left, then right, as if confirming something. The corner of Little Black's mouth curled up into an enigmatic smile. Sam Yue hadn't realized he had already escaped the dreamscape. He kept apologizing, the words he wanted to tell Little Black slipping out. Sam Yue suddenly remembered the main priority. He shouted, "Liu Qixuan, I know now." Liu Qixuan agreed. "Trouble you to call Tian Lang and Ha Mi in here." "Understood." Sam Nguyệt hớt hải chạy tới và hét lên. "Mọi người nghe tôi nói này. Tôi biết chuyện quái gì đang xảy ra rồi. Những người chết ngoài ý muốn đó, Thực ra đều là do khởi ti cô ta có dị năng. Those who died in accidents were actually people experiencing a second awakening of their abilities. This is the information Sam Yue wanted to share, Sujan recounted. We compared the number of accidental deaths in the management zone over the past few years and discovered these types of fatalities. They keep increasing at an abnormal rate. Taya pointed out the clues. Look at this, Sam Yue. We investigated the exchanges Sujan mentioned based on your words. Many users in the lowest tier actually discovered some unusual topics. Sam Yue looked confused. Are these all data that had been deleted? Taya replied proudly. I restored them. Sam Yue didn't feel like arguing. Right, you restored them. Help me. I'm a level 7 common. 14 years old this year. Recently I noticed my powers seem to be changing. Is there any AI that can help me? There was no way the black ring would manifest. It's not real. Is there really a possibility of a second awakening? This message will likely disappear quickly, and I will disappear too. Why am I so unfortunate? Why wasn't I an ability user from the start? Save me, I feel like someone is following me. Views. 149. Is there a group for ace level or below common ability users? No, I desperately need an exchange group. I'm starting a group for low-tier common ability users. You must answer 20 related questions to join. If you are a second awakener seeing this post, don't reply, run away immediately. Looking at those messages, Chu Shi frowned. A second awakening? I've never heard of such a thing before, Taya retorted irritably. You people who are so high and mighty have naturally never heard of it. Do you know about the cocoon room? Everyone was annoyed, saying, as if you would know. Taya believed the matter was likely not as simple as what they were investigating now. Based on the accidental deaths that have been steadily increasing over the years, I judge that the ring inspection system has likely developed a fault, and these people's deaths are to cover up the system's errors. Taya pretended to choke Sujan. That's my phrase. I'm the one who judged that the ring system has a problem. Sujan said coldly. Let go. Taya replied. I didn't even lay a hand on you. Taya said loudly. In short, if the system really has a problem, then black could be gray could be bronze, or there could be other possibilities. Finally, she concluded, it's all a total mess. Drink it while it's hot. Han Ule was frightened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Taya was briefly surprised. Why are you so nervous? This is just a guess. Meanwhile, the information Zhao Guang collected was mostly concentrated on the black ring and the gray ring. The data that could be used for comparison was still insufficient. Taya muttered, but the black ring doesn't require experiments to torture people, to be able to trigger abilities. That's a good number. At the same time, in a car, the person beside the girl said satisfiedly, you did very well this time. Relax a little. If you're this nervous, outsiders will look down on your abilities because of it. At that same moment, Dodo was sitting alone in the living room, quietly wiping away tears. Dodo stopped crying. He lifted his head and looked toward the window. He opened his clear eyes wide. Dodo dropped his favorite teddy bear on the floor and rushed behind the sofa. Xia Mei was surprised by his actions. She called his name, Dodo. Dodo saw this figure hiding behind a tree in the garden and spoke up. Brother? The person wearing the hood took off the cloth, revealing a familiar face. Dodo shouted, Brother Zhao Guang. Switching scenes to the arena. The competition had entered its most brutal stage. Amidst countless arduous challenges and dangers, bodies lay scattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Zadina stood amidst the ruins, her face covered in blood, her whole body tense, her eyes still constantly alert. Judith didn't fare much better. Sweat soaked her clothes, her breathing was labored, but on that tired face, a happy smile flickered. We won! We actually won! Just then, the screen announcing the results lit up. Among the 5 teams participating, including the green, red, blue, yellow, and pink teams, now only the red team had survivors left. The countdown timer showed 5 minutes and 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the number on the screen stopped at 5 minutes and 2 seconds. The host immediately shouted, his voice full of excitement. Let's congratulate the only female contestants at the scene. Breaking through the encirclement really makes one admire them. I invite the audience at the scene to give them a round of thunderous applause. Immediately after, the entire stadium erupted. Cheers and applause rang out from all sides. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly heated. But just at that moment, his voice suddenly spoke up, causing the 2 who had just won to freeze. But I have just received a notification from the activity organizers. The rules of this competition have changed slightly. The host continued. The victory condition has changed from the winning team to an individual victory. I invite the 2 contestants from the red team to grip the weapons in your hands. Before the time runs out, kill the opponent to determine the sole winner. The two of them were stunned, looking at each other. In that moment, their minds were in chaos, unable to believe what they had just heard. He spoke up. If you want to say goodbye to your teammate, you'd better hurry. Both tightened their grip on their weapons and, almost simultaneously, charged straight at each other. Tears kept streaming down their faces, mixing with blood and sweat, because they both understood that this was a battle no one wanted. The entire scene was broadcast live to every screen across the country. Xia Mei curled her lips in appreciation. Enough. Tianlang leaned against the edge of the table, carefully watching the screen. I find this match very appealing. Hearing that, she glanced coldly at the person beside her. He slightly tilted his chin, signaling for her to take her turn. Your turn. Xia Mei looked down at the cards on the table, pondering. At this moment, only 2 cards remained on the table that were not crossed out, the Queen of Hearts and the Queen of Spades. She didn't hesitate for too long. She swiftly reached out and drew the Queen of Spades. So that's it. Tianlang grinned with interest, as if everything was exactly as he had anticipated. Without further hesitation, Tianlang reached out and placed his hand on the remaining card. His fingertips tapped on the card, Judith. Immediately after, Tianlang looked up at the person across from him. What about you? Xia Mei couldn't hide her curiosity either. Who do you choose? Zhao Guang. However, answering the two of them was still only silence. She slightly frowned, unable to help herself. Calling out one more time, Zhao Guang. Right at that moment, the host's shocked voice rang out from the TV. What's happening? Both contestants on the screen have simultaneously thrown their weapons to the ground. They lie motionless on the cold arena floor, producing a dry, clattering sound. The two of them embrace each other and sob uncontrollably. Hoo. Judith bites her lip, trying to suppress the stifled sobs rising in her throat. She is unwilling to accept this. Each broken word escapes between trembling breaths. It is clear that they have won. Jadena reaches out and guides the hand of Sujan to the switch attached to her necklace. Are you ready? She grips the switch tightly in her palm, her gaze gradually becoming firm. Jadena reassures her, don't be afraid, it's all over. In an instant, the indicator light on the necklace turns red and flashes continuously, signaling that the switch has been activated. She says coldly, let those scumbags meet their match. The very next moment, a blinding light erupts, swallowing the two of them. A violent explosion shakes the entire arena. The lives of those 2 poor souls end in a sea of flames. Xia Mei is startled and jumps to her feet. Is that really it? The presenter quickly regains her composure, puts on a professional smile, and says, that is a truly unexpected result, but it's okay. To the audience here, don't be disappointed. After a 15-minute break, the next match will be even more exciting. Now, you can all use your phones to see which contestants will participate in the next match, and make your predictions. Suddenly, her eyes stop on a figure still quietly sitting in front of the screen. Zhao Guang hangs his head low, his lips constantly moving, as if talking to himself. It's come to this. Then, what was that last thing he said? Xia Mei cannot recall. Scene shift to the home of Sam Yue. WU YUE speaks loudly. Dodo, stay in the room. Don't come out. Dodo pouts, his voice full of regret, but then she pauses, deep in thought, and changes her mind. Go tell Sam Yue. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes light up. Okay. No sooner said than. Dodo excitedly bolts toward the stairs like an arrow shot from a bow. Seeing a familiar figure at the front door, the boy cheers happily. You're back. It's you, Zhao Guang. Liu Qixuan glances at Sam Yue, waiting to see what happens. He nods. Meanwhile, Ta Ya scans the surroundings. Where is Zhao Guang? The door is immediately slammed shut. A dry sound echoes throughout the house. Dodo walks up to the closed door, reaches out to grab the handle, and slowly pushes it open. It opens easily, with no sign of being locked. Liu Qixuan narrows his eyes. The sight in front of him leaves him stunned. Liu Qixuan's pupils slightly contract. Surprise is evident on his face. Another door. As the next door is opened, a brilliant golden light immediately spills out from within. Behind that door is not another room, but countless doors connected one after another, extending endlessly like an infinite corridor. Chu Shi, use your ability to scout. Let me try. It's not working. The surrounding space is wrapped in an ability, and it's not just one layer. There are many layers of space stacked on top of each other. He asks calmly, what about above us? He replies, same thing. It's also covered. Outside, Dodo is frantically pounding on the door. You guys, come out now. Why did you close the door? Chuji says softly to reassure him. Don't be impatient, Dodo. We'll be out in a second. Is there someone else breaking in? The boy doesn't stop pounding. No, there's no one outside. It's just me. You guys and that lady went after Zhao Guang, Liu Qixuan says in a low voice, referring to the child outside. He coldly warns, back away a bit if you don't want to get hurt. Just as he finishes speaking, the ability around Liu Qixuan erupts violently. Gusts of wind howl and swirl, and intense air currents fill the room. He glances behind him. Anyone else? Before Liu Qixuan can finish his sentence, everyone understands and simultaneously steps back to keep their distance. Very good. Su Zhan runs in a panic. Is this a sign of a storm? Ta Ya grumbles. Showing off your personal skills again. Immediately after, a beam of brilliant purple light erupts, illuminating the entire room. Chu Si quickly pulls Sam Yue back. Sam Yue, watch your step. At that moment, it's as if he catches another glimpse of a fragment of the future suddenly appearing in Sam Yue's mind. A piece of the future, this time still related to death involving Liu. Liu Qixuan sees him rushing forward and calls out in surprise, Sam Yue, but Sam Yue seems not to hear anything anymore. Even as the beam of purple light tears at his skin, he does not stop. In his head at that moment, only one thought remains, don't die. He blurts out in fear, don't die. In his heart, he thinks, I don't want. In a flash, Sam Yue is right up against him. He doesn't want to see death. His eyes suddenly brighten, and his pupils gradually become empty and soulless, as if his entire life force is being drained by an invisible force. Right at that moment, Liu Qixuan suddenly reaches out to cover Sam Yue's eyes. He says sternly, close your eyes. You don't need to see my future. The scene shifts again. A quiet intersection appears before his eyes, with only a few passers-by. In that peaceful space, a group of people is running around in a panic, constantly calling out, Jiao, Jiao Guang, Quang. Xiaomei instructs them to split up and search. Liu Qixuan agrees that it can only be this way. Just as everyone is about to disperse, Tianlong reaches out and grabs her. Wait! The person beside her is startled. Tianlong? If we don't chase after him now, it won't be in time. He calmly analyzes. This doesn't seem like something Zhao Guang would do, even if he misunderstood. We've already taken Sam Yue's side and want to hear our explanation. Dragging it out this long, we should have stopped by now. Tianlong speaks up. Xia Mei, you're right about one thing. He continues. We've been with Sam Yue and the others for so many days. In the eyes of others, our stance might have already changed. Tianlong asserts firmly, Zhao Guang is the same. We need to be a little cautious. The corner of Xia Mei's mouth curls into a faint, detached smile. You're always able to stay calm at the most important moments. He continues to warn, Sam Yue and the others keep trailing us, and I always feel a bit uneasy. We all need to be careful. She nods. Stay alert. If you find Zhao Guang, contact us immediately. Tianlong replies decisively. Understood. After splitting up, Xia Mei searches every alley, not missing a single corner. He's not on this path? How can that be? Having run such a long distance, she begins to pant, sweat soaking her entire body. Haha. While chasing the figure of Zhao Guang, Xia Mei keeps remembering the match that day. The two girls who left behind their weapons and embraced each other. And finally, one of them detonated herself, ending the absurd and cruel competition. The image from that moment flashes in her mind. The noise fades away. Finally, Xia Mei could clearly hear Zhao Guang's voice. He was muttering about how things had reached this point, his face darkened with frustration and bitterness. If you didn't want to win against Liu Qixuan from the start, then why not just yield the victory to someone who actually wants it? He gripped the card in his hand so tightly, it crumpled. Is it too greedy to be someone who can't let go of anything? Zhao Guang threw the card hard to the ground. Whatever, anyone will do. Sacrificing someone randomly, and I could win. At the same time, Liu Qixuan used her ability to send a rock soaring into the air. Xia Mei, slow down a bit. Why are you in such a rush? Not far away, an ancient church was steeped in a silent atmosphere, with warm sunlight streaming through the windows. It bathed the pristine white walls in a gentle glow. Perched on the rooftop, a white dove sat quietly, as if it were a symbol of peace. Amidst a world full of chaos, inside the church, Zhao Guang stood silently before the statue of the deity. Brilliant rays of light slanted down from the dome, covering the solemn statue like a glimmer of hope for tomorrow. Zhao Guang quietly looked up at the statue. His eyes were filled with an unspeakable sorrow. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway shattered the silence. Praying isn't really your style, is it? Tianlong walked inside, his heavy footsteps echoing through the vacant space. He scanned his surroundings, carefully checking for anything unusual. Tianlong's entire body was tense. Every nerve was stretched to the limit. His gaze swept across the rows of empty pews before landing on the headless statue in the center of the chapel. Everything remained eerily still. There was not a single sign of anything amiss. In that moment, he secretly reached his hand behind his back to give a silent safety signal. Immediately, Zhao Guang twisted his wrist, with only his little finger slightly extended. It was a subtle signal, but Tianlang understood its meaning instantly. "It's me." He watched Zhao Guang's movements intently, his whole body involuntarily relaxing for a few seconds. Then, Tianlang let out a sigh, as if the weight pressing on his heart had finally been lifted. He spoke up. "Since you're here, I might as well pray for a bit." Tianlang slowly walked toward the statue. "Are you suffering?" Over at Sam Yue's side, her expression changed abruptly as she screamed in panic. "Liu Qixuan! Through the gunfire, can you hear the gunshots?" On the other end, Liu Qixuan was also startled when a sharp, dry gunshot suddenly rang out. Xia Mei was equally horrified. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just heard. Inside the church, on the pristine white pews, bright red blood splattered, staining the seats. Tianlang clutched his chest where blood was gushing from a wound, his other hand gripping his collar tightly. A violent wave of pain hit him, leaving cold sweat across his forehead. He never expected that the other person would be able to strike at him like this. Zhao Guang hugged Tianlang tightly. In his mind, a thought surfaced. "During the experiment, I saw your death 600 times with my own eyes. Back then, I believed there would be a 601st time, which is now." His lips trembled. "O deity, I abandoned my soul. I offer apart the most important part of my life." Zhao Guang pursed his lips, his gaze becoming determined. "Exchanged with you for the right to enter the next round." He collapsed to the ground, his body lying motionless in a pool of blood. Just then, a space portal opened silently, and a figure slowly stepped out, then quietly took him away. Tianlang tried to open his eyes, wanting to see who it was, but his vision became increasingly blurred. Everything before him turned into a chaotic blur. Finally, darkness completely swallowed Tianlang's vision. Sam Yue struggled to push Liu Qixuan's hand away. After a brief struggle, one of her eyes was finally free from the obstruction. As her vision cleared, the two words Li Cheng appeared clearly in Sam Yue's eyes.